Chapter 1. Birth, the coffin emerges. March 11th. Bing Zeus Proverb. Planting 1,000 trees on a day of E yields no growth. Digging a well on a day of Mao brings no sweet water. Ah, old man, you must brace yourselves mentally. Grandma's son said gravely before retreating into the house. The sky was heavily overcast, and torrential rain fell in sheets, as if the heavens had burst their dam, showing no signs of respite until nightfall. The river swelled dangerously, its furious currents roaring like a wild beast later. I heard Grandma mention that the tumultuous sound of the rushing water could be clearly heard within the house, akin to the roar of a monstrous creature, instilling fear in the hearts of all. In the delivery room, anguished groans pierced the air, and from the afternoon until 10 o'clock at night, I delayed my entrance into this world. Father and grandfather paced anxiously outside the door, their footsteps heavy and frantic, beads of sweat mingling with the rain cascading down their brows, indistinguishable from each other. The midwife, Grandma's son, who had been summoned from the neighboring village, wore a grave expression, her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with deep concern. The clock ticked steadily, its hands moving slowly, yet resolutely, striking midnight. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder shattered the silence, as if to rend the very sky asunder. Simultaneously, a cataclysmic sound erupted from the back mountain, the rumble of boulders tumbling, echoing through the valley, reminiscent of an earth-shattering collapse. In that fleeting moment, I made my entrance into the world with a resounding wail. Grandma's son screamed in terror, her voice slicing through the tension in the atmosphere. Grandfather and father hurried into the room, their gazes fraught with urgency and worry. There I lay, barely breathing at the edge of the bed, silent and still, a quietness that was unnerving. Grandfather, in a frenzy, paced back and forth, muttering incoherently, his words laced with anxiety and fervent supplication. Grandma, on the other hand, wept bitterly, her hands pounding her thighs as she lamented, "Heaven is unjust." Her cries were imbued with despair and helplessness. Father chain-smoked, his eyes bloodshot, a dazed expression on his face, the swirling smoke a manifestation of his unutterable sorrow. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Grandfather hastily snipped a few strands of my umbilical hair and carefully collected some of my birth blood, donning a raincoat before dashing towards the back mountain. The raincoat flapped wildly in the wind, and Grandfather's figure quickly vanished into the dark curtain of rain. The following dawn, Grandfather returned, his steps unsteady, his visage haggard. In his hand, he held a silk pouch, which he threaded with red string and hung around my neck. Moments later, I let out a loud and vigorous cry, the sound resonating through the air, allowing the family's anxious hearts to gradually find solace. Grandfather, bearing the weight of fatigue, exited the room, his silhouette appearing as though it had been bent by the passage of time, imbued with an air of profound weariness. From that day forth, Grandfather named me Fu Xian, wishing for my future to be flawless and safe. On the 15th of each month, Grandfather would draw blood from my middle finger and head to the back mountain. Though I harbored some doubts, I never dared to question him. He would only return home after nightfall, his figure shrouded in an aura of mystery against the backdrop of the night. According to the villagers, Grandfather would stealthily enter a cave atop the mountain, where a mysterious crystal coffin was said to be kept, containing a woman. I could not discern the truth from fiction, yet each time I heard such rumors, my heart brimmed with anger and confusion. Thereafter, whispers circulated in the village, claiming I was born under an ominous star and had entered the world at a cursed time, destined to marry a ghostly bride, a harbinger of calamity. These rumors spread like a plague, causing many to shun me. As a result, numerous village children banded together to bully me, refusing to play with me. I recall an incident when several children tricked me into the shade of a willow tree at the village's edge, binding me tightly to the trunk. They smeared me with muddy muck, adorned my face with colorful scribbles, and even resorted to hitting me. Fortunately, Aunt Lee Eyre returned from the market with her little daughter, and, upon witnessing my plight, chased the group away and brought me back home. Aunt Lee Eyre was the kindest, gentlest soul in the village, showering me with affection, which forged a special bond between us. Back home, I collapsed into grandfather's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, my cries filled with injustice and anguish. Grandfather gently stroked my head and said, "Xiaolan, do not cry, I shall seek justice for you." The next day, inexplicably, all the children who had tormented me fell gravely ill, their conditions so dire that no treatment seemed effective at the hospital. Their parents, aware of grandfather's abilities, came to our door seeking forgiveness. Initially, grandfather rebuffed them, his expression dark, eyes aflame with fury. However, as more and more people came to plead, he eventually relented. After returning from the back mountain, grandfather declared, "This matter is settled, you may all return. Should anyone dare to bully my grandson again, I shall show no mercy." The villagers dispersed, and the children's ailments gradually subsided. From that point onward, apart from Aunt Li Air's little daughter and my good friend He Long, no other children would play with me. In our solitude, we kept each other company and spent many moments together. Alas, after my 12th year, He Long's family moved away from the village. Our family also grew, increasingly estranged from the villagers. Their indifferent gazes and deliberate avoidance left us feeling profoundly isolated and despondent. Grandma often berated grandfather, lamenting that his obsession with the supernatural had disrupted the peace of our home. Originally, grandfather and grandma were small merchants, though not wealthy. We lived comfortably. However, after their business faltered, grandfather became a farmer. At some point, grandfather became enamored with feng shui, often carrying a compass and spending his days selecting burial sites for others. Yet, when he frequently encountered setbacks, his focus shifted to our family. Since then, my second uncle left home and scarcely returned. It was only after mother became pregnant that grandfather underwent a drastic transformation, ceasing to venture out and devoting himself to divination, claiming he would change the fate of our Fu family. The Fu surname boasts a long lineage, derived from the Ji clan, tracing back to the progenitor of the Zhou dynasty, Hou Ji, adopting the official title as their name. According to the Yuan Xingzuan, it is recorded, Lu Qinggong's grandson Gongyu became the Qin Fu Shi Ling, thus adopting the surname. Moreover, the surname rescue manual states, Fu, the grandson of Lu Qinggong, was appointed as the Qin Fu Ling, hence the surname. It is noteworthy that the Fu surname historically belonged to emperors. After my birth, grandfather sought an oracle from me, revealing that I was the master of my destiny, an embodiment of the sun, destined for greatness, and of the wood element. Grandfather exclaimed joyfully, "Heaven has eyes, my Fu family shall rise." Strangely enough, throughout my childhood, I consistently excelled academically, robust in health, seldom falling ill. Yet, during nighttime walks, I often felt as though unseen eyes were watching me, an unsettling sensation. Grandfather advised me that should I ever feel such a presence, I should take out the silk pouch from around my neck. Remarkably, as soon as the pouch was retrieved, the feeling of being watched would vanish instantly. Moreover, I would occasionally dream of a woman. She always wore a veil, with enchanting phoenix eyes and willow leaf brows, appearing in my dreams to share stories and keep me company. Through her gaze, I sensed something extraordinary, though at that time, I could not articulate what it was. However, I was certain that if she were to unveil her face, she would undoubtedly be the most beautiful woman in the world. I often fantasized about having such a bride, even if it meant a shorter life. It would be worth it. Yet, on the cusp of my 12th year, a monumental upheaval descended upon me, irrevocably altering the course of my life. Chapter 2. Encounter with the Woman in White. I was 12 years old, an age marked as my pivotal year. "Sean, what are you staring at over there? Hurry up!" The voice belonged to one of my few good friends in the village, He Long. I stood there, entranced, gazing at a cliff as if something there held an irresistible allure. It was an unbearably sweltering summer, and the village children had planned a nocturnal expedition to the river to catch fish and crabs. That night, nearly all the children gathered together, chattering excitedly, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Initially, they hadn't intended to invite me, viewing me as an outlier due to the numerous restrictions my grandfather imposed on me. I had no desire to join, as grandfather rarely permitted me to venture out at night. However, he long insisted and dragged me along, leaving me no choice but to comply. We followed the river upstream to the back mountain, where a reservoir lay. At that time, the water level was low due to the recent release of the sluice gate. Around 11 o'clock at night, we joyfully made our way down the mountain, our bags filled to the brim. Moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the path home. Laughter and playful banter echoed as we walked, and occasionally someone would shout, "There's a ghost! Run!" Then everyone would dash ahead in a frenzy. Only He Long and I remained calm, appearing markedly unfazed. With a blade of grass in my mouth, I nonchalantly remarked, "If you haven't done anything wrong, why fear a ghost? Why run? You've watched too many horror movies, there are no ghosts." He Long, however, disagreed, frowning as he retorted, "Don't speak carelessly whether you believe it or not. Respect is due." Though brave, Before he could finish, I interrupted with a dismissive scoff. "Oh, please, you brave?" I curled my lip and quickened my pace. Thus, as Xiao Long and I ran and chatted, we caught up with the group and squeezed into the midst of it. Upon leaping down a dirt embankment, I tilted my head and glanced to the right, where a precipice loomed precisely the one I had glimpsed upon entering the back mountain. This cliff, known as the Hanging Water Cliff by the villagers, was said to be a place where the remains of deceased pigs and dogs were discarded, and even unfortunate infants who had passed away were cast down. It could be said that this location represented a shadow for every child in the village. Just approaching, it would earn one a thorough reprimand upon returning home. At that moment, I unexpectedly spotted a vague, white object atop the cliff. In the moonlight, the white figure floated ethereally, resembling a piece of white clothing. I mused to myself, could it be that I've truly encountered a ghost? A shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't help but quicken my pace, and soon we had all descended the mountain. Upon reaching the road, everyone began to divide the spoils, and once that was done, we each returned to our respective homes. Xiao Long and I walked together, the night breeze brushing against me, sending a chill down my back, as if someone were watching me. I recalled my grandfather's words and hastily retrieved the talisman, yet that unsettling feeling persisted, tightening my heart with anxiety. With a slight tremor in my voice, I asked Xiao Long, "Did you see anything when we came down the mountain?" "I think I saw something in white." Xiao Long's eyes widened in fear as he replied, "No, don't scare me like that, especially at this hour. Perhaps I misjudged. You claim to be so brave. Yet this is quite amusing," I replied while running, attempting to mask my inner trepidation with humor. Xiao Long chased after me, exclaiming, "If you dare to deceive me, just wait until I catch up to you, I'll give you a good kick." As I continued running, I arrived at my doorstep and turned to Xiao Long, saying, "Let's leave your things here for now, I'll come back for them tomorrow, or else I'll be in big trouble with my grandfather." All right, you're truly something," Xiao Long grumbled as he reluctantly took the bag from my hands. I then said, without looking back, "I'm heading off now, remember to come find me tomorrow." I stealthily slipped into my home, tiptoeing up to my bed, and soon fell into a deep slumber. That night, my sleep was anything but peaceful, as if I were enveloped by an unseen force. I lost track of time, only to remember that I dreamed of that fateful night on the mountain. In my dream, the scene of us fishing and catching crabs replayed vividly, everything felt so real, and the sounds of laughter echoed in my ears. Until the moment I leapt down that dirt embankment, I clearly saw the scene before me, and my heart tightened, leaving me speechless. A woman clad in white stood with her back to me, her hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. Suddenly, she turned her head, though her body remained still, revealing a ghostly pale face, devoid of color, with hollow eyes and a vacant gaze, blood slowly trickling down her neck, staining her white garment red. With an eerie tone, she uttered, You belong to me?" At that moment, the woman from my dream appeared. Coldly, she commanded, "Get lost." The white-clad specter vanished in an instant, and the woman approached me, embracing me and gently patting my back. "Xiaoan, don't be afraid. Xiaoan, don't be afraid." I glanced up at her, catching a glimpse of her strange smile through her veil. Suddenly, I jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, feeling dazed and utterly drained. In my hazy state, I saw several shadowy figures, and then I heard my mother's anxious voice nearby. "Xiaoan is awake. You've been asleep for 3 days. We were so worried." Her tone quivered with a hint of tears, her eyes filled with concern. Upon hearing this, my grandfather rushed to my bedside, his face darkened with anger. "You little rascal, where have you been for the past few days? What happened to you? You nearly scared us to death." His expression was grim, brows furrowed tightly. I weakly recounted the entire tale to my grandfather. Upon hearing it, his face flushed with rage as he stood up, saying, "I told you not to go to the back mountain, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened." He paced back and forth in the room, his agitation palpable. Then, he pulled out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket and instructed my mother to bring a bowl of water. He ignited the talisman, allowing it to turn to ash, which he then submerged in the water for me to drink. Miraculously, after consuming that concoction, I felt a significant improvement. My grandfather admonished my father to keep a close watch on me, forbidding me from stepping outside until his return. No matter who knocked on the door, I was not to open it. With that, he hurriedly left the room. Before departing, my grandfather captured a large rooster and sprinkled its blood at the entrance of the yard. The pungent scent filled the air, and he quickly exited. I clutched the talisman tightly, remaining in my room, only emerging for meals and the restroom, as I spent most of my time sleeping. The room was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of my own breathing breaking the stillness. As night fell, the village was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. Even the usual chirping of insects had vanished. This was the first time in my life that I felt such profound unease, as if the entire world was shrouded in an unsettling silence. Lying on my bed, I stared fixedly at the ceiling, my thoughts consumed by that dreamed a woman in white, her smile, her gaze, all sending chills down my spine. I couldn't help but recall my grandfather's warnings, filled with regret, yet I firmly believed he would find a solution. Suddenly, I heard footsteps, their sound piercing through the stillness of the night, growing ever closer until they halted right outside my door. My heart leapt to my throat. Could it be the woman in white returning? However, the door remained shut, and the footsteps gradually faded away. I sighed in relief, yet my anxiety deepened. By midnight, I tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep as the image of that terrifying female ghost haunted my mind. I curled up under the covers, scarcely daring to breathe. Then came a knock at the door. Could it be my grandfather returning? Chapter 3. The ghostly visitor. The rhythmic and oppressive knocking reverberated through the stillness of the night. Outside in the yard, the darkness enveloped everything like thick ink, while a waning moon hung in the sky, casting a cold, silvery light that illuminated the courtyard just enough to heighten the eerie atmosphere. The entire village was enveloped in an unsettling silence, devoid of even a single dog's bark, rendering the knocking even more pronounced and chilling as I heard the knocks from within my room. My heart raced, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over me, however, upon recalling that it might be my grandfather returning. I hurriedly dashed out of my room and stood before the door, my hand trembling involuntarily. Just as I was about to open the door, I felt a sudden warmth emanating from the charm around my neck. This warmth jolted my senses back to clarity, dispelling the fog of confusion clouding my mind. I hesitated briefly and tentatively called out, "Who is it?" A frail voice responded from outside, "Shaolin, hurry and open the door for Grandpa." "I am back." Upon hearing this, a twinge of suspicion arose within me, and I furrowed my brow, replying, "Grandpa, just let yourself in. You have the key, don't you?" "The key is lost. Shaolin, please open the door quickly. Grandpa is exhausted." The voice from outside was tinged with fatigue. Panic surged within me as I realized that the door to our courtyard did not require a key, as it was secured with a latch. "You are not my grandfather. Our door does not need a key," I exclaimed loudly. Relieved that the charm had alerted me, I realized I might have fallen victim to some sinister trickery. Taking a deep breath, I mustered the courage to peer through the crack of the door. As my eyes approached the narrow opening, my palms became clammy with sweat, and my heart raced to my throat. I swallowed hard as, in that instant, a hollow eye appeared before me. The eye was devoid of life, resembling the depths of a bottomless well, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. The skin surrounding it bore an eerie bluish-gray hue, marred by intricate cracks resembling a spider's web. A gaping wound marred the corner of its mouth, stretching grotesquely to the base of the ear. I recoiled sharply, letting out a terrified gasp that shattered the stillness of the night. My parents rushed out of their room, their faces etched with astonishment and concern. their eyes darting warily toward the door. "Shaun, what is happening?" Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through, laden with an overwhelming sense of wrath and resentment. Battering against the courtyard door. The door trembled violently, creaking ominously as if it might collapse at any moment. At that moment, a crimson glow flickered upon the door, as if infused with a life of its own, defiantly resisting the cold wind. Moments later, the glow intensified, accompanied by a chilling cry from beyond the door. Confusion clouded my mind as I pondered this strange occurrence, recalling my grandfather's actions before leaving and the tales he had shared with me. Could it be that the female ghost from my dreams had truly come to visit? As the wind gradually subsided, silence enveloped the yard, only to be shattered by the ghostly voice, "Fu Shiren. You may evade the first day, but not the 15th. I shall return." Why did she know my name? After what felt like an eternity, the outside finally fell silent. I stood in the yard, drenched in cold sweat, my clothes clinging uncomfortably to my skin, my heart pounding violently. My mind felt heavy, each breath growing increasingly labored, and the world around me began to blur and spin. Ultimately, I could no longer bear it and collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 4. The paper substitute. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in bed, surrounded by the familiar confines of my room. My father and mother stood anxiously by my bedside, their expressions wrought with concern. "Shaun, you're awake at last. How do you feel?" my mother asked, taking my hand tenderly. I nodded vacantly, recalling the harrowing events of the previous night, still gripped by fear. Just then, my grandfather hurried in, his steps unsteady and his face drawn with fatigue. He cradled a paper figure, nearly my height, eerily resembling me. Strangely, the figure's eyes were marked, giving it an unsettling semblance of life. There exists a taboo regarding paper figures. One must never mark their eyes, for doing so may bring them to life. Why had my grandfather done this? Was this paper figure intended to confront the ghost? After listening to our recounting of the previous night's events, my grandfather's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Tonight is the night of the full moon. That ghost will surely return." He produced a sheet of yellow paper, inscribing my birth date, and plucked a hair from my head to place atop the paper figure. Finally, he applied a drop of blood from my middle finger to the figure's lips. Instantly, the paper figure appeared to animate, vibrant and alive, and I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. After completing these rituals, my grandfather earnestly instructed me, "Shaun, heed my words carefully. Tonight, you must hide in your wardrobe, no matter what you hear or see. And you must not utter a single sound." I nodded nervously, my heart brimming with trepidation and doubt, yet I had no choice but to comply with my grandfather's wishes. Night soon descended, the moon hanging high in the sky, casting a cold, silvery glow. The atmosphere in the house was tense, every nerve on edge, as my mother regarded me with concern. Following my grandfather's instructions, I nestled into the wardrobe early, while he placed the paper figure on my bed. Initially, I curled up in the corner of the wardrobe, my heart racing, ears straining to catch any sound from outside. Time passed, and an oppressive silence fell. Devoid of even the chirping of insects, drowsiness began to creep in, and I stifled a yawn, ready to succumb to sleep. Just then, a chilly breeze swept through, stirring the curtains as if they were the flowing skirts of a specter. The chill banished my drowsiness, and a gust of wind rattled the window. Suddenly, I heard faint footsteps approaching from the darkness, light as a feather, not resembling human steps at all. Then came the sound of a woman weeping, her cries haunting and sorrowful. Cold sweat trickled down my back, soaking my shirt. The weeping grew nearer, as if it were lingering within the room. I tightly shut my eyes, clasped my hands together, and silently prayed. After a while, the surroundings fell silent, and I cautiously opened my eyes, peeking through the wardrobe slats. The room appeared empty, the paper figure still lying on the bed. A soft, dripping sound caught my attention. Watermarks appeared on the concrete floor, resembling human footprints. My eyes widened in horror as the footprints advanced toward the bed. I clamped my mouth shut, terrified to make a sound. Upon reaching the bed, the footprints seemed to linger, and then, astonishingly, the paper figure rose into the air, drifting slowly toward the door, its silhouette fading into the darkness. Silence enveloped the room once more, and I dared not breathe. my heart still racing. After what felt like an eternity, I heard my mother's soft voice calling my name. Shaoan, come out. It's all right that I hesitated, then slowly pushed open the wardrobe door. My legs trembling as I stepped out. My grandfather sat in a chair, his face pale and weary, while my father stood nearby, his brow furrowed in seriousness. Grandpa, has the ghost left? I asked, my voice quivering. My grandfather nodded slightly. It has departed, taking the paper figure with it. It should not return for now. I exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground as if all my strength had been drained. My mother rushed over, enveloping me in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. Oh, my child, you frightened me terribly. My father approached too, gently patting my shoulder. It's all right. Everything is fine. However, just as we believed the ghost had vanished, a chilling laughter echoed from outside. She's back. Chapter 5. The Reaper. The Taoist pale fear washed over our faces as dread enveloped the room once more. Ha ha ha. Did you think such petty tricks could deceive me? The ghostly voice echoed, filled with wrath and malice. We turned our terrified gazes toward the door, where the ghost reappeared, clutching the paper figure. I finally discerned her appearance. She was no longer the horrific apparition from my dreams, but appeared somewhat delicate. My grandfather's voice thundered with fury. What do you want? The ghost in white pointed at me, declaring, him. My grandfather clenched his teeth, resolute. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to take my grandson. Upon witnessing the scene, my grandfather let out a thunderous shout, brandishing a peachwood sword that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. He charged forward, while the female specter shattered the paper effigy with a single strike of her palm, subsequently extending her hands to confront him. The two were locked in a fierce stalemate, as my grandfather muttered incantations under his breath, causing the sword to emit radiant beams of light, with a piercing scream. The ghost was forced back several steps by the brilliance. Yet, she did not relent. A glint of cunning flickered in her eyes before she vanished into thin air. My grandfather furrowed his brow. Scanning the surroundings with caution, terrified, I hid behind my mother, clutching the hem of her garment tightly. At that moment, a droplet of water fell onto the nape of my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. Beware of what lies behind you, my grandfather yelled. I spun around abruptly, only to find the female ghost had appeared behind me, extending her clawed hand in an attempt to grasp me. My mother lunged to protect me. But it was too late. In that critical moment, a flash of white light emanated from the pouch I wore, repelling the specter. The ghost glared at me, evidently perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, my grandfather rushed to stand before me. You wretched fiend, do not harm my grandson, he declared. The ghost was compelled to retreat further, her face contorted in anguish, yet she remained unwilling to concede defeat. You cannot escape your fate, she screeched. My grandfather, shielding me, asserted, as long as I stand, you shall not harm my family. The ghost let out a chilling laugh. Humph, you all shall perish with that. A swirling mass of dark mist enveloped her, from which the wails of tormented souls echoed ominously. My grandfather's expression grew grave as he pushed me behind him. Shaoan, stay back, he commanded. Gripping the peachwood sword tightly, he swung it forcefully, sending a beam of light slicing toward the ghost and the ominous mist. The ghost struggled within the radiance, while the dark fog began to dissipate. Just as we believed the specter was on the verge of being vanquished, she broke through the light, lunging at my grandfather. He was caught off guard and struck to the ground. Grandfather, I cried, rushing toward him. Before I could react, the ghost seized my neck and began dragging me outside. I struggled desperately, but to no avail. My parents were frantically pursuing you as we neared the exit of the courtyard. A sudden command rang out. A burst of golden light erupted ahead, surging toward the ghost in white. The specter let out a heart-wrenching shriek, her voice piercing and shrill. Releasing her grip on my throat, I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Wretched fiend, retreat at once. A stern voice echoed throughout the courtyard. A Taoist priest appeared, clad in a green robe, standing imposingly at the entrance. The ghost slowly rose, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, he stepped forward in an instant. As if teleporting, lifting me effortlessly with one hand and gently ruffling my hair. urging me to return to my room. I fled to my parents' side, hastily shutting the door behind me. The sounds of battle outside intensified, an intricate tapestry of light and noise intermingling. Unable to resist, I approached the window, gripping the frame tightly, my knuckles turning white-eye in the darkness. A white silhouette flickered in and out of view, the Taoist radiating golden light that rippled through the air. The ghost glared in my direction, her eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness. As if desperate to invade my sanctuary, I recoiled in sheer terror, my heart racing as if it might leap from my throat. A flash of golden light surged forth, and the ghost howled in fury, her form becoming indistinct in the glow, akin to wisps of smoke. With a final resentful glance cast my way, she transformed into a wisp of azure smoke. Dissipating entirely. At that moment, the door was flung open, causing me to scream in fright. Chapter 6. Destined fate. It was the Taoist priest who had entered. Without uttering a word, he assessed my grandfather's injuries. Subsequently, he turned to me with a gentle tone, saying, "Your grandfather sent for me. We shall discuss everything once he regains consciousness." Thus, the priest took residence in our home for the night. Throughout that night, I slept soundly, free from the fears that had previously plagued me, devoid of nightmares. The following day, my mother prepared a sumptuous feast. My grandfather appeared somewhat unwell, handing the priest a red envelope with a beaming smile, saying, "Zhang Daozhang, having traveled from afar, I hope you will accept this small token of respect." Until that moment, I had not closely observed the Taoist. Now, scrutinizing him, I noted his serious demeanor, resembling a statue of solemnity. His tightly knitted brows seemed to carry a multitude of worries, his gaze resolute. Particularly striking was his prominent mustache, which exuded an air of righteousness. He graciously accepted the envelope, speaking humbly, "I am unworthy of such generosity. What transpired yesterday was merely my duty. How could I dare seek recompense?" Although he spoke modestly, his posture betrayed his sincerity. My grandfather shook his head with a smile, expressing earnestly, "You are too humble. Zhang Daozhang, were it not for your timely assistance, our family would have surely faced dire straits. This gesture of respect is well-deserved." My mother then stepped forward, bowing deeply to Zhang Daozhang, and gratefully proclaimed, "Daozhang, not only have you saved our family, but you have also saved Shaoan. We are at a loss as to how we can repay this kindness." The Taoist priest waved his hand gently, maintaining a smile that did not diminish his seriousness. "Madam, you overstate my actions. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. Furthermore, I see that this child, Shaoan, is extraordinary. He will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future." Upon hearing the priest's words, warmth surged within me, igniting curiosity. I approached and inquired, "Zhang Daozhang, when you say I am extraordinary, what do you mean?" My voice brimmed with confusion, my eyes alight with a thirst for understanding. The priest regarded me for a moment, his fingers twitching slightly, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. "Shaoan, you possess a pure yang energy, a rarity among mortals. If I am not mistaken, you belong to the Yimu destiny." "Yimu destiny?" I repeated in bewilderment, finding the term utterly unfamiliar. The priest nodded, elaborating, "Those of the Yimu fate are born in spring, thrive in summer, flourish with water, and attain glory in the presence of fire. You were born in the season of Yimu, precisely at the cusp of spring and summer, a time when the energy of wood is at its zenith. Yimu symbolizes growth, development, and hope. Those with this fate often possess extraordinary potential and adaptability. Your pure yang energy is an excellent manifestation of Yimu destiny, signifying a resilient spirit and a vigorous life force, ideal qualities for cultivation. However, as you are still young, it is likely that you will encounter more incidents akin to today's." Hearing the priest's words, anxiety gripped my heart, my pulse quickening. My grandfather, too, furrowed his brow with concern, asking, "Zhang Daozhang, do you mean to say that Shaoan will face similar dangers in the future?" The priest nodded slightly, his expression turning grave, akin to a sky heavy with storm clouds. "Though the Yimu destiny is favorable, it can also attract trouble. The pure yang energy within Shaoan naturally draws malevolent entities. As he matures, this trait will become increasingly pronounced, potentially inviting further misfortune." My grandfather contemplated for a long while, as if reaching a momentous decision. "Zhang Daozhang, I have a request." The priest inclined his head, encouraging my grandfather to continue. My grandfather took a deep breath before slowly stating, I wish for you to take Shaoan as your disciple and teach him the ways of Taoism, enabling him to better protect himself and assist others. The priest appeared taken aback by this request, his eyes widening slightly with surprise. He regarded me thoughtfully, as if weighing the implications of the proposition. I understood that this was a crucial decision, one that would not only shape my future but could alter the course of my life entirely. Shaoan, do you wish for this? The priest finally asked, his gaze piercing into my own, seemingly seeking to uncover my innermost thoughts. His eyes were like two blades, piercing deep into my soul. A powerful yearning surged within me. I wished to grow stronger, not only for myself but to protect those I cherished. I nodded firmly, declaring, I am willing. My voice rang out clear and resolute, devoid of hesitation. The priest nodded in apparent satisfaction. Very well, since you are willing, I shall accept you as my disciple. But you must remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and you will need to exert more effort and perseverance than others. Remember, after you turn 18, seek me out at Qingqingguan. The priest's words were serious and solemn, filled with expectations and demands. 18. But I am only 12 now. What will I do for the next 6 years? I asked, my heart heavy with confusion and anxiety. The priest cast a glance at my grandfather, stating, given your grandfather's capabilities, he has surely arranged everything for you. There is no need for concern. My grandfather exchanged a knowing look with the priest, a hint of wry amusement gracing his features. The priest smiled gently. Then I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. He turned and departed, his silhouette gradually fading into the afterglow of the setting sun. At the moment of parting, Zhang Daoshang whispered to his grandfather, you have bestowed upon me a fine set, haven't you? His voice, though soft, carried a hint of helplessness and nostalgia. The grandfather chuckled softly, saying nothing in response. After seeing Zhang Daoshang out the door, he stood for a long time, gazing at the receding figure, lost in contemplation. His eyes were deep and distant, as if traversing the fabric of time itself. Before he turned to glance back at the rear mountain, I rushed to my grandfather's side and asked, Grandfather, what are you looking at? I tugged at his hand, trying to capture his attention. Only then did he come back to himself, his voice low and enigmatic. Shaoan, you should return and rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I shall take you to accomplish something significant. My curiosity piqued. I pressed on, Grandfather, what important task are we to undertake? My voice brimmed with urgency and eagerness. The grandfather smiled mysteriously, saying, the secrets of heaven are not to be revealed. You shall know tomorrow. What cannot be avoided will still come to pass. Perhaps it is indeed fate. The promise made long ago must be fulfilled. With a sense of resignation, I returned to my room, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep. What promise? Why am I unaware? My mind was awash with images of my grandfather's enigmatic smile and the scene of the rear mountain. I pondered, surely, grandfather harbors some secret. Could it be related to the rear mountain? Is that not merely a rumor? Is it truly real? My thoughts became a tangled mess, growing more chaotic with each passing moment. Chapter 7. An obstruction. The next morning, my grandfather, bearing his small cloth bag, set out with me. We ascended the path leading up the rear mountain. In my memory, my grandfather's cloth bag seemed to be an inexhaustible treasure trove, containing everything one could imagine. He pulled out a piece of candy for me. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, Grandfather, where are we headed? He pointed ahead and replied, do you see that mountain? We are going there. I looked in the direction he indicated and realized it was Diaoshui Cliff. When we reached the foot of the mountain, my grandfather retrieved 3 incense sticks from his bag, his movements gentle and reverent. He gestured for me to follow him, and we arrived at a clearing strewn with fallen leaves. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a hint of chill. My grandfather knelt, using a small stick to dig a small hole in the ground, then placed the 3 incense sticks within it, arranging them in a triangular formation. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to light the incense. The flames danced atop the incense, releasing a delicate fragrance. Shaoan, he said softly, the incense represents our respect and our wishes. Today, as we ascend the mountain to conduct important business, we must seek the mountain deity's guidance. However, just as the incense burned halfway, it abruptly extinguished. Silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the gentle rustle of the wind through the trees. My grandfather's expression turned grave. He attempted to reignite the incense, but it quickly snuffed out once more. "This does not bode well," he muttered. He tried once more, but this time, the 3 sticks broke in half. Furrowing his brow, he declared, "Humph, burning incense for you is a courtesy. Should you dare to obstruct me? We shall see. Shaolin, we shall ascend the mountain." At that moment, an eerie laughter echoed through the forest, sending chills down my spine. "Who was that?" I asked nervously. My grandfather grasped my hand, whispering, "Do not be afraid. Shaolin, stay close to me." As we proceeded, I followed closely behind him, the silence around us unnervingly profound. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the surrounding bushes. I was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. But the noise faded after a while, leaving the area quiet once more. We continued forward, but I soon felt an icy grip tighten around my pant leg. I looked down to see a skeletal, ghostly hand clutching me tightly. Though I had braced myself after encountering the female ghost, this sudden appearance still startled me. I let out a yelp and quickly lifted my foot, attempting to shake it off. Yet, no matter what I did, I could not rid myself of that bony hand. My grandfather hurried to calm me, then took out some cinnabar from his bag and sprinkled it over the bone. It emitted wisps of white smoke before disintegrating into powder. I exhaled heavily, my legs trembling slightly. He then said, "Shaolin, this journey may not be peaceful, but do not fret as long as I am here. Even the King of Heaven cannot harm you." I stayed closely behind my grandfather, still shaken, but his words provided a measure of comfort. Suddenly, a yellow figure flickered past. I gasped in surprise and tugged at my grandfather's sleeve. He motioned for me to remain silent, then produced a talisman from his bag. This talisman must have been left for him by Zhang Dao's Hang when he departed. We cautiously approached, only to discover it was a yellow weasel. Squatting in the middle of the path, its gaze fixed intently upon us. This was a yellow weasel spirit, known for obstructing travelers and demanding a title in exchange for its transformation. If a traveler acquiesced, it could take on human form, but even then, retribution was likely, as they were infamous for their grudges. Conversely, if a traveler refused, it would suffer a significant loss of power, often leading to vengeful retaliation. My grandfather approached the yellow weasel spirit slowly, speaking as he did so. The yellow weasel spirit remained motionless, its eyes locked on my grandfather, reciting, "Do I appear more like a human or a deity?" After uttering this, it froze in place, seemingly waiting for our response, as if time itself had ceased. My grandfather halted. Inhaling deeply, he gazed at the yellow weasel spirit and declared loudly, "If you know what is wise, you will step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." His voice rang with unwavering authority. Before he could finish speaking, the yellow weasel spirit leapt fiercely, baring its sharp teeth and lunging at my grandfather. My grandfather nimbly dodged the attack, and in the same motion, he hurled the talisman. Striking the yellow weasel spirit squarely, he let out a wretched scream and collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, my grandfather stepped forward, pinning the yellow weasel spirit down to prevent it from rising again. Next, he drew a sharp dagger from his bag, preparing to end the yellow weasel spirit's life. However, at that critical moment, the yellow weasel spirit spoke. "Wait, old man. I am merely following orders. Please spare me, and I promise not to obstruct anyone again." I was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. A creature capable of speech, truly a transformed being. My grandfather hesitated for a moment, then thrust the dagger decisively, the yellow weasel letting out a final, anguished cry before succumbing. Rising to his feet, my grandfather said, "Shaolin, do not be easily swayed by the words of spirits. They are deceitful and may seek vengeance later." "Understood, grandfather," I replied, my tone resolute. Just then, the previously serene surroundings were shattered by a cacophony of rustling sounds, and my grandfather's expression grew serious. That must be the yellow weasel's dying cry attracting vengeful spirits. "We must hurry." We quickened our pace up the mountain, the horde of yellow weasels pursuing us closely. By the time we reached halfway up the mountain, they ceased their chase, as if deterred by something. My grandfather, seemingly aware of this, told me, "The day is waning. Let us take a brief rest before continuing our journey." We settled upon a large rock, sharing some food as dusk began to envelop the landscape. As the night deepened, the mountain path became increasingly treacherous. Just as we prepared to rise and continue our trek, a chilling wind swept through, and I caught sight of several dark figures drifting around us. These shadows flickered in and out of the night, resembling phantoms of the forest, elusive and unpredictable. My grandfather's voice was steady and reassuring. Do not fear, Shaoan. They are merely wandering souls of little consequence. He produced a yellow talisman, muttering incantations, before igniting it. The flames danced in the darkness, and the shadows seemed to recoil in fright. Dispersing, we pressed onward, the night growing ever darker, the path more rugged. I followed closely behind my grandfather, wary of any misstep. Suddenly, an icy sensation washed over me from behind. Whirling around, I beheld a white figure gliding past. I screamed, prompting my grandfather to swiftly turn, reigniting the talisman in his hand. The white figure emitted a piercing wail before vanishing into the night. My grandfather reassured me, it is nothing, Shaoan, merely a vengeful spirit. Out of nowhere, a powerful gust of wind swept through, scattering leaves in every direction. Once the leaves settled, I realized it was a dark specter clad in black armor. Resembling an ancient warrior, it spoke sternly, Fu Leo Yizi, given your arduous cultivation, retreat swiftly. I shall not pursue the matter of today. My grandfather scoffed. I thought you were something formidable. You are merely a gatekeeper, to put it bluntly. You are nothing but a watchdog. Even if your superior were to come, he could not prevent my grandson and I from ascending the mountain. Chapter 8. The crystal coffin in the cave. As soon as the words left my lips, the black-armored ghost general charged forth with a ferocity akin to a swirling tempest of darkness, imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood and malice. Sensing this ominous presence, my body involuntarily trembled. He was evidently far more formidable than the female specter encountered earlier. I observed as my grandfather retrieved a copper coin sword from his satchel, its blade shimmering with a faint luminescence as it clashed against the ghost general's weapon. I stood by, consumed with anxiety, my fists clenched tightly, yet powerless to intervene. My eyes were fixated on the fierce battle between my grandfather and the ghost general, my heart racing in my throat. The confrontation was extraordinarily intense, the sound of the copper sword striking against the ghost general's long blade resonating through the night sky, each impact producing a sharp, metallic clang that echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the night. Despite his advanced age, my grandfather displayed remarkable agility, each movement infused with skill and strength, his figure elusive as a wraith, making it difficult to predict his next maneuver. A perplexing thought crossed my mind. How had my grandfather become so remarkably powerful? The more I pondered, the more bewildered I became, my brows furrowing in confusion. After a particularly fierce clash between my grandfather and the black-armored ghost general, they both staggered back a few paces. My grandfather turned to me and commanded, Shaoan, I will hold him off. You must swiftly ascend that cliff. There is a cave in its midst, and within lies a crystal coffin. Upon seeing the coffin, retrieve the pouch from around your neck, and you shall be safe. Realization dawned upon me. Indeed, the village's rumors were true. Had I truly taken a ghost bride? The black-armored ghost general coldly interjected, Old Fu, do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. You shall not succeed. With a wave of his hand, several fierce ghosts appeared behind him, their twisted visages and foul auras causing my stomach to churn. Grandfather, no. I want to stay with you, I cried, my voice laced with desperation. And my grandfather roared in anger, his veins bulging, You insolent boy, do you dare disobey me? Quickly ascend the mountain. Do not. Before he could finish, the black-armored ghost general commanded his minions to charge toward us. Seeing this, my grandfather forcefully pushed me away, shouting, Run, Shaoan. This is an order. Though my heart was heavy with reluctance, I understood that my grandfather was protecting me in his own way. Gritting my teeth, tears welling in my eyes, I turned and sprinted toward the mountain. Suddenly, a fierce ghost materialized before me, lunging with lightning speed. As if intent on tearing me apart, I helplessly raised my peachwood sword to defend myself, my hands trembling with fear. Just as the ghost was about to reach me, a golden light surged forth, scattering it into oblivion. I turned to see my grandfather coming to my aid. The sounds of combat faded into the distance. Yet my heart felt as though it were being struck by a heavy hammer, each step feeling unbearably burdensome. Fearful of looking back, I could only run desperately, with the wind howling past my ears and my breath coming in heavy gasps. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, the stench of decay assaulted my senses, causing my stomach to churn violently. I fought to suppress my nausea, grasping onto the trees along the cliffside, carefully climbing upward. Just as I was about to reach the cave, a fierce ghost suddenly appeared and sent me flying. I plummeted from the cliff, my heart sinking. Surely this would be the end. Branches snagged my clothing, and I closed my eyes, bracing myself for death. Fortunately, I landed upon the trunk of a large tree, the impact jarring my insides, as if all my bones had come undone. A wave of pain surged through me, nearly rendering me unconscious. Regrettably, the fierce ghost had spotted me. "You brat, let us see where you can escape today," it roared, advancing on me with malicious glee. Just as I believed my demise was imminent, a voice echoed from within the cave. "Stop!" This voice was deafening, imbued with an invisible authority that caused the very air to tremble. The fierce ghost was instantly frozen in place, its expression morphing into one of sheer terror. A radiant light burst forth from the cave, striking the fierce ghost. It writhed in agony, emitting a chilling wail before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Subsequently, an unseen force lifted me directly to the cave's entrance. Struggling to rise, my legs felt weak, and I could barely maintain my balance. Leaning against the cave wall, I cautiously ventured inside, each step fraught with trepidation and anticipation. Deep within the cavern, a spacious chamber housed a crystal coffin. Emitting a soft blue glow that seemed ethereal, mysterious, and serene, I approached with utmost caution, my heart a mix of curiosity and anxiety. The coffin's transparency allowed me to see clearly within. A woman lay inside, her beauty like a painting, as though she were merely sleeping. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely carved, and her hands were gracefully folded across her chest, clutching an intricately designed jade flute. Her hair cascaded like silk, shimmering with a dark luster. A serene smile graced her lips, as if she were lost in a lovely dream. I was entranced. Who was this woman? Why was she here? Countless questions flooded my mind, plunging my thoughts into chaos. In that moment, I felt the pouch around my neck growing warm. Instinctively, I grasped it. Its temperature continued to rise, seemingly responding to the woman in the crystal coffin. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, slowly sitting up and gazing at me with a serene expression. It was her. The woman from my dreams. Our eyes met, and her exquisite visage made my face flush, compelling me to look away. My heart racing as if it would leap from my chest. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wished to speak, but no sound emerged. She reclined once more, closing her eyes, resembling a sleeping beauty, her posture elegant and enchanting. Leaving me utterly captivated, I stood there, mesmerized, until a gentle voice broke the silence. "You, come in." I stood frozen, bewildered by the voice, glancing around in alarm and confusion. Suddenly, an unseen force yanked me into the coffin. With a resounding thud, the lid slammed shut. Darkness enveloped me, and fear gripped me as I flailed within the coffin, my hands desperately searching for an escape. After a while, my energy waned, and I lay still, haunted by the presence of the female corpse beside me. The thought that this corpse might awaken and enact some dreadful fate upon me sent shivers down my spine. Each second felt like an eternity, my heart racing with dread. Yet, she remained there, undisturbed and silent. I attempted to calm myself, taking deep breaths and convincing myself it was merely a dream. A bizarre dream. Yet, the tangible sensations and the surrounding darkness made it impossible to rationalize. To my astonishment, the corpse exuded a fragrant aroma, soft and alluring, reminiscent of orchids, entrancing my senses. As I continued to fumble around, I inadvertently brushed against something soft and tender. I squeezed it gently, only to be met with a stern voice. "You little rascal, at such a young age, misbehaving. If you keep groping around, I'll toss you out." The voice brimmed with indignation and a hint of shyness. Upon hearing this, I froze, fear and embarrassment intertwining within me. My face burning as if scorched by flames, I cautiously withdrew my hand, stammering an apology. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to." The atmosphere within the coffin shifted, and I sensed the woman beside me stifling a soft laugh. Suddenly, a wave of fragrant air enveloped me, diminishing my fears and alleviating my pain, allowing me to drift into a peaceful slumber. I lost track of time, only to awaken groggily, finding myself standing in an unfamiliar room. A figure lay on the bed, covered with soft bedding adorned with intricate patterns, emanating a delicate fragrance. I sat up, surveying my surroundings. The room was elegantly simple, exuding a mysterious aura. Ancient paintings adorned the walls, and shelves were filled with antique tomes. Just as I was lost in thought, the door gently creaked open, and to my astonishment, the woman from the crystal coffin entered. She held a steaming bowl of porridge. Approaching the bedside with a smile, her voice as gentle as flowing water, "Husband, you're awake? Please, have some porridge." They seemed oblivious to my presence as I slowly approached, yearning to discern the visage of the man. Just as I drew near, the scene shifted. Chapter 9. The betrothal, a desolate expanse of corpses, a ghastly sight. Countless bodies piled high, the earth stained crimson with blood, leaving only a delicate silhouette slumped upon the ground. Clutching a man tightly, the woman's garments were drenched in blood, her hair in disarray. The man's white robe had been tainted red, and the azure attire was likewise soaked with blood. Now, she clung fiercely to the man. Her jade flute shattered in two, weeping for an indeterminate length of time. Her cries were heart-wrenching, a symphony of sorrow that shattered the heart. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her gaze locking onto mine, and in that moment, our eyes met and my heart stuttered, awakening me to the realization that this was but a dream. Yet it felt so vividly real. Sweat soaked my garments as I gasped for breath. I glanced around. The darkness enveloping me. Thoughts raced through my mind. Who was that man? What connection did this woman have to me? These questions intertwined like a tangled web in my mind, leaving my thoughts in disarray. Just then, a sharp pain pierced my ear, as if someone had twisted it, followed by the voice of a rascal. "Have you had enough sleep? Hurry and get down." Bewilderment washed over me, and I muttered in confusion. "What have I done to you?" Then, I sprang upright, suddenly aware that I had been sleeping on an exceedingly soft surface, and I had drooled copiously. The wetness left me feeling utterly embarrassed. Although I could see nothing, I sincerely apologized. "I'm terribly sorry. I slept too soundly. Please forgive me." Just as I contemplated how to exit, the coffin lid swung open with a loud creak, the sound jarring in the stillness of the space. I beheld my grandfather, holding a torch, his clothes tattered and stained, revealing the hardships he had endured. His haggard face and weary eyes tugged at my heartstrings, my nose tinged with emotion, and I rushed forth to embrace him. Bursting into tears, my tears flowing like a torrential flood, he pushed me away, exclaiming, "You rascal, your grandfather is still alive. Why are you crying? As long as you are safe, everything I do is worth it." "Grandfather, what happened to that malevolent spirit? Are you hurt?" I gazed at him, my eyes brimming with concern, my voice laced with confusion. He looked at the crystal coffin and, with a hint of pride and confidence, replied, "Of course not. You ought to consider who I am. A mere minor demon is nothing to me." "What do we do next?" I asked, my gaze filled with uncertainty and anticipation. He looked at the crystal coffin and instructed, "Carry this coffin back home." I refrained from questioning further, knowing he must have his reasons. Thus, we lifted the crystal coffin together and returned home. Strangely, although it appeared cumbersome, it weighed no more than 50 to 60 pounds. Throughout the journey, I pondered the peculiarities surrounding it, and astonishingly, our return was seamless. Upon arriving home, my grandfather, his expression grave, led me to an empty room, carefully placing the crystal coffin in the center of the floor. Then, with a serious demeanor, he said, "Shaun, this will be your room from now on. However, do not disturb the coffin for the next 2 days. In due time, I will inform you of what must be done." Observing my grandfather's earnest expression, I could only nod in agreement, though my mind was a whirlwind of questions. That night, as I lay in bed, I tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. The events of the day replayed in my mind like a film. The bloody scenes, the mysterious man, each image vivid and unforgettable, especially that peculiar dream, which lingered in my thoughts. The ethereal setting, the woman's sorrowful gaze, filled me with profound confusion and curiosity, particularly her beautiful yet mournful eyes, which left me unsettled and restless. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over fear, and I resolved to examine the mysterious crystal coffin once more. As I cautiously pushed open the door, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Enchanting and captivating, as if it could ensnare the very soul, I stealthily made my way to the room housing the coffin, a chill enveloping me like a tide of ice. I shivered involuntarily but pressed on. With each step, my anxiety intensified. However, when I reached the coffin, I was astonished to find the lid, which should have been tightly closed, slightly ajar. A sliver of mysterious energy emanated from the gap, quickening my heartbeat. My eyes widened, filled with trepidation and uncertainty. What was happening? Had someone tampered with the coffin? Nervously, I approached, my trembling fingers brushing against the lid, feeling a frigid aura emanating from it. That chill coursed through my body, igniting tremors within me. Taking a deep breath, I summoned my courage and slowly nudged the lid open a crack, peering inside. There lay the woman, serene and beautiful in her azure attire, as if she were a slumbering fairy. Her garments flowed like mist, exuding an air of mystery. The fragrance enveloped me, intoxicating my senses. I gazed at her, an inexplicable surge of compassion washing over me. Just then, her eyes fluttered open. In that instant, my heart seemed to halt. Her gaze, clear as water, met mine, as if she could see into the depths of my soul. Startled, I stumbled back, my face pale as parchment. My heart racing, I turned to flee this terrifying place, only to find my legs weighed down as though filled with lead, immobilized. Fear coiled around me like an invisible tether, binding me tightly. Yet, in the midst of my panic, her voice drifted into my ears. "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you." Her tone was soft and melodious. I halted, turning back to the woman in the coffin. After much contemplation, I was uncertain of her true nature. Was she benevolent or malevolent? Perhaps I should wait for my grandfather's guidance in 2 days. With that thought, I dashed out of the room, faintly hearing a soft sigh behind me, filled with resignation and loss. 2 days swiftly passed, and I observed my grandfather arranging various wedding items in the house, a dazzling array of vibrant red. Curiosity compelled me to ask, "Grandfather, what are you doing?" My voice brimmed with confusion and intrigue. "Preparing for your wedding," he replied, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "The wedding? Whom am I marrying?" "I am only 12, I exclaimed, my mouth agape in astonishment. My grandfather looked at me and declared, "Of course, you are to marry that female corpse. She once saved your life. Do you not wish to wed her?" My cheeks flushed as I recalled the beauty of the corpse, the silhouette from my dream, and I thought, certainly, I would be honored to have such a beautiful bride. Yet, I remained curious and asked, "Saved me? When did she save me? And how can I marry a corpse? She cannot move." My voice carried a hint of shyness and confusion. My grandfather playfully swatted the back of my head and said, "What nonsense are you talking, you rascal?" After a moment's deliberation, he spoke earnestly. "Do you not realize you are different from others? You were born after a full 12 months of gestation, arriving in this world barely alive. I sought her assistance in the mountains. She agreed to suppress the pure young energy within you, with the condition of a betrothal. That pouch is the token of our agreement. However, as you have grown, the pouch can no longer serve its purpose, hence you must wed her by your 12th birthday to ensure your safety. Upon reaching the age of 18, you should seek out Master Zhang to learn a skill for your own protection. Moreover, when the time is right, your bride shall awaken, and there will be no need for you to worry." I silently nodded, yet my heart remained heavy with doubt and concern. Although my grandfather assured me that the lady would awaken, I found it hard to fathom what it would be like to coexist with a corpse. As the wedding day drew nearer, an inexplicable tension began to envelop me, like an invisible net tightening around my being. Despite my gratitude towards the lady, this was undeniably a peculiar union. Each time I contemplated this, my heart would involuntarily tremble. On the eve of the wedding, I found myself alone in the room where the crystal coffin was placed. Chapter 10. The Wedding, the Jade Pendant. I stood quietly beside the coffin, gazing at the woman within. My eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions: anticipation, fear, and a hint of indescribable tenderness. The next day dawned, and the sun rose, its golden rays piercing the darkened sky like a sword, heralding the start of a new day. My grandfather and parents had prepared everything, and the wedding proceeded as scheduled. No other guests were invited, for they understood that such an extraordinary ceremony was not meant for public display. It was a secret ritual belonging to our family. The atmosphere felt somewhat desolate, the surroundings so silent that one could almost hear the whisper of the breeze. May the fifth generation of the Rouet family prosper, and may auspicious beginnings flourish, united in heart and purpose. May we enjoy the joys of companionship and uphold the vows of fidelity. The ceremony commenced. Following my grandfather's instructions, I meticulously performed each ritual step by step, dressed in the attire of the groom. The vibrant red robe adorned with exquisite embroidery, I held a bouquet of flowers in hand. I slowly approached the crystal coffin, each step heavy yet resolute. Before the coffin, I gently lifted the lid, gazing at the woman inside, recalling the scenes from my dreams. Who was that mysterious man? This question surged once more in my heart, but I reminded myself that this was for my own sake. Finally, I carefully cradled the bride in my arms. Though she was taller than I, her body was surprisingly light, allowing me to carry her with ease into our new abode, a room adorned with warmth and festivity. After placing her gently on the bed, I quietly sat beside her, gazing at her features. A faint smile lingered on her face, reminiscent of blossoms blooming in spring, beautiful and enchanting, as if she were content with this unique union. I silently vowed to care for her diligently, for despite this being merely a formal marriage, I would strive to fulfill my responsibilities, even if the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. After dinner, with a heart full of trepidation, I entered the room. My grandfather instructed me to sleep with the corpse in the crystal coffin that night. The coffin, positioned at the center of the room, emanated an air of mystery and chill. I cautiously opened the lid, a wave of coldness washing over me, sharp and biting, causing me to shudder. As I placed her within the coffin, I studied her closely. She wore a striking red robe, reminiscent of flames, vibrant and captivating. An intricately embroidered phoenix adorned the hem, seemingly ready to take flight at any moment. Her features were delicate, her brows arched like distant mountains, imbued with poetic grace and tenderness. Her eyes, clear and bright as autumn waters, held a gentle allure, while her slender, willow-like brows hinted at softness and elegance. Her nose was straight, with a dainty tip that added a touch of playfulness. Her complexion was as flawless as porcelain, fair and delicate, exuding a subtle blush. Her cherry-red lips parted slightly, vibrant and inviting. Her hair, elegantly styled, cascaded down like a waterfall, embodying classic beauty, both gentle and spirited. I took a deep breath, summoning my courage, and lay down inside the coffin. The space felt constricted, inducing a sense of suffocation, yet I endeavored to maintain my composure, suppressing the fear and unease within me as I sought to acclimate to this alien and terrifying environment. I closed my eyes, attempting to relax, whispering comforting words to myself. However, the fear lurking deep within me gripped my heart like an invisible hand, making sleep elusive. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma enveloped me, possessing an enchanting quality that gradually calmed my racing heart. Leading me into slumber, in the dead of night, I felt a tingling sensation at my neck, as if something were gently sucking. This peculiar feeling stirred unease within me. Although soft and subtle, it sent my nerves into a frenzy. Fragments of childhood tales about zombies and vampires flooded my mind, intensifying my fear, as terrifying scenes replayed in my imagination. The night was thick as ink, a darkness so profound it seemed to consume the world. Dreams flowed like water, elusive and hazy, transporting me into a realm of obscurity. In this world, I beheld her, the lady in the red robe. We occupied a festive bridal chamber, adorned with vibrant decorations, the red wedding symbols prominently displayed on the walls. She sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, her form elegant, like a beautiful painting. I approached her, my steps light yet anxious, each footfall feeling as though it were upon clouds. Lifting her red veil, I was captivated by her exquisite visage, delicate as a lotus emerging from water. Taking my breath away, as her eyes fluttered open, they fixed upon me with anticipation and warmth. "Husband, come closer," she spoke softly, her voice melodious as a mountain stream, pure and enchanting. I gazed at her stunning countenance, stepping closer with a heart full of excitement and trepidation, my heartbeat echoing like a rapid drum against my chest. Sitting beside her, I felt her chill against my skin, yet it was a warmth unlike any other. Her gaze was filled with profound affection, as deep as the ocean, drawing me in. unable to resist. I took her hand. The icy touch startled me, yet her smile radiated warmth. I had many questions, yearning to inquire, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Just as I opened my mouth to speak, she placed her index finger gently against my lips, her eyes brimming with emotion, imploring me to remain silent. That soulful gaze sent a jolt through me, causing me to bow my head, a flush of warmth creeping onto my cheeks. "Husband, it is late. We should rest," she said softly. With a wave of her hand, the room dimmed instantly, plunging us into darkness. An invisible force pulled me onto the bed beside her, the scent of her lingering around me as layers of clothing fell away. At that tender age, I understood little, allowing her to guide me gently, her whispers like a night breeze caressing the lake, refreshing yet reassuring. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her features, strikingly beautiful, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Under the moon's glow, her visage appeared even more pure and radiant. Her fingers glided lightly across my forehead, soothing away my worries, and soon I drifted into a serene slumber, the dreams enveloping me like a tranquil harbor, instilling a sense of profound safety and comfort. The next day, the harsh sunlight pierced through the window like golden spears, illuminating the dark corners and waking me from my slumber. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and discovered she still lay within the crystal coffin, while I was sprawled on the bed. The room appeared orderly, as if everything that transpired last night had merely been a dream. Could it be that all of last night's events were nothing but a figment of my imagination? I sighed deeply, a mixture of confusion and despondency filling my heart. Approaching the coffin, I called out, "My bride, what is your name?" After a lengthy silence, the room remained quiet, devoid of any response. My mother shouted from outside, "Shawan, hurry and get up for breakfast." "All right, I'm coming," I replied hastily, rushing to the door. After freshening up, I joined my family at the dining table, where my mother had prepared an elaborate feast, the aroma of the dishes wafting enticingly, making my mouth watered. As soon as I sat down, I began to devour the food ravenously. During the meal, my parents admonished me, "Regardless of who she is, now that you are wed, you must treat her well. If we find out otherwise, you shall face the consequences." I nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to my grandfather, who smiled and nodded back. "Grandfather, do you know her name?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. He patted my head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I do not know, but I am aware of one character in her name. You can simply take out the brocade pouch and see for yourself." As my eyes lit up, I hurriedly retrieved the exquisite silk pouch from my pocket. With utmost care, I unfastened it, fearful of damaging this precious artifact. Nestled within lay an ancient jade pendant, inscribed with a single character, its form twisted and contorted, reminiscent of an archaic script. Leaning in closer, I scrutinized it until I finally discerned the intricate character. It was Tong. After finishing my meal, I could hardly contain my excitement as I clutched the jade pendant. Returning once more to the chamber housing the crystal coffin, gently, I pushed the door open and stepped inside, my heart racing with anticipation. Approaching the crystal coffin, I gazed at the girl within, filled with a mixture of curiosity and reverence. Her visage remained as beautiful and serene as ever, as if she were merely slumbering, waiting for something. I then tenderly caressed the jade pendant and whispered softly, "Tong seems to be calling out this name." Addressing the crystal coffin, I declared, "From now on, I shall call you Xiao Tong." As my words hung in the air, a wave of warmth enveloped the room, as if Xiao Tong had heard my utterance and responded in kind. Chapter 11. Possessed? For fleeting years had passed, like a fleeting shadow, with Xiao Tong still lying peacefully in her coffin, unchanged. Throughout these years, on the 15th of every month, I would apply a drop of blood from my middle finger onto her lips, earnestly hoping for a sign of awakening. Yet, time and again, disappointment weighed heavily upon my heart. I had also entered high school, gaining admission to the best institution in the county through diligent effort, a feat that should have filled me with pride and joy. However, the school was quite distant from home, necessitating several hours of travel, and it operated under a strict closed campus policy, allowing me to return home only on weekends. The inconvenience of travel, coupled with the long and bumpy journey, led me to choose to reside on campus. That day marked the beginning of summer vacation. As I exited school, burdened by my heavy backpack, I prepared to head home. Upon reaching the school gate, I encountered a girl from the neighboring class, Li Louis. Fu Shiren. Are you going home? Why don't we go together? Her voice was melodious, tinged with a hint of hope. Li Louis was the daughter of Aunt Li Er, and we had shared a close bond since childhood. She was quite charming, with two adorable dimples accentuating her smile, making her the acknowledged beauty of our school. No, I'll manage on my own. Accompanying you would surely bring me trouble, I replied, hastily making my way toward the bus station. My pace hurried, unwilling to glance back. What do you mean, Fu Shiren? Others want to accompany me, and I would gladly accept, she retorted, her voice tinged with irritation, her back displaying a mix of stubbornness and indignation. I paid her no heed, primarily because since my wedding with Xiao Tong, every time a girl approached me, the jade pendant around my neck would grow warm. Accompanied by a series of unfortunate events, I recalled an incident when a female classmate had approached me with a question. As I finished my explanation and stood up, I inexplicably stumbled, falling clumsily to the ground, much to the amusement of my classmates and the ruin of my dashing reputation. Such occurrences had taught me to maintain distance from girls. Upon arriving at the bus station, I unexpectedly encountered Li Louis once more. She noticed me, her expression slightly awkward, a mix of embarrassment and hesitation playing across her features, yet she mustered the courage to approach Fu Shiren. I acted impulsively. I am sorry, she said, her voice trembling. I was taken aback, surprised that the usually proud Li Louis would come to apologize. I smiled gently and replied, "It's all right. I've already forgotten." My tone was calm and soothing. Aiming to alleviate the tension, as we walked side by side toward the bus station, the atmosphere felt somewhat strained. Suddenly, Li Louis broke the silence. "Fu Shiren, the jade pendant you wear around your neck is quite special." Her gaze fell upon the pendant, brimming with curiosity. Instinctively, I touched the pendant, a gift from Xiao Tong that I had worn consistently, never parting with it. After a moment of hesitation, I replied, "It was given to me by my wife." A flicker of surprise crossed Li Louis's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Wife? How old are you? You already have a wife. Are you trying to fool me?" she teased. I chuckled softly, but offered no further explanation. I was at a loss as to how to convey the essence of my connection with Xiao Tong. Everything about her was beautiful yet so distant, a secret that belonged solely to me. We boarded the bus and found a seat. Li Louis continued to gaze at me, her eyes filled with intrigue. Feeling a tad uncomfortable, I turned to look out the window. Suddenly, I sensed the jade pendant growing warm against my skin. An ominous premonition surging within me, I instinctively tightened my grip on the pendant, silently praying that no misfortune would befall me this time. Just then, the bus came to a sudden halt, causing me to lurch forward and nearly collide with the seat ahead. My body lost its balance, and my heart raced with anxiety. "What happened?" Passengers exclaimed in discontent and alarm. The driver apologized, explaining that a cat had dashed across the road, necessitating the abrupt stop. His voice carried a blend of frustration and tension. I sighed in relief and glanced at Li Louis, who appeared shaken, her complexion pale and her eyes still reflecting traces of fear. However, as I returned my gaze to the window, I noticed a woman standing beneath a tree by the roadside, someone I had never seen before. Her eyes fixed on me with an indescribable intensity. I froze, my heart racing wildly as though it might leap from my chest. Before I could collect my thoughts, the bus resumed its journey. Slowly pulling away from the spot, I quickly turned back, eager to catch another glimpse, but her figure had vanished. A sense of disorientation washed over me, filled with confusion and unease. Such strange occurrences had not transpired in 4 years. The long-forgotten fear and bewilderment enveloped me once more. Li Louis noticed my distress and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Her voice was laced with worry. I forced a smile and shook my head. After approximately 2.5 hours, the bus finally came to a halt. As I disembarked, I sprinted toward home, my pace swift, as if something were pursuing me. "Fu Shiren, are you not a man?" "Wait for me," Li Louis's voice echoed behind me, filled with indignation. I paid her no mind, fixated solely on the thought of returning home swiftly. Upon opening the door, I found the house empty. My parents must have gone out to work. I mused as I entered the house, and my gaze fell upon the crystal coffin. I settled beside it and began recounting amusing incidents from school, my voice resonating in the silence of the room. Occasionally, I could hear faint giggles. Surely it was Xiao Tong, and my heart swelled with joy, believing she was on the verge of awakening. Suddenly, A series of knocks echoed from outside. "Fu Yi, are you home?" Came a frantic voice, laced with anxiety. I rushed to the door, surprised to see Aunt Lier standing there, her face etched with worry and unease. Normally amiable, her expression now filled me with a sense of foreboding. "Aunt Air, what has happened? Why the urgency?" I inquired, my voice tinged with concern. Shaoan, is your grandfather at home? Your second uncle is in serious trouble. It seems he has possessed." "What? My grandfather isn't at home right now," I exclaimed, the tide of unease surging within me. The news of my second uncle being possessed shocked me deeply. "Aunt Air, please, calm down and tell me what happened. How could he be possessed?" I urged, striving to maintain my composure while seeking clarity. Taking a deep breath, Aunt Air attempted to steady herself before continuing. "This morning, your second uncle went to the back mountain to chop wood, and upon returning home, he suddenly went berserk. He was babbling incoherently and behaving strangely. The villagers say he must be possessed. I hurried to find your grandfather, hoping he could help." Hearing this, my anxiety escalated. In our village, possession was no trivial matter, often necessitating the intervention of a priest or shaman. With my grandfather being the only one knowledgeable in these matters, his absence left us in a precarious situation. "Aunt Air, perhaps I should accompany you to see what is going on. Although my grandfather hasn't taught me much, I have learned some basic skills," I suggested to her. Aunt Air regarded me for a moment, hesitating before agreeing. "All right, Shaoan, you should go and assess the situation. We can address it when your grandfather returns." "Aunt Air, let us hurry," I declared resolutely, then hurried alongside my second aunt towards my uncle's residence. Upon our arrival, I noticed a gathering of villagers at the entrance. As they spotted me, they instinctively parted to create a path. Chapter 12. The eve of conflict. Stepping into the courtyard, I was met with a chaotic scattering of feathers strewn across the ground. My uncle was clutching a chicken, ravenously tearing into it, a gruesome sight that was nothing short of repulsive. Fragments of flesh and splatters of blood adorned him, his face and attire smeared with the remnants of the slaughter. Li Lui cowered in a corner, her complexion as pale as a blank sheet of paper, her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Upon seeing my arrival, she hastened to my side. Gripping the hem of my garment tightly, ignoring her, I fixed my gaze upon my uncle, scrutinizing him intently. His face was ashen, devoid of color, his eyes a sickly green. He emitted a series of sharp, piercing sounds, a cacophony that sent shivers down my spine, particularly as I observed the sharpness of his jawline. A sense of dread gripped my heart. It was evident that he had fallen prey to a weasel spirit. In that moment, uncertainty clouded my mind, for the weasel was notorious for its vengeful nature and cunning, promising endless troubles if not dealt with decisively. After much contemplation, I addressed my second aunt. "Aunt, this situation is rather complicated. We must restrain my uncle until my grandfather arrives to devise a plan." She acquiesced, her voice tinged with a tremor of apprehension, summoning a few robust men from the village. They bound my uncle. Although these men were typically strong and vigorous, they approached my uncle with an air of caution, fearing unforeseen consequences. Before long, my grandfather arrived in a flurry, his footsteps hasty and his brow glistening with sweat. Too preoccupied to wipe it away, upon seeing me, he spoke with a hint of pride. "Well done, my boy, truly a credit to the Fu family." After a brief pat on my head, he advanced towards my uncle. With his vast experience, my grandfather handled such matters with remarkable ease. He approached my uncle, examining him closely before retrieving several talismans from a cloth bag he carried. Turning to me and my second aunt, he declared, "Indeed, he is possessed by a weasel spirit, but do not worry. I possess the means to resolve this." His voice was steady and assured, instructing Li Lui and me to stand aside and keep our distance. He began to chant incantations, gesturing with his fingers in a manner I could not comprehend. As he uttered the spells, my uncle's body convulsed violently. Strange sounds escaped his lips, a mixture of human cries and beastly roars, as if engaged in a fierce struggle with the weasel spirit. After a tumultuous battle, my grandfather suddenly bellowed, and the talismans in his hand ignited, illuminating the surroundings with a fierce glow. He pressed the burning talisman against my uncle's forehead. My uncle let out a piercing scream, and a wisp of white smoke enveloped him as his body jerked violently before falling eerily still. Grandfather approached to assess my uncle's condition, then turned to us, stating, "All is well. The weasel spirit has been expelled." My second aunt and I rushed forward, relieved to see my uncle had returned to his senses. Although his complexion remained pale, clarity had returned to his eyes, dispelling the previous madness and confusion. They exhaled in relief, gazing gratefully at my grandfather. "Grandfather, you are truly remarkable," I exclaimed earnestly. My grandfather smiled and patted my shoulder before addressing the villagers. "You may all return home. There is no cause for concern." After Uncle Lee regained consciousness, he recounted the events leading to this ordeal. He had encountered the weasel seeking retribution, but in his ignorance, he had thrown a stone to drive it away, resulting in the spirit's diminished power and its subsequent vengeance. Following this incident, I returned home with my grandfather, who wore a troubled expression, seemingly lost in thought. His furrowed brow resembled a lock, confining his inner worries. "Grandfather, what troubles you?" I inquired, my voice laced with curiosity. After a lengthy pause, he spoke in a low, grave tone. "Shaoan, this weasel may merely be a scout." Puzzled, I questioned, "But hasn't the matter been resolved? Could there be further complications?" I pressed my grandfather multiple times, my tone filled with urgency and unease. He remained silent, urging me instead to rest. And the days that followed, I trained diligently alongside my grandfather. Although he refrained from imparting knowledge of feng shui, fearing it might adversely affect my future cultivation, he focused on enhancing my physical capabilities through basic exercises. Initially, I struggled to endure even an hour, provoking my grandfather's disappointment and reprimand. His countenance darkened, and his voice was stern, as if I had committed a grave error. And my father had often implored my grandfather not to be so harsh, considering my youth, yet each time, my grandfather dismissed him coldly. As time wore on, my physical strength improved significantly, allowing me to endure training for days on end. Concurrently, I began to sense a mysterious energy within me, seemingly transforming my very essence. However, I remained oblivious to its nature and could not harness it. I eagerly sought answers from my grandfather, yet he remained tight-lipped. 1 week later, on a night shrouded in thick, oppressive clouds, the sky resembled a vast black curtain, casting the world into darkness. The weighty clouds loomed ominously, threatening to descend and crush the earth beneath. Thunder rumbled dully, echoing like a roar from the depths of hell, instilling fear within my heart. The bamboo grove in the courtyard creaked in the wind, producing a sharp, mournful sound, reminiscent of countless tormented souls weeping. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the courtyard, as though unseen eyes were watching us from the shadows, sending chills down my spine. A wave of unease washed over me, strikingly similar to the ambience when my uncle was possessed. It felt as though an invisible hand was clutching my heart, rendering me breathless. My grandfather seemed to sense something amiss. He approached me solemnly and said, "Shaoan, tonight may bring significant events. You must be prepared." Suddenly, the courtyard's large door was flung open by a gust of wind, as if someone had entered. The wind howled, carrying a chilling aura. A bolt of lightning illuminated the courtyard, revealing every detail in stark clarity. I felt a strange familiarity towards the figure, though I could not place it. Another flash of lightning struck, and I recalled that this was the woman I had seen on the day of my return home. Could she be a ghost? Her eyes were blackened, resembling two unfathomable voids, surrounded by swirling dark mist that coiled around her like venomous serpents. Drops of blood dripped from her fingertips, forming grotesque patterns upon the ground. I later learned that this was malevolent energy. Should it inadvertently enter one's body, it could lead to severe illness or even pose a life-threatening danger. As the woman drew closer, an icy chill crept up my spine, rapidly spreading throughout my body, compelling me to shudder. My grandfather grasped my hand tightly. The strength of his grip provided me a modicum of comfort against my fears. With a commanding shout, he declared, "Wretched creature, cease this at once, or I shall ensure your soul is scattered. You cannot protect them." Her voice rasped and grating, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood, causing my ears to ache, furrowing my brow in confusion. I silently pondered, protect them from what? My grandfather inhaled deeply, straightening his posture, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Who are you?" If you have come, why do you not reveal yourself? His gaze was piercing, as though he could penetrate the darkness itself. The ghostly woman erupted into laughter, her voice a chilling melody that sent shivers down my spine, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. Slowly, she raised a bloodied finger, pointing at us, droplets of crimson cascading to the ground, producing a nauseating sound. Hand her over as the words left her lips, the female specter charged forth, her speed akin to that of lightning, as if intent on tearing us asunder. My grandfather swiftly drew his copper coin sword, meeting her advance head-on. The sword traced a brilliant arc through the air, producing a resonant hum. Appeared the ghost harbored a certain trepidation towards the blade, her movements noticeably becoming more cautious. An atmosphere thick with tension and oppression enveloped the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Each breath became labored and hurried, the sound of heartbeats echoing like drums in our ears. After a brief skirmish, it became evident that the specter was no match for my grandfather. He recited an incantation, and the copper coin sword radiated a golden light, striking the female specter directly. She let out a piercing scream, a sound both chilling and sorrowful, as she was sent hurtling out of the courtyard, vanishing into the stormy night. Simultaneously, the sound of footsteps echoed, ta-ta-ta, signifying the approach of an ominous figure. "Old Master Fu, your prowess remains undiminished," remarked a man clad in black, his voice deep and foreboding. Chapter 13. An impending confrontation. My grandfather's brow furrowed slightly, the creases deepening like two profound ravines. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected visitor, he sheathed his copper coin sword, his movements swift and decisive, gripping it tightly as he fixed a wary gaze upon the figure outside. "Who are you?" My grandfather's voice resonated with authority and strength. The man in black chuckled softly, a sound that reverberated eerily through the stillness of the night. Bathed in moonlight, his face appeared shadowy and enigmatic, as if cloaked in a veil of darkness. "Old Master Fu, it's an honor to finally meet you. I am but a passerby who happened to witness the earlier events." His voice wavered, evoking an air of uncertainty regarding his true intentions. A flicker of suspicion crossed my grandfather's eyes, his gaze piercing like a sword aimed at the man in black, showing no sign of relaxation. "A passerby? Do you take me for a fool? Or do you fancy yourself clever?" My grandfather's words were laden with skepticism, his tone icy and grave. The man in black smiled faintly, his grin appearing particularly sinister in the dark. He produced an envelope from within his cloak, which seemed to emanate a mysterious aura, and slowly extended it toward my grandfather. "I come bearing a message. This is for you, Old Master Fu." His voice remained neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. My grandfather accepted the envelope. Casting a puzzled glance at the man in black, he swiftly tore it open, his movements urgent and fervent. The contents of the letter caused his complexion to drain, turning as pale as parchment. He lifted his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity as he fixed them on the man in black. "What does this mean?" My grandfather's voice was filled with indignation and confusion. The man shrugged. "Feigning innocence, I am merely the messenger. The contents of the letter are unknown to me." His expression was devoid of warmth, as if this entire affair bore no relevance to him. Casting a glance at me, my grandfather's tone turned resolute as he declared, "You return and inform him that it is impossible. If he has the audacity, let him come and seize it. I shall be waiting." The man in black responded nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I shall convey your words. I am merely the herald. My associates outside have been waiting patiently. I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and departed, vanishing into the stormy night after taking but a few steps. A wave of astonishment washed over me, momentarily believing my eyes deceived me. Braving the downpour, I rushed to the doorway, peering outside, the rain instantly drenching my clothes. It was a sight I wish I had not seen. For amidst the rain-soaked darkness lurked an ominous multitude of green, glistening eyes, all fixated upon me. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating my surroundings. I discerned a horde of weasels, their eyes flickering with an eerie glow beneath the flash. Leading the pack was one that stood upright, towering at approximately 1.7 meters, with tufts of white fur dancing in the wind. With a wave of its paw, the densely clustered weasels surged forward, their movements swift and agile, encircling our courtyard with menacing intent. Fear gripped my heart as I recoiled, an unprecedented terror surging within me. The leader of the weasels slowly advanced into the courtyard. Unrelenting thunder crashing above, and in the flashes of light, I could see that its lower half resembled that of a human, while the upper half retained its weasel form. It spoke slowly, its voice raspy like a worn-out bellows. "Old Master Fu, how have you been?" A chill ran through me at the realization that this creature could articulate human speech. My grandfather's demeanor remained largely unchanged, as if he were unfazed by the bizarre encounter. He turned towards the upright weasel, his voice unwavering as he replied, "Old Huang Jiu, it has been many years. You have not changed a bit." The weasel emitted a cold chuckle, its eyes shimmering with cunning. Akin to cold stars twinkling in the night sky, "Old Master Fu, times have changed. Best you yield without resistance. If you willingly surrender that crystal coffin today, I shall overlook past grievances. Otherwise, we shall settle both old and new debts." Its voice was thick with menace and greed. They were here for Zhao Xiaotong. In the face of the weasel's threats, my grandfather exhibited not a trace of fear, responding firmly, "Old Huang, are you threatening me? I, Fu, have lived many years without fearing anyone. If you possess the courage, come and take it today." Upon hearing this, a flash of anger sparked in the weasel's eyes, and he let out a piercing laugh. Reminiscent of an owl's mournful cry, "Very well, old Fu, you remain as defiant as ever. In that case, do not blame me for my lack of hospitality." With that, the largest weasel's body began to swell ominously. Its once smooth fur turned as rigid as steel needles, sharp and formidable, resembling a hedgehog. Its eyes glimmered with a sinister green light, akin to two blazing emeralds. Simultaneously, a formidable and malevolent aura surged forth from its being, akin to an invisible storm sweeping through the courtyard. This malevolence was so powerful that it left us breathless. The other smaller weasels, seemingly emboldened by their leader, let out shrill cries of aggression. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity and avarice, resembling a pack of ravenous beasts that had spotted delectable prey. Their claws scraped against the ground, poised to pounce upon us at a moment's notice. Then, these smaller weasels, driven mad with frenzy, charged at us heedlessly. Faced with this sudden onslaught, panic surged within me, yet I quickly regained my composure. I had no time to ponder, hastily seizing a hoe from the courtyard, gripping it tightly as its handle trembled slightly under my force. When the first weasel lunged at me, I swung the hoe without hesitation, bringing it down with all my might. My movements were swift and decisive. As if channeling every ounce of strength into that single blow, the hoe collided with the weasel's body, producing a dull thud. The weasel let out a wail, collapsing onto the ground, blood staining the earth crimson. Yet more weasels poured forth, undeterred by the fate of their comrade, advancing relentlessly, without fear of death. Their silhouettes surged in the darkness like an unending tide. I swung the hoe with all my might, each swing accompanied by the weasel's anguished cries and the splatter of blood. My arms ached from the exertion, but I pressed on. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, a stench that made my stomach churn. Rain continued to fall, washing the blood across the courtyard, forming pools of scarlet that gleamed ominously in the lightning's glow. The battle raged on, my strength gradually waning, yet I persisted through sheer will. My breaths grew rapid, sweat mingling with rainwater, cascading down my cheeks. The number of weasels seemed inexhaustible, their relentless advance plunging me into despair. However, I refused to surrender. Meanwhile, the largest weasel was locked in a fierce struggle with my grandfather, who wielded the copper coin sword with fervor. Each swing emitted a brilliant golden light, pressing the weasel back, while smaller weasels attempted to distract him. The night deepened, darkness threatening to engulf all. The scene was reminiscent of hell itself. With no escape in sight, I felt as though the hoe in my hands had grown as heavy as 1,000 pounds, every swing accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue. My muscles ached as if they belonged to someone else. The weasel's attacks intensified, as if they were embodying their loyalty to their leader with their very lives. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the struggle between my grandfather and the leader weasel. In the flash, my grandfather's figure appeared resolute and aged, his form slightly stooped, yet every movement exuded strength. The copper coin sword whistled through the air with each swing, golden light flickering from its tip. each clash with the weasel resonating with a deafening roar. A sense of urgency gripped my heart. I could not falter. My grandfather needed my assistance. Drawing a deep breath, I summoned all my strength to swing the hoe. Repelling several smaller weasels, turning my gaze towards my grandfather, I saw him being forced back relentlessly by the larger weasel, the situation perilous. Ignoring my injuries, I shouted and charged towards him. Shaolin, do not come closer. My grandfather barked urgently. Chapter 14. Troubles unending at that moment, the enormous yellow weasel unleashed a thunderous roar, its voice brimming with boundless fury and ferocity. Its form swelled once more, emanating a sinister aura thick enough to be tangible, enveloping the entire courtyard in its malevolence. The sheer intensity of this aura was suffocating, pressing down upon me like the weight of Mount Tai, leaving my chest constricted and my breath labored. Faced with such a formidable adversary, I did not falter. The hoe in my grasp sliced through the air with a whistling sound as I brought it crashing down upon the great yellow weasel. Yet, it merely waved a hand dismissively, effortlessly neutralizing my assault. Witnessing this, I couldn't help but gasp in shock, as waves of astonishment and dread surged through me. Humph, you refuse to drink the toast and instead choose the penalty wine. For years ago, you massacred so many of my brethren. If you wish to play today, we shall settle both old and new scores. The yellow weasel sneered at my grandfather and me, its expression laced with disdain. It appeared brimming with confidence in its own power, believing we were utterly incapable of resisting it, its gaze exuding an arrogance that burned like an unquenchable flame, unbearable to behold. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within me. Simultaneously, my grandfather bellowed, "Fear you? Not in the slightest." He then thrust the copper coin sword into the ground, forming seals with his hands and proclaiming loudly, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe grants its laws. 9 heavens of thunder, in my name, I decree." My grandfather's voice reverberated through the night sky, imbued with a sacred and inviolable authority. As his incantation rang out, a sudden clap of thunder erupted in the heavens. A bolt of lightning cleaved the night sky, illuminating the courtyard as if it were day, casting everything in stark clarity. As my grandfather's words fell, bolts of lightning cascaded from above, snaking down like silver serpents, aimed directly at the yellow weasel. Upon seeing this, the weasel's expression shifted dramatically, its features contorting as its erstwhile confidence was swiftly replaced by terror. It emitted a high-pitched screech and turned to flee, its movements frantic and awkward. However, it barely managed a few steps before a bolt of lightning struck it, eliciting a chilling wail. Its body was sent tumbling through the air, akin to a fallen leaf caught in a tempest. Trembling, it rose unsteadily, blood spilling from its mouth, and its right side charred in multiple places, wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth. It glared at us with eyes filled with malice and despair. "You will pay for this," the yellow weasel shrieked. It expelled a jade-green orb from its mouth, which radiated an eerie green light, warping the very air around it. My grandfather's expression turned grave, his brows furrowing deeply. His voice was urgent and tense as he warned me, "That is its demon core. We must stop it." Without waiting for my grandfather to finish, I lunged toward the yellow weasel, my figure akin to an arrow released from a bow, propelled by reckless determination. Seeing me charge, a flicker of panic crossed the weasel's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a vengeful glare. Its animosity palpable and chilling, it bit down fiercely, swallowing the demon core back into its maw with swift decisiveness. "Oh no!" My grandfather's voice was laced with worry, echoing a cry of despair. At that moment, the weasel's eyes turned crimson, ablaze with a fierce malevolence, its aura darkening further. It unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated like thunder, the sound striking my eardrums painfully. Then it lunged at us, its speed akin to that of lightning. My grandfather, wielding the copper coin sword, engaged in battle with it. Each clash echoed with the sharp sound of metal colliding, sparks flying in the air. In but a few exchanges, my grandfather was forced to retreat repeatedly, his steps faltering as he appeared somewhat overwhelmed. The golden light of the copper coin sword began to dim, as if being consumed by darkness. When the golden glow finally extinguished, my grandfather was struck and sent flying, his body crashing to the ground like a kite with a severed string. "Grandfather!" I cried out, my voice filled with endless worry and fear. I rushed to his side, tears welling in my eyes. Struggling, my grandfather rose, addressing me, Shaolin, today I shall show you my true prowess. Though his voice was weak, it resonated with determination. With a bite, he spat blood onto the copper coin sword. Instantly, the golden light surged forth, blindingly brilliant. Holding the sword aloft, he chanted, Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe grants its laws, decree. In an instant, the copper coin sword flew towards the yellow weasel, piercing its heart before it could react. Its speed so swift that one could scarcely blink, it glared back with eyes full of defiance and despair before collapsing to the ground, its body deflating like a punctured balloon, reverting to the size of an ordinary weasel. With the fall of the great yellow weasel, the remaining smaller weasels instantly lost their will to fight, scattering in all directions, vanishing into the night as if they had never existed. The courtyard fell silent once more, the torrential rain gradually ceasing, leaving only my grandfather and me amidst the debris. The air was thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder, evoking a profound sense of desolation. Exhausted, I could barely stand. My legs heavy as if laden with lead, my body swaying unsteadily. My grandfather approached wearily, patting my shoulder. Though he spoke not a word, I could sense the graying of his hair, the toll of age weighing him down as he led me toward the house. His back slightly hunched, thud, thud, thud. The sound of a cane striking the ground resonated from behind, echoing unnaturally in the stillness of the night, sending chills down my spine. Every hair on my body stood on end. Turning to look, my grandfather and I found only emptiness. Could it be a trick of the ear? I questioned, my voice trembling with uncertainty. My grandfather shook his head, worry etched across his features, a shadow looming over his countenance. Truly, misfortune comes in torrents. Let us tidy up first, he spoke, his tone low and heavy, as if bearing an immense burden. We entered the house, commencing the arduous task of clearing the aftermath of battle. Just as I picked up a broom, my peripheral vision caught sight of a trail of damp footprints leading from the doorway and extending outside. From the shadows, a vague figure emerged, resembling a ghost. Elusive and enigmatic, the figure hunched over, leaning on a cane, each step echoing with a rhythmic thud against the ground, resonating like a death knell in the quiet courtyard. As the figure drew nearer, I finally discerned its features. It was a wrinkled old man, his face a labyrinth of creases, his vacant gaze suggesting a loss of spirit, as if he were on the verge of passing. A chill coursed down my spine as I anxiously glanced at my grandfather, whose expression had grown serious. My grandfather murmured, It seems that matters are far from over, as the old man approached. An air of tension enveloped us once more. Despite having just emerged from a fierce battle, my grandfather stood tall, his gaze sharp and vigilant as he focused intently on the old man. Filled with both wariness and resolve, in a deep, resonant voice, my grandfather inquired, Who are you? The old man slowly raised his head, a glimmer of sinister light flickering in his hollow eyes, chilling to the bone. His voice rasped, Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that if you hand over what lies within the coffin, I can grant this boy a chance at life. My grandfather's expression darkened. Who are you truly, and why seek what is within the coffin? The old man laughed coldly. You need not concern yourself with my identity. As for what lies within the coffin, it is something I must possess. Stepping forward, my grandfather shielded me behind him, declaring, You shall not have it. No matter who you are, do not even think of laying hands on the coffin. A glint of malice flashed in the old man's eyes. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, he raised his cane, a powerful aura emanating from him, sweeping forth like a storm. My grandfather stood undaunted, brandishing the copper coin sword in defiance. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in fierce combat, each clash producing a thunderous sound. Suddenly, the old man unleashed a fierce assault. My grandfather dodged to the side but was still sent hurtling backward, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 15. Awakening. Seeing my grandfather injured, I was consumed with urgency. Grandfather, I will help you. I seized a nearby wooden stick and charged recklessly at the old man. In an instant, the old man waved his hand, and a gust of wind sent me flying, the force overwhelming, rendering me powerless to resist. I crashed heavily against the courtyard wall, the impact resounding ominously. A warm flow surged from my throat, and I spat blood. The old man approached me slowly, each step deliberate and steadied, a pure young body, such a fine tonic. If I could consume you, my tribulations might be far more manageable. His voice dripped with greed and yearning. You seek death. As my grandfather beheld my appearance, he erupted in fury, stepping forward with a commanding presence that shielded me from harm. Despite his age, which rendered his figure slightly stooped, he emanated an aura that demanded respect and protection. His voice, resolute and unwavering, called out, Shaoan, step back. His gaze remained fixed on the elder, while the copper coin sword in his grasp glimmered faintly with a golden light. Though the radiance was subtle, it was imbued with hope. Struggling to rise, my body racked with pain, I understood that retreat was not an option at this critical juncture. Each motion was accompanied by excruciating agony, as if my very form threatened to disintegrate. Observing my struggle, the elder's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, a grotesque expression that marred his wrinkled visage. With a swift leap, he evaded my grandfather's attack, moving with a grace that belied his age. Suddenly, a long black whip appeared behind him, resembling a massive serpent, which lashed out violently at my grandfather. He deftly sidestepped, the copper coin sword lunging forth to meet the whip with a sharp clang that resonated through the stillness of the night. A sound that pierced the air like a siren. In that moment, I discerned the truth. The elder bore a serpent's tail, revealing his true nature as a serpent spirit, his strength a terrifying leap beyond that of the previous foe. Despair surged within me, enveloping my spirit in an abyss of darkness, and my grandfather's hand trembled, the subtle quiver betraying his exhaustion. His expression remained stoic, but his pallor deepened, rendering his face as white as a blank canvas. Yet, the elder's tail appeared unscathed, and his onslaught intensified, each crack of the whip slicing through the air with a menacing hiss, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of reality. My grandfather's swordsmanship grew increasingly fierce, each strike precise and aimed at the serpent spirit's vulnerabilities. Yet, the serpent spirit seemed to possess an uncanny insight, evading each attack with an air of cunning and mockery. As the battle raged on, beads of sweat soaked my grandfather's garments, cascading down like rain, clinging to him as breath became labored, each inhalation a struggle for survival. At this juncture, the serpent spirit abruptly altered its strategy. Its tail swept across the ground like a bolt of lightning, stirring a cloud of dust that obscured our vision. The dust enveloped us, plunging us into a haze of confusion and fear. I felt a rush of panic, my heart racing with dread for my grandfather's safety, when a deep chant suddenly filled the air. Yang, as the sun rises in the east, I command this talisman to dispel all malevolence. Spitting forth the waters of purity, eyes shining like the sun's radiance, vanquishing demons and evil spirits, urgent as the decree demands. As the dust began to settle, an astonishing sight emerged. A soft halo enveloped my grandfather's copper coin sword, shimmering with a faint spectrum of colors, a dreamlike brilliance that rendered me speechless. The serpent spirit, too, sensed the shift, its eyes betraying a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by a more ferocious glare. Seizing the moment, my grandfather stepped forward, raising the copper coin sword with determination and striking down fiercely at the serpent spirit. The sword traced a magnificent arc through the air, slicing through the darkness with lethal intent. The serpent spirit, caught off guard, attempted to evade but was struck by the force of the sword's energy, leaving a deep gash in its tail from which green blood gushed forth, exuding a noxious odor. The serpent spirit howled in agony, its tail thrashing wildly as it sought to retaliate. Yet my grandfather did not relent, delivering successive blows imbued with immense power that forced the serpent spirit to retreat. Regaining its stance, the serpent spirit hissed in anger. I wonder how much longer this old fool can endure. With that, it charged forward, fists glowing with a sinister green aura, as if something malevolent enveloped them. I watched in desperation, powerless to intervene. Suddenly, the serpent spirit unleashed a torrent of dark green flames towards my grandfather, the inferno akin to the breath of a demon, imbued with the power to obliterate. My grandfather dodged instinctively, but the flames singed the hem of his garment. Just as he attempted to extinguish the flames, the serpent spirit lunged, sending him sprawling while grandfather's body fell like a marionette with severed strings. Crashing to the ground, "Grandfather!" I cried out, my voice thick with despair and terror. Rushing to his side, panic consuming me, I knelt beside him. I shook his form gently, calling his name with urgency. His face was smeared with dirt and sweat. His breath faint and labored, each exhalation a reminder of the fragile nature of life. "Grandfather, please wake up," I implored, tears blurring my vision, the weight of fear threatening to drown me. Desperation surged within me as I scanned the surroundings. Yearning for assistance, my helpless gaze felt infinitesimal amidst the encroaching darkness. A fire of hatred ignited in my heart, a singular desire to destroy the serpent spirit, consuming me with its intensity in an instant. The serpent spirit seized me by the throat, its fingers like iron clamps, suffocating my breath. Its rancid breath loomed close, intent on draining my life force. Just as I believed my demise was imminent, a warmth coursed through me, an energy coalescing within, while a distant voice in my mind seemed to beckon me. The serpent spirit, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained its menacing demeanor. "With your paltry skills, what can you possibly do against me?" It sneered, lunging once more. I let out a fierce cry, my body enveloped by torrents of pure yang energy, radiating warmth and strength. Though formidable, the serpent spirit recoiled at this celestial force, flinging me away. Regaining my footing, I felt an exhilarating surge of power. That moment, I spotted the copper coin sword that had fallen beside my grandfather. I grasped it, drawing it across my palm, a spell emerging in my mind. Heaven and earth, profound and boundless with my blood. I command the gods, urgent as the decree commands. I recited the incantation aloud, feeling the sword warm in my grasp, the heat coursing through my veins. Rising, I held the sword tightly, my gaze fixed upon the serpent spirit, eyes ablaze with intent. The copper coin sword soared from my hand, spinning rapidly through the air, emanating a resonant hum. The halo around the sword intensified, coalescing into a brilliant beam of light that surged towards the serpent spirit. The serpent spirit's countenance shifted dramatically, as if it grasped the gravity of the moment. "Impossible. How can this be?" Its voice was steeped in fear and despair as it attempted to flee, but it was too late. The light enveloped it, and with a wail, its form was hurled backward. I rushed forward, discovering the serpent spirit incapacitated on the ground, transformed into a snake the size of my arm. A wave of relief washed over me as I approached my grandfather, who was stirring back to consciousness. "Grandfather, are you all right?" I asked with genuine concern, my voice a blend of joy and trepidation. He shook his head, reassuring me. "I am fine, Shaoan, thanks to you. I never anticipated you would awaken your pure young body." Ha ha ha! My heart soared with exhilaration, yet I felt lightheaded, nearly collapsing while grandfather hastily supported me, his brow furrowed with worry. "What is it, Shaoan? Are you all right? What is happening to me, grandfather? What occurred?" I murmured weakly, feeling as if everything I had just experienced was but a fleeting dream. Chapter 16. Is Xiao Tong the Valley Master? A flicker of concern crossed my grandfather's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. Speaking softly, "Do not fret, Shaoan, you merely exhausted yourself from harnessing the pure young body. You require rest." I felt a wave of weakness wash over me, yet my mind buzzed with questions. The pure young body. Was this what Zhang Daoling had referred to as my unique gift? My grandfather seemed to read my thoughts, smiling gently. "This is latent potential within you, always present but now awakened. The pure young body is an exceedingly rare gift, capable of dispelling evil and subduing malevolence." I sat there, dumbfounded, astonished by the power of my pure young body. Yet, the serpent spirit's final words echoed in my mind. "Impossible. How can this be?" It seemed astonished by my strength, igniting my curiosity about the secrets that lay hidden beneath the surface. Exhausted, I slumped onto the ground, a wave of fragrant aroma wafting through the air, previously overlooked in the tension of the moment. My grandfather's brow furrowed as he dashed to my room. Upon opening the door, the scent intensified. "Something's wrong," he exclaimed. "Grandfather, what is it?" I hastily inquired, but before I could finish my sentence, my grandfather entered the room, opened the crystal coffin, and grasped my hand. With a swift stroke of his copper coin sword, I let out a soft gasp as I witnessed him feeding my blood to Xiao Tong, whose complexion seemed to gain a touch of rosy vitality. The fragrant aroma in the room gradually dissipated as my grandfather murmured, "I hope it's not too late," followed by a deep sigh. Before I could pose any questions, he pushed me into the room, instructing me to rest well. Glancing back, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my head and fainted. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in the very scene from my previous dreams. Xiao Tong was tightly embracing a man, weeping profoundly, while the battlefield surrounding us was still a gruesome sight of corpses and blood. The figure of the man appeared hazy, yet I felt an inexplicable familiarity. Just as before, Xiao Tong lifted her gaze to meet mine, and I was jolted awake, realizing that the sheets were drenched in cold sweat. When I regained consciousness, the sun was already high in the sky. I glanced at the crystal coffin and noticed a small fox resting atop it. After the events of the previous night, I was no longer as astonished by such occurrences. The fox was pure white, untainted, with large, glistening eyes that blinked at me. I swiftly pulled it down from the coffin, and it landed on the ground, baring its teeth at me before turning away with an air of arrogance. As I opened the door, pondering how to tidy up the courtyard, I was taken aback by its pristine condition. As though nothing had ever transpired, I inquired with my parents, and my mother touched my forehead, saying, "Xiaowen, you're not ill, are you? The courtyard is spotless. What are we supposed to clean?" I hurried to my grandfather's door. Just as he emerged from the house, looking spirited as I was about to speak, he seemed to anticipate my thoughts and pointed to the small fox coming from my room, which strutted up to me with a haughty demeanor. Suddenly enlightened, I realized it was this little fox that had aided us. My grandfather pulled me into the house, and the fox followed suit. A swirl of white smoke enveloped us, and out stepped a girl of my age. I was captivated. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman I had seen aside from Xiao Tong. Dressed like an ancient noble lady, she gracefully approached my grandfather, stamping her foot in a manner that conveyed her grievances, and said, "Grandfather Fu, he bullied me." My grandfather cast a glance at me, prompting me to apologize immediately. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you," she responded with a playful expression. "Teasing me, himph, this time. I shall forgive you. If it weren't for Grandfather Fu saving me in the past, I wouldn't bother with you at all." My grandfather then revealed that he had rescued the fox several years ago when it was trapped in a snare, injuring its bones, and now it had come to repay its debt of gratitude. A few minutes later, I introduced myself as Hu Wanwan, and she inquired, "What's your name?" I replied, "I'm Fu Shiren." Scratching my nose, "All right, let us get down to business," my grandfather interjected. "I caught a whiff of that fragrance last night on the back mountain. It won't be long before someone arrives. Be mentally prepared." Hu Wanwan stated earnestly. I was perplexed and turned to her, asking, "Who is coming?" My grandfather sighed deeply, saying nothing, which only heightened my anxiety as he remained lost in thought. After a while, my grandfather spoke. "Xiaowen, you should spend more time with your wife now. If fate allows." He trailed off. He then pulled me out of the house, and I stood frozen in place, as if time had stopped. Returning indoors, I reflected on all my experiences over the years, gently touching the crystal coffin as I declared, "Unless you step over my corpse, no one shall take you away." As the sun descended in the west, casting a warm glow, the back mountain appeared particularly enchanting. Just then, dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind arose. I abruptly turned my gaze towards the back mountain. A terrifying pressure descended upon me like a storm, leaving me devoid of any spirit to resist. My grandfather swiftly called my parents back into the house, while the little fox conjured a mysterious veil, isolating us from the outside world. Hu Wanwan looked towards the back mountain, fear palpable in her voice as she exclaimed, "They're coming! They're here!" No sooner had she spoken than a plume of green smoke rose from the distant mountains, resembling a phoenix as it flapped its wings and rushed towards us. The speed of the smoke was astonishing, reaching our courtyard in the blink of an eye. As the smoke gradually cleared, several figures emerged. At the forefront stood an elderly man clad in green, his garments billowing gracefully, adorned with intricate patterns, and a jade-studded belt accentuating his noble bearing. His demeanor was grave, with deep-set eyes that conveyed wisdom and authority from a life well lived. Beside him stood a tall young man, his green attire flowing with the wind, the hem embroidered with cloud patterns, as if he were one with the heavens. He exuded an air of confidence, his lips curled in a subtle smirk, leaving an enigmatic impression. On the other side stood a strikingly beautiful woman in a long green dress, the hem embroidered with exquisite floral designs, her gown swaying like a poetic masterpiece. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with elegant jade hairpins, accentuating her allure. Finally, there was a slightly gaunt middle-aged man, his green attire tailored impeccably, silver threads lining the collar and cuff. He held a folding fan, painted with picturesque landscapes, exuding elegance in every gesture. Their arrival enveloped the courtyard in an aura of mystery. The man in green fixed his gaze on my grandfather, coldly inquiring, "Where is the Valley Master?" My heart raced as I asked, "What Valley Master?" The enchanting woman turned to Hu Wanwan and commanded, "Sister, tell this boy." To my astonishment, this woman was Hu Wanwan's sister. Was she also a fox? And what of the people beside her? Xiao Tong. Hu Wanwan, unable to lift her head, murmured, "Yes, sister." She approached me and tugged at my sleeve, saying, "Shuren, they are here to take your wife back." My grandfather quietly observed them, silent as the grave. A notion began to form in my mind. Sensing my hesitation, Hu Wanwan, with a concerned expression, urged, "Shuren, you are no match for them right now. You must recognize the reality. If you do not comply, none of your family will survive. Is this reality? How cruel it is." Chapter 17. The 5-year pact. I shook my head in resignation, a swirl of bitterness and helplessness consuming me. Theo, protect my family. I had no choice but to comply. Hu Wanwan accompanied me as we walked into the house, her gentle voice soothing my troubled mind. "Shuren, don't overthink it. Point one day, when you have the strength, you can storm in and rescue your wife." I clenched my fists, palms slick with sweat, yet I remained silent. My mind tumultuous, vowing that one day, I would make them all pay. I would personally bring her back. Upon returning indoors, my gaze fell once more on the lifeless figure of the woman resting within the crystal coffin. They had said I must allow them to take her only over my dead body, yet now, they needed merely a thought, and I feared I might perish instantly. I bitterly chuckled, a smile laced with self-mockery and indignation. Seeing my expression, Hu Wanwan gently patted my back, her touch warm and comforting. "Shuren, I will wait at the door. If you have anything to say, hurry and say it." Meanwhile, my grandfather remained silent before those strange individuals, not daring to utter a word. This was the harsh reality. After standing in a daze for a few seconds, I let out a long breath, as if trying to expel all the pent-up emotions within me. I called to Hu Wanwan, and together we summoned all our strength to lift the coffin. Outside, the group of individuals in green knelt in unison as we emerged with the coffin, exclaiming in a thunderous voice, "We welcome the Valley Master." Their voices echoed, as if capable of piercing the heavens. What exactly was Xiao Tong's identity to command such powerful subordinates? How formidable must her strength be? My mind was a whirlpool of questions, yet no answers came forth. After their reverence, the robust young man in green slowly took the coffin from my hands, his gaze filled with disdain, as if to say, "You, so weak, are unworthy of the Valley Master." At that moment, my heart felt hollow, as if I had suffered a tremendous blow, rendering me incapable of thought or action, only wishing for this tormenting, powerless situation to end swiftly. Seeing me remain motionless, he coldly remarked, "What are you still doing here?" Just then, an overwhelming and terrifying force crashed down upon me like a tidal wave, causing me to drop to one knee with a thud. My body trembling uncontrollably. However, the coffin suddenly emitted a resounding thud. The expression on the young man's face shifted dramatically, as the others turned in alarm towards the coffin. I in the midst of their astonishment. The lid of the coffin slowly lifted, and a beam of light shot forth. Within that radiance, a figure gradually became discernible. It was Xiao Tong. She remained as beautiful as ever. Her exquisite visage and graceful figure seemed to gather all the beauty of the world into her singular presence. Yet, the gentleness once reflected in her gaze had been replaced by an air of authority and fierceness. She cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, her eyes ultimately settling upon me. "Shuren, remember the suffering of today. When you have grown sufficiently strong, seek me out again." Xiao Tong's voice echoed through the air, tinged with a hint of helplessness and resoluteness. I stared at her, my eyes welling with tears. desperately exclaiming, "Xiao Tong, don't go. Don't leave me." My voice quivered with anguish, laden with pleading. Xiao Tong hesitated slightly, a flicker of compassion crossing her beautiful face, but she quickly resumed her icy demeanor. Resolute and unwavering. "Shi-Un, you remain too weak. I cannot stay by your side. To do so would only endanger you." Though her words were frigid, her eyes betrayed a profound concern. I stepped forward, my footsteps resolute and firm, fixating on her gaze as if to engrave her image upon my heart, never to be erased. "Xiao Tong, I am unafraid. I only wish for you to remain by my side." Xiao Tong continued, "Even if you and grandfather manage to fend off the snake spirit and intimidate the men in black, there may yet be wolf spirits, tiger spirits, and a myriad of other formidable foes. What will you do then?" Her tone brimmed with worry. The young man in blue, holding a folding fan, spoke slowly. "Young man, I grant you 5 years. If, after this time, you possess the strength to stand before me, to wield the power to stand shoulder to shoulder with me, perhaps there remains a future for you and the valley leader. Should you fail, however, your fates will be severed, and you shall become strangers." Forever estranged, Xiao Tong silently nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting this resolution. I clenched my fists, my knuckles turning white from the strain, even the sound of my bones cracking audible in the air, my voice as firm as iron. "Very well. 5 years it shall be. By then, I shall crush you beneath my heel." I glared fiercely, the fury and determination within me igniting like a blazing inferno. Upon finishing my declaration, the young man in blue waved his fan, and a green token fell into my hand, emblazoned with the character for mystery. The token felt heavy, as though it bore the weight of boundless hopes and pressures. Xiao Tong nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Very well. Shi-Un, I shall wait for you. In these 5 years, take care of yourself." Her voice trembled with emotion. With a gentle wave of her hand, the oppressive aura that had weighed upon me dissipated in an instant. She turned to the blue-clad individuals, her voice icy. "Let us depart." A blue-clad woman bowed to Xiao Tong. "Valley leader, what of my sister?" Xiao Tong's gaze turned sharp as she replied, "Let her remain by Shi-An's side for now." Subsequently, Xiao Tong lay back in the coffin, and the elderly blue-clad man tapped his cane, enveloping them in a veil of green smoke, which swiftly whisked them away into the horizon. The smoke spiraled upwards until it vanished into the vast expanse of the sky. In parting, the elderly blue-clad man cast a lingering glance at grandfather, his eyes radiating a chilling aura of menace. Yet he dared not act in Xiao Tong's presence. I stood, transfixed, gazing at the direction they had departed. Unable to regain my senses, before me, Xiao Tong's silhouette lingered, her words echoing in my ears. Hu Huan approached me, softly saying, "Shi-Un, do not despair. I believe you will grow strong." I slowly rose to my feet, my legs numb from kneeling for so long, yet my gaze was unwaveringly resolute. "Yes, 5 years. I will surely achieve it." Though I thought thus, a profound sense of reluctance lingered within me. After all, we had shared so much time together, those beautiful memories flashing through my mind like a series of vivid paintings. Grandfather, who had remained silent until now, continued to stand quietly, his weathered face etched with worry and helplessness, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Chapter 18. Embarking on a journey as night fell, the sky sparkled with countless stars, resembling glittering gems embedded in the dark canvas above. I remained transfixed, staring at the direction once cloaked in green smoke. Motionless as a tide of thoughts surged within me, Hu Huan gently patted my shoulder, her voice soft and laced with concern. "Shi-Un, do not space out. Do you have any plans moving forward?" I gradually came back to reality, inhaling deeply, that breath heavy with an overwhelming weight, and replied, "What plans could I possibly have? Life must go on." Yet, I refused to simply accept this fate. A stubborn glimmer flickered in my eyes. What good would it do to be discontented? Hu Huan furrowed her brow, her expression fraught with worry. "Shi-Un, what troubles you? Why do you appear so despondent?" I did not answer her, continuing toward the vehicle with heavy steps. She, recognizing my mood, refrained from pressing further. Quietly following behind me, I leaned against the car window, my gaze glued to the familiar scenery zipping past. The fields and mountains bore the weight of my past memories. A gentle wave of melancholy washed over me, like tendrils of smoke pervading my heart. Upon sighting the grand tree, vivid recollections surged forth, as if Xiao Tong were still by my side, her laughter ringing in my ears. A bitter, helpless laugh escaped my lips, revealing an endless sorrow and desolation. That laughter echoed in the empty vehicle, resonating with a poignant sadness. Upon returning to school, I found myself enveloped in gloom, rendered silent. The laughter and joy of my classmates felt entirely irrelevant as I submerged myself in my own world. Except for focusing intently on lessons, I devoted all my time to the fervent pursuit of cultivation, rarely engaging with others. Initially, Li Lui often sought me out for companionship, but I repeatedly chose to ignore her, gradually leading her to refrain from bothering me, her demeanor becoming notably quieter. Days turned into weeks, and ultimately, I relinquished my efforts in cultivation. The once palpable energy I could sense had now vanished without a trace, and no matter how hard I tried, I could not recapture its essence. Faced with this predicament, grandfather merely offered a vague assurance. The timing is not yet ripe. This left me in a state of profound confusion and frustration. 5 years. Would I truly be rendered powerless? Every time I think of Xiao Tong, the sense of loss within my heart intensifies, as if a heavy burden is pressing down upon me, suffocating me. 2 years have swiftly passed, and I hurriedly returned home clutching the admission letter from a prestigious university. Upon entering, my grandfather and parents beamed with joy upon seeing the letter in my hand, their laughter echoing with delight. In the afternoon, my grandfather, seemingly lost in thought, called me into the room and handed me an aged letter. Its paper yellowed by the passage of time, bearing the weight of history. The letter contained but a few words. You have reached 18. Hasten to Qingsheng Temple. Upon reading it, I could not help but feel elated. Now that I have turned 18, I am determined to cultivate my skills and grow stronger in order to find Xiao Tong. My joy was palpable. However, my grandfather urged me to consider this carefully, reminding me that I have been accepted into university and that a good life awaits me. His eyes were filled with concern and reluctance. I immediately shook my head, resolutely stating, "No, I must find Xiao Tong." My tone was firm, leaving no room for doubt. After hearing my words, my grandfather gently stroked my head. His eyes filled with approval and encouragement as he said, "Good. This is the spirit a man should possess." He assured me that I could focus on my cultivation at Qingsheng Temple, as he would handle matters concerning the school. In the end, my grandfather took a leave of absence for 2 years under the pretext of my serious illness. My parents helped me pack my belongings, and my grandfather handed me a cloth bundle, earnestly saying, "Xiaoan, please do not blame your grandfather. There is little I can teach you." "Grandfather, how could I ever blame you? Without you, I might not have lived to see today." With that, I bid farewell to my parents, preparing to embark on my journey to Qingsheng Temple, my silhouette resolute and determined. Upon reaching the village entrance, Hu Qianqian rushed toward me, breathless and with disheveled hair. A worried expression adorned her face as she asked, "Shuren, we do not know what will happen on this journey. Are you truly prepared?" With unwavering resolve, I replied, "Qianqian, my mind is made up. I must go." She bit her lip and said, "Then I shall accompany you. This is what Grandfather Fu instructed. He asked me to look after you." "My grandfather?" I questioned, slightly incredulous, my brows furrowing. She nervously replied, "Of course. Would I lie to you?" Her voice trembled. Seeing her expression, I realized she was not being truthful, so I insisted she return. Yet, she followed closely behind me. With every step I took, she mirrored me, stopping when I halted. Eventually, I could no longer withstand it and allowed her to accompany me. "You must not cause trouble. Otherwise, I will send you back home," I warned, my voice tinged with frustration. All right, I understand." She nodded eagerly, bouncing alongside me, her face radiating joy. I took out my phone and opened the map, fortuitously discovering that Qingsheng Temple and my university were both located in Sujiang Province. Jinghe City, yet still 1,000 miles away from home. I hailed a taxi and directed the driver toward the airport. Throughout the ride, my emotions were a tumultuous mix of anticipation and anxiety, eager for the cultivation journey ahead, yet apprehensive of the unknown challenges that awaited. Upon arriving at the airport, I retrieved my ticket, passed through security, and found that Hu Qianqian had transformed into a small fox, cleverly hiding in my backpack to evade detection. Once on the plane, I noticed a burly man staring at me. Confused, I chose to ignore him in the crowded cabin, attempting to avoid his gaze. 2.5 hours later, the plane landed safely. I proceeded to the baggage claim, collected my belongings, and exited the terminal. At the door stood the imposing man, seemingly waiting for me for quite some time. Wearing sunglasses, his deep, commanding voice resonated with authority as he said, "Kid, humans and monsters travel different paths. Do you not know this?" Startled, I regarded him warily and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The burly man scoffed, "You know precisely what I mean. Do not let me catch you doing anything foolish." With that, he turned and departed. At that moment, Hu Qianqian peeked out from my backpack and said, "Shuren, that man just discovered me. He is quite powerful." Furrowing my brow, I replied gravely, "Qianqian, it seems this journey will not be peaceful. Regardless, we must tread carefully." She nodded, her eyes resolute as she assured me, "Do not worry, Shuren. I will take care of myself and not cause you any trouble." We exited the airport and hailed a cab directly to Qingqing Temple. As the scenery outside the window rushed by, my heart had already soared to the mysterious Qingqing Temple. Chapter 19. Entering the temple, seeking a master, the car journey continued, drawing ever closer to Qingqing Temple. Both Hu Qianqian and I maintained a heightened vigilance, our eyes constantly scanning our surroundings. Inside the taxi, a tense silence enveloped us. Outside the window, the distant mountains rolled majestically, bathed in a golden hue under the setting sun. Hu Qianqian emerged from my backpack, her voice soft yet laced with anxiety as she inquired, "Shuren, what do you think that burly man is all about?" I shook my head, my brow furrowed. Replying, "I am uncertain, but I sense ill intentions." His eyes and words conveyed a deep-seated hostility towards us. The driver, overhearing my mutterings, shot me a bewildered glance, nearly mistaking me for a lunatic. Hu Qianqian bit her lip, leaving a faint mark on her delicate pink lips, and said, "Regardless, we should remain cautious." The car halted at the foot of the mountain. I alighted, stepping onto this unfamiliar yet enigmatic land. After settling the fare, I began to ascend the winding mountain path, which was rugged and uneven. Lush greenery flanked either side, with towering trees interlacing their branches. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a sound reminiscent of a soft melody played by nature itself. Wildflowers of unknown varieties dotted the roadside, blooming vibrantly, creating a picturesque tableau. Occasionally, the sweet notes of birdsong broke the silence of the forest, rendering the sound particularly enchanting. Breathless, I remarked, "Qianqian, this mountain path is truly arduous." At that moment, Hu Qianqian had transformed back into her human form. She smiled, her expression radiant like flowers blossoming in spring, and encouraged, "Shuren, you must persevere. We have come this far. We cannot turn back now." As we continued our ascent, a melodious chime resonated from the temple atop the mountain. The sound was clear and resonant, echoing through the valley as if beckoning us forward. At last, we arrived at the grand entrance of Qingqing Temple. The entrance, crafted from solid wood, was painted in a fading crimson hue, its surface showing the signs of age, as if narrating the temple's long and storied history. Above the door hung a black plaque, elegantly inscribed with the characters Qingqing Temple in gold, the strokes robust and powerful, each curve and line seemingly imbued with profound Taoist essence, evoking a sense of reverence. A young Taoist, no more than 15 or 16, emerged with a bright, innocent smile, asking, "May I inquire if you are the esteemed Fu Shuren?" I promptly replied, "Indeed, that is I." The young Taoist bowed respectfully, his smile widening as he said, "I have been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me." His gaze swept over both me and Hu Qianqian, and upon seeing her, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a calm demeanor. We followed him into the temple, where the buildings were arranged harmoniously, and the stone-paved path was impeccably clean. Each stone was polished to a shine, reflecting the shadows of those who walked upon it. The main hall stood grand and imposing, adorned with flying eaves and intricately carved beams, exuding an air of solemnity and dignity. The eaves resembled birds poised to take flight, embodying a beauty that was both ethereal and dynamic. The patterns on the beams were exquisitely detailed. In the courtyard, several ancient ginkgo trees towered majestically, their golden leaves fluttering in the breeze like delicate butterflies. The fallen leaves blanketed the ground, forming a thick, golden carpet. the expansive courtyard felt eerily tranquil and pristine, as if it were isolated from the world, imparting a sense of serenity and peace. Under the guidance of the young Taoist, we traversed the courtyard and entered a side hall. The interior was modestly furnished, featuring a few tables and chairs. Though old, the furniture was remarkably clean. The young Taoist invited us to take a seat, stating, "Please wait a moment. The temple master will be with you shortly." With that, he turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing down the corridor. Hu Qianqian and I exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of anxiety as we awaited the unknown. Before long, footsteps approached, and an elderly man clad in a gray Taoist robe, his hair streaked with gray, entered. "Master Zhang is here," he said, fixing his keen gaze upon me, slowly proclaiming, "Shur-un, you have finally arrived." I immediately rose, respectfully responding, "Master." He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not elevate me to such heights. I cannot bear the title of your master." "Then who is my master?" I asked, my face a mixture of confusion and astonishment, my heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. "Master Zhang," with a mysterious smile, replied, "You shall find out in due time." "Ha ha ha." He then turned to Hu Qianqian and inquired, "And who might this young lady be?" Just as I was about to respond, Hu Wanwan eagerly interjected, "I am a friend of Shur-un. My name is Hu Wanwan, and I have come to accompany him." Zhang Daozhang furrowed his brows slightly, yet said nothing, though his gaze seemed to conceal some ineffable thoughts. He stroked his beard and remarked, "Since you have arrived, you might as well settle in for now. In the coming days, you can familiarize yourselves with the surroundings of the temple." I nodded promptly and expressed my gratitude. "Thank you." Daozhang, he continued, "Xiaoyang, please take Shur-un and Miss Hu down to rest." With that, he turned and departed. Hu Wanwan and I proceeded to the designated room. It was modest in size yet remarkably tidy. The white bed linens and neatly arranged bedding exuded warmth and comfort. After a night of silence, I was awakened the next morning by a series of knocks on the door. Upon opening it, I found the young Taoist from the previous night. He said, "Young Master Fu, the temple master requests your presence." After a brief wash, Hu Wanwan and I followed the Taoist to the main hall. Inside the hall stood a grand statue of a female deity, her visage benevolent and her gaze profound. The statue was so lifelike that it felt as though she were observing the world, evoking a sense of familiarity within me. I found it curious. Should not the temple enshrine the three pure ones instead of a female figure? Zhang Daozhang was seated within the hall, and upon our entrance, he inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" I smiled and replied, "Quite well, thank you for your concern." "Daozhang," he nodded and said, "Today we shall commence your apprenticeship ceremony. Are you not curious as to why our temple venerates a female deity rather than the three pure ones?" His gaze fell upon the statue, filled with reverence. "Why?" I asked hurriedly, my curiosity intensifying. Zhang Daozhang proudly explained, "Our lineage is distinct from others. We venerate the Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady," his tone imbued with pride and admiration. "The Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady?" Hu Wanwan and I exclaimed in unison, our faces alight with astonishment and disbelief. Zhang Daozhang smiled gently, a glimmer of reverence in his eyes. "Indeed, the Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady is the ancestral figure of our lineage. She possesses supreme power and wisdom. Regarded as a goddess within Taoism, for countless years, Qingcheng Temple has upheld the teachings of the Mysterious Lady, aiding and saving humanity." I was utterly captivated, filled with awe for the Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady, as if I could feel her immense power and compassionate heart. Zhang Daozhang rose, holding a stick of incense, and approached the statue, bowing 3 times before placing the incense in the burner. He recited, "O mysterious lady of the Nine Heavens, today, Fu Shur-un sincerely seeks apprenticeship. In the name of the 32nd Temple Master of Qingcheng, may the mysterious lady bless him, bestow the essence of the Tao upon him, and protect all beings." Zhang Daozhang instructed, "Shur-un, step forward and kneel," performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows to the mysterious lady. I complied, kneeling on both knees and sincerely bowing 3 times before the statue, each bow filled with utmost devotion. Zhang Daozhang stated solemnly, "From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of Qingcheng Temple. I hope you will diligently adhere to my teachings, preserving the arts of our sect and spreading the mysterious lady's grace." I bowed in gratitude, promising, "I shall not disappoint my master's expectations." As I finished speaking, The statue of the Nine Heavens mysterious lady radiated a brilliant golden light, so dazzling that Hu Wanwan was forced to retreat outside, her eyes unable to withstand the brilliance. Moments later, the golden light dissipated, revealing an ancient book before me. The Nine Heavens secret manuscript. I picked up the book and glanced through it, discovering many incomprehensible inscriptions. The text was archaic and enigmatic, seemingly concealing boundless mysteries. Zhang Daozhang laughed heartily. The mysterious lady has manifested her presence. Shuren, do not forget to express your gratitude to her. I knelt down once more, offering several kowtows. Thank you, master, for bestowing this law upon me. As the apprenticeship ceremony concluded, a young woman dressed in a white gown happened to enter the hall. Chapter 20. Entering the Tao, she possessed brows like distant mountains, gracefully arching and naturally flowing, with a slight furrow that seemed to harbor myriad sorrows. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, imbued with vitality and wisdom. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, every subtle curve perfectly poised. Zhang Daozhang smiled and said, Mu Jin, you arrive at an opportune moment. Come and meet your junior brother, Shuren. His smile carrying warmth and kindness. I was momentarily entranced, murmuring, Senior sister, greetings. The senior sister, noticing my gaze fixated upon her, blushed, resembling the enchanting hues of twilight, her head tilting slightly as she offered a sweet smile. Junior brother, hello. Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the strings of a guqin. Hu Wanwan, standing beside me, pinched my arm and remarked, Senior sister is indeed as beautiful as a celestial being. Some individuals are utterly mesmerized, her tone teasing yet playful. The senior sister lowered her head slightly, her cheeks reddening further. After exchanging pleasantries with her, Zhang Daozhang graciously permitted Hu Wanwan to stay at the temple. Much to my delight, and the following days, the senior sister guided us around the temple, patiently explaining every corner we visited. As time passed, Hu Wanwan and the senior sister grew quite close, exploring every nook of the temple together. Their laughter resonated like silver bells, filling the temple with joy and warmth. Upon returning to our quarters, I eagerly began to delve into the mysterious Nine Heavens secret manuscript. As I gently opened the book, an ancient aura wafted forth, as if transcending a millennium. This essence, steeped in the passage of time and imbued with mysterious power, enveloped me entirely. Taking a deep breath, I felt a surge of revitalization, my fatigue vanishing. I slowly turned to the first page, which was densely inscribed with text. Human cultivators practice the Tao. Ghosts cultivating energy, while demons possess innate magic yet struggle to attain mastery. The Tao itself knows no distinction between right and wrong. Rather, it is the heart that separates righteousness from malevolence. These opening words served as a guiding light, illuminating my understanding of the path of cultivation. The human path is divided into 8 stages: the inquiry stage, the Qi transformation stage, the Yuan condensation stage, the spirit transformation stage, the spirit void stage, the mysterious spirit stage, the azure spirit stage, and the celestial observation stage. The inquiry stage marks the threshold of entry, requiring an understanding of the true essence of the Tao. The Qi transformation stage allows one to condense true Qi for personal use. The Yuan condensation stage enables the refinement of true Qi into true essence. The spirit transformation stage converts true essence into spiritual energy. The spirit void stage facilitates communication with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, merging with nature. The mysterious spirit stage grants mastery over original energy, allowing the wielding of divine powers. The azure spirit stage brings one close to the threshold of celestial paths, glimpsing the mysteries of the immortal realm. And the celestial observation stage transcends the limits of mortals, holding the potential to achieve immortality. Conversely, the ghostly path focuses on controlling in energy, divided into 7 tiers: wild ghosts, vengeful ghosts, ghost generals, ghost commanders, ghost kings, ghost emperors, and ghost sovereigns. Wild ghosts inhabit the lowest tier of the ghostly path, acting on instinct alone. Vengeful ghosts possess a degree of intelligence and strength, capable of wielding in energy to harm. Ghost generals exhibit greater power, commanding a small cadre of lesser ghosts. Ghost commanders are even more formidable, able to command hundreds of ghosts. Ghost kings are considered powerful within the ghostly realm, possessing terrifying strength. Ghost emperors dominate a territory, ruling over myriad ghosts. and ghost sovereigns represent the pinnacle of the ghostly path, standing shoulder to shoulder with immortals. Demons, by nature, are physically robust, divided into 7 phases: Beast Stage, Spirit Awakening Stage, Transformation Stage, Essence Dance Stage, Demon King, Demon Lord, and Demon Emperor. Beasts in the Beast Stage have yet to awaken their intellect, surviving solely on instinct. Those in the Spirit Awakening Stage have begun to develop intelligence and can learn magical arts. The Transformation Stage allows demons to take on human forms, integrating into human society. In the Essence Dance Stage, demons further condense their inner Dan to enhance their power. Demon Kings are rulers among demons, governing a territory. Demon Lords are unparalleled forces amongst demons, instilling fear across the realm. And Demon Emperors are the apex of demonkind, standing alongside immortals. Each realm is further divided into 3 minor stages: early, middle, and late, with each advancement resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. Furthermore, all things exist in mutual generation and restriction. By leveraging external entities, one may transcend boundaries and slay foes. The final lines bore a special notation. Cultivators of demonic arts are inherently bloodthirsty, deserving of eradication. They must not be spared. As I contemplated these specially marked lines, a chill ran through me. Why is the human cultivation path divided into 8 realms while the others only have 7? Is there yet another realm beyond the celestial observation stage? As I continued to peruse, I found that the further I went, the more obscure and difficult the text became. Perhaps it is my own limited understanding that hinders my comprehension. At present, I have yet to attain the realm of inquiry. I am merely endowed with a physique slightly stronger than that of the average person. Contemplating this, a wave of despondency and reluctance surged within me. Such a vast amount of information left me in a state of unrest. I swiftly reined in my excitement and commenced meditation. I endeavored to cultivate a tranquil state of mind, akin to the stillness of a placid lake. Gradually, my heart grew ever more serene, as if I had slipped into a state of profound enlightenment. Everything around me became indistinct, leaving only the tranquility within and my focus on cultivation. I could not discern how much time had passed when a soft thud jolted me from my meditative state. I felt invigorated, and the vital energy within me had become purer and more refined, as though I had undergone a baptism, resulting in a significant enhancement of both body and spirit. As I sensed the changes within, a warm current flowed through my dantian, akin to a gentle stream, bringing forth a feeling of fulfillment and strength. I felt a surge of joy within. I had entered the realm of inquiry. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door, disrupting my elation. Upon opening the door, I found my senior sister standing there, her expression fraught with anxiety and tension, as if a grave situation had arisen. She exclaimed breathlessly, "Junior brother, something terrible has happened. Wangquan is missing." Her voice was laden with worry and panic. Startled, I quickly joined my sister in the search for Wangquan. We scoured the entire temple but found no trace of her. Could something have befallen her? My sister's eyes were filled with fear and unease as she voiced her concerns. I furrowed my brow, and after a moment's contemplation, I replied, "Do not worry. Let us search the back mountain." Upon reaching the back mountain, we stumbled upon some peculiar traces. Following these marks, we eventually halted before a cave. How could I have not noticed this cave before? My sister pointed towards it, her voice trembling with confusion and fear. I approached the cave, scrutinizing it closely. There was indeed something eerie about it, as an ominous aura emanated from within. This chilling and oppressive atmosphere sent a shiver down my spine. Taking a deep breath, I turned to my sister and said, "Sister, let us proceed with caution." She nodded, closely trailing behind me, her hand tightly clutching my garment, her body slightly quaking. We stepped carefully into the cave, where an air of coldness enveloped us. The atmosphere felt like biting frost, causing our skin to prickle with discomfort. The cavern was filled with bizarre rocks, and the sound of dripping water echoed sharply in the silence. A foul, putrid odor permeated the air, nauseating and repulsive, making it difficult to suppress the urge to retch. "My junior brother, I feel quite frightened." My sister quavered. I reassured her, "Do not fear, sister. I am here." As we advanced, a sudden wailing sound emerged from deeper within the cave, reminiscent of something weeping, a mournful and desolate sound that sent chills down our spines, and my sister clutched my arm in terror. Do not be afraid, sister. It may be Wang Quan. I urged that we continued forward and discovered who Wang Quan curled up in a corner. Trembling, her eyes wide with fear, we rushed to her side, my sister anxiously inquiring, Wang Quan, how did you end up here? Her tone was filled with concern and tenderness. Wang Quan looked up, her face pale with terror. Stammering, I don't know. I merely came to explore the back mountain when I suddenly felt a force pulling me here. My sister comforted her. Do not be afraid. We will take you back at once. Just then, a powerful aura emanated from the depths of the cave, accompanied by a sinister laughter. Ha ha, you have finally arrived, I shouted. Who goes there? Show yourself. At that moment, a shadow emerged slowly from the darkness, revealing a malevolent spirit, its visage grotesque and its body marred with decay. The sight of the spirit was terrifying, making it difficult to gaze upon. The spirit hissed ominously, little children, today marks your demise. I gritted my teeth and turned to my sister. Sister, are you all right? She shook her head frantically. Ah, the master forbids me from practicing, and the goddess has not bestowed any powers upon me. I am sorry for being a burden to you. Junior brother, with that, she lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes. I stood before her. Sister, do not speak of burdens. You take Wang Quan and leave to find the master. I then summoned my vital energy. Preparing to battle the malevolent spirit, my sister raised her head, her voice tinged with tears. Junior brother, be careful. We will await your return. With that, she grasped Hu Wanquan's hand, ready to depart. However, Hu Wanquan broke free from my sister's hold, declaring, I will not leave. I want to fight alongside you. I shouted sternly, Wang Quan, listen to me, hurry and go. My voice was firm and urgent, hoping to compel her to flee this perilous place. At that moment, the malevolent spirit lunged at me, and I quickly engaged in a fierce struggle against it. The spirit taunted, you overestimate yourselves. None shall escape today, I retorted. How can one know without trying? My sister, anxiously calling from a distance, urged, Junior brother, hold on. I gritted my teeth, forming a seal with my hands. Heavenly realms above, fierce flames ablaze. I command, arise. A ball of fire erupted from my hands, illuminating the dark cave with its brilliance. The malevolent spirit effortlessly evaded my attack, countering with a wave of its hand, sending a stream of dark energy hurtling towards me. The malevolent energy was frigid and sinister, instilling a sense of despair. I let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps until my back collided with the stone wall, pain radiating through my body. Junior brother, my sister exclaimed in alarm. I steadied my resolve and charged forward once more. Chapter 21. Devoted cultivation. However, the spirit's power exceeded my expectations, and before long, my vital energy dwindled significantly. Each attack left me feeling increasingly drained, as if my very essence was being siphoned away. My body was beset with wounds, the gashes gruesome, blood seeping incessantly, staining my garments crimson. Just as I felt that my life might be extinguished in this cave, suddenly, a strange light flashed within, akin to the dawn breaking, a radiant beam that illuminated the dark corners, striking the malevolent spirit directly. The spirit let out a wretched howl, being flung backwards, its form dimming somewhat. The echoes of its cries reverberated through the cave, sending shivers down my spine. I gazed around in astonishment, my eyes filled with confusion and shock, attempting to locate the source of this mysterious light. Junior brother, are you all right? My sister rushed towards me, her voice trembling with fear and concern. I looked up toward the cave entrance, where the master had approached my side. Humph, a mere malevolent spirit dares to cause trouble under my watch. You must truly be tired of living. Today, I shall enact divine justice. The master spoke with indignation, his voice resonating with authority and fury. He produced a copper coin, biting his middle finger and smearing the blood upon it, chanting incantations. Heaven and earth, the profound and the yellow, all laws return to one. In the name of the 9 heavens, I exorcise evil here, decree. His voice was deep and powerful, as if communicating with the very cosmos. The copper coin shot forth, transforming into a golden beam that struck the malevolent spirit. With a final wail, the spirit was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The master approached me, nodding in approval. Well done. You exhibit the responsibility of a true man. His gaze held a hint of admiration and satisfaction. Just as I opened my mouth to express my gratitude, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and I succumbed to unconsciousness while consciousness plunged into darkness, as if sinking into an endless abyss. In my dreams, I found myself in an ancient room, elegantly furnished and imbued with a sense of antiquity. A graceful figure stood at the window, adorned in flowing ancient garments, her silhouette enchanting. She held a jade flute, and a series of melodious notes filled the air, resonating with ethereal beauty. I felt an uncanny familiarity with this melody, becoming enraptured by its allure. Before long, the music ceased, and Xiaotong turned to me, softly saying, "Husband, congratulations on officially embarking on the path of cultivation. It shall not be long before we meet again." Her eyes brimmed with warmth and anticipation. As I reached to embrace her, the scene abruptly shifted, and I awoke with a start. "Xiaotong!" I cried out, my voice tinged with panic and sorrow. Surveying my surroundings, I realized I was lying in my room, with my sister tending to me, causing me to startle. "Junior brother, what happened? Did you have a nightmare? You have been in a coma for 3 days, and it is all my fault. If only I could cultivate," my senior sister said with a sense of grievance. Her eyes filled with guilt and helplessness. "Senior sister, I am fine. How could this possibly be blamed on you? Everything is a matter of fate. When the time is right, perhaps you will directly transform into a master," I said with a cheerful smile, attempting to lighten her mood. "Thank you, junior brother," she replied. Her face flushed as she lowered her head, resembling a bashful flower. "By the way, where is Wan Wan? Is she all right?" I asked urgently. "She is fine, but she has decided to leave the mountain. She said she does not want to be a burden to you and will go to the city to find a job. So there will be a place for you to settle when you descend," she explained. "That is also good. Staying in the temple for too long isn't beneficial for her. The city isn't particularly safe either. When you have time, I hope you can look after her," I said dejectedly. After all these years, I had come to regard Hu Wan Wan as my own sister. Why senior sister hesitated for a moment before saying, "Of course, just focus on your cultivation." A flicker of complex emotions passed through her eyes. "By the way, the temple master asked you to wake up and visit him in the back mountain," she added, her voice pulling my thoughts back to the present. Just as I was about to rise, my stomach let out a loud growl, the sound echoing conspicuously in the quiet room. My senior sister smiled slightly and said, "Wait here. I will go prepare a meal for you." With that, she turned and walked towards the door, her figure radiating warmth and care. Watching her depart, I felt truly fortunate to have someone like her to care for me, my heart swelling with warmth and gratitude. Then I thought of Xiaotong, and a pang of bitterness struck my heart. Soon, only 3 years would remain until our 5-year agreement. My thoughts were tangled like a chaotic mess, impossible to unravel. After a while, my senior sister returned with a meal, and I devoured it hungrily. I must admit, her culinary skills were exceptional. Once I had satisfied my hunger, I rose and made my way to the back mountain. Upon arriving, I found the temple master standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. His silhouette appeared particularly solitary and profound in the dying light of the sunset. I approached respectfully and said, "Master, I have come." The master turned to me, his eyes filled with appreciation as he said, "Tianan, I did not expect you to enter the path so swiftly. The pure young body is truly extraordinary." His gaze was filled with surprise and emotion. "Master, I read in books that the pure young body not only enhances cultivation speed but also possesses other powerful effects. Yet, why have I not felt them?" I asked, puzzled. The master chuckled softly and replied, "That is because you have yet to fully awaken the potential of the pure young body. As your cultivation progresses, you will gradually perceive its other marvelous aspects." Nodding in understanding, I inquired, "Master, how can I better awaken the potential of the pure young body?" The master pondered for a moment and said, "That is why I called you here. Take a moment to sense whether the true energy within you has increased." I sat down, focusing intently and feeling the increased true energy within my dantian, and I could not help but feel overjoyed. That joy surged within me like a tidal wave, almost overwhelming my senses. The master nodded slightly, his tone serious as he said, "Tianan, the potential of the pure young body can only be triggered under specific circumstances. For instance, When facing extreme danger from malevolent forces, it can unleash tremendous energy, surpassing what you have previously experienced. Moreover, it can also be activated through special cultivation methods, though the effects are somewhat lesser, I replied, contemplatively. I see. Master, what are the specifics of this special cultivation method? The master smiled mysteriously and replied, this special method involves absorbing the purest and most yang energy at the moment of sunrise on the mountain peak at dawn, by combining it with the 9 Heavens Secret Codex to circulate your energies. You can gradually awaken the potential of the pure yang body. However, remember not to rush. Progress should be gradual. I took the master's words to heart and nodded. Tianan understands. Thank you for your guidance, Master. But before that, I will personally train you for a while, he added. Thank you, Master. I hurriedly expressed my gratitude, filled with appreciation and anticipation. Master, I have one more question. Why senior sister joined the sect before me? Why has she been unable to cultivate for so long? I asked curiously, my eyes brimming with confusion. The master sighed and said, Tianan, you must understand that those who pursue the path of cultivation inevitably face 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. The 5 deficiencies are being widowed, orphaned, solitary, lonely, and crippled. The 3 lacks refer to money, life, and power. Yunjin is a fine child. I cannot bear to see her suffer. That is fine. I will protect my senior sister from now on, I declared firmly. The master said earnestly, good lad. I hope you can fulfill that promise. That will be all for today. Return and consolidate your cultivation. Tomorrow, we will begin your special training, I acknowledged with a nod and then left the back mountain. My steps light and resolute, as though brimming with strength. Upon returning to the temple, I found my senior sister sweeping the fallen leaves from the ground. The broom danced in her hands, creating a soft rustling sound. I approached slowly and curiously asked, Senior sister, do you clean this large courtyard all by yourself? While sweeping, she replied, I have become accustomed to it. There used to be Xiao Yang to help me. But now that you are here, the master has sent him down the mountain for training. I chuckled and said, Senior sister, I will help you from now on, trying to lighten the atmosphere. She shook her head and said, No, junior brother, your utmost priority is to enhance your strength. I can manage on my own. I wanted to argue with her, but the words caught in my throat, as if something was blocking my voice. In that moment, it felt as if a force held back my words. Why senior sister said nothing further, so I shared with her everything the master had told me, except for matters regarding her cultivation. After dinner, I opened the 9 Heavens Secret Codex to continue my research. With my entry into the path, I was now able to learn more profound techniques. Throughout the night, I grasped the basics of opening the yin-yang eye and learned several fundamental exorcism talismans and protective charms. In the days that followed, under the master's guidance, I diligently practiced and made rapid progress. Each day was filled with challenges and breakthroughs, bringing me closer to my goals. My senior sister was always by my side, offering support and encouragement. Chapter 22. Breakthrough. Descending the mountain after a year of special training under the master, time passed swiftly, and I soon broke through to the Qi transformation stage. The once ethereal true energy within me gradually solidified. I felt the changes within, my heart brimming with joy. That joy surged like a tide, crashing over my heart in waves. During this period, I had learned more than half of the techniques from the 9 Heavens Secret Codex, with the most formidable being the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Spell. Unlike the thunder techniques of Mao Shan and Long Hushan, the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Spell could be summoned using talismans, delivering immense power. Alternatively, it could be manifested through one's own blood, forming the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Seal, which, while slightly less powerful, was remarkably practical. The master looked at me with a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes and said, Tianan, you have truly not disappointed me. However, this Qi transformation stage is merely a beginning. Do not become complacent. Your journey is still long. I nodded solemnly and replied, Master, I understand. I will continue to strive for improvement. My voice was resolute and filled with determination. The master nodded slightly and continued, From now on, I will no longer train you. You need to focus more on comprehending the way of heaven and earth, using your true energy more intricately to awaken your pure yang body. His words were profound and insightful, illuminating my path forward. Thus, each morning at dawn, I would promptly ascend to the mountain peak, sitting cross-legged on the ground, quietly awaiting the appearance of that precious purple energy at sunrise. When that hint of purple energy emerged, I would wholeheartedly circulate my techniques, greedily drawing the energy into my body and guiding it through my meridians. With each breath, with each guiding motion, I could feel the connection between myself and the universe growing increasingly intimate. In the days that followed, I practiced even harder, for the 2-year mark was approaching, and I was more eager than ever to reunite with my family and friends. As the days passed, I distinctly sensed subtle changes in my pure young body. A faint purple energy coiled within me, growing ever more vigorous and substantial. With each circulation of true energy, I could feel my power augmenting. My cultivation had reached the late Qi transformation stage, merely a step away from the essence gathering stage. However, just as I prepared to break through to the essence gathering stage, I encountered unexpected difficulties, and no matter how hard I tried, I could not surpass that barrier. It felt as though an invisible wall was obstructing my path forward. Anxiety surged within me, and upon learning of my predicament, the master pondered for a moment and said, "Tianan, do not be anxious. Breakthroughs require opportunities. Perhaps you need some special trials, and maybe the time has come." Recently, the villagers below have reported sightings of malevolent creatures. You should descend the mountain to deal with them. A wave of elation surged within me. This marked the first occasion in 2 years that the master had permitted me to descend the mountain. Typically, aside from my senior sister delivering meals, I had been toiling away in solitary practice on the rear mountain. I understood that this was a trial set forth by the master with joy. I exclaimed, "Thank you, master. I shall resolve this matter with utmost finesse." Having spoken, I made my way towards the temple, eager to share the delightful news with my senior sister. "Sister, I have returned. I bear wonderful news," I announced as I swiftly entered the temple, my voice brimming with joy and excitement. Before me stood 2 women in the courtyard, engaged in cheerful conversation. It was my senior sister and Hu Qianqian. Their laughter rang out like the sweet chimes of silver bells, suffused with mirth. "Brother Xian, I have missed you terribly. It's been nearly 2 years, and that stubborn bull-headed man has prevented me from seeing you. If only I were not at a disadvantage against him, I would." Hu Qianqian's words grew increasingly agitated, her face a portrait of dissatisfaction and grievance, reminiscent of a child wronged. I affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, all right, look at me. I am here and well, and you, my dear, have grown even more beautiful." My words. A rosy hue blossomed upon Hu Qianqian's cheeks, and she playfully retorted, "You flatter me." Her eyes sparkled with a blend of shyness and delight. My senior sister, observing our playful banter, could not help but chuckle. I then prepared to share the details of my descent to vanquish the evil spirits with my senior sister. A flicker of concern crossed her gaze before she spoke gently. "Junior brother, I am already aware. Qianqian has informed me it was the master who summoned her to assist you. You must exercise caution, for these malevolent spirits are not easily subdued." With a confident smile, I assured her, "Do not worry, sister. I am no longer the person I was 2 years ago. I shall ensure my own safety." "And what of me? Will you not protect me?" Hu Qianqian interjected with a huff, a hint of dissatisfaction and hope glimmering in her eyes. Ignoring her, I turned to my senior sister and said with a grin, "Rest assured, sister, we shall return promptly." Upon hearing my words, a glimmer of hope shone in my senior sister's eyes as she softly replied, "Very well, junior brother, I shall await your return." Seeing that I had disregarded her, Hu Qianqian pouted, "Humph. You only care about making sister happy, showing no concern for me." Her lips formed a sulky pout. I cast a helpless glance her way, thinking to myself how difficult this little girl could be, yet I smiled and reassured her, "Qianqian, I will certainly keep you safe." Satisfied, Hu Qianqian nodded and resumed her chatter about other topics, while my senior sister watched our playful exchange, a gentle smile gracing her lips, seemingly cherishing this warm atmosphere. The following morning, Hu Qianqian and I packed our belongings, ready to descend the mountain. She bounced ahead, exuberantly exclaiming, "Finally, we can go down the mountain and have some fun." I furrowed my brow and replied, "Qianqian, we are going to exorcise evil spirits, not for leisure." She pouted in response, "I know, you're such a stickler." After a short journey, we arrived at a small village. The sign at the entrance reading Qingshan Village. The sign swayed gently in the breeze, as if whispering the tales of the village. The village was eerily quiet, with scarcely a soul in sight. Moreover, upon noticing our presence, the villagers exhibited wary expressions, their eyes filled with fear and suspicion. I stepped forward and announced, "Dear villagers, we have come to exorcise evil spirits," and my voice rang out loud and resolute. Hoping to quell their apprehensions, One acknowledged my words. The heavy silence was stifling and unsettling. At that moment, an elderly man approached, trembling as he spoke. "Young brother, those evil spirits are formidable. You should leave at once. Several Taoists have already lost their lives here." A chill ran down my spine. Were the evil spirits truly that powerful? I replied with calm assurance, "Elder, do not worry. We are Taoists from Qingxing Temple, summoned by our master." "Ah, so it is Taoist Qingshan who sent you." "I beg your pardon," the elder said, his demeanor shifting to one of respect and reverence. I inquired, "Elder, could you elaborate on the situation?" My tone was earnest and urgent, eager to glean as much information as possible. The elder led Hu Qianqian and me to his home. He was the village head, surnamedly. The tale begins a week ago. One night, a young man from the village, having indulged in drink, stumbled homeward. While passing through the woods behind the village, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Bold by nature, he ventured towards the source of the noise and never returned. The next morning, we found him lifeless at the edge of the woods, his face bruised and devoid of breath. His body was cold and stiff, as if his soul had been wrenched away. Since that incident, the village has been plagued by unrest. Every night, eerie laughter echoes through the air, and some villagers have spotted a red shadow flitting about. We have summoned other Taoists to exorcise the spirits, but they all met with untimely ends. After hearing the village head's account, Hu Qianqian and I exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "Clearly, these evil spirits were no trifling matter," I asked gravely. "Do you know what kind of evil spirit it is?" Li, the village head, sighed. "We have no idea. Those who have seen it have never returned." Hu Qianqian furrowed her brow, saying, "Brother Xian, this evil spirit is shrouded in mystery. We must deliberate carefully." I nodded in agreement, saying, "Village head, please take us to the place where the young man met his fate." My voice was firm and resolute, ready to confront the challenge ahead. After a moment's hesitation, the village head guided us to the woods behind the village. The mist hung thickly in the air, casting an eerie pall over the landscape. An unsettling aura lingered here, with remnants of dried blood staining the ground, now turned black and chilling to behold. I scrutinized the surroundings, seeking any clues that might reveal the truth. Every leaf and stone could conceal vital evidence. After a thorough examination yielded no results, we returned to the village head's home. How cunning this evil spirit was, leaving behind no trace of its presence. My brow furrowed as I fell into deep thought. The village head looked at us, worry etched on his face, filled with helplessness and concern. He approached the table and poured us a glass of water. Could it be that we have overlooked something crucial? He pondered aloud, uncertainty lacing his voice. I furrowed my brows and, after a moment of contemplation, suggested, "Perhaps we should consider a different perspective, starting with the villagers to see if anyone possesses knowledge of undisclosed matters." Hu Qianqian nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. Let us visit each household and inquire. We might unearth some useful information." Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, chaotic and frantic. Moments later, a villager burst into the room. Breathless and pale as a ghost, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his eyes wide with terror. "Village head, it's bad. Li Erniu at the village's edge is dead." Upon hearing this shocking news, we were all rendered speechless, as if time itself had come to a standstill. We exchanged looks, our eyes filled with disbelief and foreboding. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Qianqian and I sprang into action, rising swiftly and decisively. When we arrived at the village's edge, the sight before us caused us to gasp in horror. Li Erniu's lifeless body hung from a tall locust tree, its gnarled branches resembling twisted claws. Clutching his form, his eyes bulged as if they might leap from their sockets, his skin as pale as parchment, as though he had been submerged in water for an eternity, drained of life and vitality. I inhaled sharply, striving to maintain my composure, silently reciting an incantation. As the words left my lips, warmth spread through my eyes, and when I opened them once more, I had activated my yin-yang sight, enabling me to perceive the unseen forces and spirits. As I focused, I noticed dense black mist swirling around the noose that hung Li Erniu. A chill gripped my heart, based on my experience. Such a thick concentration of black mist indicated that this was no ordinary accident, but rather the work of a malevolent spirit. Given the density of the darkness, it was evident that this spirit was formidable, likely at the level of a ghost general. Recalling the red shadow mentioned by the village head, I surmised that a vengeful spirit clad in red was at play here. Turning to Hu Qianqian and the village head, I declared, "We have a lead. Let us proceed." My tone was infused with urgency. They exchanged glances filled with confusion, yet without hesitation, they followed me swiftly away from the scene. Upon returning to the village head's home, Hu Qianqian was the first to speak. "Why the rush? What have you discovered?" I furrowed my brow and replied, "If I am not mistaken, it appears we are dealing with a ghostly entity, specifically a vengeful spirit in red." "A vengeful spirit in red?" Both the village head and Hu Qianqian gasped in shock, their voices tinged with fear and astonishment. I turned to the village head and inquired, "Have there been any recent disappearances or unusual deaths in your village? Particularly regarding the younger women, I find myself lacking in knowledge. Please wait a moment. I shall inquire through a contact and notify you as soon as I receive any news," the village chief responded with gravity. I replied nonchalantly, "Very well. If there is no news, I shall meet her tonight to ascertain her true worth." As I sat in the village chief's home, I sought to maintain my optimal state through meditation. Meanwhile, Hu Wanwan busied herself with her phone. As evening approached, still no news arrived. The fading glow of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the floor. "Masters, please have your meal first," the village chief beckoned us. After dining, the clock struck 10, yet the silence persisted, devoid of any tidings. The tranquility of the night enveloped the village like an immense net. "Let us step outside and investigate," I urged, taking Hu Wanwan by the hand as we ventured into the village. The nocturnal settlement exuded an unusual stillness, with only the faint moonlight gracing the earth. Resembling a delicate veil of silver, lending an air of mystery to the surroundings, we treaded cautiously, each step as light as a cat's, remaining vigilant for any signs of disturbance. A sudden chill swept through. Rustling the fallen leaves, Hu Wanwan gasped. "Ah!" Her voice pierced the quietude, filled with sharp fear. I expressed my annoyance. "Why are you so jumpy? You are but a transformed fox demon. Why the cowardice?" "Humph! I did not attain this form through my own cultivation. It was your whatever that assisted me in transforming, so my strength is undoubtedly limited," she mumbled, her voice dwindling as if she had spoken out of turn. A flicker of panic and unease flashed in her eyes. "What do you mean?" I pressed on. "Nothing," she retorted, turning away, seemingly evading my gaze. As I contemplated pressing further, a sudden sound of footsteps resonated in the still night, each echoing step striking my heart with trepidation. I swiftly turned, grasping my peachwood sword, my gaze fixed on the darkness behind us, preparing for a confrontation. The footsteps drew nearer, and I held my breath, hearing only the frantic pounding of my heart. My palms slick with cold sweat. "Taoist!" A voice emerged from the shadows, and I exhaled in relief. The village chief hurried towards us from the darkness, breathless. "It's bad, little Taoist. Another incident has occurred." "What has happened?" I wiped the cold sweat from my brow. "The village's Lu Guangguan has been possessed. He is uncontrollably attempting to jump into the well. We could not restrain him, and the villagers have already knocked him unconscious to bring him back. Now he is frothing at the mouth and incoherent," the village chief hurriedly explained. I urged him to lead the way, and soon we arrived at Lu Guangguan's home. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the room. And upon seeing him, it was evident he exhibited symptoms of being overtaken by dark energy. His complexion was ashen, his eyes vacant, and his body trembled incessantly. I formed a seal with my hands and intoned, "Heaven and earth, righteous energy, protect me from the 9 heavens, evil spirits retreat, command." A hand seal struck Lu Guangguan's chest, and he retched violently, expelling foul, viscous black substance. The stench filled the air, inducing nausea. Hu Wanwan quickly pinched her nose, exclaiming, "How disgusting!" Once Lu Guangguan regained consciousness, he trembled and stammered, "Who are you?" The village chief promptly stepped forward to introduce us. Lu Guangguan immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing his head as he implored, "Master, Please save me. I urged him to recount the events that transpired. He glanced at the villagers outside. I instructed the village chief to disperse the villagers. It was unsafe at such a late hour. Once the crowd was sent away, Lu Guangguan began to speak. It's all my fault. I am a beast, he sobbed. A few days ago, I got drunk with Li Erniu at the village's edge and saw a beautiful college student we were assisting. In our drunken state, we took advantage of her, and afterwards, she said she would report us. We were terrified and, in a fit of desperation, killed her. I glared at him in outrage, exclaiming, "You are utterly inhumane." Hu Wanwan, equally incensed, added, "Tinan, ignore him. Let him die. He deserves it." Lu Guangguan slumped to the ground, murmuring, "It's all our fault. The vengeful spirit of that college student will surely not let us go, master. Please save me." At that moment, a gust of chilly wind swept through, causing me to shiver involuntarily, prompting Hu Wanwan to retreat behind me. In the darkness, a red silhouette flickered in and out of view, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. The lament echoed like a sorrowful tale, narrating endless grievances and hatred. Chapter 24. The deep well. In a flash, the red figure appeared before us, moving with such speed that it was akin to an apparition. Leaving us no time to react, clad in a blood-red robe that billowed with an eerie grace, it emanated an unsettling aura. The fabric seemed stained with blood, each movement exuding a foul scent. Her complexion was ghostly pale, devoid of any color, and her hollow eyes glimmered with a crimson glow, resembling a vortex from the abyss, rendering one unable to gaze directly. Her disheveled black hair cascaded wildly, akin to dark flames flickering in the wind. Lu Guangguan's eyes widened in terror, nearly popping from their sockets as he muttered, "She has come. She has arrived." His voice quivered, laden with despair and fear. The voice of the red-clad vengeful spirit echoed ominously, "You shall all die. Anyone who obstructs me must perish, to accompany me in death for my grievances." Facing the malevolent spirit, I declared, "Human and ghost are worlds apart. The living realm has its laws. While there is still time, I advise you to seek rebirth. I shall ensure he faces his deserved punishment, but should you persist in your malevolence, I shall show you no mercy." Ha! Where were you when I suffered? Today, all who hinder me shall die. With that, the red spirit lunged at us, shrieking a mournful wail. I drew my peachwood sword, chanting an incantation that imbued it with power. The malevolent spirit recoiled several paces from the sword's might but surged forward with renewed ferocity. I bit my fingertip, drawing blood, and traced a symbol upon the sword. Heavenly powers above, 5 stars shine bright. Countless deities and saints, banish the soul, swiftly as the law commands. The sword blazed with a brilliant crimson light, dazzling in its radiance. I hurled the sword at the vengeful spirit, piercing her, yet she transformed into a swirling black mist. Attempting to escape, the noxious vapor rolled and billowed, reeking of malevolence. Hu Wanwan hastily cast a spell, her hands forming seals as she intoned incantations to thwart the spirit's flight. The red spirit deftly evaded Hu Wanwan's assault, vanishing into the night with lightning speed. At this moment, Lu Guangguan approached, trembling with trepidation. "Masters, the red spirit will not return. Will she?" I cast a sidelong glance at him. "Of course she will. She has merely retreated for now." Upon hearing this, Lu Guangguan's face drained of color, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. In a quavering voice, he pleaded, "Master, what shall we do? I do not wish to die. Please, I implore you to save me." I furrowed my brow, pondering for a moment before stating, "The only course of action now is to locate her corpse and provide it with a proper burial. Perhaps this will mitigate her wrath. I shall find a way to guide her spirit to peace." Hu Wanwan nodded in agreement. "Tinan is right. We must hasten to find her remains." Lu Guangguan scrambled to his feet, his voice rising in desperation. "I know where her body is. I will lead you there." I replied coolly, "Let us go tomorrow. For now, we shall leave it at this." Lu Guangguan trembled. "Master, she will not return tonight, will she?" With a hint of irritation. I responded, "She will not, but if she does, it will be your own doing." With that, we turned and returned to the village chief's home, the night passing in silence. The following morning, I resumed my meditation and cultivation as usual. Absorbing the auspicious energy of the early hours, the morning sun poured through the window, casting dappled shadows upon me. A knock echoed at the door. The village chief's anxious voice resonated from outside. "Little Taoist, there is news." I roused Hu Wan, hastily freshened up, and made my way to the living room. The village chief handed me a document, his tone grave as he spoke. 3 years ago, a team indeed came to our village to offer assistance, which I personally oversaw. Among them were several young and beautiful girls. However, when they were about to depart, one girl suddenly went missing. We immediately reported it to the authorities, yet her whereabouts remain unknown. This document contains detailed information about that girl. I accepted the document and scrutinized its contents. The first thing that caught my eye was a photograph of the girl, strikingly lovely, her smile radiant and warm. Next, I noted her name, Su Yao, from Jinghe City, Sujiang Province. Finally, I focused on her date of birth. As I had suspected, merely 3 short years had passed, and she had already attained the strength of a ghost general. For she was born in a year, month, and day of pure Yin, a true Yin body. This extraordinary birthday renders her spirit more susceptible to the accumulation of malevolent energy after her demise, transforming her into a formidable, vengeful spirit. Having perused the materials, a general understanding dawned upon me. The scene shifted as we followed the village chief to the home of Lu Guangguan. Lu Guangguan, looking haggard, rushed over and exclaimed, "Master, you have finally arrived." I was disinclined to engage with him, merely nodding and gesturing for him to lead the way. Before long, we arrived at a desolate area behind the village. Overgrown with weeds, a wasteland seemingly forsaken by the world. I in the clearing stood a deep well. Lu Guangguan pointed towards it and said, "Taoist, it is right here." Approaching the edge of the well, a chilling breeze emanated from its depths. Peering down, I was met with an abyss of darkness, unfathomable in its depth. "Prepare a rope. I shall descend to investigate," I instructed Lu Guangguan. He hastily procured a sturdy rope and secured it to a nearby tree. Taking a deep breath, I said, Wang, keep watch above. I shall descend alone." Wang, anxious, grasped my arm and implored, "Xiangu, it is far too dangerous. Shall we not contemplate an alternative approach?" I reassured her, patting her hand gently. "Do not worry. I shall be fine, for you are here with me." Lu Guangguan muttered anxiously from the side, "Master, please exercise utmost caution." Securing the rope, I slowly descended into the well. The atmosphere within was dark and damp. The walls adorned with moss, exuding a foul stench. The slippery walls and the bone-chilling moisture rose as I went deeper. The light diminished and the cold intensified. After descending approximately 20 meters, I finally glimpsed the water's surface. Calm as a mirror yet shrouded in an aura of mystery, I peered into the depths but discerned nothing. The tranquil surface stirred an unsettling sense of foreboding, cloaked in unseen dangers, just as I prepared to descend further for a closer inspection. My foot inadvertently struck a protrusion. With a creaking sound, a hole suddenly appeared in the well's wall, the noise echoing ominously in the stillness. Cautiously, I approached the opening, a gust of frigid wind escaping from within, causing me to shudder involuntarily. Wang, how fare you?" she called from the well's mouth, her voice laced with concern and urgency. "I have been calling you, yet you did not respond. Should you not return soon? I shall venture down to find you. What lies below?" With a grave expression, I recounted my findings in detail. Upon hearing this, the village chief's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "What? Is there someone scheming to doom the entire village?" Wang furrowed her brow and inquired, "Xiangu, how do we dismantle this 9 evil gathering formation?" I replied slowly, "This 9 nether Yin malevolence formation, utilizing black stones to gather Yin energy, vermilion powder to draw blood, and crystals to bind souls, nourishes malevolent entities. To dismantle it, we must first destroy the black stones, cutting off the source of the Yin energy, then eliminate the vermilion blood channels, disrupting its blood-drawing capabilities. Finally, shatter the crystals to release their binding power." Though it appeared straightforward, the crux lay in the source of the Yin energy and Su Yao. Should she escape fully, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to withstand her wrath. Lu Guangguan, trembling with worry, asked, "Master, what shall we do?" I consoled him, "Do not panic. There is always a solution when we reach the mountain." I then instructed the village chief and Lu Guangguan to gather vermilion powder, yellow paper, black dog blood, peachwood nails, and other items as precautionary measures. for I had never encountered a zombie before and was uncertain of the level of the corpse within the coffin. Meanwhile, I took Wang Wang to seek the source of the Yin energy. Guided by the memories in my mind, I gradually made my way toward the well's opening. Along the path, Wang Wang anxiously asked, "Xian Gu, do you think we will succeed?" I met her gaze with seriousness, responding, "We can only strive to try." After walking for about a mile, we encountered a towering, robust locust tree. Its branches twisted and intertwined, resembling a colossal claw reaching for the heavens. The leaves rustled in the breeze, yet the sound lacked any semblance of vitality, instead exuding a chilling aura. I halted, concentrating intently on this locust tree, which, in feng shui, is inherently linked to the Yin realm, and this particular tree emanated an exceptionally dense aura of malevolence. I crouched down, extending my hand to lightly touch the roots. A faint black mist erupted, sending a chilling sensation coursing through my body like electricity. "Wang Wang, it seems we have found the right place," I whispered. Wang Wang's eyes widened with astonishment. "What shall we do now? Shall we simply fell this tree?" I waved my hand, replying earnestly, "No. Cutting it down at once would release a surge of malevolent energy, severely affecting the nearby villagers." I picked up a stone and carefully traced a North Dipper formation upon the locust tree. Wang Wang, visibly shocked, exclaimed, "Is that all it takes?" I shot her a sidelong glance, exasperated. "Of course not. Do you think this stone is a treasure? I merely marked it. Once the village chief gathers all the items, we will use the peachwood nails soaked in black dog blood to secure them in this manner." Harnessing the power of the North Dipper to contain the malevolent energy, I turned to her. "All right, let us return." Upon returning to the village chief's home, I found that he and Lu Guangguan had gathered all the necessary items. I soaked several peachwood nails in black dog blood and had the village chief do the same. Then, I instructed him to drive the nails into the locust tree according to the positions of the North Dipper. Before departing, I reiterated my warnings, urging them not to fear regardless of what unfolded, simply to proceed with their task. After the village chief departed, I began to draw talismans. This was my first genuine attempt at talisman crafting, and I felt a flutter of nervousness. Before long, I completed 5 6 Jia protective talismans and 5 ghost-repelling talismans. Feeling a swell of pride, Wang Wang gazed at me with disdain, saying, "Xian Gu, perhaps you should take a look at the ground." Lowering my gaze, I discovered the ground strewn with discarded yellow paper, and I sheepishly rubbed my nose, muttering, "Ah, it's merely my first attempt. I am still unskilled." Hu Wanwan gazed at me, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she said, "Is it your first time feeling inexperienced? Are all men clumsy on their first try?" A jolt of surprise coursed through me, and I thought to myself, "I suspect you are just teasing, but I lack evidence." I gently patted her on the head and inquired, "Where did you learn such things?" She playfully made a face at me and exclaimed, "Brother Shuren is even shy." Then she dashed into the courtyard, shouting at the top of her lungs, "First time. Inexperienced. First time. Inexperienced." I sighed deeply, preparing to draw a 9 Heavens Divine Thunder talisman. The malevolent presence lurking behind the 9 in gathering evil formation had yet to reveal itself, and I had to take precautions. If I found myself outmatched, this talisman would be my safeguard. The process of crafting the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder talisman was intricate and exceedingly taxing on my vital energy. After several unsuccessful attempts, I was down to my last yellow talisman. I took a deep breath, attuning myself to the vital energy within, as if entering a wondrous state of enlightenment, and began to draw. This time, I succeeded splendidly, completing it in one fluid motion. However, just as the final stroke was made, my mind blanked and my body swayed, nearly causing me to faint. Hu Wanwan rushed over, supporting me with concern etched on her face. "Brother Shuren, what's wrong?" I rubbed my temples and weakly replied, "It's nothing, just a depletion of vital energy from drawing the talisman. A moment's rest will suffice." With that, I seated myself to recover my energy. After a while, the village chief and Lu Guangguan returned, joyfully exclaiming, "Little Taoist, you are truly remarkable." While we were hammering the peachwood nails, that locust tree began to ooze blood. If you hadn't cautioned us beforehand, we wouldn't have dared to proceed. I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that all had gone smoothly, at least for the moment, halting the spread of the malevolent energy. By evening, My vital energy had mostly replenished, and I sensed a hint of an impending breakthrough. My heart soared with joy. My strength was about to advance further. Next, I needed to dismantle the Feng Shui formation and resolve the matter of Su Yao's corpse. As night fell, the village lay in tranquil silence, with only the occasional bark of a dog breaking the stillness. We made our way back to the deep well. This time I invited Hu Wanwan to descend with me, while the village chief and Lu Guangguan remained above, ready to assist. Chapter 26. Breaking the formation. Armed with our previous experience, we swiftly arrived at the cave entrance. This time, the initial nervousness had dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination. Holding our flashlights, we ventured into the cave, the feeble light appearing insignificant yet invaluable amidst the shadows. Carefully navigating the rugged terrain, we advanced with utmost caution. The dim light flickered against the walls. Casting our anxious silhouettes, I softly reassured, "Fear not, Wanwan. We shall certainly resolve the issues here." Hu Wanwan clutched the hem of my garment tightly, nodding in agreement, her hand trembling slightly, betraying her inner trepidation. Upon reaching the stone chamber, the eerie aura still lingered, yet it had noticeably diminished, the previous arrangements having imposed some suppression on this malevolent presence. I meticulously scanned the surroundings, leaving no corner overlooked. It appeared that the Big Dipper formation was indeed effective. We needed to swiftly dismantle the black stone, vermilion blood trough, and crystals. I retrieved several sheets of talisman paper and tossed them upwards, where they adhered firmly to the 9 crystals. Then, I hurried towards the black stone, raising my peachwood sword high and striking down forcefully. The stone shattered instantly, releasing a plume of black mist like a dark fountain. I quickly cast a ghost-repelling talisman, which transformed into a radiant light, swiftly dispersing the black mist. Next, I approached the vermilion blood trough and slashed it open with my sword, crimson liquid gushing forth, emitting a nauseating stench. Finally, I reached the crystals, with the 9 heavens above and fierce flames ablaze. I commanded. The 9 yellow talismans ignited simultaneously, incinerating the encroaching malevolence. I exhaled in relief. Well, the 9 gathering evil formation has been dismantled. Hu Wanwan also relaxed, her previously tense body finally easing. However, I furrowed my brow, sensing that everything had proceeded too smoothly. According to my expectations, once the 9 gathering evil formation was broken, Su Yao should have appeared immediately. I shouted, "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap." My voice echoed within the stone chamber, filled with regret and alertness. My heart tightened, and a look of chagrin crossed my face. "Wanwan, we must leave at once," I exclaimed, pulling Hu Wanwan along as we dashed towards the exit. Upon reaching the cave mouth, the rope had vanished. The lifeline that should have existed now seemed to have evaporated without a trace. I instructed Hu Wanwan to revert to her original form. Clutching her tightly in my embrace, she instantly transformed into a petite fox. Harnessing my vital energy beneath, I propelled myself upwards while using my free hand to strike the stone wall with force, leveraging the rebound to ascend incrementally. Just as I neared the cave opening, an overwhelming force surged from the side, akin to a tumultuous wave, unstoppable in its approach. I tightened my grip on Hu Wanwan and swiftly released a 6-6 Jia protective talisman. Golden light envelopes me, invisible to sight and unheard by sound. Within lies thunder and the hidden names of the 9 heavens. The 5 energies surge forth, golden light manifests swiftly to shield the true being. Urgently as the law commands, I stepped back lightly, my body landing on the ground as if a feather, graceful and stable. Simultaneously, Hu Wanwan reverted to her original form, standing quietly beside me. Our gazes fell upon the figure sprawled on the ground, the village chief, who lay motionless, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Lu Guangguan had vanished without a trace, as if he had been spirited away. Silence enveloped us, broken only by the faint whisper of the wind, instilling a palpable sense of tension and unease. Hu Wanwan sniffed the air and said, "Brother Shuren, I believe I can locate Lu Guangguan." "Why didn't you mention this before?" I asked, surprised. "You never asked?" Hu Wanwan pouted, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. "Following the scent?" She led me onward. I frowned. This direction seemed to lead to the locust tree. An ominous premonition stirred within me. Moments later, we arrived beside the locust tree, where Lu Guangguan was being choked by Su Yao. her voice weakly pleading, "Master, save me." Alarmed, I shouted, "Su Yao, stop! You are being manipulated. Do not remain obstinate." Upon hearing my call, Su Yao turned her gaze towards me, her eyes filled with resentment, as if they could pierce one's very soul, sending chills down my spine. With a cold smirk, she retorted, "Obstinate? They brought this upon themselves." I cautiously approached, speaking gently, "Su Yao, you were a victim. Now you are ensnared by this malevolent feng shui formation. If only you could release your hatred. I could offer you salvation and alleviate your suffering." Su Yao scoffed, "Release? The pain I have endured cannot be resolved by mere words." Her voice dripped with scorn and disdain. With that, her grip tightened further, turning Lu Guangguan's complexion a deeper shade of purple. His eyes bulged, and his breath became faint. Hu Wanwan anxiously cried out, "Brother Shuren, think of something." Taking a deep breath, I drew my peachwood sword and declared, "Su Yao, if you do not release him, I shall not hold back." Yet, Su Yao remained unmoved, and as Lu Guangguan teetered on the brink of death, I hesitated no longer. I infused my vital energy into the peachwood sword and lunged towards Su Yao. Su Yao flung Lu Guangguan aside, engaging me in combat. Her movements were ghostly swift, evading capture with ease. As her attacks intensified, dark energy surged forth. I did not wish to strike lethally, for she too was a victim, and I harbored a flicker of compassion for her plight. Gradually, I began to feel the strain. "Brother Shuren, be careful," Hu Wanwan urged, her voice tinged with urgency. I sidestepped Su Yao's strike, panting as I spoke, "Su Yao, when will this cycle of vengeance cease? I can feel your pain, yet this descent into darkness will only deny you rebirth." I swung the peachwood sword, its blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, attempting to fend off Su Yao's spectral onslaught, the clash of energies resonating with an intense hiss, akin to a fierce battle between good and evil. Su Yao's voice rang out in fury. "Feel? How can you possibly feel? My hatred, my resentment, are not so easily dispelled." Her hands danced as she lunged towards my chest, the air slicing with a piercing whistle. I gasped, replying, "Though I cannot fully comprehend, I assure you that those responsible will face their due punishment." I dodged, my peachwood sword sweeping in a defensive arc to intercept her hands. Su Yao bellowed in rage, "Punishment? Ha! Unless those who have wronged me suffer the consequences." Her eyes widened in fury, chanting incantations as the surrounding dark energy thickened, pressing in on me with a howling wind. "Resigned," I proclaimed, "then I shall exert every ounce of my strength to prevent your continued malevolence." I abruptly turned around, thrusting the peachwood sword upwards. With a resounding clang, it collided with the sinister hand, producing a deafening noise that reverberated through the air, causing it to tremble and crackle. Su Yao let out a cold laugh, declaring, "Come on, let's see if you possess the ability." Her voice brimmed with provocation and disdain. She exerted herself once more, and the dark energy surged forth like a relentless tide, creating a cacophony that intensified the pressure I felt. The malevolent force bore down upon me like a mountain, nearly robbing me of breath. At that moment, Hu Wanwan exhaled a puff of green mist and said to me, "Brother Shuren, I can't hold her much longer. Don't hold back. Subdue her first." Without hesitation, I produced a talisman for exorcising spirits and hurled it forward. The talisman soared through the air, imbued with radiant light, heading straight for Su Yao. Sensing the imminent danger, she attempted to evade, yet found herself unable to move. The talisman adhered precisely to her body, emitting a hissing sound akin to a raging inferno. Filled with destructive power, Su Yao was thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust as her body trembled upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed forward, retrieving a yellow talisman. I recited the incantation. In the celestial realm, the mighty lords convene. From the North Pole above to the 9 provinces below, with the heavens in sight, let no demon linger, I command. In an instant, Su Yao's figure flickered and was drawn into the yellow talisman. Just as I believed the ordeal to be over, the sound of applause echoed from the darkness, followed by the gradual emergence of 2 figures. Chapter 27. This wave I am in the stratosphere as those 2 silhouettes became clearer, one male and one female. I strained my memory, recognizing the man yet unable to recall from where. The woman, however, was none other than Su Yao's corpse, now transformed into a zombie, her limbs darkened as if stained by ink, her visage grotesque and terrifying, with fangs glinting ominously. Zombies are categorized into various types: walking corpses, white zombies, black zombies, blood zombies, flying zombies, Kuei-ba, and hound. Walking corpses have just undergone transformation, moving sluggishly, devoid of intelligence, acting solely on instinct, and possessing weak attack power. White zombies develop a layer of white fur on their bodies, moving slightly faster with rudimentary awareness, yet remaining somewhat sluggish. Black zombies boast iron-hard skin, appearing black, with enhanced strength and the ability to follow simple commands, exhibiting a degree of aggression. Blood zombies can leap and move more nimbly, having developed initial cognitive abilities, allowing them to attack targets proactively. Flying zombies can briefly fly, are incredibly swift, possess higher intelligence, and can strategize their attacks. Kuei-ba wields immense power and supernatural abilities, unafraid of sunlight, even capable of manipulating the weather, and is exceedingly rare. Hound represents the pinnacle among zombies, nearly invincible, possessing the power to obliterate the world. An entity of legend, Su Yao's body had evidently reached the level of a black zombie. Hu Wanwan approached my side, gesturing towards the man and whispering, "Brother Shurian, isn't that the village chief's assistant?" A sudden realization struck me. The mastermind was indeed him. I fixed my gaze on the man and coldly remarked, "So it was you stirring up trouble behind the scenes." The man sneered, "Humph, and what of it? Do you believe your petty formation can ensnare me? I have long since taken Yao Yao away. I intend for the entire village to accompany her in death." I regarded him with a calm demeanor, responding nonchalantly, "Oh, is that so? Could it be that my true purpose was to draw you out? You think your plans are flawless, yet in reality, I am already in the stratosphere. Such a vast stone chamber could only be the work of someone who had been plotting for a long time and was familiar with the surrounding terrain. If not a villager, then who else could it be?" The man's expression shifted, as if he had come to a realization. He bellowed in fury, "You tricked me." I stared intently at him, my eyes filled with resolve. "Now that you have revealed yourself, there is no escape. Tell me, who exactly are you?" The man scoffed dismissively, "You? After just emerging from a fierce battle, how much strength do you have left? Once you perish, I shall reveal my identity." With that, he commanded Su Yao's corpse to lunge at us with astonishing speed. Akin to a bolt of lightning, I gripped the peachwood sword and lunged decisively at Su Yao's movements were swift and resolute. Devoid of hesitation, she swung her iron-like arm, nearly disarming me with the force of her blow. Sending a jolt through my arm, I swiftly evaded her claws, murmuring incantations. Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of all energies, diligently cultivated for eons, grant me divine power. Command. The talisman in my hand ignited instantaneously, shooting towards the zombie Su Yao, burning with fervent flames and formidable strength. Su Yao let out an enraged roar, a torrent of dark energy enveloping her, instantly consuming the talisman. The dark force swirled like a massive vortex, swallowing the talisman whole. The man beside her chuckled ominously. "Is that all you've got?" His laughter echoed chillingly through the air. I retorted with a scoff, "If you're so capable, why hide in the shadows?" With that, I swung my sword once more, the wind howling as it clashed against Su Yao's claws, erupting in a shower of sparks that resembled meteors streaking across the night sky. Hu Wanwan, anxious beside me, shouted, "Brother Shuren, be careful." Sweat trickled down my forehead, large beads cascading down my cheeks. Suddenly struck by an idea, I called out, "Wanwan, I'll hold Su Yao back. You go subdue him." I quickly bit my finger, smearing it on the peachwood sword, which instantly glowed with a crimson light. "From the heavens above, grant me divine strength to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. Hasten as the law commands." Once more, I charged toward the zombie Su Yao, my figure darting forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Seizing the moment, Hu Wanwan stealthily circled around the man. Upon sensing her presence, he roared, "Little girl, how dare you?" Undeterred, Hu Wanwan swiftly struck, replying, "What is there to fear?" Her movements were light and agile. With both hands forming seals, she chanted incantations, unleashing a beam of light that shot toward the man. He attempted to evade, but found himself sluggish, unable to escape. With a commanding shout, Hu Wanwan declared, "Fall before me." The man let out a pained scream before being sent flying, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, I exclaimed in delight, "Wanwan, well done." Hu Wanwan, brimming with pride, replied, "Brother Shurun, this villain is far too easy to defeat." I once again formed seals with my hands, invoking, "Divine thunder of the 9 heavens." Justice descends, I wield the thunderous palm to intimidate all beings. Command. I struck down towards Su Yao. With a deafening roar, Su Yao fell heavily, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The man, witnessing this, cried out, "Yao Yao." His voice was filled with anguish and rage as he glared at us, demanding, "Why do you obstruct me? I merely seek vengeance for Yao Yao. What wrong have I committed?" I narrowed my eyes, inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" The man gazed skyward in bitter laughter, clutching his chest. "Ha ha ha, my name is Chen Lin, Su Yao's boyfriend. 3 years ago, Yao Yao selflessly went to the countryside to help them. Yet these brutes not only failed to show gratitude but cruelly murdered her. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. I want them all dead." With indignation, I questioned, "What of the innocent lives?" Chen Lin coldly retorted, "When an avalanche strikes, no snowflake is innocent." I sighed deeply, understanding his anger. If it were Xiaotong who had been killed, I would be even more driven to madness. With a hint of resignation, I said, "You are not wrong, but this path you have chosen is misguided. There are laws in the light and rules in the dark. Have you considered Su Yao's fate? She has taken lives and would be condemned to the depths of hell, unable to be reborn." Chen Lin's gaze suddenly turned vacant, rendered speechless as if lost in profound contemplation. I solemnly stated, "I see you are only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. How could you resort to such malevolent methods?" Chen Lin remained silent for a long while, finally speaking bitterly. "A middle-aged man told me this. He promised to help me exact revenge, and afterward, I merely needed to hand over Su Yao's corpse." I hastily interjected, "What is his name?" "The one capable of orchestrating such a malevolent scheme must be a practitioner of dark arts, and I shall eliminate him." Chen Lin responded, "I do not know his name. Only that he is." Before he could finish, a hand pierced through his heart from behind. As Su Yao's corpse bit into his neck, instantly, his body crumpled, transforming into a desiccated husk. This transpired in the blink of an eye. And despite my desperate attempt to intervene, it was too late. Following this gruesome act, Su Yao's body exuded a surge of blood energy. "This is bad. She is transformed into a blood zombie." My heart quaked. My heart was engulfed with shock and dread as Su Yao let out a piercing scream and lunged towards us. I swiftly sidestepped and swung my sword at her, but the peachwood blade proved utterly ineffective against her. Hu Wanwen exhaled a plume of green gas, then reached out towards her with both hands. Su Yao merely flicked her wrists, sending Hu Wanwen hurtling away. Hu Wanwen crashed to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, which arced through the air in a gruesome display. In response, I hastily threw a corpse-restraining talisman, exclaiming, "Halt!" However, the charm had no effect on Su Yao. She raised her hand and attacked me. I lifted the peachwood sword in defense. With a resounding crash, the sword shattered into 2 pieces, and she clawed at my chest, sending me flying back, blood gushing from my mouth. My chest burned with searing pain, feeling as though my body were disassembling. Without pausing, Su Yao charged at me fiercely. Grabbing my arm, she lifted me effortlessly and opened her mouth wide, ready to sink her teeth into my neck. Just as I believed my demise was imminent, I suddenly sensed Hu Wanwen's aura surging, radiating a green light. Chapter 28. Condensing the essence, grave injury. I understood the implication. Hu Wanwen was using her demon core, risking her life in the process. I shouted in horror and despair. "Wanwan, no." Hu Wanwen's eyes shot open, filled with determination and resolve. She struck towards Su Yao with a powerful palm. Su Yao took the blow head-on, and the collision of their immense forces echoed with a deep thud. Su Yao was pushed back several meters, while I was flung to the ground. Struggling to rise, I embraced Hu Wanwen, my heart racing with anxiety as I called out, "Wanwan, are you all right?" A trickle of blood seeped from Hu Wanwen's lips. Stark against her pale face, she smiled weakly at me, saying, "Brother Xian, you must live well." Her voice was barely audible, Yet each word struck my heart like a hammer. After speaking, Huanwen slowly closed her eyes. Her breath growing fainter, her body reverting to its original form. The small figure in my arms gradually lost its warmth, and my heart felt as though it were being viciously carved by countless blades. A wave of helplessness surged within me, as if I were being engulfed by a relentless tide. Holding Huanwen tightly, I cried out in defiance to the heavens. Anger coursed through me, and it felt as if the power within me was boiling. In this profound sorrow and fury, I sensed a tremendous force surging within my body, a wild energy converging around me. With a soft pop, I broke through to the condensed essence stage. That moment, I felt as if I were enveloped in radiant light, the very air around me trembling in response. I clenched my fists tightly, my gaze fierce, locked onto Suyao that I roared, "I shall have you torn asunder." I retrieved the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman from my pocket and chanted, "Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, heed my command. Subdue the demons, eradicate the evil." Upon completing the incantation, I cast the talisman into the air. The paper shimmered with dazzling brilliance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman erupted in resplendent light, dark clouds swiftly gathering overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, aimed directly at Suyao. The lightning resembled a colossal dragon, imbued with the power to annihilate all. Suyao attempted to evade, but there was nowhere to hide. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair. With a scream, she was engulfed by the lightning, which instantly obliterated her form, reducing her to mere ashes. The village chief rushed over with others, his face a mask of astonishment as he surveyed the scene. "What on earth has transpired?" he exclaimed. Cradling the unconscious Huanwen, I replied in a low, emotionless tone, "Chief, Suyao has been vanquished." The mastermind behind it all was Qin Lin, who also perished by Suyao's hand. My voice lacked any trace of emotion, as if my soul had been stripped away. Gazing at the fading little fox, I was at a loss for what to do. I stood there, holding Huanwen, consumed by uncertainty. Suddenly, I recalled the master. He had roamed the world for many years and should possess a solution. I rose, instructing the chief to incinerate the bodies of Suyao and Qin Lin, and to report Lu Guangguan to the authorities. With that, I sprinted up the mountain without hesitation. As I ran, I gasped, calling out, "Huanwen, you must hold on." I ran for what felt like an eternity, drenched in sweat at last. I reached the entrance of the temple, expending my last ounce of strength to pound on the door. I then collapsed against it, utterly drained. Moments later, light footsteps approached, and the door swung open. "Shitty," my senior sister exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise and concern. She gently supported me as I stammered, save, Huanwen." Before I could finish, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. I do not know how long I was unconscious, but I dreamt of a place devoid of sunlight, where two figures led Huanwen onward. I longed to grasp her hand. Yet my body remained immobile, and my heart was heavy with anxiety and despair. Huanwen turned to bid me farewell. "Brother Xian, in the next life, I hope to meet you again." Her eyes were filled with reluctance and helplessness. I jolted awake, crying out, "Huanwen, don't go." My senior sister rushed over, soothingly saying, "Shitty, calm down. Huanwen is still here. You are gravely injured and must rest. Had you delayed returning, the corpse poison would have invaded your heart." I was unconcerned for myself, my voice trembling as I asked, "Sister, how is Huanwen now?" She hesitated, her expression troubled. "The master is still searching for a solution, but the situation is not optimistic. He wishes for you to awaken and seek him." I hastily descended from the bed and made my way to the main hall. The master sat in a chair, his countenance grave as he said, "Xian, I believe I have found a way to save Miss Huanwen, but it requires a rare medicinal herb known as condensing form grass, which is exceedingly scarce. However, I have recently learned of a specimen passed down through the Zhang family in Jinghe City. Are you willing to seek it?" I responded eagerly, "Master, no matter how arduous the journey, I am willing to try." The master spoke slowly. "Very well, in a few days, you may descend the mountain. Take Mu Jin with you." I quickly interjected, "Master," but my heart was laden with worry and hesitation. After Huanwen's ordeal, I feared I could not protect my senior sister. The master replied calmly, "Xian, I understand your concerns. The path of the observer is to temper the heart in the mundane world, to know the true self, to transcend life and death, to grasp the essence of the universe, and to comprehend the great way to do you understand. The Master intended for me to gain experience in the secular world, to mature amidst the complexities of life. Moreover, for my pure young physique, such trials would be the most beneficial form of growth. The Master earnestly cautioned, Xian, remember, the time is not yet ripe. One should not recklessly seek the person who resides in one's heart. Knowing too much at this moment is detrimental to you, I understand, I replied helplessly. Having said that, I departed from the main hall. As I walked back to my quarters, my spirits plummeted. I had initially thought that once I broke through to the condensation realm, I could set out to find Xiao Tong, yet the observer had repeatedly cautioned against it. Must I truly wait for 5 more years? Is it indeed the case that lovers are destined to remain apart? Chapter 29. Leaving the mountain, Uncle Tuai returned to my residence and shared a few words with my senior sister before taking a few days of rest and then preparing to descend the mountain. During these days, I immersed myself in the arduous study of the 9 Heavens Secret Codex. As I delved deeper, I encountered an increasing wealth of knowledge regarding feng shui, the intricate and profound concepts causing me to ponder. Could the culmination of Taoist practices be feng shui? One evening, my senior sister led me to a courtyard within the temple, filled with blooming flowers of myriad colors, competing for attention, their fragrances intoxicating. She glided gracefully among the blossoms, resembling a fairy amidst the flowers. Her figure was elegant, her steps light, and the hem of her skirt danced gently in the breeze, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding flora. A sight to behold, I gazed at her, my worries dissipating as her beauty enveloped me like a gentle spring breeze. Warm and enchanting, she turned to me, smiled, and said, "Come and take a look over here." Her voice, akin to the melodious song of a lark amidst lush willows, was clear and delightful, laced with a hint of playfulness and joy. I hurried over, and in the corner of the courtyard stood a small artificial hill beneath which a clear spring bubbled forth. Though modest in size, its design was exquisite, resembling a miniature landscape crafted by nature itself. The spring was crystal clear, shimmering with golden reflections, and my senior sister extended her hand, gently stirring the water as it splashed, glimmering in the sunlight. I could not help but exclaim, "This place is truly beautiful." She responded with a smile, "Indeed, this has always been my favorite spot." Her gaze revealed a softness, as if she were reminiscing about cherished moments of the past. Looking into her eyes, I said, "We can come here often in the future. It's not like we want to return, right?" She murmured. In the future, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the courtyard in golden hues, adorning everything with a splendid, resplendent glow. My senior sister sat quietly, gazing into the distance, her expression tinged with melancholy in the warm light of the sunset. Her silhouette appeared lonely yet hauntingly beautiful. I approached and softly inquired, "Senior sister, what troubles you?" She came to her senses, smiled, and replied, "It's nothing, just some memories." A hint of bitterness lingered in her smile, and a flicker of sadness danced in her eyes. I refrained from pressing her further, choosing instead to remain silently by her side. In that moment, all I wished was to alleviate her solitude, to offer her warmth and solace through my mere presence. The night passed in silence, until the break of dawn. As the rooster crowed, I opened my eyes. Having absorbed the morning's auspicious energies, I gathered my belongings, ready to exit the temple. My senior sister donned a flowing light blue dress, the fabric billowing elegantly around her. A white silk ribbon cinched her waist, accentuating her slender figure. The ribbon, as pristine as clouds, delicately tied around her waist, enhancing her graceful silhouette. Her fitted top subtly outlined her alluring curves, adorned with intricate embroidery at the neckline that added an air of elegance. The delicate patterns were exquisite, akin to fine art, showcasing superb craftsmanship and unique taste. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, a few strands dancing in the wind, enhancing her ethereal beauty. I was momentarily entranced, saying, "Senior sister, you look truly beautiful today." She blushed and replied, "Thank you, junior brother." We went to the main hall to pay our respects to the ancestral master, bowing 3 times and lighting incense before slowly making our way out of the temple. At the temple entrance, the observer stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the other hand holding the small cloth bag my grandfather had given me. He spoke slowly. Inside is something your grandfather left for you. Go down the mountain. You have only 1 year. I took the bag, bowing deeply. Thank you, esteemed observer. Having said that, my senior sister and I departed slowly. I glanced back, a wave of sadness washing over me. I still remembered the time when the peach blossoms were in full bloom, how swiftly I had arrived. The morning mountain breeze was wild and relentless, the trees around us dancing like mad. As if bidding me farewell, the wind howled, rustling the leaves, branches swaying violently, seemingly striving to retain us. For a long while, our figures trudging along the scenic mountain path appeared remarkably small and solitary. Making our way toward the road below, our steps were resolute and hurried, our silhouettes gradually fading along the winding mountain trail. On the descent, I opened my grandfather's small cloth bag, finding a wad of cash, a letter, and the copper coin sword he had once given me. I unfolded the letter, which read, Shaoan, when you see this letter, you must have already left the mountain. Do not worry about us. I have taken your parents to a very safe place. When the time is right, we shall meet again. You are still inexperienced in the ways of the world. Be cautious and discerning, lest you fall prey to others' machinations. Your grandfather has little to leave you, save for that copper coin sword. I hope you will wield it to uphold justice. Furthermore, your uncle too is doing quite well in Jinghe City. After descending the mountain, if you have nowhere to go, you can find him at the following address. Number 21, Jiangning Road, Donghe District, Jinghe City. Lastly, remember not to venture deep into the mountains. If fate allows, you may yet rekindle old ties. Keep this in mind. Upon finishing the letter, a myriad of emotions surged within me. I had thought that after my cultivation, I could seek out Xiao Tong. Yet, the observer and my grandfather had both repeatedly emphasized that I should not go into the depths of the mountains. Is it truly that perilous? Xiao Tong lingered in my heart, and I often recalled her words, filled with longing and anticipation. That longing surged like a tide, crashing against my soul in waves. I understood that to reunite with her swiftly, I must continually strengthen myself. I would not yield. I was not well acquainted with Uncle Tu. As he had left home early and rarely returned, in my memories, his figure remained vague. My senior sister and I arrived in town and boarded a vehicle in search of Uncle Tu. Around 5 or 6 o'clock, the bus pulled into the provincial station. The sunset cast its golden glow upon the station's architecture, bathing everything in a radiant hue. Having gone all day without food or drink, I felt both thirsty and hungry, while my senior sister remained silent. Her expression bore signs of fatigue, and a hint of confusion lingered in her gaze. Upon disembarking, a variety of individuals leered at my senior sister with predatory intent. Their gazes greedy and brazen, as if they wished to consume her whole. The tea that moment, I regretted bringing her along. We casually sought a place to dine. After our meal, we strolled along the roadside when suddenly a young woman rushed up to me, asking me to scan a code. Claiming she was giving away keychain gifts, I hurriedly stepped away. Reaching the main road, I hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take us to No. 21 Jiangning Road. Throughout the journey, the driver kept casting lecherous glances at my senior sister. As we arrived in the city, I wished to avoid trouble. Soon, the taxi pulled up to the entrance of No. 21 Jiangning Road. It was a shop selling joss paper, adorned with an antique sign and flanked by 2 stone lions. The sign had faded over time, yet the characters remained legible, reading, Fu Xingyang Shop. I frowned slightly, meticulously checking the address. My senior sister smiled softly beside me. Indeed, it was number 21 Jiangning Road. I was taken aback to discover that Uncle Tu was engaged in such a business in the city. To put it kindly, he sold joss paper. To be blunt, he was involved in dealings related to the deceased. I had assumed he was simply working in the provincial capital, unaware of the truth. No wonder every time he returned home, he would remain tight-lipped when my grandfather inquired about his work. Standing at the door, my heart raced with excitement. I was finally about to meet my kin. I stepped forward slowly and knocked on the shop door. One answered, Is Uncle Tu not at home? I muttered softly and knocked again. Who's there? A loud voice called down from the second floor. Tinged with annoyance, I looked up and saw a young man, around 18 or 19, with a plump figure, holding a chicken leg and banging it against something. Looking somewhat familiar, he glanced at me, waved his hand impatiently, and said, We're closed. Come back tomorrow if you want to buy something. Hearing this, I felt irked and replied, "We're not here to buy anything." The plump man frowned, glanced at me, and then at my senior sister. His demeanor shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Oh, it's a beauty visiting us. Please, come in and have a seat. I'll be right down to entertain you." With that, he tossed aside the chicken leg and dashed inside. My senior sister and I entered the shop, which was covered in dust, as if it hadn't been cleaned in years. We found a slightly cleaner stool and sat down slowly. Chapter 30. Reunion with Heilong after a while. The plump man hurried down from upstairs. When I saw him again, he had changed into a clean outfit, looking completely different from his previously disheveled appearance. He approached my senior sister, extending his hand, and said, "Hello, beautiful. May I ask your name?" I promptly rose to grasp his hand. Fu Shiren. My movements were swift and resolute, as I wished to spare my senior sister any embarrassment. The stout fellow exclaimed with excitement, "Shiren, do you not recognize me? It is Heilong." Heilong's family had departed the village when I was merely 3 years old, and I never anticipated encountering him again. With a mischievous grin, Heilong remarked, "Shiren, this beauty cannot possibly be your girlfriend, can she?" His smile bore a hint of teasing and jest. I shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is my senior sister." Heilong, still somewhat incredulous, replied, "Oh, it seems you enjoy this cosplay act." I kicked him lightly, pondering how his mind could be so filled with frivolity, and insisted, "This truly is my senior sister." At that moment, my senior sister spoke softly and gently, "Heilong, I truly am his senior sister." Only then did Heilong realize his blunder, quickly apologizing, I'm sorry, beautiful. Since you are Shiren's senior sister, I shall call you senior sister from now on, and you may call me Xiao Long." His face was suffused with contrition as he nodded repeatedly. My senior sister hastily shook her head, saying, No, please call me Mu Jin instead." A smile adorned her face, conveying both politeness and distance. Heilong nodded vigorously, "Very well, Mu Jin Jia." Heilong scratched his head and continued, "Shiren, what have you been up to all these years?" "I often reminisce about our childhood days spent playing together in the village." I smiled and replied, "I have been learning some skills at Qingxingguan. What about you? How did you end up in my second uncle's shop?" Heilong sighed, "Well, my parents have been out in the world, navigating the ups and downs of business. In recent years, they have finally made some money and traveled abroad. I did not wish to accompany them, so I chose to help your second uncle in his shop." I patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not be so pessimistic. I am here now, and I will keep you company." Heilong nodded, suddenly brightening as he exclaimed, "By the way, Shiren, tonight I will host a gathering for us." My senior sister interjected, "That would be rather embarrassing." Heilong waved his hand dismissively, "Mu Jin Jia, please do not be polite. It is settled." That evening, we arrived at a bustling restaurant, ablaze with lights and filled with the clamor of voices, brimming with a lively atmosphere. Heilong ordered a feast, even opening several bottles of fine wine. After a few rounds of drinks, Heilong's chatter flowed freely, his cheeks flushed and his gaze somewhat dazed. With a drunken glimmer in his eyes, he said, "Shiren, to be honest, your second uncle's shop is no ordinary establishment. There are always some peculiar individuals that come through." A sense of curiosity and urgency surged within me as I inquired, "What kind of people? Do tell." Heilong hiccuped and replied, "Just the other day, an old man clad in a black robe came in, looking all mysterious, demanding to find some talisman to ward off evil spirits. There was also a woman, extravagantly dressed, claiming to be tormented by malevolent spirits and pleading for your second uncle's help." I furrowed my brow and asked, "Is that so? How did your second uncle handle it?" Heilong shook his head, saying, "The old man spoke with your second uncle for a while, but it seemed he did not sell him what he wanted. And the old man left cursing. As for the woman, your second uncle gave her a talisman to stick above her bee." "Why," senior sister interjected, "that sounds rather mystical." Heilong continued, "Indeed. There was also a man radiating a sinister aura who fixated on a statue of Buddha in the shop. His gaze quite frightening." I pressed on, "And then?" Heilong took another sip of wine and said, "Then your second uncle asked him to leave, stating that he was not welcome in the shop." I was watching nearby, and it sent chills down my spine. I exclaimed in astonishment, "Your second uncle actually asked someone to leave?" "It seems that man is no simple character." Heilong nodded, slightly inebriated. "Yes, when that man departed, He shot your second uncle a fierce glare, mumbling something under his breath, and my senior sister mused. There must be numerous secrets in this shop that we are unaware of. I frowned. I must inquire further with my second uncle upon our return. He long waved his hand dismissively. No, your second uncle's temperament is such that he may not divulge anything even if you ask. My senior sister suggested, then let us observe discreetly. Perhaps we might uncover something. I concurred, agreed. Let us proceed in this manner. Suddenly, he long leaned closer to me and whispered, Oh, Shuren, a child came in yesterday, looking about 7 or 8 years old, claiming to see ghosts and crying in fear. My eyes widened in inquiry. What did your second uncle do? He long replied. Your second uncle gave him a bowl of talisman water, and the child calmed down and left. My senior sister looked perplexed. Is this talisman water truly so miraculous? He long shrugged. Who knows? All I know is that the child left without a fuss. I was aware that he long was merely an ordinary person, and I should not involve him in my affairs. I pondered. My second uncle seems to be quite extraordinary. By midnight, we returned to the shop, and he long pointed to a room on the left upstairs, swaying slightly as he said, Shuren, that room is unoccupied. You can sleep there tonight with that. He staggered upstairs, turning back to add, Shuren, do mind your moderation. Moderation? I thought to myself. My senior sister's face flushed. As we entered the room, the bed linens were all neatly arranged. Although the room was small, it was quite cozy. Despite having consumed little, the effects of the alcohol made me gaze at my senior sister, and in that moment, she seemed strikingly similar to Xiao Tong. I slowly approached her, cupping her face, intent on kissing her, and my gaze became hazy, and the desires within me felt ignited. My senior sister hurriedly pushed me away, her face reddening to the roots of her hair, exclaiming, Junior, what are you doing? It was only then that I realized my mistake. Senior sister, I am so sorry, so sorry. I have had too much to drink. My voice was laced with regret and self-reproach. Yet, I felt as if Xiao Tong were right before me. Perhaps I was simply longing too much. After a while, my senior sister made the bed, then asked, Junior, there is only one bed here. How will we sleep tonight? I'll sleep on the floor. You take the bed, senior sister, I replied, feeling somewhat sheepish. My voice was low, and I dared not meet her gaze. Subsequently, my senior sister laid out a simple bed for me on the floor. Without uttering a word, I covered my head. Feeling utterly embarrassed, I wondered how my senior sister perceived me. As night fell, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and my heart was filled with worry and turmoil. And my senior sister, unable to slumber as well, quietly asked, Junior, do you have something on your mind? My heart raced and I stammered. Senior sister, earlier, I struggled to find the right words. My senior sister gently reassured, It's all right, Junior. I will assume you were merely inebriated. There is no need to dwell on it. A sigh of relief escaped me as I replied, Thank you, senior sister, my voice brimming with gratitude and relief. Why, senior sister then inquired, Junior, what do you plan to do next? I replied nonchalantly, Next, I shall investigate the affairs of the Zhang family. With that utterance, I drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 31. The mysterious woman. The night passed without incident. The morning sun streamed through the window, and I awoke early as usual to meditate and cultivate. To my surprise, my senior sister had risen even earlier. Upon completing my practice and stepping outside, I found her diligently tidying up my second uncle's shop, her demeanor as natural and adept as if she were in her own home. At that moment, Xiao Long entered, carrying breakfast, a mischievous grin on his face. Shuren, my friend, wasn't he last night delightful? I replied curtly. What are you thinking about all day? I slept on the floor, Xiao Long continued. Shuren, how could you not seize such a splendid opportunity? As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moonlight first. His expression conveyed a sense of disappointment. I retorted, Enough, just eat your breakfast. I had no desire to continue this conversation. During breakfast, Xiao Long occasionally glanced at my senior sister and remarked, Mu Jinjia, you are truly diligent. Since I arrived, your second uncle's shop has been like this, and I have been too lazy to help clean. Whoever marries Mu Jinjia will be very fortunate. He spoke while shoveling food into his mouth. My senior sister remained silent, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. I shot Xiao Long a warning glance, signaling him to cease his remarks, and he dutifully focused on his meal. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, its sound echoing distinctly in the quiet shop. A woman clad entirely in black, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, stood at the entrance, her voice low as she inquired, "Is anyone there?" An aura of faintly ominous energy surrounded her, almost imperceptible. Sensing this, I quickly stepped forward to greet her, saying, "May I ask what you need?" The woman spoke in a low, husky voice. "Excuse me, do you conduct business here?" Typically, patrons frequenting such establishments are primarily interested in purchasing items like joss paper, and the term business is a colloquialism within the trade. Observing her inquiry, it seemed evident that she was entangled in some predicament. I cautiously probed, "Pray, tell me what matters." My gaze remained fixed upon her. She began to articulate, "I seek a person, and regardless of whether I find them, I shall offer a generous reward." Upon finishing her statement, she revealed a black bag brimming with cash, presumably around 100,000 yuan. After a moment's contemplation, having recently descended the mountain with scant funds, I replied, "I accept." "Who is it you are searching for, and where might I find them?" She slowly handed me a photograph, saying, "This is my sister. Not long ago, she and her boyfriend returned to our hometown, Yangjia Village in Jinsha County, Jinghe City, and since then, I have been unable to reach her." Inquiries I made led to the claim that she and her boyfriend had long since departed. I responded with calmness, "I can search, but I cannot guarantee whether what I find will be a living person or merely a corpse, as I do not wish to set your hopes too high." The woman acquiesced, "That is acceptable. There is no time constraint. Once you locate her, please call this number." I responded, "Very well. Please provide me with her birth date and time, along with a strand of your hair." She handed me a note and plucked a hair from her head. I nodded in acknowledgement. After our exchange, she turned and vanished swiftly into the throng of people. NY Senior approached, inquiring, "What transpired, Junior?" I replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much, just a woman seeking her sister. I've taken on the task since Uncle isn't around. I can always share half with him later." As I spoke, I waved the bag in my hand. My senior, upon seeing the contents, expressed concern. "Such a large sum of money. This matter may not be so simple. You must exercise caution." I attempted to reassure her, "No worries. She has not set a deadline. We shall first attend to Wang Quan's matters." Xiaolong approached, remarking, "Tianan, isn't it peculiar? Look at how someone is bundled up so warmly on a sweltering day." I replied coolly, "Indeed." After breakfast, my senior resumed her cleaning of the shop, while I, having nothing to do, offered my assistance. Xiaolong was engrossed in a game, intermittently exclaiming, "In our country as server, Ma Chao, what skills do you possess? What are you even shouting about?" I shook my head. Xiaolong was indeed a natural Ma Chao. Several days passed without any news regarding the Zhang family. Just then, a mature man in his 30s emerged from outside the shop. I called out, "Uncle." My voice brimmed with excitement and joy. He approached, patting my shoulder, saying, "Shaoan, you've grown. You're nearly as tall as me." Upon entering the shop, he noticed my senior tidying up and smiled. "Shaoan, you found yourself a fine partner. She has cleaned the shop so thoroughly upon her arrival. You are truly fortunate." My senior's face flushed with shyness upon hearing this. Why didn't she refute that? What is going on? I hastily clarified, "Uncle, that's not the case. This is my senior, Yun Mujin." Subsequently, I recounted all that had transpired at the temple and my experience of apprenticing under the Nine Heaven Xian Nu. Uncle joyfully remarked, "Shaoan, you needn't worry. Your grandfather will surely be fine. Rest assured. Yet, you've done remarkably well to become an apprentice to the Nine Heaven Xian Nu. It is a dream for many." That evening, Uncle, Xiaolong, my senior, and I dined at a nearby luxurious restaurant. Ordering an extravagant feast, it was my first experience with such a lavish spread, and I could hardly resist the temptation, devouring my meal with gusto. My senior, on the other hand, ate delicately, exuding an air of elegance and composure. Observing this, Uncle inquired, "That little Jean, is the food at your temple that poor? Why does this lad seem as though he hasn't eaten in 800 years? My senior replied, "Not quite. I usually prepare the meals." It's just that Shaoan is a bit excited, having descended the mountain for the first time. Uncle burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. While we ate, Uncle insisted on toasting with me, claiming it had been too long since we had seen each other and that we must celebrate with a few drinks. I had little experience with alcohol, as Uncle and Xiaolong continued to drink. I soon found myself in a hazy stupor. The following morning, I awoke in the hotel bed with my senior beside me, peacefully slumbering. My heart raced. Could it be that I had drunkenly taken advantage of her last night? I pulled back the covers to find my clothes intact. Thank goodness. I got up to wash my face, and by the time I returned, my senior had already woken. Senior, I didn't do anything inappropriate last night. Did I? I asked anxiously, my voice tinged with unease. She chuckled softly. Rest assured, nothing happened. I sighed in relief. Had anything truly occurred, I would likely have faced dire consequences. We exited the hotel, heading towards Uncle's shop. As we departed, I overheard someone mutter, "SK. This fellow seems quite ordinary. How could he possibly attract such a beautiful girl? It's akin to a flower being placed in cow dung." I silently fumed. You read the dung. Your entire family is dung? Yet, I restrained myself and chose not to engage. Upon arriving at Uncle's shop, I noticed a woman in her 30s seated on a stool, wearing sunglasses and clutching a large set of keys. Uncle and Xiaolong had yet to awaken, likely still recovering from the previous night's revelry. I took the initiative to inquire, "May I assist you with something?" The woman removed her sunglasses and scrutinized me, saying, "I am the landlord of Fu Dequan. He owes me several months' rent. Were it not for our previous acquaintance, I would have evicted him long ago." "And who might you be?" Realizing she was the landlord, I introduced myself. "I am his nephew. You may call me Tianan. I am unaware of how much rent my uncle owes you, but I can settle it." The woman responded, "Ah, so you are Tianan, his nephew. I was once classmates with your uncle. Let us do this. Since it's our first meeting, let us round it down to 10,000. Consider it a gesture from me, as an elder, to treat you to a meal." "What? 10,000? I gritted my teeth and reluctantly transferred the sum to the landlord. As the transaction completed, my heart ached, lamenting internally, what a misfortune. I've arrived only to be swindled by Uncle. I wondered why I hadn't seen him. He was waiting for me here. The woman accepted the payment, smiling brightly. "All right, I shall return to find your elder nephew another day. You may call me Sister Huan." She sashayed out, her hips swaying exaggeratedly as she left with her jangling keys. I muttered through clenched teeth, "Sister Huan, take care," my tone rife with resignation and frustration. My senior chuckled quietly to herself. Not long after Sister Huan's departure, Uncle stealthily emerged from his room, moving lightly as if fearful of being discovered. I complained, "Uncle, you've truly put your dear nephew in a bind." Uncle sighed, "Shaoan, I haven't had any business in quite some time. Moreover, your senior informed me that you landed a substantial job yesterday at my shop. I only needed this rent." I glanced at my senior, who wore a smug smile as she walked away, her eyes twinkling with mischief and triumph. I chose not to press further, shaking my head in exasperation. My senior had clearly taken to retaliating against me. What a classic revenge! I shifted the topic, asking, "Uncle, do you know about Ningxing grass?" Uncle replied, "I am not familiar with it. What do you need it for?" I proceeded to tell him about Hu Wanquan's severe injuries sustained while saving me, and the possibility that the Zhang family possessed Ningxing grass. My tone was heavy with guilt and concern for Hu Wanquan. Uncle remarked, "I've met Wanquan a few times. She has a kind heart. However, I do possess some knowledge regarding the Zhang family." He then retrieved his phone and showed me a message that read, "The Zhang family's young lady suffers from a bizarre illness. She has been in a coma for 3 years, with no cure in sight. We seek skilled practitioners from all walks of life and various temples. Those who can heal her will receive a generous reward." Uncle continued, "I've heard that the young lady of the Zhang family has lost her soul. Many masters who visited merely shook their heads, claiming they could not assist. Others have said that her soul has already been collected by the underworld. It remains uncertain whether this is true. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the celestial soul, earthly soul, and life soul. The 7 spirits include corpse dog, hidden arrow, bird een, swallowing thief, non-toxic, purging filth, and stinking lung. The celestial soul, also known as the spirit or original spirit, is believed to embody a person's spiritual essence, linked to the forces of heaven or the universe. The earthly soul is connected to the body and the material world. Tasked with maintaining life and bodily functions, the life soul represents an individual's consciousness, thoughts, and emotions. The 7 spirits serve various purposes. The corpse dog signifies vigilance. Hidden arrow denotes memory. Bird een pertains to reproduction. Swallowing thief governs immunity. Non-toxic relates to detoxification. Purging filth is responsible for excretion, and stinking lung oversees respiration. If indeed the soul and spirit have been lost, only by witnessing the person in person can one truly comprehend the gravity of the situation. I found myself engulfed in contemplation, my brow furrowed, fingers unconsciously stroking my chin. Should it be true, as my second uncle has suggested, that Miss Zhang's soul has been taken by the underworld, the matter would undoubtedly become complex. Second uncle, what shall we do now? I inquired on him why second uncle, his expression pensive, reflected for a moment, a glimmer of concern in his eyes. Here's the plan. I will make some inquiries, while you head over to the Zhang residence to assess the situation. I will also seek information regarding the Ningxia grass. Having navigated the city for many years, my second uncle still had some connections. After a short while, he sent the address to my phone. I nodded and replied, "All right, second uncle, I will first visit the Zhang family. I will keep you updated on any developments." After bidding farewell to my second uncle, I hailed a taxi and, following the address on my phone, arrived at the Zhang residence. My senior sister insisted on accompanying me, but I explained that I was merely going to gather information, ultimately persuading her to stay at the shop. The Zhang villa was extraordinarily grand, with 2 security guards stationed at the entrance, who inquired about my purpose upon seeing me. Their expressions were serious, their gazes scrutinizing. I identified myself, stating that I had come in response to an online announcement. The guards appraised me with disdain and retorted, "What a little brat! You should quickly return from whence you came. Don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you." Thus, I found myself engaged in an argument with them at the entrance. Before long, a man resembling a steward emerged, irate and exclaiming, "What is all this noise? If you continue to bicker, both of you can leave." He then turned his attention to me, demanding to know my identity. I replied coolly, "I am here on the recommendation of my second uncle, Fu Dequan." The steward's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming into one of warmth and respect as he approached me, exclaiming, "Ah, you are Master Fu's nephew. My apologies, gentlemen. You should quickly apologize to this young man." The guards bowed and offered their apologies, to which I merely waved my hand dismissively. The steward then glanced around before asking, "Where is your second uncle?" "Why isn't he here?" I answered nonchalantly, "My second uncle is not here. I can handle this on my own." The steward regarded me skeptically, then said, "Very well, please come inside." Entering the villa, I was greeted by a spacious courtyard, where my gaze was immediately drawn to an intricately designed artificial hill standing majestically in the eastern part of the garden, as if a guardian warding off malevolent spirits from the east. The hill's unusual shape and distinct patterns resembled a finely sculpted work of art. Beside the hill, a crystal-clear pond encircled, its waters shimmering as fish swam joyfully within. The pond was perfectly situated in the southeast corner of the courtyard, capable of gathering wealth. Such a feng shui arrangement had clearly been crafted by an expert. Upon entering the living room, I noticed several individuals clad in peculiar attire, seemingly there to attend to Miss Zhang's ailment. Among them was an elderly man with a long beard, dressed in a Taoist robe, who glanced at me disdainfully and remarked, "I thought it was someone important. Just a young fool. What skills could you possibly possess to keep us waiting so long?" His tone dripped with condescension. Observing their levels of cultivation, it was evident that they were all at the questioning stage, with the elder being the strongest among them at the later stage of questioning. I ignored his remarks and turned to the steward. "Could you please take me to see Miss Zhang?" The elder scoffed, "Why the rush? Can't you see that the host has yet to arrive? Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served?" Just then, footsteps echoed from upstairs as a weary-looking middle-aged man descended slowly. His gait was heavy. He must be Zhang Chaoshan, the head of the household. Zhang Chaoshan, with a grave expression, addressed the assembly, "You have all come for my daughter's illness. I appreciate your efforts. If any of you can heal her, I will agree to any terms." A thought flickered in my mind. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to inquire about the Ningxia grass. After a few more exchanges, he added, "Please, follow me." We followed Zhang Chaoshan up the staircase, which appeared unusually arranged. The stairway was blocked by an 8 immortals table, adorned with talismans at its corners. This tactic, known as sealing the ghost path, is typically employed in haunted homes to prevent spirits from ascending the stairs. The more stories in the house, the more effective it is. However, it has its drawbacks. It is ineffective against extremely malevolent spirits, That moment, Su Yao flew to my side, informing me that a spirit not weaker than her own had once visited this place. I was taken aback. Stronger than Su Yao? A ghost commander? Not a chance. Just as I stepped into this realm, I was already encountering high-level spirits. This new identity was proving troublesome. Ever since Chen Lin's demise, Su Yao's resentment had dissipated, and she regained her composure. She later expressed a desire to refrain from reincarnation for a while to accumulate more virtuous deeds, so I allowed her to remain by my side, temporarily residing within a jade pendant. Arriving before a door, Zhang Chaoshan halted, stating, "This is the young lady's room. You may enter and take a look." However, the elder in the yellow robe blocked my path, asserting, "Young man, it's first come, first served. You should wait outside. Once I've treated Miss Zhang and my mood improves, perhaps I might reward you," I retorted coldly. "I fear you may earn your keep but lose your life in the process." It is no exaggeration. Even if I released Su Yao now, she could frighten them into a state of panic, let alone a spirit more formidable than her. With that, he and his entourage entered the room. Moments later, a terrified scream pierced the air as the elder in the yellow robe stumbled out, his face as pale as a sheet, his eyes brimming with fear and panicked. "Mr. Zhang, I cannot take this job," he stammered, his voice trembling as if he had encountered unspeakable horror. With that, he and his disciples hastily departed. As they left, he even kindly advised me, "Young man, heed my warning. This matter is beyond your control. Leave now, and you may still have a chance at survival." Before Zhang Chaoshan could inquire further, the elder bolted out the door. Zhang Chaoshan turned to me, a sense of desperation evident in his demeanor, and sighed deeply. "Young brother, please proceed." I pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Inside, a faint aroma of herbs lingered in the air, both refreshing and bitter. The young lady lay there, resembling a sleeping princess. Beautiful yet heartbreaking, I approached her bedside, scrutinizing her condition closely. Inwardly, I pondered how to ascertain whether she had genuinely lost her soul. Gently, I placed my fingers on Miss Zhang's wrist, closed my eyes, and felt for her pulse. It was faint and erratic, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. After a moment, I opened my eyes, my brow furrowed, as a suspicion began to form within me. Indeed, her soul had been lost. Her life force had departed, which explained Miss Zhang's comatose state. However, if her spirit remained detached for an extended period, it would be irrevocably lost. Tentatively, I inquired, "Mr. Zhang, to be candid, I have heard that your family has passed down a Ning-shaped grass. Might you be familiar with this herb?" My voice was low and cautious, my gaze fixed intently on his reaction. If he responded in the negative, I would turn and leave immediately, for this matter was not to be taken lightly. Zhang Chaoshan furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with hesitation as he replied, "Ning-shaped grass? Indeed, a specimen has been passed down through my ancestors, but it is exceedingly rare. However, if you can save Junya, I am willing to offer it to you." I nodded. "Mr. Zhang, I will do my utmost. Yet, I require some time for preparation." Zhang Chaoshan promptly replied, "Of course. Whatever you need, just say the word." Turning back to him, I requested, "I need yellow paper, vermilion, and incense. Additionally, I require a quiet environment, free from disturbances." Zhang Chaoshan nodded vigorously. "No problem, I will arrange for it." After leaving the room, I immediately called my second uncle to update him on the situation. He cautioned me to proceed with care. As night fell, I lit the incense, the dim flame flickering in the darkness, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Reciting incantations, I began to perform the soul-recalling ritual. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, spirits of all things, I heed the decree of the 9 heavens, with talismans as proof and incense as a guide. I summoned the soul to return swiftly, as commanded. As I completed the incantation, silence enveloped the room, devoid of any response. The stillness was akin to death, exuding an intangible pressure. I inhaled deeply, recalibrating my focus, and recited the soul-recalling spell once more. My voice echoed in the hushed chamber, imbued with urgency and hope, yet still, there was no reaction. Beads of sweat began to form on my forehead. It was evident that Miss Zhang's life force had either been taken to the underworld or was being held captive. Consequently, I fashioned a paper crane from yellow paper, requesting Zhang Chaoshan to provide a drop of Zhang Junius blood to mix with the vermilion. which I then applied to the crane while silently chanting spells. Following this, I released the paper crane into the air. This is a commonly employed Taoist method for locating individuals. If the crane falls to the ground, it would indicate that Zhang Junia's spirit had indeed been taken to the underworld. Should that be the case, it would prove troublesome. With my current level of cultivation, it would be akin to searching for death in a latrine with a lantern. Conversely, if not, then everything remains possible. The 1,000 origami cranes, after swirling in the air for a few moments, began to descend towards the ground below. Their silhouettes appeared particularly striking against the darkness. I hurriedly followed, my heart silently praying to uncover a clue. My footsteps were hasty and urgent, as if I were chasing the last flicker of hope. Zhang Caishan's astonishment at the flying cranes rendered him speechless as he exclaimed, "Little brother, no, little Taoist, is this sorcery?" I replied nonchalantly. "Where is the sorcery? It's merely a trivial trick." We followed the cranes into the living room, where they eventually settled upon a wall. Upon activating my yin-yang vision, I noticed a faint trace of yin energy lingering on the wall. This energy was elusive yet sent a chill through the air. I pointed towards the wall and inquired, my voice low and grave, filled with curiosity, "Was anything once placed here?" Zhang Caishans glanced at the butler, signaling him to respond, likely indicating that he himself was unaware. The butler approached and pondered. "It seems something was once here." "Ah, indeed. There was a painting that the mistress bought at an auction during her lifetime." His voice carried a hint of nostalgia and uncertainty. Upon hearing this, a realization dawned upon me. It was likely that the painting contained a ghostly presence that had claimed Zhang Junia's soul. As for its purpose, that remained to be seen, I asked in a low tone. "And where is that painting now?" The butler's expression turned troubled as he replied, "That painting was taken by the mistress's elder brother a few days ago." Zhang Caishans interjected, "Little Taoist, it is true that my wife's brother took the painting, claiming that our elderly father dreamed of her and wished to burn her favorite belongings." Upon hearing this, I mused to myself, do wealthy individuals truly indulge in such whimsical endeavors? If unanticipated, that painting might be worth at least 100 to 180,000, and yet, he speaks of burning it without a second thought. However, I quickly dismissed that line of thought and conveyed my suspicions to Zhang Caishans. His voice trembled as he asked, "Little Taoist, do ghosts truly exist in this world?" I firmly stated, "Where belief exists, so does reality. Where disbelief reigns, there is none." However, if you wish to save your daughter, you must retrieve that painting post-haste. I had no desire to offer him excessive explanations. I only wished to resolve the issue swiftly. I certainly couldn't inform him outright that there were ghosts, nor could I allow Suyao to reveal herself, for that would surely frighten him to death. Zhang Caishans, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily dialed his elder brother-in-law. While we awaited his response, I paced back and forth in the living room, contemplating the potential scenarios we might encounter. If the painting were retrieved, what would happen if the ghostly presence vanished? How would I compel it to return Suyao's soul? After a lengthy wait, the phone remained unanswered, and an ominous premonition surged within me. I furrowed my brow and inquired of Zhang Caishans, "What is going on? Why is no one answering the phone?" My voice was laced with urgency and concern. Zhang Caishans, equally anxious, replied, "I have no idea. My brother-in-law is usually not like this," I decisively stated. "We cannot wait any longer. We must go see him immediately." Zhang Caishans nodded in agreement, and we hurriedly drove to his brother-in-law's residence. Along the way, he fretted incessantly, urging the driver to increase speed. At last, we arrived at our destination, a high-rise apartment complex situated in a school district. Upon arrival, Zhang Caishans pounded on the door with fervor, the sound echoing in the silent corridor. Yet there was no response. We prepared to force the door open when, at that moment, the elevator dinged, and a gaunt, ashen-faced middle-aged man emerged. Seeing Zhang Caishans beside me, he bolted towards the staircase in a panic. His frantic demeanor resembled that of a startled rabbit, his eyes filled with terror and a desire to escape. Such a man, consumed by indulgence, was easily apprehended by me as I swiftly apprehended him and brought him back. He opened the door, and Zhang Caishans demanded, "Brother-in-law, why are you running? Where is the painting belonging to Junia's mother?" His voice brimmed with fury and confusion, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Trembling, he replied, I sold it." Zhang Caishans roared, "What? Lin Zhengde, you wretch! Have I not cared for you enough? You would take away the last remnant left by Junius' mother and deceive me with tales of our elderly father wanting it. Zhang Keishan's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury. Lin Zhengde, quaking, stood up to say, Chaos Hans, I apologized. I was framed and fell into drugs. I truly had no money left, which led me to this desperate act. Zhang Keishan's anger intensified. You have succumbed to drugs as well? You heartless fiend. I shall call the police and have you arrested. With that, he reached for his phone. Ready to report him, I remained silent, recognizing that this was a family matter and not my place to intervene. I stood there, expression grave, while my mind raced with the potential outcomes that lay ahead. Lin Zhengde fell to his knees, pleading, Chaos Hans, please. I do not want to go to jail. Do not report me. I will tell you the whereabouts of that painting. Tears streamed down his face as he begged desperately. Zhang Chaos Hans paused, glaring at Lin Zhengde. Speak quickly. Where has that painting gone? Lin Zhengde stammered. When I fell into drugs, I borrowed a considerable amount of money. In my desperation, a man approached me, expressing a keen interest in my sister's painting and offered a high price. I was bewitched and sold it. I urgently pressed. Who was he? Provide his details clearly. Lin Zhengde wiped his tears, straining to recall. He had a long scar on his face, and his gaze was particularly fierce. He continued to recollect. He wore a hat, obscuring his face, and spoke in a peculiar tone. Deliberately lowering his voice, a sense of dread washed over me. It seemed the situation had grown increasingly complicated. Zhang Chaos Hans trembled with rage. You imbecile! Do you not realize that your actions could lead to Junius' demise? I searched the room, hoping to find some clue. My gaze was keen, overlooking no corner. Suddenly, in a nook, I discovered a note with an address inscribed upon it. What is this? Zhang Chaos Hans inquired, leaning closer, his voice filled with curiosity and anticipation. I examined the note and replied with unwavering certainty, perhaps this is the address of that man. We must investigate. Lin Zhengde bowed repeatedly. I realize my mistakes, Chaos Hans. You must save me. I do not wish to go to prison. His forehead struck the ground with a resounding thud. Zhang Chaos Hans coldly retorted, Save you? Let the prison save you. With that, we exited as we descended the stairs. The sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. Zhang Chaos Hans, his face pale, remarked, Little Taoist, I apologize for the inconvenience. May I ask how to address you? His tone carried an air of embarrassment and regret. I replied coolly, No need for concern. Every family has its own troubles. My name is Fu Shiren. You may call me Fu Xiaogu now. Let us go meet this man. Subsequently, Zhang Chaos Han summoned the driver to head towards the address on the note. Along the way, I called my second uncle and senior sister, assuring them not to worry, for I could handle the situation. My second uncle urged me not to overexert myself, suggesting we consider alternative solutions if necessary. Meanwhile, my senior sister insisted on joining me, and after much persuasion, she finally agreed to accompany me on the condition that I would take her out. Women truly require some coaxing. I gazed towards the distant mountains, reminiscing about Shaodong. The vehicle soon arrived at the address on the note, revealing a secluded ancient residence. Zhang Chaos Hans hesitated, saying, Fu Xiaogu, this place appears rather ominous. Could this truly be where we seek? I inhaled deeply and replied, Since we have come this far, let us enter and discover the truth. Upon stepping into the ancient dwelling, we found the walls encrusted with a dense layer of moss. Resembling a verdant carpet, the moss emitted an eerie aura in the dim light, as if countless eyes were watching us. The sagging beams threatened to collapse at any moment, groaning under the weight of their burden. The decaying wood creaked ominously, as if issuing one final warning. The tattered window paper rustled in the breeze, producing a chilling sound akin to the wails of restless spirits, sending shivers down our spines. Dust had settled thickly on the ground, and each step stirred up a choking cloud of particles. Clearly, this place had been abandoned for quite some time. Zhang Chaos Hans trailed closely behind me, his throat constricting as he swallowed nervously. His face as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He trembled as he spoke. Fu Xiaogu, this place is too terrifying. Can we truly find that man? Just then, a sinister laughter echoed from the shadows, reverberating through the empty ancient house, sending chills down our spines. I called out, Who is there? If you have the courage, show yourself. Do not hide in the shadows. My voice echoed through the ancient mansion. Imbued with resolute determination and fearlessness, at that moment, a chilling voice resounded. I never expected you to find this place so swiftly, but what can a mere child, yet to fully mature, do? My gaze remained steadfast as I boldly replied to the mysterious voice. Whoever you may be, surrender the item, and I might consider sparing your life. There was no trace of fear in my eyes, only unwavering resolve and courage. My fists clenched, poised for battle at any moment. Ha ha. Just you? The voice dripped with disdain, and I retorted with a scoff. Humph. How would you know without trying? In an instant, a figure emerged from the shadowy corners of the mansion. A long scar carved across his face appeared particularly grotesque in the dim light, resembling a twisted centipede coiled upon his visage. He wore a black cloak, its wide collar revealing a dark red lining that resembled dried blood. The cloak fluttered gently in the wind, reminiscent of the wings of a demon. His hands were clad in black leather gloves, the knuckles embedded with sharp metallic spikes. Each step he took emanated a heavy aura of oppression, his footfalls resonating with a dull thud against the ground. He slightly lifted his head, revealing eyes that glimmered with a cold light, surveying us with an icy gaze that sent shivers down the spine, like the edge of a razor. Zhang Chaoshan, unable to contain himself, shouted, "What do you want?" The scarred face sneered coldly. "This painting is not something you can easily take." I stepped forward, asserting, "Enough of your nonsense. We are taking this painting today." The scarred man crossed his arms, challenging, "If you have the ability, then come and try with that." He flickered forward like a wraith, launching an assault upon us. His fist, slicing through the air with a whoosh, aimed directly at my face. I sidestepped to evade, simultaneously raising my leg to kick at his abdomen. My movements were swift and agile, devoid of hesitation. He reacted instantly, retracting his fist and blocking my strike with his arm. Following that, he executed a spinning kick. His technique sharp and fierce, I quickly crouched, my hands planted on the ground, sweeping my leg in a low arc towards his lower body. My actions flowed seamlessly, leaving him no respite. The scarred man leapt high, evading my attack, and as he landed, he initiated another assault, his palms slicing through the air, aimed straight for my chest. I hastily crossed my arms to defend, pushed back several steps by his overwhelming force. Yet, I remained steady, refusing to fall. Unwilling to concede, I adjusted my stance and charged forward like a bolt of lightning, my fists striking like a tempest, each blow carrying the force of the wind. The shadowy figure darted left and right, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Each of his strikes was infused with lethal intent, as if seeking to end my life. Zhang Chaoshan watched anxiously from the sidelines, scarcely daring to breathe, his eyes glued to our conflict, his heart racing. After several exchanges, I discerned that he was merely at the initial stage of chi transformation, yet his martial prowess was formidable. Despite using 30% of my strength, I found it insufficient against him. Thus, I accelerated my attacks, my moves becoming increasingly rapid, leaving the shadow struggling to keep up. My speed reached a peak, resembling a phantom. I raised my hand, delivering a palm strike towards him, the energy within seeming to crackle with lightning. He had no time to evade and was sent hurtling backward by my strike. Chapter 35. For the sake of my grandfather? The scarred man staggered to his feet, terror etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Impossible! How could you be at the Foundation establishment stage?" His voice trembled with disbelief and fear, and no sooner had he spoken than he turned and fled in another direction, his movements frantic and hurried, akin to a frightened beast. "Don't run!" I shouted, propelling myself forward like an arrow released from its bow, my voice resonating through the ancient mansion, filled with resolve and decisiveness. The pathways within the mansion twisted and turned, resembling a labyrinth. The dim light obscured my vision, and the decaying floorboards creaked beneath my feet, stirring up clouds of dust. I held my breath, attentively discerning the sound of the scarred man's retreat, pursuing him relentlessly, fearful of losing my quarry. Finally, in a dark and damp chamber, he came to a halt. The room reeked of a nauseating stench, with walls overrun by moss and mildew. He turned, glaring fiercely. "Kid, don't push me too far." His voice echoed ominously in the cramped space, laden with boundless malice and despair. I stood my ground, my gaze unwavering as I declared, "Hand over the painting, and I shall spare your life." The room was permeated with a foul odor, droplets of moisture trickling from the walls. The sound of the dripping water resonated starkly in the silence, each drop echoing like a hammer upon the heart. At that moment, Su Yao's voice reached me telepathically. "Tenengu, I sensed the presence of the Ghost Commander. He should be right here." The scarred man fell to his knees before a wall, pleading, "My lord, save me." His voice was filled with desperation, his body trembling uncontrollably. From beyond the wall, a chilling, sinister laugh emerged. "Humph, useless wretch." Following this, a powerful surge of black mist erupted from the wall, rushing towards the scarred man, who collapsed before he could even scream, devoid of any sign of life. The black mist, akin to the tentacles of a demon, swiftly consumed the scarred man's existence. The wall suddenly shimmered with an eerie light, gradually revealing a dark silhouette. The flickering light dazzled the eyes, and the figure appeared tall and imposing, exuding a dense aura of malevolence that sent chills down the spine. Mid-stage Ghost Commander, my heart raced, and I felt an urgent need to remain vigilant in the face of such formidable power. My pulse quickened, and cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The Ghost Commander, hands clasped behind his back, regarded me coldly, stating, "Kid, so you are the one who dares to thwart my plans, at such a young age, to possess such cultivation. Reveal your name swiftly, or today shall mark your demise." I feigned calmness, responding, "What is it to you who I am? Hand over Zhang Junia's soul, or I shall ensure you pay dearly." The Ghost Commander laughed heartily. "After all these years, it's the first time someone has dared to threaten me. You, a presumptuous little brat, shall meet your end." His laughter reverberated within the room, brimming with arrogance and disdain. With that, he waved his hands, and the black mist surged towards me like a tidal wave. The mist coalesced into countless sharp spikes, hurtling towards me with a shriek. I swiftly channeled my magic, forming a protective shield of faint light around me, akin to an impenetrable armor. The spikes of mist collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds, sparks flying in all directions. The noise resembled the hammering of iron in a forge, fierce and jarring. Seeing this, the Ghost Commander scoffed, then waved his hands again, condensing the mist into a gigantic black hand that struck down upon me. I narrowly dodged to the side as the hand crashed into the ground, creating a large crater and sending debris flying. Seizing the moment, I retaliated, my peachwood sword glowing brilliantly as I thrust it towards the Ghost Commander. He remained unfazed, effortlessly swiping his sleeve, unleashing a powerful force that split my sword in two. Clenching my teeth, I charged once more, engaging in close combat with the Ghost Commander. My fists moved like the wind, each strike infused with fierce momentum. His strength was overwhelming, and each counterattack bore down upon me with immense pressure. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, the clash of mist and light producing a hissing sound. My clothes were torn by the mist, several wounds appearing on my body, yet my gaze remained resolute. Blood streamed from my wounds, but I showed no sign of retreat. Observing my resilience, the Ghost Commander intensified his attacks, muttering incantations as the mist thickened, transforming into black chains that ensnared me. The chains slithered like venomous serpents, swift and deadly. Just as I felt I might succumb, Su Yao's voice rang in my mind. "Tenengu? I'm coming to assist you." Su Yao danced her hands, unleashing a brilliant light that struck the black chains. They shattered instantaneously, dissipating into black smoke. The light sparkled like fireworks, illuminating the dark room. The Ghost Commander bellowed angrily. "A mere ghost general dares to thwart my plans." Su Yao retorted with a haughty scoff. "You vile scoundrel, do not be so arrogant." Her voice was clear and powerful, filled with courage. I gasped for breath. "Warning, Su Yao, be cautious of his attacks." Su Yao nodded in response. "Tenengu, you take a breather. Let me handle him." The Ghost Commander laughed derisively. "You think you can challenge me? You underestimate your own worth." With that, he unleashed another assault, the mist coalescing into a gigantic beast that lunged at Su Yao, its claws poised to tear her apart. With a fierce shout, Su Yao manifested a jade scepter from the mist. Colliding with the beast, a thunderous explosion resonated, the two forces intertwining, shaking the entire room. The Ghost Commander's expression darkened. "A pure in body?" I never expected this little girl to possess some prowess. Su Yao panted lightly, responding, "Your abilities are hardly impressive either." Her voice, though tinged with fatigue, remained laced with provocation. The ghostly leader, incensed by Su Yao's words, swiftly gestured with his hands, causing the surrounding malevolence to thicken into a colossal black vortex. Akin to a black hole that devoured all in its path, the ghostly leader roared, "Let me show you my true power." As the black vortex surged towards us, his voice reverberated like thunder, causing our ears to ring. Under the onslaught of his formidable attack, Su Yao gradually weakened, her form swaying as her spirit dimmed significantly. Her complexion turned pale, and a hint of despair flickered in her eyes. "Su Yao," I shouted anxiously. "Hang in there." Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Tinin, I can barely hold on to it." That moment, I retrieved the copper coin sword my grandfather had left me from my bag. He had cautioned me never to use it unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, I could no longer afford to hesitate. Gripping the copper coin sword tightly, I intoned, "Divine thunder of the nine heavens," sword pointed to the sky. "By the decree of the nine heavens, vanquish evil here." The blade of the copper coin sword shimmered with a faint yet mysterious lightning glow. I called out, "Evil spirit, today you shall witness the might of this copper coin sword." A flicker of trepidation crossed the ghostly leader's eyes upon seeing the sword. "Wait a moment. What is your relation to Fu Kaisheng?" he inquired. A jolt of surprise coursed through me. How could this ghostly leader know my grandfather's name? Did he perhaps know my grandfather personally? I replied straightforwardly, "He is my grandfather." "What of it?" The ghostly leader snorted coldly and said, "Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare you today for your grandfather's sake." With unwavering determination, I declared, "Then give me Zhang Junia's soul." My gaze fixed intently on the ghostly leader, I would not allow him a moment's retreat. His countenance twisted into a ghastly grimace, his voice thundering as he bellowed, "You insolent brat, do not overestimate your worth. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? Very well, I shall grant your request. Worst case, I shall seek another lady." A lady? This ghostly leader had set his sights on Zhang Junia? With a casual wave of his hand, a beam of black light shot towards the wall, revealing a black hole from which a transparent figure emerged, none other than the soul of Zhang Junia. I rushed forward to catch it, then carefully enclosed her spirit within a yellow talisman. Chapter 36. The auction. The ghostly leader coldly instructed, "Take her and leave quickly. Do not let me see you again. Next time we meet, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the darkness as if he were a phantom. I then allowed Su Yao to return to the jade pendant to recuperate before heading to the living room. Upon seeing me emerge, Zhang Chaoshan's face lit up with joy as he eagerly inquired, "Fu Xiaoge, is everything resolved? What about Junia's soul?" His voice brimmed with urgency and anticipation, his gaze locked onto me. I replied calmly, "Do not worry. Everything has been taken care of. Let us return." As we traveled, my mind raced with questions. Why did the ghostly leader mention my grandfather? Wasn't he merely an ordinary feng shui master? The ghostly leader claimed to be an elder. Which faction did he belong to? Chen Lin had previously spoken of the seven, yet I still had no clarity, and Su Yao professed ignorance as well. Reflecting on this, I gently caressed the copper coin sword, feeling utterly drained. The myriad of mysteries loomed like a thick fog, obscuring the truth. Upon returning to Zhang Chaoshan's villa, I released Zhang Junia's soul. She gazed blankly at her physical form, having been separated for so long that she was beginning to lose her instincts. Had I delayed any longer, it would have been truly hopeless. I lit a candle at Zhang Junia's bedside and carefully guided her soul back into her body. The flickering candlelight danced in the darkness, resembling a beacon of hope for life. Once her spirit was fully restored, Zhang Junia's complexion gradually regained its color, and a wave of joy surged within me. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda for 7 lifetimes. Thus, successfully rescuing her was indeed a commendable act. After leaving Zhang Junia's room, Zhang Chaosan poured me a glass of water and said, "Thank you, Master Fu. She is my only daughter. Without you, I truly would not know what to do." I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. Exorcising evil is part of my duty. Besides, we have mutual interests at stake." However, I noticed a troubled expression on Zhang Chaoshan's face. his brow furrowed and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. I frowned and asked, "What is it? You are not thinking of backing out, are you?" Zhang Chaoshan hesitantly replied, "No, not at all. It's just that the Ningxing grass has already been sent to the auction." I leapt to my feet in anger, exclaiming, "What? Are you mocking me, Zhang Chaoshan?" He quickly bowed in apology, saying, No, Fu Xiaoga. In recent years, for reasons unknown, our family's business has been declining, and with my daughter's illness costing me a fortune, I simply had no other choice. But rest assured, the auction has not yet begun. I will do my utmost to secure it for you." After hearing his explanation, my anger subsided somewhat. I coldly retorted, "You better be able to secure it. Otherwise, I have the means to save her, as well as the means to destroy her." Zhang Chaoshan nodded earnestly, saying, Yes, Fu Xiaoga, you can rest assured." With that, I stormed out in frustration. By the time I returned home, it was already 8 p.m. The lights in my uncle's shop were still aglow, and my senior sister, Xiaolong, and my uncle were all present. Upon seeing me enter, they rushed over, asking, "Xiaoan, has everything been resolved? Are you hurt?" I wore an innocent expression, thinking to myself that I had only been away for a day or two, not a decade. Nevertheless, the concern felt heartwarming. I then recounted the events at the Zhang family in detail, mindful to keep certain aspects vague due to Xiaolong's presence. My senior sister was the first to express indignation. The Zhang family has no sense of propriety. Her face flushed with anger, her eyes ablaze with fury. Typically gentle, it was evident she was genuinely upset this time. Xiaolong, wide-eyed with astonishment, exclaimed, "Xiaoan, I can't believe you truly became a Taoist. Teach me a thing or two." His eyes sparkled with curiosity and eagerness. I replied nonchalantly, "No, I can't share this. I can, however, give you a couple of talismans for protection." My uncle furrowed his brow and said, "Xiaoan, do not worry too much. Whatever happens, your uncle will bear it." Upon hearing these words, a wave of warmth surged through my heart. A family is where warmth and security reside. As bedtime approached, Xiaolong went upstairs and I finally clarified everything. My uncle, having run this shop, must have some insights, and my senior sister was surely well-informed. My uncle then expressed some doubt, saying, "I have not heard of your grandfather's reputation being so grand. There are indeed several factions associated with that ghostly leader. I will send you the details on your phone later." My senior sister, filled with concern, said, "Junior brother, it is all my fault. I could not be of any help." I smiled at her, saying, "Senior sister, do not say that. I still rely on you to look after me." With that, we retired for the night, exhausted from the past 2 days filled with turmoil. As I lay in bed, I found myself reminiscing about Hu Wanjing. Life certainly seemed less joyful without her quirky spirit. The next morning, my uncle arose early and pulled me aside, saying, "That ghostly leader is likely from the Ghost Valley. Those from Ghost Valley excel in dark arts and rarely interfere with the mortal realm. With your current cultivation at the initial stage of condensation, they would likely flee at the sight of you. Thus, you need not worry excessively." How did my uncle know of my level of cultivation, which I had never disclosed? After saying this, he patted me on the shoulder. The following days found me and my senior sister helping my uncle watch the shop, with occasional customers coming in to purchase talismans for protection. Meanwhile, Halong was out enjoying himself, leaving us to manage things. A few days later, a knock echoed at the door. "Is Master Fu residing here?" A voice rang out, clear and urgent. A middle-aged man accompanied by a young woman, around 18 or 19, entered. None other than Zhang Chaoshan with Zhang Junya. Zhang Junya appeared radiant, her face aglow with gratitude and vitality. Her eyes sparkled with life, brimming with newfound hope. Zhang Chaoshan, laden with gifts, entered the room, exclaiming, "Fu Xiaoga, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, who knows what might have happened to Junya?" I quickly welcomed them inside, responding, "Mr. Zhang, you are too kind. It is enough that Junya has recovered." Zhang Junya stepped forward, slightly bowing, and said, "Big brother Tinin, I owe you my life and have no way to repay you." Her voice was soft and melodious, suffused with sincerity. I smiled and replied, "Do not say that. It is merely my duty." Once seated, Zhang Chaoshan continued, "Fu Xiaoga, I am actively working on the matter regarding the Ningxing grass. I have leveraged many connections for the auction, which will take place in a week." I nodded and said, "Then I must trouble Mr. Zhang. Please notify me when the time comes, and I shall accompany you. Zhang Kaiasan nodded repeatedly, replying, all right. At that moment, the senior sister approached with a tray of tea and said, here, everyone, please enjoy some tea. Her voice was gentle and warm, accompanied by a faint smile. Zhang Junia looked at her and praised, who is this sister? She is so beautiful. The senior sister smiled slightly and replied, you flatter me, little sister. You are quite lovely yourself. Zhang Kaiasan, with a hesitant expression, said, Brother Fu, I have an ungracious request. Chapter 37. The ancestral tombs. I frowned, hesitatingly saying, Mr. Zhang, please feel free to speak. After all, the Ningwen grass had yet to be obtained, and one cannot refuse the hand that feeds them. Zhang Chaoshan's expression shifted as he excitedly exclaimed, recently, my business has been deteriorating, and I frequently dream of my late father. What could be the reason for this? His eyes were filled with anxiety and confusion, fixated on me as if I were his last hope. After pondering for a moment, I replied, your family possesses a wealth-attracting feng shui configuration, as you mentioned. It seems the ancestral tomb may have encountered some issues. Zhang Kaiasan anxiously asked, then, Brother Fu, what should we do? I contemplated briefly before saying, Mr. Zhang, do not panic. We need to visit your ancestral tomb to assess the situation. Since we had nothing pressing at the moment, let us set off with that. We closed the shop and departed. I brought the senior sister along, as there was no real danger, while Zhang Junia was called back by her father. After approximately an hour, we arrived at the cemetery. The weeds surrounding the Zhang family ancestral tomb had been meticulously cleared, suggesting regular maintenance. Zhang Kaiasan wiped the sweat from his brow and said, when we buried my father, we specifically consulted a master, who stated that this place possesses a rare Wulong Pan Shui configuration, which would ensure prosperous business for future generations. As he spoke, I heard a commotion ahead. I looked up to see a man in his 50s standing by a nearby grave, bowing to a Taoist priest. Who was that? I inquired of Zhang Kaiasan. He leaned closer to me and whispered, that is Li Lianshan, the wealthiest man in Jinghe City. Their ancestral tombs are buried together, so they must be affected as well. Yet, a question nagged at my mind. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist. What kind of feng shui master would dare arrange things this way? If the feng shui were mismanaged, it could lead to fierce competition and even fatalities. Zhang Kaiasan then asked, Brother Fu, what exactly is wrong with my family's ancestral tomb? His eyes were filled with anticipation, eager to uncover the truth. I took a keen look around the environment. This location faced west and overlooked the entire cemetery to the east, but one side. A winding cliff resembled a dragon or snake gliding through water. Behind us was a mountain peak, uneven and scattered with large white stones that, from a distance, resembled a living creature opening its eyes. A small stream flowed through the central area of the ancestral tomb, indeed forming a Wulong Pan Shui configuration. However, it appeared to be artificial, and the water seemed somewhat peculiar. I took out a compass, determined the direction, and pointed to the stream, stating, the issue may lie with this small creek. Although the water appears crystal clear, it harbors no life. Over the years, this has accumulated a type of malevolent energy that affects the tomb's aura. I endeavored to explain in straightforward terms for his understanding. Zhang Kaiasan hurriedly asked, then how can we resolve this? I suggested, you should introduce some living creatures into the stream, preferably goldfish, to ensure it possesses vitality. After a moment's thought, I added, additionally, place a Taishan stone in the central area to stabilize the residents and dispel the negative energy. Zhang Kaiasan nodded repeatedly, indicating he would heed my advice. Once we concluded our business at the ancestral tomb, we returned to the shop. Around evening, my second uncle returned, but he was accompanied by Huan Jie. I couldn't help but wonder if there was something amiss between them. Frowning slightly, Huan Jie approached with a smile, saying, Xianan, I bought you a piece of clothing. Come and see if it fits. Her face radiated warmth. She glanced at the senior sister and remarked, you must be Xianan's girlfriend. You are truly beautiful. Here, I bought you a bracelet. Upon hearing this, the senior sister's lips curled into a slight smile, and her ears turned red. I quickly interjected, Huan Jie, that's not the case. She is my senior sister, named Yun Mujin. I hurried to clarify, fearing a misunderstanding. Huan Jie then realized, oh, my apologies, Mujin. I didn't know. She smiled awkwardly. The senior sister shook her head, saying, it's quite all right. Huan Jie. My second uncle nodded in acknowledgement, suggesting we accept the gifts. The senior sister and I, feeling somewhat embarrassed, accepted the presents in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Huan Jie." Huan Jie merely shook her head, saying, "No need for thanks." The senior sister then said, "I shall go prepare dinner with that." She dashed to the kitchen. Considering Huan Jie was quite well off, I inquired, "By the way, Huan Jie, do you know Li Lianshan?" Her expression shifted slightly, and she replied, He is my father." Her voice trembled, indicating her reluctance to discuss the matter. My heart skipped a beat. I had assumed Huan Jie's family was merely affluent, but it seemed they were extraordinarily wealthy. I spoke casually, "What a tremendous," but then corrected myself. "Ah, Huan Jie, I saw your father at your family's ancestral tomb today. It seems there may be an issue with it." Upon hearing this, Huan Jie's expression turned grave, and she anxiously asked, "Xianin, what exactly is the problem?" "My father never allows me to meddle in family affairs." I then recounted everything I had observed at the cemetery. Curiously, I asked, "Huan Jie, why doesn't your father seek assistance from my second uncle?" After all, my second uncle is quite knowledgeable about feng shui. From my perspective, my second uncle had already reached a proficient level in the field. Huan Jie frowned and sighed. "Alas, my father does not believe in such matters, and with me here, he likely doesn't wish to come." She sighed in resignation. I nodded and said, "Huan Jie, I suspect this matter is not so simple. You should contact your father and resolve it thoroughly." I looked at her earnestly, hoping she would take the situation seriously. My second uncle, having overheard our conversation, chimed in, "If he were to come to me, I would certainly assist. After all, there's money to be made." His tone was light-hearted, laced with jest. At that moment, the senior sister emerged from the kitchen, announcing, "Dinner is ready. Everyone, come eat." Although Huan Jie appeared cheerful on the surface, she seemed preoccupied throughout the meal. My second uncle remarked, "Mu Jin's cooking is truly excellent. My little Xian is quite fortunate." The senior sister's face flushed once more. "Why must I be dragged into this? I am a married man." After dinner, Huan Jie took her leave, and the senior sister and I exchanged glances. I was the first to speak. "Senior sister, once I obtain the Ningxing grass to save Wan, I shall earn money to buy a small villa. You can come and cook for me, and Hu Wan can perform for us." "What do you think?" The senior sister chuckled softly, saying, "If Wan hears this, she'll certainly cause a ruckus." Her smile blossomed like spring flowers, enchanting and delightful. The next day, Huan Jie arrived bright and early. Waking both the senior sister and me, she announced, "I contacted my father, and he said he would come today, by noon." The senior sister and Huan Jie had prepared an elaborate feast. At that moment, a man entered the door. It was Huan Jie's father, Li Lianshan. I hurriedly rushed forward to greet him. He took a seat at the dining table, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. After a while, Li Lianshan broke the silence, inquiring, "You are Xian En? You were the one who examined Zhang Chaoshan's ancestral tomb a few days ago." I affirmed, saying, "My second uncle understands feng shui far better than I do. He is well versed in astronomy and geography." Huan Jie added softly, "Dad, just hear him out. It won't hurt to try." Li Lianshan grunted in acknowledgement and said, "Fine, then let us hear what the issue with the ancestral tomb is." I cleared my throat and asked, "Mr. Li, have there been any strange occurrences in your home recently?" Chapter 38. The Dark Arts. Li Lianshan frowned, pondering for a moment before responding, "Recently, there has been some unrest at home. We've gone through several batches of servants, and I've consulted numerous Taoist priests. They all claim the issue lies with the ancestral tomb, yet none have provided a solution. Have you wronged anyone recently?" I asked, my voice somewhat ambiguous. Li Lianshan displayed a helpless expression, saying, "In our line of work, we inevitably offend many, which is why I do not allow Xiao Huan to involve herself in family matters." Li Lianshan's company is a leading player in the real estate industry of Jinghe City. I continued. "Who was it that arranged for the burial site?" Li Lianshan reflected for a moment before replying. "It was Master Zhao Tianshui from our city. He assisted in relocating the ancestral tomb, which is why my business began to flourish." I advised, "You should investigate Zhao Tianshui. This matter is likely not as simple as it appears." My voice heavy, I observed as Li Lianshan nodded silently. After lunch, time was of the essence. My uncle and sister Huan proceeded to the Li family villa, while my senior sister, Li Lianshan, and I made our way to the cemetery. Upon our arrival, we found scattered incense, candles, and yellow paper on the ground, remnants evidently left by a previous Taoist priest. The feng shui arrangement appeared unchanged from our last visit. At that moment, my senior sister spoke up. "Junior brother, do take a look at the grave marker. Why is it so damp?" I slowly crouched down, pinched the soil, and indeed found it quite moist. I searched for a twig and began to dig further, uncovering a small path through which creek water flowed in. "Someone is draining your family's fortune," I said, furrowing my brow. Upon hearing this, Li Lianshan's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What can we do? Who could be so malicious? As the saying goes, when water flows past a grave, descendants shall suffer poverty." I pondered for a moment before replying, "Mr. Li, do not panic. From the current situation, it seems this is a meticulously crafted trap. The hidden waterway has disrupted the original feng shui pattern, causing a leakage of fortune." My senior sister added, "Moreover, this method is exceedingly sinister. If not dealt with promptly, the consequences could be dire." Li Lianshan anxiously inquired. "How shall we resolve this?" I replied. "First, we must block this hidden path to prevent further loss of fortune. Then, we should redirect the creek's flow to nourish the ancestral grave according to proper feng shui principles. Additionally, we need to place some feng shui instruments around the grave to enhance the energy field." Li Lianshan nodded fervently, saying, "Very well. I shall heed your every instruction." Tin and I continued, "Mr. Li, when sealing the hidden path, special materials must be used, such as a mixture of cinnabar and glutinous rice paste, to ensure a secure seal against malevolent energies. When adjusting the creek's direction, we must adhere to the principle of water winding around the azure dragon, blessing the descendants, allowing the water to flow past the left side of the grave. As for the feng shui instruments, options like the Bagua mirror and Pishio can be employed, with their placement and angles being of utmost importance." My senior sister interjected, "Indeed, and during the operation, we must pay attention to the timing and orientation. Even a slight misstep could impact the effectiveness." Li Lianshan, visibly anxious, asked, "How do we determine the specific timing and orientation?" I glanced at the sky and replied, "Today, the hour of Shan is suitable for sealing the hidden path, with the orientation towards the southeast. As for redirecting the creek and placing the feng shui instruments, tomorrow during the hour of Qian is optimal, with the orientations being directly east and directly south of the ancestral grave." Li Lianshan affirmed, "Very well, we shall follow your arrangements. All the necessary items are available at my uncle's shop. Let him come tomorrow, and he will resolve everything in one go," I said with a smile. However, Li Lianshan's face betrayed displeasure, yet he still nodded in agreement. At that moment, my phone rang. I answered it, and my uncle's anxious voice came through, "Shaoan, hurry to the Li residence. Something feels off at home." A chill ran down my spine as I quickly responded, "Mr. Li, we must first check your home. We can discuss this matter later." Li Lianshan also grasped the gravity of the situation and urged, "Let us go, quickly." We hurried to the car and sped towards the Li family villa. The villa was not far from my uncle's shop, and soon we arrived at the entrance point. 2 stone statues of Qilin were positioned at the gate. The Qilin, regarded as a beast of auspiciousness, was traditionally placed at entrances to ward off evil spirits and ensure the household safety, while also invoking blessings of prosperity and virtuous descendants. Typically, only the affluent or powerful would display Qilin statues at their gates to signify their esteemed status. The Qilin was also believed to aid in achieving official success, with the robes of high-ranking officials adorned with its image. As I examined the 2 statues closely, I noticed one of them held a straw man in its mouth. Cautiously, I removed the straw man, and an eerie aura washed over me. Upon closer inspection, I found a yellow talisman affixed to it, inscribed with a set of birth characters. I was taken aback and asked, "Mr. Li, is this set of birth characters yours?" Li Lianshan leaned closer, scrutinizing it before declaring, "It is not mine. It belongs to Xiao Huan." My senior sister approached as well, remarking, "Junior brother, this appears to be a form of cursing magic." Cursing magic, prevalent in East and Southeast Asia, is said to exert influence over others through spells and toxins, aiming to control, harm, or gain certain benefits. It is generally regarded as exceedingly malevolent and perilous, often involving mysterious rituals, special materials, and intricate incantations. Legends speak of sorcerers capable of manipulating a person's mind, emotions, and even their life and death. Li Lianshan, now panicked, urgently inquired, "What on earth is happening?" I furrowed my brow, my expression grave as I replied. It seems the perpetrator is targeting Sister Huan. Li Lianshan exclaimed in distress. What can we do? We must save Xiao Huan. At this thought, my heart tightened, and I shouted, This is bad. We rushed into the villa, scanning the surroundings in a frantic search for Sister Huan. Suddenly, a faint yet agonized cry reached our ears, seemingly emanating from upstairs. Without hesitation, we sprinted towards the staircase, our feet pounding rapidly. Upon reaching the second floor, the cries grew clearer. We arrived at the bedroom door, and upon pushing it open, the sight before me left me stunned. Sister Huan lay on the bed, her body convulsing violently, her hands clutching the sheets tightly, her face contorted in pain. Her lips trembled slightly, emitting low, mournful groans. My uncle stood by the bedside, his hands tightly gripping a string of black prayer beads, murmuring incantations. The bedroom was shrouded in darkness, with heavy curtains drawn tight, allowing not a sliver of sunlight to penetrate, creating an atmosphere of profound gloom. The bedclothes were in disarray, as though a fierce struggle had recently unfolded. I grasped Li Lianshan's arm, signaling him not to disturb my uncle. The prayer beads in my uncle's hands radiated an intensifying glow, gradually enveloping Sister Huan's form. Chapter 39. The Wu family comes knocking. Sister Huan's tremors slowly subsided, and her groans diminished in intensity. Seeing her condition stabilize momentarily, I let out a long sigh of relief, my taut nerves easing slightly, though concern still lingered on my face. Li Lianshan clasped his hands together, murmuring in gratitude, tears of emotion welling in his eyes. My uncle, panting heavily, remarked, Since we entered the villa, Miss Li has been in this state, but this merely suppresses the affliction. To completely lift the curse, we must locate the one who cast it. My senior sister added, From the nature of this spell, it appears to be akin to a love curse. Furrowing my brow, I asked, Senior sister, what exactly is this love curse? She replied gravely, It is said that those afflicted by this curse are manipulated by the caster's will, plunged into extreme torment. If not resolved, they may ultimately lose their sanity. Anger surged within me as I remarked, Indeed, not a single one of these curse casters is virtuous. My time in the path has been brief, and I knew little of such curses. My senior sister pondered for a moment before stating, Typically, the caster shares some connection with the afflicted, perhaps as an enemy or an unrequited admirer. Upon hearing this, Li Lianshan clapped his hands in realization. Recently, Wu Feng from the Wu family came to propose marriage to Xiao Huan. This Wu Feng is a vile character, debauched by nature. How could I agree? I had them driven away. At that moment, Su Yao's voice resonated in my jade pendant. Tinin, it seems there's a little ghost here. Should I capture it? A thought struck me, and I mentally replied to Su Yao, Bring it here for a look. A flash of red swept past, and soon Su Yao presented the little ghost before me. I turned to Li Lianshan, saying, Mr. Li, we might have a lead, but are you sure you want to see it? Li Lianshan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. I then cast a revealing talisman, and the little ghost appeared. My uncle and senior sister remained unfazed, while Li Lianshan turned pale, exclaiming, What is this? The little ghost, captured by Su Yao, trembled in fear, its face a mask of terror. I demanded sternly, Speak. Why are you here? The little ghost stammered, I was sent here by someone. I know nothing. My uncle warned sharply, If you do not speak the truth, beware of being utterly destroyed. The little ghost quickly pleaded, No, don't. I'll tell you. It was my master Zhao Tianshui who instructed me to monitor this place. A flicker of curiosity sparked within me, quickly followed by a conjecture. Zhao Tianshui had previously profited handsomely from relocating the Li family's ancestral grave. Now, however, he seemed to be colluding with the Wu family, likely lured by greater benefits or perhaps harboring an irreconcilable grudge against the Li family. Li Lianshan seethed with anger. What have I done to provoke this Zhao? I even rewarded him handsomely last time. Just then, Li Lianshan's phone rang, revealing that Zhao Tianshui had been getting close to the Wu family, seemingly assisting them with some matters. Infuriated, Li Lianshan hurled his phone to the ground, exclaiming, Damn it! It is indeed the Wu family's doing. I spoke with a calm demeanor, articulating, It is evident that Mr. has declined the proposal from the Wu family, which has consequently bred resentment within them. compelling them to resort to this malevolent sorcery in an attempt to coerce M.Li into submission. Li Lianshan hastily interjected. Now that we have some leads, we must swiftly devise a strategy to counter the Wu family. As long as you can assist me in rescuing Xiaohuan, I shall reward you handsomely. My second uncle chimed in. We will undoubtedly rescue her. After all, Miss Li is my classmate, and that alone compels me to help. I nodded in agreement. Should we assist the Li family this time? When the auction arrives and Zhang Zhaoshan encounters difficulties, the presence of the Li family would alleviate our concerns. Subsequently, I raised my hand and cast a ghost-slaying talisman, which sent the little spirit into a panic, shrieking, "Spare me! Spare me! I have already divulged everything I know." I let out a cold snort and replied, "Spare you? What then of the lives lost at your hands?" The little spirit's eyes darkened, clearly having taken many lives. The talisman struck it, and with a final wail, it was reduced to ashes. Li Lianshan was once again greatly frightened, his body trembling uncontrollably. Confused, he exclaimed, "If we kill it, what will we do?" My second uncle replied nonchalantly, "Do not worry. It won't be long before they come knocking." My senior sister added, "Typically, those who raise spirits enter into a contract with them. When a spirit is harmed, its master suffers a corresponding backlash." I must admit, despite not practicing, my senior sister is truly an encyclopedia of knowledge, while I am merely versed in cultivation. Li Lianshan nodded repeatedly, as though he had opened the door to a new world. After several hours, the outside of the villa erupted into chaos, followed by a group of individuals storming in with great fervor. At the forefront was Wu Feng, accompanied by a hunchbacked man in his 40s, whose pale complexion suggested he was Zhao Tianshui, trailed by a throng of lackeys. At this moment, my suspicions were further solidified. Wu Feng arrogantly shouted, "Li Lianshan, let us see how you refuse me this time. Hand over Li Huan, or you shall suffer the consequences." Li Lianshan trembled with rage. "You would resort to such despicable tactics. I will never surrender Xiaohuan to someone like you." I stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at Zhao Tianshui. "Humph, vile scum. Do you dare to wreak havoc here without considering the gravity of this place?" Zhao Tianshui glanced at me dismissively, his cultivation level akin to my second uncle's, at the mid-stage of qi transformation. He could not perceive my higher level and assumed I was merely an ordinary individual. Wu Feng glared at us fiercely, gritting his teeth. "Kid, you'd better not meddle, or you will regret it. However, if you allow this beauty to accompany me for a few nights, I might just spare you." His gaze roamed over my senior sister's form with wanton disregard. A surge of fury welled within me, and I instinctively shielded my senior sister, coldly retorting, "I suggest you contemplate your own mortality, for your days are numbered." This statement appeared directed at Wu Feng, yet it was truly intended for Zhao Tianshui, the mastermind behind the scenes. Zhao Tianshui's expression shifted slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "Kid, knowing too much is not a blessing. If you know what is good for you, hand over that little spirit, and I might grant you a swift demise." Why, second uncle scoffed derisively. "You? Do you even know your own worth? If you desire that little spirit, I shall gladly send you to accompany it." As he spoke, a formidable aura radiated from my second uncle, causing Wu Feng and his lackeys to nearly falter. Zhao Tianshui sneered, "Humph, do not think you are impressive just because you possess some ability. None of you will leave here today." His voice was laden with threats and provocation, brimming with unwavering confidence in his own strength. Chapter 40. The fierce battle with the sorcerer. No sooner had Zhao Tianshui finished speaking than he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a thick, inky smoke that billowed ominously from his palms, resembling a ravenous black dragon lunging towards us, intent on devouring us whole. My eyes widened in alarm, flames of fury igniting within them as I bellowed, "Everyone, be cautious." My senior sister retreated to a corner, her voice strained as she warned, "Tianan, be extremely careful." I shielded my senior sister and swiftly retreated into the villa, urgently instructing Su Yao, "Su Yao, protect her." Li Lian also appeared alarmed, retreating into the villa, his body trembling and his eyes filled with dread. My second uncle rapidly produced several yellow talismans from his pocket, reciting incantations as the talismans shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The talismans ignited, transforming into blazing flames that illuminated the space, and with a powerful flourish of his hands, he shouted, "Go!" The flames surged forth like a nimble fire serpent, colliding violently with the black smoke, creating a cacophony of sizzling sounds as the smoke dissipated significantly, gradually revealing the obscured surroundings. Wu Feng, distressed, stomped his feet in frustration, his bloodshot eyes glaring at his lackeys as he shouted hysterically, "Charge! If any of you falter, you will face dire consequences when we return." The lackeys brandished their clubs, shouting in a frenzy, "Charge!" They surged forward like a horde of frenzied lunatics, heedless of everything, their chaotic footsteps and shouts creating a deafening uproar. I moved like the wind, slipping through the throng with ease. Dispatching mere mortals was a simple task. Seizing the moment, I unleashed a powerful hook punch that struck one of the lackeys squarely on the jaw, sending him reeling backward with a cry. Following this, I executed a swift, spinning kick, generating a fierce gust that sent two more lackeys flying, their bodies arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Seeing this, Wu Feng's face turned an ashen hue, his features contorted with rage as he bellowed, "You useless fools! Fight with all your might!" In a flash, I dashed before Wu Feng and delivered a forceful punch to his abdomen, causing him to fly backward as if struck by a cannonball, tumbling 3 meters before landing in a heap. The lackeys, witnessing this, turned pale with fear and scrambled to flee the villa in a panic. At that moment, Zhao Tianxue roared in fury, "A bunch of worthless wretches!" His eyes narrowed, a glint of malice flashing as he retrieved a black bell from his pocket, radiating an eerie, sinister glow. He shook it vigorously, producing a sharp, piercing sound as the bell rang. The air around us seemed to solidify, an invisible, immense pressure sweeping in from all directions, making it difficult to breathe. "Why," second uncle shouted, "Tianan, be wary of his bell. It is an evil artifact." I scoffed and immediately released the aura of my late-stage Qi transformation, causing the surrounding air to ripple violently, dissipating the oppressive pressure in an instant. Zhao Tianxue's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he stammered, "How is this possible? How can someone as young as you be at the late stage of Qi transformation?" A smirk tugged at the corners of my lips as I replied disdainfully, "Zhao Tianxue, today marks the end of your days." Zhao Tianxue gritted his teeth, a frenzied glint in his eyes. "Humph. So what if you are at the late stage? I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you." With that, he once more shook the black bell, chanting an incantation. In an instant, the bell emitted a strange black light, which transformed into countless tendrils that surged toward me. I swiftly dodged, and simultaneously, I formed hand seals and intoned, "O heavens above, with flames ablaze, I command you swiftly." A torrent of searing flames erupted, hurtling toward Zhao Tianxue. His expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly raised the bell above his head, attempting to fend off the impending fiery onslaught. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, enveloping the area in smoke. As the haze cleared, Zhao Tianxue knelt on one knee, blood trickling from his lips, the bell in his grasp now cracked. "Impossible! How could your late-stage Qi transformation cultivation possibly destroy my artifact?" Zhao Tianxue bellowed in despair. I advanced relentlessly, coldly declaring, "Those who engage in wickedness shall meet their demise." Zhao Tianxue, prepare to die. Just as I was poised to deliver the final blow, he suddenly produced a black orb from his robe, emanating an aura of malevolence. This sensation was eerily familiar, as though I had encountered it before. "This is my final trump card. Even in death, I will drag you down with me," Zhao Tianxue shouted frantically. Just as the words left his mouth, he clenched his right hand, and a black bead erupted in a sudden explosion, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud of black mist. The haze stung my eyes, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. I couldn't help but cough several times. Then, I took out a fire talisman, casting it into the air to incinerate the black fog completely as the mist gradually dissipated. The figures of Zhao Tianxue and Wu Feng had vanished without a trace. My second uncle, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Damn it, they've escaped." I quickly reassured him, "Uncle, there's no need to worry. I've left a mark on him. He's gravely injured and won't be able to flee far. I'll pursue him while you stay back to protect Li and the others." Why uncle patted my shoulder and cautioned, "Shaoan, be careful. Though your cultivation is superior to his, do not underestimate your opponent." My senior sister, aware that she could do little at this moment, softly advised, "Junior brother, don't be reckless. I'll wait for your return." I nodded vigorously, replying, I understand, senior sister. You can count on me. With that, I summoned Su Yao, and together we departed the villa. Following the mark, I pursued into a dark and foreboding forest. The moonlight struggled to pierce through the thick canopy, casting eerie shadows that rendered the woods even more menacing. A decaying odor filled the air, and the withered branches and fallen leaves crunched ominously beneath my feet. At last, beside a colossal dead tree, I spotted the figures of Zhao Tianshui and Wu Feng. Zhao leaned against the trunk, his complexion as pale as a sheet, his tattered clothing revealing numerous gashes, blood seeping profusely from his wounds. His previously hunched form now more disheveled than ever. Wu Feng slumped beside him, his expression one of terror and confusion, his hair disheveled, and his clothes torn apart by the branches. Quietly, I approached and overheard Zhao Tianshui weakly speaking to Wu Feng. This time, it's a setback. Once I've recovered, I will seek vengeance. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice, one hand pressed tightly against his chest wound. Wu Feng, trembling with fear, replied, Master Zhao, I think we should let it go. That kid is too formidable. Suddenly, I revealed myself, sneering, still thinking of revenge. You have no opportunity left. I crossed my arms, my gaze icy as I fixed it upon them. Zhao Tianshui strained to rise, growling, How is this possible? How did you find me? I shook my head, retorting, Your stupidity does not imply my own. Zhao Tianshui hastily searched his body and finally discovered a piece of yellow paper on his shoulder. He glared at me with malice, saying, Kid, show mercy where you can. Do not press your luck. If it weren't for the backlash I suffered, causing my cultivation to decline, do you think your mere late-stage chi transformation could pose a threat to me? As if disregarding his words, I turned my attention to Wu Feng, warning, If you wish to live, stay away from your so-called Master Zhao. Otherwise, you will be the first to perish. Before Wu Feng could react, Zhao Tianshui seized him. In a state of sheer panic, Wu Feng screamed, Master Zhao, what are you doing? Zhao Tianshui, with a twisted visage, bellowed, Let me tell you the truth. That kid speaks the truth. When I approached your family and suggested a marriage proposal, it was solely to obtain your blood to help me restore my true form. But now, it works out. I will use you to mend my injuries. My previous suspicions were confirmed. Zhao Tianshui, forsaking his role as a feng shui master, had turned to sorcery for his selfish desires. It seemed that vanity had driven him to seek a solution for his hunchbacked form. I silently observed this scene. The drama of dog-eat-dog was indeed captivating. Black energy surged from Zhao Tianshui, voraciously siphoning Wu Feng's essence. Wu Feng cried out in agony, help, please. His body visibly shrank before my eyes. Once Zhao Tianshui had drained Wu Feng's vitality, an evil aura enveloped him, and he howled to the heavens, Ha, kid. Now our strengths are equal. Let's settle this once and for all. With piercing eyes and a slight smirk, I replied disdainfully, You think regaining your late-stage chi transformation grants you the ability to contend with me? Navi! Zhao Tianshui's hands danced, the black energy morphing into countless blades that hurtled towards me. The blades whistled through the air, effortlessly severing robust trees into fragments, wood shavings swirling around. Unfazed, I swiftly evaded the fierce assault and chanted, with golden light enveloping my form and thunder within me, I summoned the sacred names of the 9 heavens. May the wisdom flow through, and the 5 energies surge forth, golden light, appear with haste as I command. With swift hand movements, a radiant shield materialized before me. Observing this, Zhao Tianshui sneered, Kid, do you think this is the end? As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved several black stones emitting an eerie glow from his pocket, casting them around him. Upon hitting the ground, those stones unveiled complex patterns, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. The interwoven designs formed a colossal circular feng shui array, inscribed with enigmatic symbols, some resembling twisted serpents, others grotesque faces, exuding a chilling aura. Then, Zhao Tianshui began to chant, and a thick black fog erupted from the array. Within the mist, anguished wails echoed, as if countless tormented souls were struggling within. I will make you wish you were dead. Zhao Tianshui cackled maniacally, as the fog thickened. Even with my yin-yang I activated, I could not penetrate its depths. A sudden ghostly figure lunged at me from behind. I instinctively hurled a talisman, and the figure let out a wail before disintegrating. Soon after, another, then another, swarmed around me. I gasped, realizing the extent of Zhao Tianshui's malevolence. Planting my feet firmly, I executed a stance, and an 8 trigrams array slowly manifested around me, temporarily warding off the encroaching specters. Now, I needed to break this feng shui array. Noticing the rhythm of the symbols fluctuating, I concentrated, meticulously observing each flicker of light. This is the heavenly stems and earthly branches. I quickly calculated the permutations in my mind before hurling yellow talismans at the corresponding positions. With each throw, the black energy within the feng shui array began to quiver, resisting my force. Zhao Tianshui shouted from within the fog, "You will not break the array. You are merely seeking your own demise." The severed head flew from the mist, hovering in the air, its eyes glowing crimson, crashing against the 8 trigrams array. It was Zhao Tianshui's head. He had actually mastered the art of flying, I scoffed. Arrogant, undeterred, I intensified my output. Finally, as the 8 trigrams array began to fracture, I forcefully waved my hands, causing the symbols within to shatter and dissolve into specks of light. The surrounding specters dissipated, and Zhao Tianshui's head returned to his body. It appeared he relied on this feng shui array to execute the flying technique. Thus, I resolved to no longer conceal my foundational stage of cultivation. In an instant, my body radiated dazzling light, surging forth like a tidal wave, as if countless rivers were roaring through my meridians, the immense energy causing my skin to warm and glow faintly golden. The energy around me formed visible ripples, radiating outward from my core, stirring up a tempest that sent debris flying. Zhao Tianshui stared wide-eyed in horror, his voice trembling. "How is this possible? You are actually at the foundational stage." I chuckled coldly. "Now you know, but it's too late." With a fierce sweep of my arms, a torrent of powerful energy surged toward Zhao Tianshui. He stood no chance against this force, being instantly hurled backward, crashing violently against a massive tree trunk. The trunk splintered with a resounding crack and toppled to the ground. Struggling to rise, Zhao Tianshui was clearly at his limits. I approached him step by step, his face a mask of fear and despair, eyes brimming with terror of death and regret for his actions. "No, don't come any closer. You can't kill me. I am a member of the Seven Ghosts sect. If you dare to kill me, you will face retribution." The Seven Ghosts sect? At the last moment in Qingshan village, Cheng Lin mentioned the seven. Could it be the same sect? The thought incited further fury within me. Zhao Tianshui, noticing my hesitation, taunted, "Are you stunned, kid? If you let me go, I swear we will never cross paths again." I planted a foot firmly on him, coldly asking, "What nonsense is this Seven Ghosts sect? I've never heard of it. Tell me, did you set up the Nining gathering array at the foot of Qingshan Mountain?" A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Tianshui's face, quickly replaced by defiance. "Humph, I know nothing. You won't get any information from me." I pressed down harder, coldly scoffing. "You refuse to speak? Then you leave me no choice." Zhao Tianshui grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "I will tell you. I will tell you. The incident at Qingshan village was not my doing. I had no knowledge of it." I furrowed my brow and pressed on. "Then where is their headquarters? Who are the members?" Zhao Tianshui's eyes flickered, and he stammered, "I am just a mere pawn. I really have no knowledge of these core secrets. All I know is that every time I receive a task, it is communicated through special codes and contacts." I exclaimed with anger. "Then what else do you know?" Zhao Tianshui hurriedly replied, "The Seven Phantom sect seems to be searching for someone." Before he could finish, blood began to pour from his orifices, startling me and making me realize that he might possess some crucial clues. However, before I could inquire further, Zhao Tianshui convulsed a few times and breathed his last. This method was identical to that used in Qingshan village, without a doubt the work of the Seven Phantom sect. They have harmed Wang Yuan, and I will not let them escape justice. But what exactly is the Seven Phantom sect searching for? What dark conspiracy lies behind this? Chapter 42. The peculiar shall long after a long while, I emerged hurriedly from the woods, the moonlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows upon me. I glanced back at the somewhat eerie forest, contemplating that it was indeed unwise to linger, and quickened my pace toward the villa. As I stepped through the villa's entrance, I found my senior sister, my second uncle, and Li Lianshan seated in the living room. Their expressions varied, clearly having awaited my return for some time. Why senior sister's beautiful face was etched with worry, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on the entrance. Upon seeing my figure, she sprang to her feet and hurried toward me. Anxiety marked her features as she urgently inquired, "Junior brother, are you all right? Are you hurt?" As she spoke, her gaze roamed over me. Seemingly searching for any signs of injury, I gently shook my head, offering her a reassuring smile, my expression warm. "Senior sister, do not worry. I am fine. These bloodstains are not mine." As I gestured for her to inspect my body, indicating my lack of injury, she let out a long sigh of relief, her tense demeanor finally relaxing as she patted her chest, saying, "That's good." At this moment, my second uncle also turned his gaze toward me. Expressing concern, "Tianan, how are you?" I slowly approached the sofa and sat down, feeling somewhat fatigued. I took a sip from the cup on the coffee table to calm my nerves before recounting the events in detail, intentionally omitting the matter of the Seven Phantom sect. After all, this situation was overly complicated, and I did not wish for too many people to be aware of it. I needed to find a time to investigate. Li Lianshan erupted in anger, his eyes wide with fury. "That scoundrel Zhao Tianxue! How dare he set his sights on my daughter? He truly deserves to die. The Wu family had it coming." He then spoke with evident concern. "Brother Fu, what about my daughter's curse?" My second uncle, calm and unhurried, replied, "Mr. Li, there is no need for concern. Since the sorcerer is dead, the curse on Li Huan will naturally be lifted." Upon hearing this, Li Lianshan nodded repeatedly, gratitude evident in his eyes as he sincerely expressed, "Thank you all. If you ever need my assistance, I will certainly oblige." I thought to myself, what a perfect opportunity. I seized the moment and said, "Mr. Li, there is indeed something I need your help with. I am participating in an auction soon, and am worried about insufficient funds." Li Lianshan waved his hands without hesitation. "Brother Fu, do not fret. I may lack in other areas, but when it comes to money, I, Li Lianshan, have plenty. When you need funds, just give me a call." I quickly responded, "I truly appreciate it, Mr. Li." I felt a sense of relief. With Li Lianshan's promise, the funding issue for the auction was resolved. Li Lianshan laughed heartily. "What is this? Compared to you saving my daughter, this is nothing." My senior sister smiled beside us, saying, "Mr. Li, we shall not impose further. And we will take our leave now." Li Lianshan nodded and warmly replied, "All right, I will personally visit you another day." After this, we departed from the Li family villa. Upon returning to my second uncle's shop, the surroundings felt particularly tranquil, moonlight streaming through the windows and creating patches of light on the floor. My second uncle gazed at me with a serious expression, his demeanor grave and his tone low. "Tianan, I see you are troubled. There must be more to this matter." I fell into a brief moment of contemplation, replaying my experiences in the woods, connecting the events involving the Seven Phantom sect with those in Qingshan village, and carefully relaying my suspicions to them. After some thought, my second uncle remarked, stroking his chin, "Indeed, this matter is likely related to them. I have not heard of the Seven Phantom sect, but I will inquire further for you." My senior sister frowned, her worry evident as she said, "Junior brother, we must proceed with caution during this time. Should the Seven Phantom sect come looking for us, it would be troublesome." I nodded, deep in thought. "What exactly is the purpose of the Seven Phantom sect? Who are they searching for?" The following day, my second uncle brought supplies to the Li family's ancestral grave. In the days that followed, I devoted most of my time to training, striving to enhance my abilities. With only a little over a year until the 5-year agreement, my current strength was far from adequate, and I seemed to have hit a bottleneck in my cultivation. Progress becoming sluggish. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon only 2 days remained until the auction. During this period, I had hardly seen Xiao Long and was uncertain of his whereabouts. I felt a twinge of curiosity. Pondering what Xiao Long could be preoccupied with, I inquired of my senior sister, "Senior sister, have you seen Xiao Long these past 2 days?" She replied slowly, "Yes, I have seen him, but he has been leaving early and returning late." Looking rather unwell, I helplessly shook my head, a sense of worry for Xiao Long's condition creeping in. "All right, I will ask him once the auction is over." Just as I was about to turn and continue my training, a group of police officers burst into the shop, their expressions grave. Chapter 43. Clapped in chains they stormed in, the leading officer declaring loudly, "Fu Tianan, you are suspected of murder. Come with us." My senior sister and second uncle were stunned by this sudden turn of events. My senior sister quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Officer, you must be mistaken. My junior brother could never commit murder." The officer replied with a stoic expression, "Someone has filed a report, and the evidence is irrefutable. Any further discussion can take place at the station." His gaze was cold and resolute, as if he had already determined my guilt, his stern face showing no sign of wavering. I stood there in confusion, protesting loudly, "I did not kill anyone. This is surely a misunderstanding." My second uncle, equally anxious, added, "Officer, you must have made an error. My nephew has always been upright." But the officers paid no heed, forcibly placing handcuffs on me and taking me away. Upon arrival at the police station, I was led into an interrogation room where two officers entered. One appeared to be around 40, while the other was in his 20s. They showed me a segment of surveillance footage, revealing that I, along with Wu Feng and Zhao Tianshui, had entered the woods, but only I emerged alive at that moment. I comprehended that the bodies of Zhao Tianshui and Wu Feng had been discovered. I was indeed a novice. Having overlooked this critical detail, the older officer scrutinized me sternly, stating, "In the footage, all three of you entered, yet only you came out alive. How do you explain that?" I frowned and replied, "Officer, things are not as simple as they appear." The younger officer scoffed, "Then do enlighten us." His eyes were filled with skepticism and disdain. Arms crossed, appearing impatient, I took a deep breath and responded, "Wu Feng and Zhao Tianshui were nefarious geomancers. I went to stop their evil deeds." The younger officer dismissed me, saying, "Do you think we will believe such a tale? People like you, dabbling in the supernatural, are a dime a dozen. Trust in science and confess, and you may suffer less." Su, the head officer, interjected, "I believe this kid is the one responsible. We should convict him directly." His tone was urgent and decisive, his gaze filled with contempt as he looked at me. Su then said, "Fu Tianan, right? What you are saying is mere fantasy. We are dealing with facts here, and the evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say?" I felt utterly helpless, "Officer, it truly was not me. Wu Feng was killed by Zhao Tianshui, and Zhao Tianshui died of his own accord. The truth was as I stated, yet I found myself unable to explain." The younger officer, growing impatient, said, still trying to deny it, "You will soon learn the consequences of your defiance." His face turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he were ready to strike me at any moment. I thought to myself, why is he so worked up? The captain hasn't said anything, yet he is so hostile toward me. Su finally said slowly, "Kid, I will give you a night to think it over." His tone softened slightly, but his gaze remained serious. After saying this, he and the younger officer left the interrogation room. Alone in the interrogation room, I felt a heavy heart and a chaotic mind, pondering how I could convince them of my innocence. The auction was approaching. What should I do? Perhaps I could have Su Yao intimidate them. Do they not believe in science? I compel you to embrace science. As night descended, apart from the young officer who brought me my meal, I encountered no one else. He disdainfully tossed the food before me, exclaiming, "A murderer like you ought to be executed on the spot." I cast a fleeting glance in his direction, disregarding him as I began to eat, contemplating the consequences he would face upon his return home. As the night deepened, the police station fell into a hushed silence. I resolved to set my plan into motion to frighten them with Su Yao. Silently, I called out to Su Yao, and before long, she manifested in the interrogation room. With a hint of hesitation, Su Yao inquired, "Brother Xian, must we truly proceed with this?" I replied helplessly, "There is no other choice." They refused to heed my explanations, and the auction is imminent. Please pay particular attention to that young officer. Su Yao nodded, her form flickering before she vanished into the shadows. By midnight, Su Yao returned, signaling an OK gesture before retreating into the jade pendant. During this time, Su Yao's abilities had progressed rapidly, reaching the late stage of Ghost General. I had yet to inquire about her training methods, as time was of the essence for me. The next day, team leader Su and the young officer arrived quite late. Su's eyes were bloodshot, a clear indication of sleeplessness, while the young officer bore dark circles under his eyes, his complexion pallid and legs trembling slightly. Observing this, I suppressed a smirk and feigned ignorance, asking, "Gentlemen, what seems to be the matter? Did you not sleep well last night?" Su furrowed his brow, refusing to answer, merely casting a cold glare in my direction. The young officer, upon hearing my words, visibly flinched, his eyes filled with fear and unease. Su cleared his throat and stated, Fu Xian, we will reinvestigate yesterday's events. Think carefully if there is anything else you wish to confess. I shrugged and replied, Team Leader Su, I have said all I can. It is you who choose not to believe. The young officer interjected, Captain, this kid must be hiding something. Su shot him a glare, reprimanding, Do not speak nonsense. At that moment, I called out, Su, do you now believe what I say? This world is not solely explicable by science. Su's countenance darkened, and without a word, he stepped outside for a smoke. After a while, he returned alone to the interrogation room, looking at me and saying, Even if strange occurrences transpired, it does not absolve you of murder. I anxiously replied, Su, I am truly wronged. Zhao Tianxue and Wu Feng were notorious for their misdeeds, and their deaths are unrelated to me. Su pondered for a moment before saying, Then please recount the events in detail once more. I hastily retold the entire sequence of events. Su listened, lost in thought. Panic surged within me. The auction was tomorrow, and I must secure the item at all costs, even if it meant resorting to theft. Failure to devise an escape plan now would be dire. Su murmured, Kid, is there truly such a thing as ghosts in this world? I have encountered incidents like yours before. Had it not been for my experience last night, cough, cough. However, based on our investigation, the suspects invariably had ties to the victims, leaving us with no choice but to detain you for further processing. Before he could finish, the young officer hurried in and whispered something in his ear, prompting them to exit the interrogation room, the young officer casting me several menacing glances on his way out. Chapter 44. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The interrogation room door slammed shut, leaving me once again in deep contemplation. Shortly after, the door swung open again, and Su along with the young officer entered. Followed by a burly man, Su displayed evident respect towards this man, whose face bore a slight smile, his gaze towards me laden with a hint of significance. A jolt of recognition coursed through me. This was the very individual I encountered 2 years prior on a flight to Jinghe City with Hu Huan. He had previously warned me against any misconduct. Could he be someone from above? Su, somewhat reluctantly, announced, Fu Xian, you are free to go. This comrade has come to bail you out. I stared, astonished, at the imposing figure, my mind swirling with questions, yet I rose and stretched my stiff limbs. The young officer gritted his teeth, visibly displeased with the outcome, yet could only sulk in silence. The burly man greeted me with a smile, Fu Xian. It's been a while. I nodded in acknowledgement, responding, Indeed, it has been a long time. I never expected to see you here. Following this, I accompanied the burly man out of the police station. Outside, a luxurious vehicle awaited, and the burly man gestured for me to enter. Once inside, he spoke softly, Fu Xian, I previously warned you against getting into trouble. My expression tightened. Was he truly seeking confrontation? Noticing my apprehension, the burly man added, Do not be alarmed. I am not here to cause trouble. I am merely following orders from above to escort you out. This matter will be handled on my end. Curiosity piqued, I queried, Who exactly are you? Why do you wish to bail me out? After all I had endured, I had become more cautious. The burly man chuckled lightly, replying, Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chun Hu from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, dedicated to addressing various supernatural incidents. I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter, and it is unrelated to you. A surge of surprise coursed through me. I could not discern Chan Hu's abilities, indicating that the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was indeed formidable. Furthermore, you were likely involved in the incident in Qingshan Village. Correct? The formation there cost us dearly, yet you managed to resolve it. I must admit, I underestimated you before. Furrowing my brow, I asked, How do you know about my affairs? Chun Hu smiled. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau has its channels. Rest assured, we harbor no ill will towards you. We merely seek your collaboration with us. I pondered internally, uncertain whether to accept. Sensing my hesitation, Chun Hu continued, You are aware that many bizarre occurrences transpire in this world, and the Supernatural Investigation Bureau specializes in handling such matters. Your abilities would greatly benefit us. Taking a deep breath, I inquired, Should I agree to join you, what benefits would I receive? A glint of cunning flickered in Chun Hu's eyes as he replied, You would gain access to the resources of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to aid your training. Furthermore, we could assist you in resolving certain troubles, such as the current predicament. After some contemplation, I stated, I cannot join you outright as I am bound by my affiliations, but I am open to discussing a collaborative relationship, the specifics of which we can address later. Chun Hu appeared somewhat dissatisfied but conceded. Very well, let us agree on that for now. Should you decide to join us or encounter any troubles, just call this number. With that, he handed me a business card. Oh, by the way, I hear you are attending the auction tomorrow. Do exercise caution. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau certainly seemed well informed, having thoroughly investigated me. I accepted the card and scrutinized it before placing it in my pocket. Looking at Chun Hu, I remarked, given your knowledge of my intentions, you must be aware of my purpose for attending the auction. Since you are privy to such information, would it not be prudent to offer me a favor? Chun Hu, seemingly reading my thoughts, responded with a slight smile. Naturally, we are aware. Your aim is to obtain that item to save the little fox, correct? Initially, I thought you had been bewitched by her. However, the situation is rather complex. Do not assume we can assist you. We are merely in a partnership. If they wouldn't help, I remained undeterred. I sought to gather more information and pressed further. What do you mean by that? Is there something amiss with this auction? Chun Hu chuckled. On the surface, the auction appears to be a standard transaction, yet the underlying forces at play are intricate and convoluted. According to our intelligence, numerous powerful factions will participate, and some dark forces will be operating in the shadows. Perplexed, I asked, will you not intervene? Aren't you concerned about what they might do? Chun Hu remained calm, stating, we are responsible for maintaining order. Everything else is beyond our purview. When you attend, it is best not to provoke any factions. I scoffed. What do I care for their factions? As long as they do not provoke me, all is well. Should they do so, I will annihilate anyone who dares challenge me. Chun Hu patted my shoulder, advising, do not be overly confident. Caution is the key to survival. When you attend, remain vigilant. Growing impatient, I replied, all right, I understand. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Chun Hu affirmed, good. Remember to call if you need anything. I exited the vehicle, hailed a taxi, and made my way to my uncle's shop. Upon my return, my senior sister and uncle hurriedly approached me. My senior sister, with a concerned expression, asked, Junior brother, you're finally back. What on earth happened? I succinctly recounted the events surrounding Zhao Tianshui's arrest, his subsequent bail by Chun Hu, and the matters concerning the Paranormal Investigation Bureau to them. My second uncle furrowed his brow and remarked, I have heard of this Paranormal Investigation Bureau. It is an official organization dedicated to addressing unusual occurrences. Though they ostensibly uphold justice, who can say what clandestine dealings might lurk beneath the surface? It is unclear whether being targeted by them is a blessing or a curse. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, as it stands, they seem to harbor no ill intentions towards us. They merely wish for my participation or collaboration. My senior sister expressed her concern. So, have you agreed? I shook my head. I have not fully committed. I merely indicated that I would consider their proposal. That is prudent. Let us proceed cautiously, my uncle advised. By the way, the auction is set to commence tomorrow. We should prepare ourselves. The following day, Zhang Zhaoshan arrived early at my uncle's shop, and together we made our way to the auction venue. This time, I ventured out alone. Bringing my senior sister felt unsafe, as an unsettling premonition lingered that this outing might not unfold smoothly. Upon arriving at the auction site, we were greeted by an array of luxury vehicles. With luminaries from various fields milling about, Zhang Zhaoshan and I entered the grand hall. A staff member clad in a suit approached us. Chapter 45. I bid 100 million. He guided us into the auction area. And I turned to Zhang Zhaoshan and inquired, which organization is hosting this auction? In a hushed tone, Zhang Zhaoshan replied, this event is organized by the Shao family of Jinghe. Given their ability to host such an auction, it stands to reason that they have formidable backing. Why curiosity piqued? I asked, what is the background of this Shao family? Zhang Zhaoshan, appearing somewhat anxious, responded, the Shao family ranks fifth among the families in Jinghe. Despite their lower standing, no one dares to covet their interests. I nodded in understanding. It seemed the Shao family indeed possessed significant influence, expertly concealed. Following the staff member, we soon arrived at the auction venue. As we stepped into the hall, we were met with a magnificent and opulent structure, boasting 4 stories. Large screens hung in the center of the venue, while at the forefront of the first floor stood the auction platform. The first floor was bustling with elegantly dressed individuals, many of whom, despite lacking the enigmatic aura of practitioners, exuded confidence and poise indicative of their substantial wealth. Among them, a few cultivators could be seen, either keenly observing their surroundings or engaging in hushed conversations. The second floor housed 7 private boxes, each named after a character from the metaphysical realm. Each box was guarded by personnel, and occasionally, shadows could be seen flitting within, presumably belonging to dignitaries of considerable status. Ascending further to the third floor, we encountered 5 numbered boxes, each more lavishly adorned than the last, their guards appearing increasingly stern, evoking curiosity about the esteemed individuals within. The topmost 4th floor featured 3 exclusive boxes, shrouded in mystery, with little to no movement, likely concealing the most revered and powerful presences. I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. One could only wonder how much wealth it took to construct such a venue. I cautiously inquired of the staff member, "Might I ask which box we are permitted to occupy?" The staff member hesitated. You too." Before he could finish, a resplendently dressed woman sauntered over with a captivating demeanor, her heavily made-up face aglow, and waved dismissively at the staff member, prompting him to hurriedly depart. "Apologies, gentlemen. The new staff is still learning the ropes. I am Xiao Lihua, the organizer of this auction, and you may occupy box Xianwang." I scrutinized the woman before me, sensing a faint ripple of spiritual energy. She was indeed a practitioner. Zhang Zhaoshan promptly stepped forward. "Miss Xiao, it is an honor to meet you." Xiao Lihua responded with a smile. "Mr. Zhang, your reputation precedes you. May I ask the name of your young companion?" She turned her gaze towards me. "Fu Shiren." I replied, my expression impassive. "Ah, young Shiren seems rather unfamiliar. Perhaps this is your first visit to our auction." She maintained her beaming smile. Noticing my silence, she awkwardly added, "It appears you are preoccupied, so I shall take my leave. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to call." She then summoned another staff member, whispering instructions before the attendant nodded and led us upstairs. As we ascended, several piercing gazes, brimming with intensity, fell upon us, accompanied by hushed murmurs. Once ensconced in our box, we found a screen that afforded a clear view of the proceedings outside. Zhang Zhaoshan, visibly astonished, remarked, "Brother Fu, it seems I owe you my gratitude. Were it not for you, I might never have had the chance to sit in this box." I offered no response, my unease persisting. What sort of individuals occupied the boxes above us? The auction was soon underway, and Xiao Lihua gracefully took to the stage. The audience erupted in cheers. To my surprise, Miss Xiao is personally presiding over this auction, someone exclaimed. "Miss Xiao, you are my goddess." With a radiant smile, Xiao Lihua began, "Thank you for your patience. The auction is now officially in session. Our first item is a century-old peachwood sword, rumored to be the personal weapon of a former Miao Mountain master, possessing extraordinary power. Please take a look." The sword was elegantly elongated and straight, its blade sheen tinged with a reddish hue, adorned with gemstones embedded in the hilt, and exquisite cloud patterns engraved around it. The starting bid was set at 500,000. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, with one individual exclaiming, "This sword looks extraordinary. It must possess immense power." A young man, his eyes ablaze with desire, mused, "If I could acquire this sword, my strength would surely soar. I must secure it." He was the first to bid. 800,000. 1,000,000. A voice from the second-floor box, Xian 7, chimed in eagerly. I gazed at the peachwood sword, feeling a twinge of temptation, yet my focus remained on obtaining the condensing grass. The price continued to rise. At that moment, from within box Xian 5, a voice declared, 2,000,000. This voice struck a chord of familiarity, silencing the whole. 2,000,000 once, 2,000,000 twice, 2,000,000 thrice. Congratulations to box Xian 5 for securing the century-old peachwood sword. This auction has truly broadened my horizons. The first 9 items are exceedingly rare in this world, and the Xiao family is indeed remarkable. However, most items were claimed by bidders from the second and third floors. Had the individuals in the first-floor boxes also come seeking the condensing grass? Xiao Lihua's voice grew more animated. "Next, we present the Pai Si Da assistance of this auction, the condensing grass. This herb is exceptionally rare and possesses miraculous properties. It not only aids in stabilizing one's cultivation and overcoming bottlenecks, but can also be used to repair demon cores." I observed the condensing grass, its translucent body glistening with slender, elongated leaves displaying visible veins. The stem was straight and resilient, covered with a fine layer of fuzz. At its apex blossomed a delicate bud, pale purple and exuding an enchanting fragrance. Seemingly imbued with boundless vitality and power, the starting bid was 5 million. No sooner had she finished speaking than the crowd erupted in commotion. 6 million. An elderly gentleman on the first floor could hardly contain his eagerness. 8 million. A voice from box Shin 2 quickly followed suit. I inhaled deeply and raised my bidding paddle. 20 million. The hall fell silent for a moment, followed by a chorus of astonished whispers. Who is this? Such extravagance. It seems they are determined to win. A cold voice emerged from box Shin 3, 25 million. I gritted my teeth, raising my bid again, 30 million. At that moment, a voice from box D2 chimed in, 35 million. Sweat began to bead on my palms as I wondered, why are so many people competing? Are there others who also desperately need this condensing grass? The price continued to soar, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. I resolutely declared, I must have this condensing grass, 40 million. Xiao Lihua's excitement surged as she called out, 40 million once, 40 million twice. Is there a higher bid? At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from box Tian 3, 50 million. I took a deep breath and shouted, 60 million. Zhang Zhaoshan, trembling with anxiety, broke into a sweat. Brother Fu, is this too risky? My gaze remained steadfast as I replied, Mr. Zhang, this condensing grass is of utmost importance to me. I must acquire it. If your funds fall short, summon Li Lianshan to provide more. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhaoshan finally relaxed. The atmosphere in the hall grew so tense that one could hear the rapid breaths of the attendees. It felt as though everyone's heartbeats quickened in unison with the charged ambience. Xiao Lihua's voice rang out, 60 million once, 60 million twice. Just then, a commanding voice from box Tian 2 declared, 80 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as murmurs erupted around the hall. My face paled, filled with reluctance, and I clenched my jaw. 100 million. Chapter 46. The trapping array, the blockade. Xiao Lihua's voice trembled slightly as she announced, 100 million once, 100 million twice, 100 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to Box Xian 1 for acquiring the condensing grass. The auction has successfully concluded. We warmly welcome everyone to join us next time. A wave of astonishment and murmurs swept through the crowd. I slumped in my chair, exhaling deeply, while Zhang Chaoshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Fu Xiaoga, you truly spared no expense. I smiled wryly and replied, it was worth it for this. At that moment, the door to the VIP room on the 4th floor slowly opened, revealing an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe. He gazed kindly in my direction and exclaimed, ha ha ha, truly impressive for one so young. Young man, do be careful later. I stood up, unflinching, and responded, thank you, sir. The old man laughed heartily. Then, from the 2nd floor's Xuanzi 2 room emerged a figure donned in a black robe. His cold gaze fixated on me, as if he intended to eliminate me on the spot. Xuanzi 3 was a woman clad in Miao attire, her veiled face and piercing phoenix eyes scrutinizing me with ill intent. Yet, here, she dared not act. The three of them turned and left together. After the auction, we prepared to head backstage to settle the payment, almost causing a comical scene when Zhang Chaoshan realized he was short on cash. But fortunately, Li Lianshan promptly transferred funds. We settled the payment and, clutching the Ningxing grass, were ready to depart. Along the way, we encountered Chen Hu, who carried a century-old peachwood sword on his back. I expressed my surprise, saying, Chen Hu, it seems you are the one from Xuanzi 5. That peachwood sword is quite impressive. Chen Hu waved his hand dismissively, replying, not at all, unlike you, Fu Laudi, who spends a billion with a mere flick. After that, we departed from the backstage area. Just as we reached the entrance, a throng of people obstructed our path, led by the individual from the 2nd floor's Xuanzi 3 room. He wore a smile that failed to reach his eyes and declared, kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Ningxing grass and I might let you live. I tightened my grip on the box containing the Ningxing grass and retorted, not a chance. Zhang Chaoshan trembled beside me, while Chen Hu silently observed with a hint of a smirk, as if he were here to enjoy the spectacle. At that moment, Xiao Lihua arrived with a cadre of guards. Exclaiming, dare to cause trouble at my Xiao family's auction? Have you lost your minds? Upon seeing her, the assailants scattered. Xiao Lihua, with a sultry smile, turned to me and said, Tianan, Be cautious as you exit. Would you like your sister to protect you? I shook my head, replying, Thank you, Miss Xiao. She chuckled, then turned and sashayed away as we reached the exit. Chunhu bid us farewell. I had hoped he might assist me, but it seemed this partnership was fleeting. I shook my head, pondering how to extricate myself from this place. Here, no one dared to act, but once I stepped beyond those doors, I was uncertain how many would covet what I possessed. I mused to myself, realizing the predicament was indeed dire. Glancing at the box containing the Ningxing grass, its value was undeniable, yet it also brought considerable trouble. However, for Wan, it was worth it. A glance at Zhang Chaoshan confirmed he was not to be relied upon. In critical moments, I had to depend on myself. My gaze shifted back to the individuals who had dispersed. These people would certainly not relent, and I needed to devise a means of safe departure. Zhang Chaoshan quivered, asking, Fu Xiaoga, what should we do now? We can't just stay here indefinitely. I took a deep breath and calmly replied, Do not panic. Let's assess the situation first. After a short wait, as the crowd thinned, we cautiously stepped out of the auction's main doors, remaining vigilant of our surroundings. Upon reaching the parking area, we hastily entered Zhang Chaoshan's car. I occupied the passenger seat, peering through the window to observe the outside commotion. The sky had darkened, indicating it was around 5 in the afternoon. Upon arrival, it had just dawned. Now, I could discern the exterior of the auction venue, situated atop a hill in the outskirts, resembling a turtle shell. Sensing something unusual about the hill, I instinctively activated my Yinyang Eye. A glimmer in my eyes revealed 8 directions, emanating waves of energy. Alarmed, I realized the hill was likely encircled by a feng shui formation known as the 8 trigrams killing formation. I had read about it. This formation centers on the hill and, based on the 8 trigrams, 8 special artifacts are buried at key points around it, connected to the hill's energy. When activated, this formation unleashes an invisible aura, forming layers of energy barriers that envelop the hill completely. From the outside, the hill appears shrouded in mist, obscuring the true nature within. Those who enter the formation would be disoriented by the power of the trigrams, losing all sense of direction and becoming ensnared in an endless labyrinth. Additionally, illusory sights and sounds would intermittently manifest within the formation, disrupting the intruder's mental state. Moreover, hidden within the formation are many lethal traps, such as sudden wind blades and ground spikes, which strike when the intruder is unprepared, causing significant harm. If anyone attempts to force their way through, the artifacts would unleash a powerful counterattack, potentially inflicting severe injury. No wonder no one dared to act directly during the auction. They were clearly wary of this formation. The Xiao family, capable of arranging such a formidable formation, is indeed formidable. My expression turned serious as I remarked, This feng shui formation is far from ordinary, but it has yet to be activated. We must leave swiftly to avoid complications. Zhang Chaoshan nodded in agreement, starting the car and cautiously driving forward. After traveling a short distance, I noticed a black sedan following closely behind us. Mr. Zhang, it seems a car is tailing us. I alerted him. Zhang Chaoshan, visibly anxious, glanced at the rearview mirror and asked, What do we do? Are they after the Ningxing grass? Accelerate and find a chance to shake them off, I urged, clenching my fists. Zhang Chaoshan pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. However, the sedan relentlessly pursued us. This approach was unsustainable. They would inevitably catch up. I anxiously contemplated our options. Suddenly, I spotted a fork in the road ahead. Zhang Gu, turn left. The car veered sharply left, entering a narrow, rugged path. Let us hope we can lose them. Zhang Chaoshan gasped. Yet, after only a short distance, the roar of engines echoed from behind. They've caught up. Zhang Chaoshan's face turned pale. With no other option, I instructed him to stop the car. Get out, I declared, grasping the box containing the Ningxing grass, ready to confront these individuals. Chapter 47. The Haunted Car. As Zhang Chaoshan and I exited the vehicle, the black sedan screeched to a halt before us. The doors swung open, and several intimidating figures emerged, led by the man from the second floor's Xuanzi 3 room. He was clad in a long black robe, a prominent scar marring his face. With a broad and resolute jaw, his narrow eyes fixated on me. Hand over the Ningxing grass, or today will be your last. He snarled menacingly. I held the box containing the Ningxing grass tightly within my backpack. Responding with a cold smile, if you have the skill, come and take it. Moreover, do you have the nerve to cause chaos here? Aren't you afraid of the Supernatural Bureau coming after you? As long as we keep our hands clean, what can the Supernatural Bureau do to us? He retorted nonchalantly, waving a hand to signal his companions, who lunged at us like hungry wolves. Instantly, the air was thick with murderous intent. Armed with various weapons, gleaming daggers and heavy iron rods, they charged at Zhang Chaos Han and me. The leader was at the forefront, striding forward with an air of dominance, each step seemingly capable of shattering the ground beneath him. Brandishing a sharp long knife aimed directly at me, I swiftly sidestepped. Pulling Zhang Chaos Han behind me in a flash, I maneuvered behind one of the attackers, delivering a powerful kick to his back, causing him to stumble forward. Another assailant swung an iron rod at me, which I blocked with my arm, countering with an elbow strike to his abdomen that doubled him over. The leader, witnessing his subordinates faltering, was consumed by rage, his aura surging dramatically. "Kid, let me show you the might of the late-stage inquiry," he bellowed, as his long knife gleamed fiercely, slashing toward me with ferocity. I scoffed. "Is that all you've got? Just a mere late-stage inquiry?" I pinched his long knife between my fingers, rendering it immobile. The leader's expression darkened further. He exerted himself once more, swinging the long knife in a blinding arc toward me. I vanished in an instant, reappearing behind him, and struck his back with a palm. He grunted in pain, attempting to retaliate, only to find my speed too elusive to track. "This is impossible. How can you be at the Qi transformation stage?" he exclaimed in disbelief. With that, I produced a yellow talisman, folding it into a small paper figure, and began to chant incantations. "Go!" The diminutive paper figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, colliding violently with his chest. His eyes widened in terror as he attempted to evade. But it was already too late. He was propelled backward, resembling a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground, spewing forth green blood. I was taken aback. Was this a demon? "Boss!" his subordinates cried in a frenzy. I cast a cold gaze upon them and inquired, "Who else wishes to test their luck?" The subordinates exchanged fearful glances, no longer daring to advance. They remained rooted in place, hesitation etched upon their faces, their eyes betraying a mix of terror and confusion. I stepped forward, my tone icy as I demanded, "Speak. From whence do you hail, you demons? What is your purpose for the Ningxing grass?" One of the subordinates hesitated, his lips trembling as he contemplated whether to divulge the truth. I narrowed my eyes and declared, "If you choose silence, none of you shall leave here alive today." The subordinate, intimidated by my presence, stammered, We are minor demons from a small mountain 1,000 miles away, sent by the mountain deity to procure Ningxing grass." 1,000 miles away? The mountain deity? I furrowed my brow. "You wouldn't happen to be the demons from the mountain behind Qingshi village, would you?" I ventured cautiously. The leader's face paled, and he hastily responded, "How do you know?" "Humph. So it is you, and I hadn't even considered seeking trouble with you." I scoffed. "What do you require this Ningxing grass for?" Suddenly, the leader exclaimed, "It's you. You are the grandson of Fu Kaisheng." I was jolted back to that summer when I was 16, recalling a figure clad in black who had come to deliver a message to my grandfather, albeit with a mask obscuring his face. "Why does he seem somewhat familiar?" I mused. I chuckled softly. "You still remember me?" The man's complexion darkened considerably, fear glinting in his eyes. "I never imagined it would indeed be you." "The matters of that time." He hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. I fixed my gaze upon him, my tone as frigid as ice. "I remember those events distinctly. Since you recognize me, you might as well lay everything bare. Otherwise, none of you shall leave here alive." The subordinates looked anxiously at their leader, awaiting his decision. The leader ground his teeth, as if summoning immense resolve, and slowly began, "Years ago, your grandfather, Fu Kaisheng, made a pact with our mountain deity to hand over the woman in that coffin. Yet he has never fulfilled his promise." My brow furrowed, a flicker of indignation igniting within me. "So your mountain deity dares to covet my wife's fate? It appears the mountain deity has grown far too audacious. Was that weasel and the serpent spirit also sent by your mountain deity?" The leader hastily replied, No. The weasel belongs to the Huang family of the Northeast's 5 great immortals, who sought vengeance after you and your grandfather slaughtered many of their kind." "And the serpent spirit?" I pressed. The leader paused before continuing. The serpent spirit's time is drawing near. The mountain deity provided it with some information. The serpent spirit learned that the woman in the coffin could aid its ascension to become a dragon. Hence its desperate desire to obtain her. We were merely following orders, I scoffed. Following orders, you say? A fine excuse indeed. What purpose does your mountain deity have for this Ningxing grass? The leader hesitated but ultimately confessed. This Ningxing grass is of utmost importance for our mountain deity's cultivation. It pertains to his elevation in rank. I gazed at them, my eyes icy, my mind racing with the intricate web of entanglements behind this situation. In that case, none of you shall live, I declared with a chilling voice, my aura surging dramatically. The subordinates stared at me in horror, attempting a final struggle, yet their resistance proved feeble against my overwhelming power. I glided through their ranks like a specter, my hands weaving through the air as my energy surged forth. Each strike landed with precision, causing their anguished cries to echo as they collapsed, blood pooling on the ground. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of utter incredulity on his face. He attempted to utter something, but I offered him no chance, delivering a single palm strike that shattered his skull. In mere moments, I had dispatched them all, their bodies sprawled across the ground. I gazed at the lifeless forms, slowly morphing into animal shapes, feeling not an ounce of compassion. This, Zhang Zhaoshan stammered, his face pale with terror. I turned my gaze skyward, snorting coldly, Mountain deity, mark my words, I shall come for you one day, and we will have a proper discussion. With that, I turned and led Zhang Zhaoshan to the vehicle. Preparing to depart as the car rumbled to life, it suddenly stalled. He tried again, yet the engine failed to respond. I activated my Yin-Yang eye and glanced back at the vehicle, only to find countless tiny figures desperately tugging at it. This is a ghostly obstruction. Chapter 48. The 5 poisons feng shui array. My heart sank, and I spoke in a low voice. Stay in the car and do not move. With that, I opened the car door and slowly descended. The small ghosts let out a series of eerie shrieks upon seeing me exit, their grip on the vehicle tightening. I furrowed my brow, swiftly retrieving several yellow talismans from my pocket. I recited the incantation. Heaven and earth, mysterious sect, the root of all energies, cultivate through eons, affirm my divine powers, hasten as the law commands. As the incantation rang out, I flung the yellow talismans toward the small ghosts. The talismans shimmered in the air, transforming into beams of golden light that struck the little specters. The ghosts shrieked in agony, dissipating into black smoke. Yet a few stubborn spirits lingered. Unwilling to depart, I returned to the car and assured Zhang Zhaoshan. It's safe now. We can go. Zhang Zhaoshan, still shaken, nodded and attempted to start the vehicle again, this time successfully. We swiftly left the area, the scenery outside the window retreating rapidly. I pondered silently, realizing that this journey would likely be fraught with further challenges. Vigilance would be essential. Before long, we found ourselves in a desolate, uninhabited expanse. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the road ahead, obscuring our path entirely. Zhang Zhaoshan had no choice but to reduce speed. Navigating cautiously, I knew this was yet another manifestation of some malevolent force at work. I promptly retrieved a few fog-clearing yellow talismans, silently chanting. Majestic and radiant, the sun rises from the east, disperse the fog, repel the evil, hasten as the law commands. I then cast the talismans forward. The fog did not dissipate. Instead, it surged toward us like a tidal wave, swiftly encasing us. A wave of unease and anxiety washed over me, and gritting my teeth, I resolutely opened the car door and stepped outside. The moment I exited, I was met with a faint rustling sound, followed by a hissing noise, then a scuttling sound. As these noises grew clearer, swarms of insects began to emerge around me. Upon closer inspection, I saw centipedes, venomous snakes, scorpions, geckos, and toads, arranged in a peculiar formation encircling me. This is indeed the 5 poisons feng shui array. I murmured to myself to eye in this array. The so-called 5 poisons, centipedes, venomous snakes, scorpions, geckos, and toads, were strategically positioned according to specific orientations and layouts. Such feng shui arrays are typically arranged by practitioners of the dark arts, harnessing the characteristics of these 5 poisons and the forces of feng shui to ensnare foes, harm others, or extract certain powers. The 5 Poisons Feng Shui array also leverages the surrounding environment to amplify its effects, using the mist to blend the toxins of the 5 poisons, leading intruders to their demise unknowingly. Fortunately, the method to dispel this array is documented in the Jiutian Mifu, and I possess the advantage of favorable timing, location, and pure yang blood. As I observed the encroaching 5 poisons array, I began to recite the tranquility spell, maintaining a calm state of mind to prevent the array from affecting my sanity. Next, I swiftly retrieved a yellow talisman from my pocket and tossed it in various directions. The talismans glimmered in the air, momentarily halting the advance of the 5 poisons. Following that, I sliced my fingertip, allowing my pure yang blood to flow forth. I dripped my pure yang blood onto several specific yellow talismans and chanted, 9 Yang True Fire, dispel evil and drive away malevolence. Hasten as the law commands. I then hurled the bloodied talismans at the 5 poisons. Upon contact, the talismans ignited instantly, flames imbued with pure yang power rapidly spreading among the 5 poisons, causing the centipedes and venomous snakes to emit anguished cries as chaos erupted within their formation. Seizing the moment, I produced more yellow talismans. This time, I smeared them with my pure yang blood and affixed them to critical acupoints on my body, bolstering my yang energy and defensive capabilities. Then, armed with the yellow talisman, I charged into the heart of the 5 poisons array, wielding the talisman enhanced by my pure yang blood as my weapon. Stepping forth with confidence to engage in close combat with the 5 poisons, I plunged into the midst of these grotesque insects, knowing that fire was their greatest fear. With the flaming talisman in hand, I navigated through the mist, seeking the focal point of the array. As I delved deeper, a wave of dizziness washed over me. This mist was toxic. The insects surrounding me multiplied. Clenching my teeth, I arranged a bagua formation with the yellow talismans around me and shouted, "Rise!" In an instant, a ring of fire ignited around me, temporarily obstructing the onslaught of the miasma and the 5 poisons. Those wretched insects desperately burrowed into the flames, only to be reduced to ash without exception. I promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling my vital energy to thwart the encroaching toxins. These toxins mingled with the mist, insidiously poisoning anyone who lingered too long. Had it not been for my innate sharpness, I surely would have succumbed here. Once the toxins were purged, I opened my eyes to find the number of insects surrounding me had increased significantly, and the flames were nearing their breaking point. I gathered my vital energy in my palm and struck out, carving a path through the swarm. I dashed forward rapidly, pursued relentlessly by the insects. As I cleared the path ahead, I sought the eye of the formation. After a while, I noticed the insects multiplying in front of me, and I realized that the eye of the formation must lie ahead. I unleashed a yellow talisman, which instantly transformed into a fire dragon, devouring the surrounding insects, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred remains. Following closely behind the fire dragon, I took several steps forward and encountered a peculiar platform. At the center of the platform coiled a serpent as thick as an arm. Surely, that was the eye of the formation. Upon noticing me, the serpent flicked its tongue and let out a series of hissing sounds, drawing the surrounding insects towards me. I furrowed my brow, producing 8 yellow talismans and placing them on the ground, quickly dripping a drop of blood upon them. Then, with a firm slap of my palm upon the ground, the 8 yellow talismans rose into the air. 9th Heaven's True Fire, heed my command, be summoned. In an instant, flames erupted around me, the air rippling with the force of the fire. The insects were nearly incinerated. Subsequently, I concentrated my vital energy at my feet, and with a flash, I affixed a blood-stained yellow talisman to the serpent's 7th inch. The serpent thrashed wildly, striving to escape the talisman, but under the combined might of the pure yang blood and the talisman, its struggles gradually weakened. With a piercing cry, the serpent collapsed to the ground, and the 5 poisons formation crumbled instantaneously. The surrounding mist began to dissipate, and the 5 poisons either fled or turned to ash. I exhaled a long breath, wiped the sweat from my brow, and turned to return to the vehicle. However, just then, I suddenly heard a clattering sound rapidly approaching from afar, as if silverware was clashing. Before I could react, a shadow appeared before me like a wraith. Chapter 49. The Goo Woman. I swiftly raised my arms, crossing them defensively in front of me. as a foot from the shadow delivered a forceful kick that struck my arms with tremendous impact. The wave of force surged through me, propelling me backwards involuntarily, my feet carving deep grooves into the ground. After a struggle to regain my balance, I looked up sharply to see. It's you. My heart sank at the sight of the Meow Woman from Box No. 3 at the auction. Her youthful visage was devoid of emotion, and the coldness in her eyes hinted at a sinister intent. She spoke slowly, her voice frigid. Surprised? You shouldn't be. Though she appeared to be of similar age, her strength was evidently far superior to mine, causing me to silently lament my predicament. Taking a deep breath, I feigned calmness and replied, So, you also covet this shape-congealing grass? She sneered, her laughter dripping with derision. So you know. If you hand it over, I might show you mercy. Otherwise, death awaits. I straightened my posture, unflinching as I retorted, Humph, who lives and who dies is still uncertain. A glint of malice flashed in her eyes, and her hands began to dance like butterflies, summoning a multitude of vividly colored goo worms that crawled forth, surging towards me like a tidal wave. A chill gripped my heart at the sight of the advancing worms, my stomach churning. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. I gritted my teeth and summoned my vital energy with fervor. Humph, attempting to subdue me with these worms? It won't be so easy, I shouted, conjuring a blazing inferno in my hands and hurling it towards the worms. However, those worms were remarkably agile, swiftly dispersing like serpents, easily evading the flames. The Meow Woman, witnessing this, curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. Is this all you can do? Unfazed, I waved my hands, unleashing a barrage of talismans to hinder the worms' advance. Yet, with their overwhelming numbers, the worms showed no fear of my attacks, continuing their relentless advance. Not afraid of flames? Let us see how you fare against this. I threw a talisman high into the air and chanted, Ninth Heaven's divine thunder. Heed my command, vanquish demons and dispel evil. With that, the talisman erupted into brilliant light, dark clouds swiftly gathering overhead, thunder rumbling ominously. Striking bolts of lightning, as thick as pythons, descended from the heavens, incinerating the worms in an instant. The Meow Woman, astonished, exclaimed, Thunder magic? Are you a disciple of Longhu Mountain? I scoffed, my gaze resolute and piercing. What does it matter if I'm a disciple of Longhu Mountain? Today, you shall not take the shape-congealing grass from me. With the threat of the worms eliminated, my confidence surged. She furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought, before her eyes glinted with determination. Even if you are a disciple of Longhu Mountain, I will have that shape-congealing grass. With that, she rapidly gestured with her hands, causing the air around us to vibrate ominously. I sensed impending danger. Realizing she was preparing to unleash a formidable spell, before my eyes, a mass of black mist began to materialize before her. I hastily invoked my thunder magic again, sending bolts of lightning like silver serpents towards the mist. However, that mist seemed to possess some peculiar power, absorbing the lightning entirely and growing even larger. The Meow Woman laughed triumphantly. Your thunder magic is useless against my ultimate technique. Gritting my teeth, I rapidly devised a daring plan. I concentrated all my vital energy into my hands and charged towards the Meow Woman at lightning speed. Unleashing my full power. Clearly caught off guard, she could only hastily defend with the mist. Boom! A colossal sound erupted as we were both propelled backwards by the force of the impact. I felt as though my insides had been rearranged. A sharp pain surged through me, and I nearly spat blood. The Meow Woman fared no better, a vivid trickle of blood escaping her lips as her expression darkened further. Slowly regaining my footing, I realized her strength must lie within the transcendental realm. Otherwise, she would not have been able to withstand my earlier attack from the congealing origin realm. Thankfully, my strike had disrupted her black mist. Otherwise, I would have truly been at a loss. I steeled myself against the discomfort and fixed my gaze on the Meow Woman, who also rose to her feet, her eyes now brimming with malice. Humph, you possess some skill, but it's far from enough, she declared coldly, her hands once again weaving through the air, causing the black mist to coalesce before her. My heart raced, knowing I could not allow her to cast another potent spell. Gritting my teeth, I flashed towards her like a wraith. She seemingly did not anticipate my swift attack, hastily attempting to control the black mist to defend herself. As I closed the distance, I engaged her in close combat. Throwing punches and kicks, each collision resonated with a dull thud. While my strength paled in comparison to hers, my agility and indomitable spirit allowed me to hold my own for the moment. The Meow Woman, evidently frustrated, let out a furious shout, her aura surging dramatically as she forced me back several steps. "You brought this upon yourself." Her eyes widened in rage, the black mist transforming into numerous dark tendrils that surged toward me. Terror gripped my heart as I retreated hastily, continuously unleashing talismans in a desperate attempt to slow the onslaught of the tendrils. Yet, her assault intensified, the tendrils pursuing me relentlessly. I found myself cornered, sustaining several wounds in the process. Just as the multitude of black tendrils was about to strike me, I felt a powerful surge within me, breaking through my constraints. I had actually broken through mid-stage congealing origin. This sudden surge of power bolstered my confidence immensely, and I roared, a radiant light enveloping me as my vital energy shot forth like blades, clashing violently with the dark tendrils. The Meow Woman's expression darkened further at this sight. Her hands moved with increasing urgency, attempting to intensify her attack. However, I was no longer the naive novice. My movements became lightning quick, weaving through the gaps between the tendrils while launching counterattacks to sever them one by one. "Impossible! How could you suddenly break through?" the Meow Woman exclaimed in disbelief. As she spoke, I quickened my assault, relentlessly pressing the attack. She began to falter under my onslaught, the black mist around her growing unstable. Seizing the opportunity, I formed seals with my hands and unleashed the Ninth Heaven's Divine Thunder Seal, sending the Meow Woman flying. She crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth as the black mist disintegrated. I approached her slowly, looking down from above. "Now, do you still dare to compete with me for the shape-congealing grass?" The Meow Woman bore a countenance filled with resentment, yet she was acutely aware of the inevitable tide of fate. With a fierce glare directed at me, her voice rasped as she declared, "If you possess the audacity, kill me now. Otherwise, rest assured, I shall not spare you in the future." The moment had come for me to respond, and I retorted with disdain, "How brazen you remain even when death looms." I had intended to end her life right then, but suddenly, an ominous force surged forth, pushing me aside. Seizing this opportunity, the woman transformed into a shadowy figure. Swiftly escaping the scene, my fury erupted. "Who dares?" Chapter 50. The ghostly commander and the Meow Holy Maiden. I surveyed my surroundings, spotting two figures gradually emerging from the darkness. The night was as thick as ink, with a crescent moon hanging high, partially veiled by heavy clouds that cast only a few faint, chilling beams of light. The two individuals were enveloped in a dense aura of malevolence, rendering their features entirely obscured. "You certainly strike hard, don't you?" A voice emanated from the shadows, reverberating through the stillness of the night. Imbued with a hint of frost, I regarded him warily, demanding, "Who are you? Why did you save her?" My condition was far from optimal, with several wounds still bleeding. The night wind brushed past, sending sharp pangs of pain through my injuries, as if countless tiny ice needles were piercing me. The figure in the shadows let out a cold laugh. "Do you know who she is? We were just saving you." My brow furrowed in anger as I shouted, "Enough of this cryptic nonsense. Speak plainly," he continued. "She is the Holy Maiden of the Meow tribe. Should you kill her, the entire Meow people will seek vengeance upon you, including all those around you." A jolt of shock coursed through me. She was indeed the Meow Holy Maiden, yet I feigned composure. Retorting, "And what of it? She attempted to seize my Ningxing grass first. Even if I were to kill her, what of it?" The other figure spoke ominously, "You, young man, have already reached the mid-stage of Ningyuan at such a tender age, comparable to the finest of the younger generation. Such talent is your pride, yet you surely do not wish to become a fallen genius, do you?" This voice was hauntingly familiar, stirring suspicion within me. With skepticism, I scrutinized them. "Who exactly are you? What are your intentions? If you hand over the Ningxing grass, we can ensure your safety." I laughed bitterly in rage. "You dare not even reveal yourselves, yet you wish to claim my Ningxing grass?" Upon hearing my words, the oppressive aura surrounding them surged. Gradually, they revealed their forms, and to my astonishment, it was none other than the figure from the auction, designated as Tianzi No. 2, alongside the ghostly commander. My senses sharpened. Preparing for battle at any moment, the ghostly commander cast a sinister gaze upon me, stating, "I never expected to meet you again so soon. As I mentioned last time, I shall not show mercy upon our next encounter. However, if you obediently surrender the Ningxing grass, I might spare your life." I assessed the two of them. Their energies were relatively similar, both at the mid-stage of the ghostly commander. Yet, given my current state, victory seemed implausible. Feigning calmness, I scoffed. "Those little ghosts were your doing, were they not? Attempting to ensnare me like a mantis stalking a cicada?" I continued. "You two think you can intimidate me? I let your previous transgressions slide. But now you dare to come for me." The figure known as Tianzi No. 2 sneered. "Refusing to heed the warning will lead to consequences. Today, you will comply, whether you like it or not. With that," he gestured, unleashing a powerful wave of malevolence that surged toward me. I hastily evaded, channeling my inner energy to prepare for a counterattack. The ghostly commander was not idle either. He flickered and appeared behind me, attempting a surprise assault. Reacting swiftly, I turned and kicked at the ghostly commander. He staggered back several steps, but quickly resumed his advance. With a dark expression, the ghostly commander remarked, "You've made quite the progress since we last met." I shot back defiantly, "Enough of your cryptic words. If you have the capability, come at me." As I spoke, Tianzi No. 2 intensified his output of malevolence. I gritted my teeth, striving to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Beads of sweat rolling down my forehead. The ghostly commander seized the moment to strike again, his attacks growing increasingly vicious, each aimed directly at my vital points. I dodged and weaved amidst the malevolence, searching for an opening to counterattack. Suddenly, I detected a flaw in the ghostly commander's technique. I concentrated my strength and launched a palm strike. The ghostly commander retreated a few steps, and I hurled a yellow talisman at the other figure. A burst of flames forced him to retreat. Tianzi No. 2, witnessing this, bellowed, "This kid possesses some skill. Let us take him down together." The two figures instantly joined forces, their malevolence intertwining to form a colossal net that bore down upon me. My heart sank, yet my gaze remained resolute. The continuous battle had left my internal energy nearly depleted. The recent skirmish had reopened my wounds, and as I pressed against the bleeding injuries, I contemplated my next course of action. Just as the net was about to envelop me, it inexplicably dissipated. Confounded, I inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" The ghostly commander patted the other figure's shoulder, saying, "That's enough. Don't truly incapacitate him." Tianzi No. 2 scoffed, "Humph, I see he is still quite capable. I've only used 5 parts of my strength." With that, he crossed his arms, coldly observing from the side point 5 parts of strength. No wonder I hadn't felt the full weight of the ghostly commander's pressure. It turned out he hadn't unleashed his full power. The ghostly commander looked at me and said, "Don't be so tense. We merely came to check if you were still alive. If you had died, we would have collected your body to ask for your precious Ningxing grass. We were merely toying with you. We have no intention of taking it." This declaration only deepened my confusion. "Then why did you obstruct my departure?" The ghostly commander chuckled, "Just testing your abilities. Who would have thought that the little Miao girl, despite being at a higher realm, was no match for you? You truly are impressive." Furrowing my brow, I pressed, "Testing me? What is your ultimate goal? And where is my grandfather?" The ghostly commander crossed his arms, replying, "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Oh, not inquire about your grandfather. Just be cautious moving forward. That Miao girl is notorious for her vengeful nature. Do not fall victim to her." "What exactly does your Ghost Valley desire?" I queried. Their sudden appearance and claims of benign intentions felt disingenuous. The ghostly commander slowly said, "It seems you've learned a few things, but knowing too much may not bode well for you. At least you can rest assured, we will not harm you for the time being." Tianzi No. 2, growing impatient, interjected, "Why waste time with him? Let us leave." The ghostly commander added, "I hope the next time we meet, you are not as weak as you are now." Before I could pose further questions, the two figures flickered and vanished into the darkness. Chapter 51. A whiff of malevolence. Once they departed, the surroundings fell once more into a profound silence. I gazed toward the direction in which they had disappeared, my mind swirling with questions. Where had my grandfather gone? What were the machinations of Ghost Valley? And that Miao Holy Maiden would undoubtedly seek retribution against me in the future. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed the pain from my injuries and began to make my way out. Upon returning to the spot where Zhang Chaosheng had parked, I found him already unconscious. I pinched his philtrum, and he jolted awake with a start. Upon seeing my bleeding form, he exclaimed anxiously, "Fu Xiaoge, what happened to you? Shouldn't we go to the hospital?" I shook my head, signaling for him to continue driving. In the vehicle, I tore a strip from my jacket to staunch the bleeding and examined the Ningxing grass from my backpack. Seeing it unscathed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, we reached the highway entrance where I spotted Chen Hu's vehicle. He stepped out slowly, and I rolled down the window, receiving from him some bandages and disinfectants. "You truly are full of surprises. To escape from such perilous circumstances," he remarked. I replied with exasperation, "You arrived a tad too early, didn't you? Why not wait until I got home?" He appeared somewhat embarrassed, stating, "Fu Laudi, please don't say that. I am merely following orders from above. They instructed me not to interfere in this matter, and given my strength, I hardly stand a chance against those individuals." I chuckled dryly, taking the items from him and instructing Zhang Chaosheng to drive on. This supernatural affair surely harbored ill intentions. I would need to reconsider this partnership, I murmured to myself. On the way back, I urged Zhang Chaosheng to bury this incident deep within, lest it lead to dire consequences. He nodded repeatedly, assuring me he knew nothing. By around 2 or 3 in the morning, we entered the city. Upon reaching the urban area, I instructed Zhang Chaosheng to drop me off at a hotel near my uncle's shop, as it was too late to return home. After parting ways with Zhang Chaosheng, I booked a single room and lay down on the bed, fatigue washing over me, my mind raced with thoughts of the recent events. The weight of information was truly overwhelming. A myriad of inexplicable forces have emerged, as though they possess knowledge of everything, leaving me in a state of ignorance. Lost in thought, I nearly succumbed to sleep when my phone vibrated. There had been no signal at the auction for several days, and I hadn't occupied myself with my phone. Numerous messages awaited me, from my second uncle and my senior sister. Among them, a recent notification read, "Request to add friend. I am Zhang Junya." Hesitantly, I accepted the request. Zhang Junya promptly sent a message, "Brother Shuren, are you still awake at this late hour? Have you returned? I hope nothing unfortunate has occurred." I replied briefly before drifting off to sleep again. This time, my slumber was deep and restful. Upon awakening the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. After a quick wash, I prepared to visit my second uncle's shop. Just as I reached the intersection, Xiaolong hurriedly exited the store, his head down, walking in the opposite direction. I called out to him, but whether he didn't hear me or chose to ignore me, he didn't respond, and I found this peculiar. My senior sister, perhaps having heard my voice or sensing something amiss, rushed out of the shop. She approached me, her expression fraught with urgency, exclaiming, "Brother, you've finally returned." Upon noticing the bloodstains and bandages on my body, she quickly pulled me inside to redress my wounds. I winced in pain, but refrained from uttering a sound. Once bandaged, she inquired, "What on earth happened? Brother? How did you acquire so many injuries?" Seeing her concern, I recounted my encounter with the Miaozheng Saint Ses, my senior sister. Aware that she couldn't shoulder my troubles, advised, "Brother, regardless of the circumstances, exercise caution in the future. If worst comes to worst, we can always return to Qingqing Temple." I nodded, retrieving the box containing the danim. My senior sister's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Now, Wangquan can return to normal." She then asked about the auction, and I divulged everything. Finally, I asked, "Sister, what exactly is wrong with Xiaolong?" He didn't respond when I called him, just as my senior sister was about to reply. My second uncle emerged from the room, stating, "That lad is likely bewitched by a fox demon. But for now, that fox won't harm him." Otherwise, I would have intervened already. I prepared to recount my experiences to my second uncle, as I believed that the ghostly figure might know my grandfather's whereabouts. My second uncle waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I overheard your conversation. You needn't worry about your grandfather. I will investigate that matter. The trouble you've attracted is considerable, but do not fret. We will devise a plan together. That Miao Saintus is vengeful, so we must prepare in advance, and as for the ghostly valley, I am uncertain of their intentions." Furrowing my brow, I asked, "Uncle, what should we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Let us not act rashly just yet. We'll assess the situation first. For now, Focus on healing and enhancing your strength. With that, he left the room. Turning to my senior sister, I suggested, Sister, let us return quickly. Now that we must hasten to save Wangquan. She remained silent for a moment before returning to her room to retrieve a letter, which she handed to me, saying, This is from the temple master. Please read it. I opened the envelope, and the letter read, Shuren, by the time you read this, you must have acquired however, under no circumstances should you return now. Firstly, Miss Hu requires time to heal from her previous injuries to ensure her recovery proceeds without complications. You may return after a year. Secondly, I foresee that you will soon face a calamity, one that holds significant implications for you. It is both a trial and an opportunity. Seize it wisely. I cannot assist you further, but heed this advice. Go with the flow, act according to your heart. Discern truth from illusion. After absorbing the contents of the letter, I fell into contemplation. Why, senior sister inquired, Brother, what did the temple master say? After a moment of reflection, I replied, The temple master advises against returning for now. Wangquan needs more time to recover. She nodded in agreement, asking, What shall we do next? We cannot simply wait here indefinitely. It had been nearly 2 months since we descended the mountain, and a year still felt far away. Sister, let us stay in the city for now. The presence of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau should keep us safe, and in a couple of days, we can rent a place. I reasoned, after all, it wouldn't be appropriate to continue staying at my uncle's. And there isn't enough space. We can't keep cramming ourselves together. My senior sister considered my words and finally conceded. It seems we have no choice, but we must remain vigilant here to avoid attracting any trouble. With that, I returned to my room, secured the inner safe, and took out the jade pendant that Xiao Tong had left for me, donning it once more before resuming my practice. Following the recent battle, I had broken through to the mid-stage of, though my strength surpassed that level, I continued studying the Jotian Mibu, learning something new with each breakthrough. As evening approached, I stepped outside, only to be met with an unusual aura. A scent of demonic energy lingered in the air. Chapter 52. Disappearance, the green garment, my heart tightened, and my muscles tensed instinctively as I became alert. Sister, something's amiss, I whispered urgently to my senior sister. Hearing my call, she swiftly emerged from her room, her expression serious as she whispered back, Proceed with caution. I cautiously advanced toward the source of the demonic energy, moving lightly to avoid making a sound. As I reached the shop's entrance, the sinister aura vanished without a trace. Furrowing my brow, I pondered, could this be the fox demon that has ensnared Xiao Long? My senior sister approached, noticing my lack of reaction, and softly asked, Brother, have you discovered anything? I shook my head, replying solemnly, It may have just lingered at the entrance, but we mustn't let our guard down. Caution is paramount. If the demons do not provoke us, we shall not provoke them. And my senior sister nodded in agreement and suggested, Let us return inside for now and remain vigilant. Back in the room, I sat in a chair, my mind restless. Observing my unease, my senior sister asked with concern, Brother, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? I forced a smile and replied, I'm fine, sister. I simply sense something is off. Her gaze lingered on me, filled with deep concern. I then asked, When does Xiao Long usually return? She reassured me, He typically arrives around 8 p.m. That has always been the case. Don't worry too much, brother. I acknowledged her words, but fell silent. As the seconds ticked by, it soon reached 8 p.m., yet Xiao Long had yet to return. My senior sister frowned, sensing something was amiss. Let me give him a call. I hastily retrieved my phone and dialed Xiao Long's number, only to be met with the endless sound of ringing, with no answer. Frustrated, I tried several more times, but the outcome remained the same. Sister, Xiao Long isn't answering. Something might have happened. My heart sank. My senior sister's expression grew increasingly grave, fearing the worst. We must act quickly in a state of urgency. I suddenly had an idea. Sister, I'll search Xiao Long's room for any clues. I dashed to Xiao Long's room, rifling through drawers and cabinets, hoping to uncover anything useful. Finally, I discovered a few strands of Xiao Long's hair beneath the bed. Overjoyed, I hurried back to the living room with the hair in hand. My senior sister, noticing what I held, inquired, What is this? I explained, This is Xiao Long's hair. It may help us trace his whereabouts. I took out a yellow talisman, carefully wrapped the hair within, and folded it into several paper cranes. Closing my eyes, I recited an incantation to activate the spell. The paper cranes trembled slightly before soaring through the air, gliding toward the door. As the cranes took flight, I hesitated, realizing it wasn't safe to leave my senior sister alone in the store. I returned to my room, strapped on my backpack, and rejoined her in the living room. "Sister, we must go," I urged her. We stepped outside, following the paper cranes to the foot of a graveyard hill. The cranes dove into the mountainside, and an unsettling sensation crept over me. The sky was devoid of moonlight, casting an eerie atmosphere over the graveyard, making it feel oppressive. "Brother, why have we come to a graveyard?" My senior sister clutched my sleeve tightly. I reassured her. "Perhaps Xiaolong has been taken. The demon likely lured me here." Gritting my teeth, I added, "Sister, stay close to me." Sister hurriedly nodded, and then we ascended the mountain together. The path upward was paved with concrete, making it relatively easy to traverse, likely designed for convenience. The night breeze rustled past us, accompanied by the creaking sounds around. I sensed the direction of the 1,000 paper cranes and pressed onward. Suddenly, Sister tugged sharply at the corner of my garment, pointing towards a tree ahead, exclaiming, "Junior brother, what is that?" I looked up to see a pair of emerald green eyes fixated on me, just as I was about to retrieve a yellow talisman to throw. The shadow darted away with a swift meow into the woods. I exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. "Sister, do not be afraid. It's merely a cat." We continued our ascent, and soon tombs began to appear around us. Some gravestones had toppled, others were overgrown with weeds, creating an especially desolate atmosphere. A chill wind swept through, causing Sister to shiver involuntarily. "Junior brother, I can't shake this feeling that it's eerily sinister here. It sends shivers down my spine," she said, her voice trembling. I reassured her. "Sister, do not fear. I am here. We will find Xiaolong quickly and leave." Just then, a wisp of green smoke suddenly rose from a nearby grave. I sensed something was amiss and shielded Sister with my hand. I fixed my gaze upon the grave, and before long, the soil atop began to shift as if something were about to emerge from within. "This is bad, sister. Step back," I shouted loudly. However, it was already too late. A withered hand reached out from the grave. In quick succession, 4 or 5 other graves extended similar dry hands. With a chilling cacophony, the undead began to claw their way out of the earth. Some zombies were missing limbs, while others hung tattered strips of decaying cloth. Their joints emitted eerie grinding sounds. Each zombie bore a contorted visage, their bodies stiff, exuding a foul stench. They emitted low growls from their throats, advancing toward us step by step. I scrutinized their appearances. Their skin was pale, indicating they were merely freshly reanimated corpses, though I still bore injuries. I was more than capable of dealing with these zombies. I drew 5 yellow talismans and shouted, "True fire of the 9 heavens, dispel evil and repel demons, hurry as the law commands." The talismans shot forth. Speeding toward the zombies upon contact, flames erupted from the zombies, and they were instantly reduced to ash. I closed my eyes, once more sensing the position of the 1,000 paper cranes. They had come to a halt at the mountain's peak. I hastily informed Sister, "Xiaolong is likely at the summit. We must go." Sister nodded and closely followed my pace as we quickened our ascent. Before long, we reached the mountaintop. The summit was a relatively flat area. Yet a solitary grave stood erect, suggesting it belonged to a prominent family. "Junior brother, this place feels very off, almost sinister," Sister said timidly. I took a deep breath and reassured her. "Sister, do not fear. Let us search around for any clues." Thus, we cautiously began our search in the open space. Suddenly, I noticed a shadow ahead. "Sister, be careful." I alerted her immediately. As we approached the shadow, we discovered it was the unconscious Xiaolong. "Xiaolong," I called out anxiously, rushing to check on his condition. Just then, a chilling, eerie laughter echoed around us. "Ha ha ha, you've finally arrived." A shadow slowly materialized. She was clad in a green garment, her attire as delicate as a cicada's wing, subtly outlining her graceful curves, her eyes gleaming with mischief and allure. Her entire presence exuded seduction. "It is indeed you." I clenched my fists and declared. Chapter 53. A familiar face even at the door of the shop. I had sensed this familiar demonic aura, yet I refrained from mentioning it. She giggled sweetly, her voice melodious yet laced with enchantment. "Little brother, don't be so angry. I merely came to visit you and my dear sister." She feigned forgetfulness, adding with a malicious grin, "Ah, I forgot. My dear sister is still lying down." Sister quietly inquired, "Junior brother? Who is she?" "The sister of Wanwan," I responded. Sister gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "What do you want?" I shouted angrily at the green-clad fox. The green-clad fox smiled lightly, her eyes shimmering. "Little brother, don't be so fuming. What do you think I want?" I merely came to witness the excitement. I tightened my fists, glaring at her. "Do not pretend. If it weren't for you taking Xiaotong, would I be in this situation? Would Wanwan be like this?" She chuckled softly, feigning innocence. "Oh dear, do not wrongfully accuse me. I have no such power. You and the valley leader were always fated. Furthermore, who Wanwan's current state is her destiny." I gritted my teeth. "What is your purpose in coming here today?" She sauntered slowly, her form swaying. "I simply came to remind you that some matters are beyond your capacity to contend with. Surrender early to avoid calamity." "Never," I declared loudly, "no matter how difficult it may be. I will find Xiaotong." The green-clad fox chuckled. "How naive do you think with your meager abilities you can change anything?" I stared at her resolutely. "How will I know unless I try?" The green-clad fox's expression darkened. "Foolish creature, since you are so obstinate, I shall see what progress you have made over the years." With that, she waved her hands, unleashing a powerful demonic force toward us. I snorted, swiftly channeling my inner power. A layer of golden protective light enveloping me as I shielded sister behind me. The demonic energy collided with the light, producing a sizzling sound. "Child's play," the green-clad fox exclaimed, her form flickering as she instantly appeared at my left. Her delicate hand clawing toward my shoulder, I sidestepped and countered with a swift punch, the wind from my strike cutting through the air. She reacted with remarkable speed, retreating and then launching another attack. Her skirt billowed like a blooming blue flower, each move carrying a deadly threat. Unfazed, I unleashed my martial skills, engaging in fierce combat with her. The clash of our strikes resonated with a heavy thud, causing the air around us to tremble. Sister watched anxiously from the side, unable to intervene. Suddenly, the green-clad fox let out a playful laugh, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. She spun around, launching an attack toward sister. My heart raced. I leaped forward to shield her. Her strike landed squarely on my chest, forcing a grunt from me as I staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping my lips. "Junior brother," sister gasped. "I'm fine." I wiped the blood from my mouth, my resolve intensifying. On the brink of Yuan Dan realm, and still resorting to such despicable tactics. Humph, and what of it? I shall see how long you can endure. The green-clad fox pressed the attack, her hands weaving through the air, conjuring demonic energy into countless blades aimed at me. I took a deep breath, hands clasped together, reciting the golden light mantra. A golden barrier shimmered before me, deflecting the blades. Yet, the green-clad fox did not relent. She intensified her demonic power, and the barrier began to crack. In that critical moment, I shifted my palm, unleashing a palm thunder that shattered the demonic blades. The green-clad fox's expression shifted. "I didn't expect you had such skills," I panted heavily. "This isn't over yet." Her gaze turned icy. "Then wait and see how long your injured body can hold out." With that, the green-clad fox formed seals with her hands, muttering incantations as demonic energy rapidly coalesced above her head, forming a massive black vortex. A more potent demonic force gathered before her, creating an enormous swirling void. The vortex emitted a terrifying pull, drawing in surrounding debris. My expression grew grave as I rapidly shifted my hand seals, the golden light surrounding me becoming increasingly radiant, striving to resist the overpowering force. Sister, frantic and helpless, could only shout, "Junior brother, be careful." I gritted my teeth. "Sister, do not fear. I will not let her succeed." The green-clad fox cried out, and the black vortex surged toward you in that critical moment. I drew my grandfather's copper coin sword, slicing my palm and bellowing, "Heaven and earth, the profound yellow, the universe's vastness, by my blood. I command the gods, swiftly as the law commands." This was something I had learned anew from the Nine Heavens secret talisman after my breakthrough. Yet it felt reminiscent of something I had once used. The copper coin sword glimmered with a sanguine light, charging straight into the black vortex. Boom! The tremendous force sent all three of us flying. I crashed to the ground, feeling as though my internal organs had shifted. Darkness clouded my vision, and my previous wounds began to bleed anew. Junior brother? The elder sister struggled to crawl over and help me to my feet. At this moment, the green-clad fox appeared somewhat disheveled, yet she quickly regained her composure and approached us once more. Gritting her teeth, the green-clad fox declared, "You wretched boy, I did not expect you to attain such mastery in just a few short years. Let this be the end for today. 1 year from now, I shall personally end your life with that." She turned to leave. "Think you can escape? It won't be that easy." I gritted my teeth against the pain and struggled to rise. The elder sister, filled with concern, grasped my arm, saying, "Younger brother, do not pursue her. Your wounds? I cannot allow her to leave like this, or we shall face dire consequences." I broke free from her grasp and chased after the green-clad fox. Hearing my footsteps behind her, she halted and turned, sneering. "What? Do you seek death?" I glared at her defiantly. "Even if it costs me my life today, I shall ensure you do not escape." With that, I summoned my powers once again, and the bronze-coined sword glowed brightly as it lunged towards the green-clad fox. She sidestepped, deftly evading my strike, and with a flourish of her hands, a wave of demonic energy surged toward me. I hastily swung my sword to defend myself, but I was forced back several paces. At that moment, blood poured from my wounds due to the sudden exertion, and my strength began to wane. The green-clad fox, seemingly incensed by my tenacity, ceased avoiding my attacks and met me head-on instead. "Younger brother, cease this madness," the elder sister cried anxiously from a distance. However, I could not heed her words. For a singular thought consumed my mind. I must vanquish her. Just as I lunged towards the green-clad fox once more, she suddenly pressed her palms together. In an instant, a powerful wave of black light erupted from her being. Engulfing me entirely, I felt an overwhelming pressure assail me, as if my body were on the verge of being crushed. I cried out in agony, struggling to break free from this force. Seeing my plight, the elder sister rushed forward recklessly, intent on aiding me. "Elder sister, do not come any closer," I shouted, but she did not relent, charging into the luminous haze and enveloping me in her embrace. "I will not let any harm befall you." Her voice rang out with unwavering determination. Chapter 54. A meeting in a dream. At that moment, a wisp of azure smoke enveloped the black light, and when it dissipated, the green-clad fox had vanished without a trace. Staring at the space where she had been, I was filled with confusion. Who had saved me? Was it those who had come with me initially? At this moment, the elder sister's arms were still tightly wrapped around me. Realizing the intimacy of our position, she quickly withdrew her embrace. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "Younger brother, I did not mean to." I took a deep breath, reassuring her, "Elder sister, it is all right. You acted to protect me. I shall rest for a moment, and then we will bring Xiaolong back." She nodded, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at me. "Very well, younger brother. You must rest well. I shall keep watch here." Leaning against a sturdy tree, I closed my eyes, attempting to regulate my tumultuous breath. Yet, images of my fierce battle with the green-clad fox flashed through my mind, intensifying my confusion. After a while, I sensed a slight recovery in my strength and stood to address the elder sister. "Elder sister, let us depart." She affirmed with a nod, and we approached Xiaolong's side. He remained unconscious, and I lifted him onto my back, slowly making our way homeward. Along the way, I could not resist asking, "Elder sister, were you afraid when that fox attacked you?" Her expression shifted slightly as she replied, "Younger brother, I was afraid, but with you by my side, I felt no fear." A warmth spread through my heart as I responded, "Elder sister, as long as I am here, I shall not allow that fox to harm you in the slightest." She smiled gently, "I believe in you." We continued in silence, with only the sound of our footsteps and the occasional whisper of the wind accompanying us. Upon returning to our dwelling, I carefully laid Xiaolong on the bed. The elder sister fetched a basin of water, and I first cleaned my wounds before she helped me re-bandage them. Once my injuries were tended to, the elder sister sighed softly, "Younger brother, you must rest well over the next few days. Do not disturb your wounds." "Very well. I promise I shall do as you say," I replied with a faint smile, "Elder sister, when do you think Xiaolong will awaken?" she inquired with evident concern. I furrowed my brow. Uncertain, but ventured, "I do not believe it will be too long," because I was unsure of Xiaolong's condition, especially after what Hu Zhuan's sister might have done to him, and with my own injuries. He would have to rely on himself for the time being. I channeled my vital energy, forming a protective soul incantation over Xiaolong. As long as his soul remained unharmed, there would still be a way. After completing this, it was already well into the night. I urged the elder sister to rest while I took the room with Xiaolong to guard him. The elder sister seemed to want to say something, but I did not give her the chance, gently ushering her out of the room. She had been so kind to me, and I feared that if this continued, I might develop feelings beyond mere friendship. I settled onto a sofa in Xiaolong's room, utterly exhausted. As soon as I lay down, I drifted into sleep, and vaguely, I felt myself entering a dream. In this dream, a decaying, ancient aura pervaded the surroundings. The walls were adorned with dimly glowing night pearls, barely illuminating this eerie space. The ground was laid with stone slabs, some of which were damp with moisture, and as I moved slowly, the sound of my footsteps echoed with a soft patter. In the corner, several broken pottery shards and rusted bronze artifacts lay piled together, and only then did I realize I was in a tomb. I looked up to see the ceiling painted with indistinct murals, seemingly depicting mysterious ancient rituals, though much of the color had faded, rendering them nearly indecipherable. The stone walls were etched with intricate patterns that I did not recognize. Directly ahead stood a massive stone coffin, its lid covered in strange runes and symbols. With a heart full of trepidation, I approached the enormous stone coffin step by step. With each step closer, my heartbeat quickened, as if an invisible force was drawing me nearer. Finally, I stood before the coffin. I scrutinized the peculiar runes and symbols on the lid, which seemed to narrate a sacrificial tale. Taking a deep breath, I placed my hands gently upon the lid and pushed with all my might. The coffin emitted a dull grinding sound, which echoed painfully in the stillness of the tomb. As the lid slowly shifted, a cold, putrid air rushed forth to greet me. I fought against the discomfort and peered into the coffin. When I beheld the scene within, my mind went blank. Lying inside was none other than the person I had longed for, Xiaotong. How could she be here? She lay there peacefully, like a slumbering fairy. Her complexion pale as paper yet still captivating. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her long lashes fanned delicately over her eyelids. Trembling, I reached out, gently caressing her face. Her skin was cold as ice, devoid of warmth. "Xiaotong, Xiaotong, how could you be here?" I murmured, my voice heavy with anguish and confusion. I tried to rouse her, but she remained unresponsive. Just then, a thin mist began to rise around the coffin, enveloping both me and Xiaotong. A chill ran down my spine, accompanied by a sense of foreboding. From within the mist, a sinister laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha ha." I looked around warily, shouting, "Who is there? Show yourself." The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a chilling voice that whispered in my ear, "You have finally arrived. This is the fate that has been woven for you." "What fate? Who are you?" I bellowed, fury surging within me. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that she shall never awaken." The voice replied coldly, "No. You lie. I will save her." I screamed in desperation. "Save her? Do you truly believe you possess that ability? This is a curse that cannot be unraveled." The voice taunted. Grinding my teeth, I declared resolutely, "No matter the cost, I will not give up." "Humph. Then let us see if you can succeed. However, with each attempt, you shall only deepen her suffering." The voice gradually faded away, and the mist slowly dissipated, restoring tranquility to the space. I gazed at Xiaotong within the coffin, tears blurring my vision. "Xiaotong, I will not let anything happen to you. I will find a way to save you." I vowed silently, gently. I lifted Xiaotong, feeling the weightlessness of her body. My heart heavy with sorrow and guilt, I paced back and forth in the tomb, hoping to uncover some clue. At that moment, I noticed a line of small characters etched into the bottom of the coffin. Leaning closer to read, I saw it inscribed, "With blood as the guide, and soul as the offering, the curse may be broken." My heart sank upon reading those words. To use blood as the guide and soul as the offering meant I would have to pay a tremendous price. Yet, for Xiaotong, I would not hesitate. Drawing the dagger I always carried, I made a small cut on my wrist, blood immediately gushing forth. I let my blood drip onto Xiaotong's lips, reciting the incantation. However, Xiaotong remained unresponsive. Desperation clawed at my heart. Was my method flawed? In the midst of my bewilderment, a violent tremor suddenly reverberated through the tomb chamber. Chapter 55. The arrival of Qian Hu. Stones cascaded from above, and fissures began to appear in the ground. This is bad. The tomb is about to collapse. I clutched Xiaotong tightly and desperately sought an exit. Amidst the chaos, I caught sight of a glimmer of light. I raced toward it, the tomb behind me crumbling incessantly to last. I burst forth from the tomb, emerging into a dense forest where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. I exhaled a sigh of relief and looked down at Xiaotong in my arms, my heart brimming with hope. I found a safe spot and gently laid Xiaotong down. I sat beside her, vigilantly watching over her, awaiting a miracle. I lost track of time until I noticed Xiaotong's fingers twitch slightly. A surge of elation coursed through me. Xiaotong, Xiaotong, can you hear me? I asked eagerly. Xiaotong slowly opened her eyes, and suddenly, she thrust the dagger in her hand toward me with force. Caught completely off guard, I felt the dagger pierce my chest, and I weakly murmured, Xiaotong, why you are truly infatuated. Ha ha ha. Xiaotong's expression turned menacing. You're not Xiaotong. With all my strength, I pointed at her. Without hesitation, she withdrew the dagger and lunged at me once more. At that moment, I heard a shout in my ear. I jolted awake from the nightmare. Drenched in cold sweat, my heart racing, gasping for breath, I sat on the sofa, unable to calm myself, my mind replaying that vividly realistic dream. Was it truly just a dream? Why was it Xiaotong? Her fierce gaze and resolute actions were indelibly etched in my memory. Refusing to fade, I couldn't help but ponder whether the events that transpired had left my mind too strained, or if this was some form of portent. Perhaps, at some point in the future, a similar scenario would indeed unfold. And what of that woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaotong yet possessed a heart of stone? What did she truly represent? I felt a gentle shake, pulling me back to reality. Xian, what is wrong with you? You're sweating profusely? Xiaolong asked with concern. I took a deep breath, somewhat surprised, and replied, Xiaolong, you're awake. What do you mean I'm awake? Where is my girlfriend? I distinctly remember watching a movie with her. How did I end up back home? His eyes were filled with confusion. What girlfriend? You've been enchanted by a fox spirit. I attempted to slap him on the shoulder, but the movement tugged at my wound. Fox spirit? Xian, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiaolong looked at me incredulously, his eyes wide. Seeing his disbelief, I recounted the entire ordeal to him. But what about the other person? Is she also a fox spirit? Xiaolong asked, astonishment evident in his voice. What other person? I didn't see anyone else. I furrowed my brow, perplexed. Yes, there was another woman, even more beautiful, Xiaolong insisted. My heart tightened as I hurriedly asked. More beautiful? Xiaolong, please describe her to me in detail. Xiaolong frowned in concentration. She wore a long green dress, but she seemed more regal with a veil, and her gaze was quite cold. My heart skipped a beat as I speculated. Could this person be Xiaotong? Yet, I refrained from voicing this thought. Xiaotong has recovered? Why hasn't she come to see me? I then described Xiaotong's figure and appearance, which aligned closely with Xiaolong's description. I was 90% certain it was indeed Xiaotong. Ultimately, she was the one who saved us. But why wouldn't she come to see me? My mood darkened. I sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Xiaolong fell silent beside me, seemingly digesting the bizarre events I had recounted. After a while, Xiaolong broke the silence. Xian, what should we do next? I took a deep breath and replied, let us not worry about that for now. You've just woken up and are still quite weak. You need to rest well. Xiaolong nodded and lay down, closing his eyes. I rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the scenery, my mind racing. Xiaotong's sudden appearance and disappearance left me feeling disoriented and perplexed. I couldn't fathom what she was thinking or why she chose to act that way. What did the dream signify? At that moment, my senior sister knocked on the door. Shitty, it's time for dinner, she called from outside. Xiaolong and I quickly got up, washed up, and went to the table to eat. Xiaolong praised my senior sister's culinary skills as he ate, and I had grown accustomed to his incessant chatter. After lunch, I moved a chair into my uncle's yard to bask in the sun. Absorbing the sunlight's energy was part of my training, even if it wasn't as effective as during the early hours. I sat there for the entire afternoon, occasionally gazing at the sky, lost in thought, as the sun set. The afterglow painted the yard in hues of orange and red. I remained seated, staring blankly at the evening glow. My expression forlorn. After tidying up the house, my senior sister stepped outside. Noticing my solitary figure, she approached me gently. "Shitty, you've seemed distracted all day. What's wrong?" she asked softly. I had never mentioned my 5-year agreement with Xiaotong to my senior sister, and I assumed the master hadn't informed her either. I let out a faint sigh and said, "Senior sister, if one day you were forced to part from the person you love, and she was immensely powerful, yet you discovered she was right beside you but refused to meet you, what would you do?" My senior sister paused for a moment, her gaze softening as she replied, "Shitty, if it were truly the case, perhaps she has her unspoken burdens, or she may be protecting you from the shadows, not wanting to draw you into greater danger." I furrowed my brow, filled with confusion. But even so, why can't she be honest with me? Even if the road ahead is fraught with difficulties, I would be willing to face it together with her. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing a hint of coolness. My senior sister gently patted my shoulder. "Shitty, matters of the heart are inherently complex. Her thoughts may only be understood by her alone, but once you grow stronger, won't everything fall into place?" I turned to look at the warmth in my senior sister's eyes, feeling a surge of gratitude. "Thank you for always being by my side." My senior sister comforted me. "Shitty, don't rush. What is meant to come will come in due time. So much has happened recently, and you must be exhausted. Take the time to adjust your mindset." I nodded with a smile, newfound determination swelling within me to grow stronger. In the following days, I focused on healing while training, with my senior sister tending to all my needs. One day, the sound of a vehicle approached, growing closer before it came to a hurried stop in front of my uncle's shop. My uncle had also been busy investigating matters related to the Ghost Valley. I called toward the shop. "We're not doing business today. You should leave early." A familiar voice responded from the vehicle. "Brother Fu, I haven't even entered yet, and you are so eager to send me away?" The door of the vehicle slowly opened, revealing a familiar figure. Qian Hu. Chapter 56. Sufficient Sincerity. Qian Hu strode through the door, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on my senior sister. "Brother Fu, this must be your senior sister, Miss Yun." Chen Hu's eyes glimmered with admiration. My senior sister smiled gently and poured him a glass of water. Chen Hu hastily accepted the glass, grinning. "Thank you, Miss Yun. Your beauty is truly rare in this world." My senior sister's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, "Thank you for the compliment. I thought to myself that the Supernatural Investigation Bureau certainly knew how to conduct thorough investigations. Even regarding my senior sister." I cleared my throat and said, "Chen Hu, you didn't come just to see my senior sister, did you? Let us hear what's on your mind." Chen Hu finally shifted his focus back to me, saying, "Brother Fu, please don't take offense. It's just that Miss Yun is so beautiful." I was momentarily captivated. I shot him an exasperated look. "All right, enough of that. Now, what's the matter today?" Chen Hu took a sip of water and said with gravity, "Brother Fu, I've come to discuss a collaboration with you. Recently, things have been quite turbulent around here, with all sorts of bizarre occurrences happening. I'm aware of your abilities, and I'd like to invite you to assist me in investigating these matters. Rest assured, the compensation will be quite generous." I frowned and replied curtly, "You helped me once, so I'll call you Chenggu." "But Chenggu, a collaboration might be a bit difficult. The last time during the auction, when I was in peril, they stood by idly. Now that they face trouble, they came seeking my help. What do they think I am?" Chen Hu seemed to have anticipated my reaction and quickly said, "Brother Fu, I must apologize for our actions during the auction. That was indeed inappropriate. However, this situation is truly urgent and complicated. Relying solely on the Supernatural Investigation Bureau may not suffice. You can rest assured that if you agree to help, we can make amends for the past misunderstandings." I scoffed. "Amends? You scoundrel only cares about..." Cough. My apologies for the outburst. I nearly lost my life at the auction, and back then, you didn't think to assist me." Sister, perceiving the somewhat awkward atmosphere, gently tugged at my sleeve and suggested, "Junior brother, why don't we first listen to what he has to say?" Qian Hu's face betrayed his discomfort as he remarked, Fu, this time is truly different. Orders from above are stringent. These bizarre events must be resolved swiftly, or the entire region will be thrown into chaos, as long as you are willing to take action. We will do our utmost to meet any conditions you set. I glanced at my sister before turning my gaze back to Chun-Hu. After a moment of silence, I replied, "All right, but I have conditions. I wonder if you can accommodate them." Chun-Hu promptly responded, "Fu, please speak your mind, as long as it falls within our capabilities, we will certainly comply." Taking a deep breath, I leaned back in my chair and said, "Brother Chin, can you truly act as the head of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau? After all, I believe certain information is undoubtedly vital. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so fixated on me." Chun-Hu appeared momentarily taken aback before replying, "Fu, I can still make decisions on most matters, but if it exceeds my authority, I must report it up the chain. Please share your conditions, and we can discuss further." Sitting up straight, I fixed my determined gaze on him and stated, "First, I need someone to ensure the safety of my family in my absence. Second, I require detailed information about the Ghost Valley. Third, the remuneration afterward must be substantial. Fourth, I need some information regarding this organization." With that, I slowly produced the enigmatic token left by the man in the green attire. Upon seeing the token, Chun-Hu's expression changed drastically, his eyes widening in shock. "This, Fu, while I may be able to agree to the other matters, I truly cannot authorize the release of that information. I must report this immediately." He hurriedly stepped aside to make a phone call, his demeanor tense as he spoke rapidly. After a while, Chun-Hu returned, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Fu, this is of great importance. The Bureau has stated they will send someone to discuss matters with you shortly. In the meantime, please bear with us." Upon finishing, Chun-Hu hastily departed, unwilling to linger for even a moment. Watching his retreating figure, I felt a surge of confusion. Just how powerful is this token that it could frighten him so? Sister glanced at me and inquired, "Junior brother, what is the origin of this token? Why does it provoke such anxiety in Chun-Hu?" I shook my head, feigning ignorance, as I did not wish to disclose anything to her. "Sister, if I knew, would I still need to ask him?" I replied, attempting to appear composed. "All right," she said, somewhat dejected. Days passed with no further communication from Chun-Hu, and my uncle had yet to return. He sent me a message, reassuring me not to worry and to focus on my own matters. I thought little of it. As long as my uncle was safe, that was all that mattered. One bright afternoon, as the sun shone brilliantly, I was engrossed in studying the Nine Heavens secret talisman, while Sister quietly sat beside me, engrossed in her own book. Sister gently set her book down, her brow furrowing slightly in concern as she remarked, "Junior brother, it has been quite a while without any news. Do you think they have decided against collaborating with us?" I looked up and met her gaze, then shook my head. I doubt it. Perhaps they require more time to contemplate or attend to other affairs. Although I spoke with conviction, uncertainty lingered in my heart, especially since we had not received any communication from them during this period. Just as we were mulling over the situation, the sound of a car engine roared from outside. Chun-Hu emerged from the driver's seat and swiftly approached the rear door, respectfully opening it. Out stepped a tall, stern-faced middle-aged man, clad in a well-tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled. His sharp and profound gaze made it intimidating to meet his eyes directly. He walked with a steady, powerful stride, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Chun-Hu and the middle-aged man entered the establishment one after the other. The man approached me directly, extending his right hand, his expression impassive as he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Lin Feng, the director of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau of Jinghe City." I rose to shake his hand, feeling its solid grip. "Hello, Director Lin." Once seated, Lin Feng exchanged a few pleasantries, remarking, "Young Fu, at such a tender age, you have already achieved so much. Surely, you are destined for greatness. I am curious to know your thoughts on this collaboration." A sense of unease washed over me. Was this the nature of human affairs? I furrowed my brow and replied, "Director Lin, to be frank, as long as the sincerity is adequate, all collaborations can be easily negotiated." Lin Feng nodded slightly and continued, "Fu, you are straightforward, so I shall not beat around the bush. Chun-Hu has already briefed me on your conditions. Ensuring your family's safety is no issue. Regarding the information on Ghost Valley, we do not possess extensive details, but we can provide you with what we have. However, concerning your token, we cannot give you a definitive answer at this moment. If you are willing to collaborate with our bureau, consider it a favor owed to you." and we will do our utmost to assist you in the future." I was taken aback. What kind of power did Xiao Tong wield that even the Paranormal Bureau dared not provoke? After pondering for a moment, I said, "Director Lin, since you have articulated it so clearly, I can consider this collaboration. However, I still wish to receive more detailed information about Ghost Valley as soon as possible." Lin Feng smiled, producing a document from his coat and handing it to me. "I knew you were a forthright person. Here is the information you requested regarding Ghost Valley.as for your family's safety. We will arrange for dedicated personnel to protect them." Accepted the document and skimmed through its contents, which were even more comprehensive and detailed than I had anticipated. A newfound respect for the capabilities of the Paranormal Bureau stirred within me, alongside a growing curiosity about why they valued this collaboration so highly. Closing the document, I looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Director Lin, I am quite satisfied with the information. However, I still wish to understand the severity of these bizarre incidents that prompted such an urgent request for collaboration." Lin Feng's expression turned grave as he glanced at Sister, hesitating momentarily. She instinctively understood his unspoken words and withdrew to the back room. He continued slowly, "Fu, I hope you do not take offense, as this is a matter of great significance. To be candid, while these recent bizarre occurrences appear unrelated at first glance, our thorough investigations have revealed that they all seem to point towards a mysterious organization. This entity is deeply concealed and operates in a peculiar manner. Our understanding of them is currently quite limited. The ramifications of these events have been escalating, and if they are not resolved promptly, the consequences could be unfathomable." This thought. The first entity that came to my mind was the Seven Ghost Gate. I waved my hand dismissively and replied, "Director Lin, it is of no concern. My sister will not mind." "So, are you implying that there is a powerful force orchestrating these events from behind the scenes?" Lin Feng nodded. "Precisely. Moreover, according to the leads we have gathered, this organization seems to be executing an exceedingly perilous plan. And should it succeed, the aftermath would be catastrophic." I furrowed my brow and pressed further. "Do you have any insight into the specific nature of this dangerous plan?" Lin Feng sighed, his expression solemn as he responded, "At present, we lack clarity. They are exceedingly cautious, leaving behind almost no traces." A hint of frustration and concern was evident in his tone. Just as he finished speaking, he turned to Chen Hu and instructed, "Go to the car and bring that stack of documents." Chen Hu nodded and swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a thick stack of documents, which he handed to me. I took the documents and gently opened the first page, revealing a series of reports on bizarre homicides. The first was a case from an ancient manor, where the entire family had perished overnight under tragic circumstances. Next was a murder that occurred in a downtown office building, where a promising entrepreneur was found dead in his office, his body withered like a dried tree, surrounded by scattered documents that bore signs of having been scorched, though not entirely by conventional flames. As I flipped further, I encountered a collective disappearance incident in a remote town. All the residents vanished without a trace overnight. My mood grew increasingly somber as I continued to peruse the materials. Among them was a case involving a murder in a school library, where a female student suddenly died in the reading area, her eyes blood red, clutching a yellowed ancient text filled with strange symbols. I looked up at Lin Feng and, with a trembling voice, asked, "Director Lin, these homicides appear rather extraordinary. How did you handle them in the end?" Lin Feng's expression darkened as he replied slowly, "Upon the occurrence of these cases, we rushed to the scenes for investigation, but useful clues were scarce. To mitigate public panic, we could only disclose that a single perpetrator was responsible, subsequently sealing off the areas. We promised to apprehend the culprit swiftly. Yet years have passed with no progress. The pressure from public opinion is mounting, and our time is running thin." Furrowing my brow, I remarked, "Director Lin, this matter seems rather troublesome. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand exposed in the light." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, saying, "I share your sentiments, which is precisely why I sought your collaboration. Although our Paranormal Affairs Bureau possesses certain capabilities, this situation undeniably exceeds our realm of competence." Just as we were conversing, Chen Hu suddenly received a phone call. Listening intently to the report on the other end, his expression grew increasingly grave. After ending the call, Chen Hu urgently stated, "Director, I've just received news that another homicide has occurred, this time in a village." Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply as he inquired, "What are the specifics?" Chen Hu took a deep breath and replied, It is said that the entire village has encountered misfortune overnight. Some have perished, while others lie unconscious, their fates uncertain. A strange mist envelopes the scene, and our personnel have yet to dare enter. Lin Feng decisively declared, "There is no time to lose. We must head to the scene immediately." Chunhu nodded. "I have already arranged for vehicles and personnel. We can depart at once." Lin Feng turned to me, saying, "Fu Xiaodi, you should accompany us. Perhaps you can uncover some clues at the site." Without hesitation, I nodded in agreement. Certainly, I too wished to swiftly grasp the truth behind this case. I swiftly joined their party in the vehicle, leaving my senior sister behind at the shop. Throughout the journey, silence prevailed, the atmosphere laden with tension. Time slipped away, and before long, we arrived at the outskirts of the village, where layers of police tape had been erected. Gazing towards the village, it was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring our view of the interiors. As the vehicle came to a halt, the doors swung open, and Chen, who was the first to alight, followed closely by me, with Lin Feng bringing up the rear. At that moment, two familiar figures hastily approached us. I focused my gaze and was taken aback to see old acquaintances. Upon spotting Lin Feng and me disembarking from the same vehicle, their eyes flickered with surprise. "Director Lin, you have finally arrived," exclaimed Su Dui, his face etched with anxiety and fatigue. Lin Feng eagerly inquired, "Xiao Su, what is the situation?" Su Dui inhaled deeply, stating, "Director Lin, the circumstances are not optimistic. Several villagers have already died. I dispatched personnel for a preliminary investigation, and the mist permeating the village appears rather peculiar. A few of our brothers ventured inside and have yet to return. Moreover, strange sounds emanate from within the mist." Upon hearing Su Dui's report, Lin Feng's expression grew graver. Turning to me, he said, "It seems this case is far more complex than we had imagined." I nodded in agreement. Subsequently, our group ventured into the village. Su Dui quietly approached me, saying, "My dear brother, please do not take offense regarding the previous matter. I apologize on behalf of my older brother." "It's quite all right, Su Dui. You were merely performing your duties." I waved my hand, signaling him not to dwell on it. We approached the village entrance, where the swirling mist resembled a heavy curtain, obscuring our view of the village's depths. "Let us go and examine the bodies," I proposed. There were no objections, and we proceeded to the location where the bodies were stored. Several individuals clad in white lab coats were busily attending to the corpses, wearing masks and gloves, their expressions serious and focused. Upon noticing our arrival, one of them approached us slowly. As she reached us, she gradually removed her mask, and an aura of icy detachment enveloped us, with narrow eyes slightly upturned at the corners. Her gaze was as deep as a frigid pool, exuding a chilling sharpness. Su Dui spoke first. "This is our forensic expert, Su Qing, Officer Su." After a round of introductions, Su Qing nodded slightly, her voice cold as she stated, "Director Lin, the conditions of these corpses are quite complex." Lin Feng furrowed his brow and asked, "Officer Su, what have you discovered?" Su Qing, recalling her observations, responded, "The wounds appear to have been inflicted by some kind of beast. Yet there are peculiar markings that do not resemble those of common animals. Moreover, the time of death seems rather unusual." I leaned in closer for a careful examination, inquiring, "Can you ascertain the approximate time of death?" Su Qing glanced at me and replied, "Preliminary estimates suggest the time of death was during the early hours of last night, but further testing is necessary for confirmation." Chunhu interjected, "Could this mist affect our assessment?" Su Qing shook her head. "It is uncertain at present, but we cannot dismiss that possibility." She led us to the area where the bodies were stored and unveiled the white cloth, as the corpses came into view. Everyone gasped in shock. The bodies were mutilated, with 2 gaping wounds at the neck, as if torn apart by an exceedingly ferocious creature. The injuries were jagged, with flesh turned outward, and in some areas, bone was visible. "What on earth could have done this?" Lin Feng exclaimed. Unable to contain his astonishment, I crouched down to scrutinize the wounds, my brow furrowed in concentration. The shape and force of the injuries suggest this is not the work of a mere wild animal. Chunhu speculated, could it be some kind of malevolent spirit? Upon hearing this, Su Dui, Su Qing, and the young officer accompanying Su Dui cast him incredulous glances. Fortunately, Lin Feng's presence tempered their remarks. I donned gloves and examined the wounds on the necks, detecting a faint odor of decay. Alarmed, I refrained from voicing my concerns. Standing upright, I addressed Lin Feng with a serious expression. Director Lin, I believe we cannot leave these bodies here any longer. It would be best to incinerate them promptly. Lin Feng looked at me in confusion, asking, why the urgency? Have you discovered something? I hesitated momentarily before stating, there seems to be something amiss. It's not prudent to elaborate at this moment. But cremating the bodies is the most prudent course of action. Su Qing interjected. Such a hasty disposal of the bodies does not adhere to protocol. I must take the bodies back for a more thorough examination. I turned to her, asserting, Officer Su, this situation is extraordinary, and we cannot apply conventional procedures as a yardstick. This mist is already peculiar, and the wounds on the bodies are equally bizarre. We cannot afford to take risks. Su Dui added, however, without explicit justification, incinerating the bodies like this may not be well received. Lowering my voice, I confided, I detected a faint odor of decay at the wound sites. While it is subtle, it is anything but ordinary. Should this odor spread or provoke some unforeseen event, the consequences would be dire. Su Qing scoffed. What? Are you suggesting these corpses could rise as zombies? Have you been watching too many movies? She regarded me with disdain. I shot her a glare but remained steadfast in my beliefs. Sensing the tension escalating, Su Dui intervened to mediate. Just then, a black SUV glided to a stop before us, kicking up a slight cloud of dust. The door swung open, and a voice called out, no need for such trouble. We halted our dispute and turned our attention to the vehicle. The first to emerge was a young man clad in a Taoist robe, its edges adorned with a traditional dragon motif. He stood tall and confident, striding with assurance, a peachwood sword slung across his back, his appearance meticulously groomed, and a composed smile gracing his face, his eyes radiating an air of self-importance. Following him was another young man, dressed in tattered Taoist robes, which bore multiple patches and appeared quite unkempt, a stark contrast to the first. The initial young man frowned in distaste as he regarded his companion. Chun Hu leaned closer to me, whispering, these are disciples from Longhu Mountain and Maoshan, summoned here by Director Lin. Impressed, I thought to myself how formidable Lin Feng must be to have enlisted the aid of practitioners from both Longhu and Maoshan. The Longhu Mountain disciple crossed his arms, arrogantly proclaiming, I am Zhang Yi from Longhu Mountain. Such trivial matters are easily discerned with but a glance. With that, he strode toward the corpses, casting a cursory glance before declaring, merely the work of common malevolent spirits. I shall perform a rite to subdue them. Conversely, the Maoshan disciple quietly approached the bodies, crouching down for a closer inspection. After a moment, he remarked, this matter is likely not so simple. The aura surrounding these wounds is exceedingly strange. Zhang Yi scoffed, what do you know, you Maoshan novice? The spells of Longhu Mountain are unparalleled. Such trivialities are hardly beyond my comprehension. The Maoshan disciple raised his head, calmly responding, you should try. He then greeted Lin Feng before turning to me, saying, I find this young friend quite intriguing. I am Mao Shiba from Maoshan. May I inquire your name? Fu Xian, I replied, offering him a respectful fist salute. Hearing the exchange between Mao Shiba and me, Zhang Yi sneered and dismissed us, producing a handful of vermilion powder which he sprinkled over the wounds. Instantly, plumes of black smoke erupted from the injuries. Following that, he retrieved several talismans from his robes, incanting a spell as the talismans ignited in golden flames, transforming into beams of light that entered the corpses. Moments later, the faint odor of decay emanating from the corpses vanished entirely. Zhang Yi triumphantly regarded the onlookers, declaring, it is nothing but trivial. Minor malevolent spirits dare to act so brazenly before me. Su Qing and Team Su were utterly astonished by the scene before them. Subsequently, Zhang Yi approached Lin Feng and declared, Uncle Lin, I will take full responsibility for this matter. Lin Feng, also pleased, patted his shoulder and replied, Xiao Yi, we are fortunate to have you this time. Zhang Yi raised his chin proudly and stated, Uncle Lin, it is simply my duty. Afterward, Lin Feng instructed Team Su to take the bodies back to the precinct for thorough examination. As they departed, Su Qing cast a furtive glance back at me. Lin Feng spoke first, saying, Xiao Yi, you have truly performed a great service this time. However, we must remain vigilant. The eerie fog in this village has yet to dissipate, and there may be other hidden dangers. Zhang Yi, seemingly unconcerned, replied, Uncle Lin, rest assured, with me around, no malevolent spirit dares to act recklessly. I just dealt with the malevolent spirit on that corpse with ease. After saying this, he shot me a disdainful look. I felt a wave of perplexity wash over me. Why was I being regarded with such disdain? What had I done to deserve it? However, Mao Shiba furrowed his brow and remarked, "Things may not be as simple as they appear." The sudden appearance of this malevolent spirit suggests a more significant conspiracy at play. Zhang Yi shot Mao Shiba an exasperated glance, saying, "You always exaggerate. Do you think the spells of Longhu Mountain could ever fail?" I remained silent, my heart heavy with unease. The circumstances in this village were exceedingly strange, and the source of that peculiar fog remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Feng surveyed us and said, "Everyone, let us cease our quarrels. Our immediate priority is to continue investigating the village and uncover the root cause of these bizarre phenomena." Chunhu suggested, "Director, how about we form a team of 4 and delve deeper into the village? I believe we might uncover some crucial clues about the origin of this eerie fog." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Very well, Xiao Yi, Mao Shiba, Fu Xiaodi, let us proceed together. Everyone must exercise caution and prioritize your safety." Although Zhang Yi appeared somewhat reluctant, he refrained from voicing further objections, respecting Lin Feng's authority. Mao Shiba wore a solemn expression, tightly gripping his peachwood sword. I also nodded in agreement. If the Seven Hells sect was indeed behind this, I would seek retribution. Following this, Lin Feng outlined a few tasks, primarily emphasizing safety. Once we finished our preparations, gathering food and drink essentials for the journey into the fog, we 4 stepped cautiously into the mist. Despite the sunlight striving to penetrate the fog and cast some illumination, the dense mist persisted like a heavy veil, severely limiting our visibility. Chunhu led the way, with Zhang Yi closely behind. Mao Shiba maintained a serious demeanor, his peachwood sword firmly in hand. As if ready to confront any imminent threat, I trailed at the back, attentively monitoring the sounds behind me while observing the fluctuations in the fog surrounding us. Our footsteps echoed sharply in the stillness of the mist as we advanced slowly. After a considerable distance, we had yet to encounter any danger. Chunhu halted and whispered, "This fog is truly peculiar. It is so thick in broad daylight, and despite our lengthy journey, there has been no sign of movement." Zhang Yi frowned, "Humph, perhaps those malevolent spirits are frightened of us." Mao Shiba shook his head. "We must not let our guard down. The calmer it is, the greater the potential danger lurking." I remained silent, merely nodding slightly as I scrutinized the fog around us. We continued onward, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Suddenly, Chunhu stopped again, his voice trembling as he uttered, "There is something ahead." We quickened our pace, only to discover several bodies sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Zhang Yi stepped forward, ready to examine them. But Mao Shiba shouted, "Be careful." Zhang Yi paused, noticing that the wounds on these corpses mirrored those of the previous ones we had encountered. Blood holes in the neck, with torn flesh, appearing extremely grotesque. How can such bodies appear again? These are the individuals from Officer Su's team. Chunhu's face turned ashen. I crouched down to inspect the traces around the bodies, stating, "It seems they have only just died." The fog around appears to have been disturbed. Mao Shiba frowned deeply. Could it be that the malevolent spirit has been lurking nearby all along? Zhang Yi scoffed. "What is there to fear? With me here, I will eliminate any malevolent spirit that dares to approach." After saying this, he attempted to examine the bodies once more. Mao Shiba firmly grasped his arm, admonishing, "Do not be reckless. The appearance of these bodies is too suspicious. And something must be amiss. We need to proceed with caution to avoid falling into the malevolent spirit's trap." Zhang Yi impatiently shrugged off Mao Shiba's grip, retorting, "You, Mao Shan, are simply timid. Do you think my spells from Longhu Mountain would falter against these malevolent spirits?" I stood up and interjected, "This is not the time for quarrels. We need to ascertain how these individuals met their demise." Chunhu, anxiously scanning our surroundings, added, "This is too sinister. We must find a way to escape this fog or we may encounter unforeseen dangers." Zhang Yi, however, dismissed his concerns, declaring, "Want to leave? It's not that simple. Until this malevolent spirit is dealt with, I, Zhang Yi, will not retreat." Mao Shiba looked at Zhang Yi, shaking his head in resignation. "Your temperament will inevitably lead to trouble. We should first observe our surroundings before making any decisions." Just then, a gust of chilling wind swept through, causing the fog to churn violently. "Be careful. Something is approaching." Chun Hu shouted in alarm. We instantly became alert. Zhang Yi gripping his Peachwood sword tightly, while Mao Shiba raised his sword, ready to counter any attack. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the mist with incredible speed. Before we could discern its true nature, we felt an overwhelming force rushing towards us. Zhang Yi yelled, swinging his sword at the shadow, but it swiftly evaded his strike. Mao Shiba hastily unleashed his Mao Shan spells, sending talismans flying towards the shadow. Yet they all missed their mark. The shadow weaved through the fog, launching relentless assaults, forcing us to react defensively, unable to glimpse its true form. What on earth is that? Chun Hu exclaimed in terror. Zhang Yi, exasperated, shouted, no matter what it is, I will annihilate it today. Mao Shiba calmly advised, do not act impulsively. Let us first find an opportunity to discern its appearance before devising a counterattack. We huddled together. And I remarked, this place is likely a feng shui formation. As soon as I spoke, Zhang Yi scoffed, what feng shui formation? I see nothing but malevolent spirits at play. However, Mao Shiba appeared pensive, slowly responding. Fu Xiaodi may have a point. The bizarre fog, the inexplicably appearing corpses, and that mysterious shadow. All of it is too peculiar. If it is indeed a feng shui formation, then there must be a skilled practitioner behind it. Chun Hu anxiously surveyed the surroundings, asking, what should we do now? That shadow is still lurking, waiting to strike. I spoke firmly. First, we must determine whether this is truly a feng shui formation. If it is, locating the formations may help us dispel this fog. Zhang Yi scoffed. So what if it is a feng shui formation? My spells from Longhu Mountain fear nothing. Mao Shiba shook his head, cautioning, we must not be careless. Feng shui formations are unpredictable. If we do not proceed with caution, our lives may be at stake. Just as we were debating, the shadow lunged at us once more. Zhang Yi bellowed, swinging his sword again, and struck true against the shadow, which fell heavily to the ground, causing the fog to slightly dissipate for a moment. As we focused our gaze, we discovered that the shadow was, in fact, a black fox. Suddenly, the surrounding fog began to churn violently. Following that, various peculiar creatures emerged from the mist, some as small as a palm, while others stood half a person's height. Though individually weak, their sheer numbers surged towards us like a tidal wave. Zhang Yi's eyes widened as he furiously swung his Peachwood sword, still shouting defiantly, these little demons dare to be so brazen. Mao Shiba's expression turned grave as he simultaneously cast Mao Shan spells to fend off the creature's attacks, warning, be careful, do not let them surround us. Chun Hu pressed closely to us, wearing a ring and striking the creatures with powerful blows. Previously, they had concealed their auras, but now it seemed all three were at the Qi transformation stage. If they were not concealing their true strength, it was perplexing why we could not discern their levels. It seemed they had mastered some techniques to obscure their presence. Anxiety welled up within me. This situation could not continue. We needed to find a solution quickly. I concentrated, meticulously observing our surroundings, trying to glean any clues from the seemingly chaotic fog and the onslaught of creatures. I noticed that the fog would thin slightly whenever a creature perished, only to quickly restore itself. A thought suddenly struck me. I shouted. This fog formation is based on the demonic energy of these creatures. Zhang Yi, fervently wielding his Peachwood sword, declared, then let us swiftly eliminate these creatures. Mao Shiba, while fending off the creatures' attacks, replied, but the creatures come in endless waves. We may need to seek another method. At this moment, Chun Hu was also panting heavily, exclaiming, what should we do now? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck me, and I replied, let us concentrate our strength and drive the spirits in one direction before vanquishing them. Upon hearing this, the others considered it a method worth trying. Thus, the four of us coordinated our efforts, gradually herding the spirits towards the east. To our delight, the malevolent energy in that direction indeed intensified. While the mists in other directions dissipated significantly, Mao Shiba exclaimed with joy, this tactic is effective. Let us persist. Just then, a massive fox spirit emerged slowly from the depths of the fog, its gaze exuding a formidable pressure. With 5 tails swaying behind it, Zhang Yi gasped in shock but still attempted to feign bravado, saying, a mere 5-tailed fox. Watch me slay it. He made to charge forward. Mao Shiba quickly reached out to stop him. Warning, do not act rashly. This fox spirit is no ordinary foe. We must deliberate our strategy. Chan Hu clenched his fists, the ring on his finger faintly glowing, declaring, "Then let us confront it together." I refuse to believe we cannot overcome it. I calmly observed the fox spirit's movements, advising, "Let us not act hastily. We should see what it does first." The fox spirit seemed to comprehend our words, letting out a long howl that sent the surrounding spirits into a frenzy. Their attacks growing ever more ferocious. The four of us could only resist with all our might, daring not to relax for even a moment. Seizing the opportunity, the fox spirit lunged at Zhang Yi. Caught off guard, he was slashed on the arm by the fox's claws. "Damn it!" Zhang Yi shouted in anger, enduring the pain as he retaliated with his sword. The peachwood sword in his hand shimmered with light, its blade cutting through the air directly towards the fox spirit. The fox nimbly dodged the strike, its sharp claws lunging at Zhang Yi once more. Mao Shiba, witnessing this, swiftly threw a talisman that transformed into a beam of light shooting toward the fox. The talisman ignited in midair, radiating immense energy. The fox adeptly evaded it and charged at Mao Shiba. Unfazed, he quickly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, and a golden barrier appeared before him in an instant. The fox crashed into the barrier, rebounding from the impact. Chan Hu seized the moment to charge forward, delivering a powerful punch towards the fox, the light from his ring intensifying. The fox stumbled from the unexpected assault but quickly regained its footing. Baring its enormous jaws to bite at Chan Hu, I took this opportunity to unleash several yellow talismans, which shot towards the fox. The fox swiftly evaded, yet one of the talismans struck its body. With an enraged howl, the fox's malevolent energy erupted, creating a powerful shockwave that pushed all four of us back several steps. Regaining our footing, we charged towards the fox once more. The fox, unwilling to back down, roared fiercely, rallying the surrounding minor spirits to surge towards us. We retaliated with fervor. Zhang Yi's peachwood sword glimmered brilliantly, each swing sending sharp gusts of energy that repelled the encroaching spirits. Chan Hu's fists moved with the force of a tempest, the light from his ring flashing as he engaged fiercely with the approaching spirits. I continuously hurled yellow talismans, which transformed into streams of light. Striking down those attempting to draw near, Mao Shiba incessantly launched talismans, blocking the spirits' advances. However, despite our valiant resistance, the spirits continued to swarm us, seemingly endless in number. "This cannot go on," Mao Shiba shouted. "We must hold them off while you break the formation." He turned to me, urging me to act. With that, he, Zhang Yi, and Chan Hu redoubled their efforts to fend off the spirits, buying me precious time. The mingled stench of blood and mists thickened around us, gradually taking on a crimson hue. Taking a deep breath, I formed a series of hand seals, a glimmer of determination flashing in my eyes as I surveyed the area, as the number of minor spirits dwindled. I suddenly noticed a subtle movement in the mist to the southeast. I called out, "There is something unusual in the southeast. Let us break through in that direction." Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, swept his peachwood sword in a wide arc, driving back the spirits before him, and shouted, "Keep close to me." He charged ahead towards the southeast. Chan Hu followed closely, swinging his fists to repel the nearby spirits. Mao Shiba ran alongside, continuously casting talismans to clear our path. The fox spirit, realizing our new direction, let out a howl, inciting the surrounding spirits to attack us with renewed fervor in an attempt to thwart our escape. Zhang Yi sustained several new wounds but gritted his teeth. Refusing to slow down, we struggled through the throng of spirits, finally breaking free from their encirclement and sprinting towards the southeast. As we advanced, the fog gradually thinned, revealing the outline of a village. "Look, a village! We are almost out of danger," Chan Hu exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 61. The cannibalistic mountain monster? We quickened our pace, rushing towards the village. The moment we stepped into the village, the fog behind us vanished without a trace. And the spirits, along with the fox, disappeared as well at last. "We are free," Chan Hu exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Mao Shiba, looking somewhat pale, remarked, "That fog was truly formidable. Had we not escaped in time, the consequences would have been dire." He then patted my shoulder, saying, "I knew I had not misjudged you. Fu Daoyu is indeed impressive." Zhang Yi maintained his usual haughty demeanor, scoffing, "Humph, those were merely clever tricks. What is there to gloat about?" I shot him a glare but chose to remain silent. We each bore various scratches and wounds, so we took a moment to recuperate. After resting for a while, Qian Hu was the first to stand, surveying the village ahead. This village seems rather eerie. We must all be cautious. Strangely, we had entered just before noon, yet it felt as if no time had passed. And it was now undeniably night. Mao Shiba furrowed his brow and voiced the observation, "How curious. When we entered, it was midday, yet now it feels as though it has turned to night in the blink of an eye." "There must be something amiss," Zhang Yi scoffed. "Perhaps it is the fog causing this. What is so surprising?" After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "This is indeed unusual. Generally, time does not behave so erratically. Perhaps it is connected to the geomantic formation we just experienced." Qian Hu agreed. "Regardless, we must all remain vigilant. Who knows what dangers await us?" We nodded in unison and made our way into the village. Not far ahead, the thatched and earthen houses were scattered about, showing no significant difference from an ordinary village. The only peculiar aspect was that, despite it being night, the village remained as bright as day, illuminating everything around it. At the entrance of the village stood a modest pond, beside which grew a stout willow tree, its branches gracefully swaying over the water's surface in the gentle breeze. At that moment, several elderly men had set up a small table at the village entrance. Engrossed in a game of chess, they appeared deeply focused, seemingly oblivious to our presence. "Qian Hu, is this indeed the village we seek?" I inquired, furrowing my brow slightly. "I do not know," he replied, his gaze wary as he scrutinized the village. "How strange. What would compel anyone to play chess at this hour?" Mao Shiba remarked. Zhang Yi stood aloof, arms crossed, saying nothing. Just as we were discussing, a child, around 7 or 8 years old, pointed at us and shouted, "Look, someone is here!" The elderly men turned to glance at us, then hurriedly retreated into the village. Why such a reaction? I mused inwardly. Did they fear us so? Were they unaware of the fog outside? Outsiders. What brings you to our village? Just as we were about to enter the village for clarification, a group of men came rushing towards us from a distance, numbering over 10. The leader, an elderly man with graying hair and a long beard, appeared to be around 60 years old. Seeing this, Qian Hu could not help but comment, "Why are the villagers so hostile?" Mao Shiba whispered, "Do not act impulsively. Let us assess the situation." Zhang Yi stood by, arms crossed, exuding disdain. Noticing my prolonged silence, a young man beside the elder rolled up his sleeves, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready for a fight. "Excuse me, sir, might I inquire if this is Wangjia village?" I smiled warmly and bowed slightly. "Indeed. What brings you here?" The elder responded, noting my amicable demeanor and gentle tone, which suggested I was not a threat. He whispered a few words to those beside him, prompting the other villagers to disperse, leaving only the elder. I stepped closer to the elder and said, "Respected elder, we have recently endured a harrowing ordeal and inadvertently stumbled into this place. We hope you might extend us your kindness." The elder scrutinized us for a moment before saying, "You appear quite distressed, and I do not believe you are ill-intentioned. Come, let us discuss this in the village." We followed the elder into the village, our hearts still brimming with vigilance. As we entered, we beheld the houses lining the road, arranged in a haphazard yet aesthetically pleasing manner, all with doors and windows firmly shut, not a glimmer of light emanating from within. The entire village had returned to the tranquil stillness that characterizes the night. Qian Hu could not help but murmur, "Why is this village so strange? It was bustling just a moment ago, and now it has fallen eerily silent." Mao Shiba lowered his voice in response, "Do not speak carelessly. Be cautious." Zhang Yi maintained his indifferent demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of wariness. The elder led us to a house and said, "This is my home. If you do not mind, please come in and take a seat." I quickly expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, kind elder. May I ask how you would like to be addressed?" The elder sighed softly and replied, "I am the village chief. You can call me Old Wang." I then inquired, "Chief Wang, what has caused the sudden silence in this village? It seems rather unusual." The chief paused for a moment before slowly responding, "Alas, this village has not been at peace in recent years. Many strange occurrences have transpired, leaving the villagers in a state of anxiety." "What made the old men hastily retreat upon seeing us tonight?" I pressed further. The chief's expression turned somewhat resigned as he explained, "They are afraid. The peculiar events in the village have made everyone exceptionally wary of strangers. I quickly reassured him, Chief Wang, we truly stumbled upon this place by accident and harbor no ill intentions. The chief regarded us thoughtfully and said, you appear rather disheveled, not like ill-intentioned individuals. Come inside and let us talk. We followed the chief into his home, where the furnishings were sparse. A dilapidated wooden table occupied the center of the room, upon which sat a chipped porcelain bowl containing a half-burned oil lamp. Against the wall stood an old-fashioned wardrobe, its door slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of several tattered garments within. The corner was cluttered with various odds and ends, rusty farming tools, a broken bamboo basket, and bundles of rope whose purposes were indiscernible. Please take a seat. I shall fetch you some water, the chief said, turning to retreat into the inner room in a short while. He emerged with several bowls of water and distributed them to us. Chief Wang, what peculiar incidents have befallen this village? Could you share with us in detail? Perhaps we might be of assistance. I ventured to ask. The chief hesitated for a moment before beginning. This tale begins a few months ago when someone in the village went missing. At first, no one paid much attention, assuming they had merely strayed. However, as more individuals disappeared, we found a few, but their remains were ghastly, as if they had been devoured. Have you conducted any investigations? Chun Hu finally interjected. The chief sighed. Of course, the able-bodied men from the village ventured out to search. Yet they returned empty-handed time and again, with a few more disappearing in the process. Since then, no one dares to go outside at night. I furrowed my brow. Surely there must be some clue? The chief shook his head. None. The villagers seem to forget everything before each incident occurs. Upon hearing this, we exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding settling within us. The chief's countenance darkened considerably. The villagers speak of a man-eating mountain monster haunting us. Have you sought assistance from anyone to address this matter? I queried eagerly. The chief shook his head, his expression somber. We have summoned a few so-called experts, shamans, and sorcerers, but upon their arrival, they either deemed the matter too troublesome to handle or vanished without a trace. It remains unclear whether they were frightened away or met with misfortune. Chun Hu's eyes widened. This it seems people from the Paranormal Bureau have also come, yet they too have seemingly disappeared. Mao Shiba pondered. Chief Wang, do the missing individuals share any common traits or patterns? The chief contemplated for a moment. If there is a pattern, it has eluded us. Individuals of all ages and genders have vanished without a trace. Zhang Yi scoffed. I refused to believe that anything could be formidable enough to instill such terror. I surveyed the group and declared, Chief Wang, let us rest here tonight, and at dawn, we shall explore the village to see if we can uncover any leads. The chief nodded. I entrust this matter to you. If you can resolve it, the gratitude of the entire village will be yours. Has anyone ever left the village? I continued my inquiry. The chief frowned. Deep in thought before responding, almost no one has. Ever since these strange occurrences began, the villagers hesitate to leave, and no outsiders have entered. Some young people, daringly, ventured out, but without exception, none returned. However, one person did come back. Upon hearing this, we perked up, and Chun Hu eagerly asked, Who was that? Please tell us more. The chief replied slowly, That was Wang Er, known in the village as Er Guzi. He has always been rather bold. Once, when his family ran out of rice, he mustered the courage to borrow some from the neighboring village. He left in good spirits, but returned in a daze, mumbling strange phrases. What did he say? Mao Shiba pressed. The chief sighed. It was hard to make out. He kept repeating something about don't come close and there are monsters. When questioned further, he could not articulate clearly, and soon after, he fell gravely ill and remains bedridden. Zhang Yi dismissed. That man must have been scared out of his wits. I shook my head. Not necessarily. He may have witnessed something crucial, but the shock rendered him unable to express it. The chief nodded in agreement. That is my thought as well. I have been hoping for someone capable to help us uncover the truth. I turned to the chief. Chief Wang, could you take us to meet Er Guzi tomorrow? The chief readily agreed. Of course, if it aids in resolving this issue, I shall obliged. As the night deepened, the village grew even quieter. The chief invited us to rest in his home, and we accepted. After the chief retreated to the inner room, Zhang Yi coldly remarked, Whatever the monstrosity may be, once we find it, we shall slay it. Mao Shiba cast a glance at Zhang Yi, cautioning, Do not underestimate this. It is not as simple as it appears. Those who came before us were no novices, yet they too returned empty-handed. Chan, who nodded in agreement, 18 brother speaks wisely. We must remain vigilant. I remained silent for a moment before suggesting. Let us rest for now. We need our strength to face what lies ahead. Everyone found a spot to sit, closed their eyes, and began to meditate. After all, for practitioners like us, meditation not only restores energy but also cultivates inner strength. Soon, the room fell into an extraordinary quiet, punctuated only by the soft sounds of our breathing. Yet, sleep eluded me as my mind churned with the peculiar events that had transpired in the village. As things stood, Erguzi certainly raised some suspicions. Firstly, his experience was too peculiar. If he truly had been terrified, how could he have found his way back? Secondly, the vagueness of his descriptions compelled one to wonder if he was withholding something. Time passed slowly, and I lost track of how long we had been awake. Eventually, the dawn light began to filter through the windows, roused by the crowing of roosters. We tidied ourselves briefly and followed the chief to Erguzi's home. The door to Erguzi's house was tightly shut. The chief approached and knocked, calling out, "Erguzi's uncle, please open the door. We have guests wishing to see Erguzi." After a considerable wait, the door creaked open, revealing a weary-looking middle-aged man. He was of average height, slightly stooped, dressed in a faded coarse cloth jacket adorned with patches. His face was gaunt, high cheekbones protruding, his skin darkened from years of labor. And his gaze conveyed warmth and kindness, exuding the simplicity and sincerity of a rural man. Upon seeing us, a flicker of nervousness and confusion crossed his face. His lips trembled as he spoke. "Village chief." This is the chief quickly stepped forward, patting his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. They are not outsiders. These individuals have come to help our village resolve its troubles and wish to learn more about Erguzi's circumstances." Hearing the chief's explanation, the tension in Erguzi's uncle's face eased slightly. Though he still appeared anxious, he hastily stepped aside to let us in, murmuring, "Ah, please come in, but this child is still in his current state. He may not be able to provide any new insights." We entered the room to find Erguzi lying in bed, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. I approached his bedside and gently said, "Erguzi, we have returned. Please try to recall the details of that time." Erguzi remained unresponsive, as if he had not heard my words. Chun, who could no longer contain his frustration, "What are we to do now?" Mao Shiba contemplated for a moment and then asked Erguzi's uncle, "Could you tell us about Erguzi's behavior after he returned?" His uncle sighed. When he came back, he was trembling all over, muttering to himself, refusing to eat or sleep, and shortly thereafter fell ill. Zhang Yi frowned. Is there truly no way to awaken him? At that moment, the previously silent Erguzi suddenly screamed, "Don't come over! Don't come over!" We were all startled by his outburst, and Ershu hurriedly stepped forward to console him, saying, "Ergo, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Yet, Erguzi continued to struggle incessantly, seemingly engulfed in extreme terror. I glanced at everyone and remarked, "This won't do. We should step outside and not provoke him further." Reluctantly, we exited the house and stood in the courtyard, our spirits growing increasingly heavy. What are we to do? Could it be that the trail ends here? Chun, who anxiously exclaimed at this moment. Mao Shiba interjected, "In my opinion, Erguzi has lost his soul." Chapter 63. Humans 3, Ghosts 4. Everyone turned to Mao Shiba, and Zhang Yi inquired, "How do you know?" Mao Shiba raised his chin slightly, pride evident in his voice as he replied, "You wouldn't understand. This is a secret technique from our Mao Shan." Zhang Yi shot Mao Shiba an incredulous look and retorted, "Himph, spare me the theatrics. What secret technique? It sounds like nothing more than your wild conjecture. How can you deduce he has lost his soul based on this? If that's the case, why not retrieve it for him?" Mao Shiba, taken aback by Zhang Yi's rebuttal, flushed and said, "I never claimed I could retrieve his soul immediately. I merely presented a possibility. Besides, summoning a soul in such a condition is no simple task. It requires careful planning." I quickly intervened. "All right, enough arguing. This is not the time for disputes. Since Mao Shiba has offered this perspective, we cannot entirely dismiss it, but for now, let us continue to search for other clues within the village." Chunhu nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's calm down and think about our next steps." With Mao Shiba and Zhang Yi falling silent, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. After a moment of tension, the village chief and Erguzi's uncle emerged from the house. The village chief looked at us with hopeful eyes, asking, Have you all come up with any solutions regarding Erguzi's condition? Erguzi's uncle chimed in, yes, this child cannot remain in such a state. I implore you to help him. I glanced at the village chief and the uncle, shaking my head in resignation. At present, we do not possess any particularly effective solutions, but we will endeavor to find a way. The village chief let out a sigh, his wrinkles deepening. Alas, what shall we do? The uncle anxiously rubbed his hands together. You all are capable individuals. Surely you can think of something. My family is counting on you. Chunhu reassured them, please, do not be too anxious. We will continue our investigation. It is possible we may uncover the key to resolving this issue. Mao Shiba then suggested, village chief, uncle, please think carefully. Before Erguzi's incident, did he have any encounters with peculiar individuals or visit any unusual places? The village chief and uncle exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. The uncle furrowed his brow as he strained to recall. No, not at all. Ever since he returned from the village, he has been like this. He hasn't gone anywhere special. It seemed that we could not glean any information from Erguzi for the time being. I pondered for a moment and proposed, let us split into 4 groups and conduct a thorough investigation throughout the village. We shall reconvene at the village chief's house in the evening to share our findings. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mao Shiba produced several talismans from his pocket, handing one to each of us. This is a protective talisman. Should you encounter any trouble, burn this talisman, and we will all sense it. Zhang Yi received the talisman with a hint of disdain, muttering, humph, I would never resort to such things. If I were to face any evil spirits, I would be the first to eliminate them. Mao Shiba glared at him. Whether you choose to accept it or not, do not regret it when danger arises. Only then did Zhang Yi slowly place the talisman into his pocket. Chunhu quickly interjected. All right, enough bickering. Let us act swiftly. Thus, we began to allocate tasks and discussed our plans. We decided that Chunhu would inquire with the other villagers to see if he could gather any useful clues from them. Zhang Yi volunteered to explore the back mountain of the village, while Mao Shiba would accompany the village chief to investigate the families where incidents had previously occurred. As for me, I made my way to the village entrance, the very place we had just entered. Upon reaching the village entrance, I scrutinized my surroundings. It appeared unchanged from when we had arrived, still shrouded in a faint mist that rendered visibility quite limited. The entrance was quite simple, featuring a small clearing partially concealed by an aged willow tree, with a small stone table and a few stone stools placed upon it. Nothing else stood out except for the striking presence of the willow tree. I approached the tree slowly, examining it closely in hopes of uncovering clues. After all, willows are inherently associated with the supernatural. Perhaps I might be fortunate enough to discern something. Its thick trunk required 2 people to encircle it. The bark cracked and gnarled. The willow branches drooped gracefully, swaying gently in the breeze like green ribbons. It was summer, and as I looked up, the dense foliage intertwined to form a verdant canopy. I meticulously ran my hands along the trunk, even gently breaking off a small branch to inspect, yet found nothing unusual. However, an unsettling feeling lingered in my mind, though I could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Standing beneath the willow, I fell into contemplation. Was my intuition leading me astray? Or was the anomaly concealed too deeply for my abilities to detect? I resolved to broaden my search, meticulously scouring the ground around the willow for any potential clues. I crouched down, parting the grass with my hands, examining every inch of soil. Suddenly, a crow took flight from the willow, cawing loudly and startling me. I looked up in the direction the crow had flown, pondering whether this was some form of warning to that moment. I glanced toward the village outskirts and noticed that the mist seemed to thicken once more. A frown creased my brow as a sense of foreboding washed over me. I circled around the back of the willow, inspecting a small pond that lay behind it, well preserved and evidently a water reservoir for the village. The water appeared deep, with no visible bottom, and showed no signs of abnormality. Time slipped away, and as the sun began its descent, I had thoroughly surveyed the area around the village entrance, yet found no other peculiarities. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, I decided to return to the village chief's house, hoping that they might have made some progress. Upon arriving, I discovered the house was empty, and I paced anxiously within, waiting for their return. After a while, Chunhu was the first to arrive, looking utterly defeated. The situation is much like what the village chief described. The villagers either refused to speak or claimed ignorance, and we couldn't uncover any useful clues, he lamented. Soon after, the village chief and Mao Shiba returned. Both shaking their heads, the village chief sighed. There were no significant discoveries from those families either. Alas, Mao Shiba concurred. Indeed, the only remnants were a few bloodstains. Nothing else stood out. I shared my findings with them, and we all appeared somewhat disheartened. As nightfall deepened, Zhang Yi had yet to return. Why hasn't Zhang Yi come back? Could something have happened to him? Chunhu furrowed his brow. A sense of unease gripped my heart as well. Though I feigned calmness, let us wait a while longer. Perhaps he has stumbled upon some crucial clues and is delayed. As seconds ticked by, the anxiety of waiting intensified. Unable to contain himself, Mao Shiba suggested. Should we go look for him? Chunhu hesitated. Zhang Yi is quite capable. He should be fine. Besides, your talisman hasn't sensed anything, right? Let us wait a little longer. Just as we were all caught in our internal turmoil, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed through the air. Thud, 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 thud. Thud, 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 thud. Hearing the knocking, the village chief immediately rose to open the door. But as he took a step forward, Mao Shiba firmly grasped his arm. Mao Shiba's expression was peculiar, revealing a hint of tension and wariness. He lowered his voice and cautioned the village chief. Wait, do not rush to open the door. Listen carefully. Doesn't that knocking sound strange? Typically, when a person knocks, it is 3 times. When a ghost knocks, it is 4. Chapter 64. Ghostly Barriers. Upon hearing this, the village chief's face drained of color, and a sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. Thud, 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 thud. Again, it was 4 knocks, the sound reverberating eerily in the stillness of the night. I scoffed. Why fear not finding clues? Isn't this an opportunity presented to us? With that, I swiftly crossed the threshold of the house and stepped to the gate of the courtyard. With my right hand, I quickly retrieved a talisman for exorcising spirits, and with my left hand gripping the doorknob, I forcefully swung the door open. In an instant, I flung the yellow talisman outside. To my surprise, instead of the anguished cries of a ghost, there was only silence. No one was there, not even a trace of a ghostly presence. Observing my stillness at the door, my companions gathered around, inquiring about the situation. Chunhu asked anxiously, "What is it? Did something flee?" Mao Shiba, equally perplexed, pondered. Could the knocking have been a deliberate ploy to lure us out? I frowned and shook my head. I cannot say. There is nothing outside. The village chief, trembling, stammered. What shall we do now? Might there be something even more terrifying awaiting us? After pondering for a moment, I declared, we can no longer wait idly. Let us seek out Zhang Yi. The others were taken aback upon hearing this. Chunhu inquired, in this pitch darkness, where shall we search? I replied, Zhang Yi has gone to the back mountain. We shall head in that direction. Mao Shiba furrowed his brow, saying, the back mountain is vast. It is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I cast a resolute glance at everyone and asserted, we must go. It is preferable to waiting here. And since Zhang Yi has not returned for so long, he may indeed be in grave trouble. The village chief, somewhat fearful, said, then, I shall not accompany you. I will wait for you in the village. I nodded, very well, village chief, you stay here. Should Zhang Yi return, you will be able to assist him. After issuing some instructions, Mao Shiba handed the village chief a talisman, advising him to affix it to his door at night to ward off danger. Once our preparations were complete, Chunhu, Mao Shiba, and I set forth towards the back mountain. As we traversed the village path, an unsettling silence enveloped us. There was not a whisper, only the echo of our footsteps reverberating through the desolate lanes. Normally, this place would be aglow with lights, yet now the streets were shrouded in darkness. This unusual atmosphere heightened our vigilance, as if some unseen peril lurked nearby. Unconsciously, we quickened our pace, but no matter how far we walked, the surroundings seemed unchanged, as if ensnared in an endless cycle. Suddenly, Chunhu halted, exclaiming, this is a ghost wall. In folklore, a ghost wall is believed to be caused by malevolent spirits or supernatural forces interfering, leading individuals to lose their way within a designated area. The simplest remedy is to turn 90 degrees every 10 steps or use the urine of a young boy. My heart raced. And I hastily reassured, do not panic. Mao Shiba frowned, his voice grave. I suspected it would not be so simple. It seems the malevolent spirit does not wish for us to reach the back mountain. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Chunhu, pacing anxiously, muttered, What should we do? Are we trapped here? Taking a deep breath, I calmly replied, a typical ghost wall cannot confine us. The entity responsible for this must be formidable. After all, we possess some skills ourselves. After a moment's contemplation, I resolved to act, retrieving several yellow talismans from my pocket and swiftly folding them into small paper cranes. As I chanted incantations, I formed a hand gesture and shouted, "Break!" The small paper cranes suddenly emitted a faint glow and soared in different directions. The surroundings began to warp and shift, as if some force was being forcibly dispelled. Before long, the previously unchanging path began to transform, revealing a hint of light. Mao Shiba smiled slightly. I knew you would have a solution, Taoist Fu. This technique is quite impressive. Just as he finished speaking, the three of us instantly became alert, gazing ahead. Before us, a dense aura of malevolence emanated as several fierce spirits materialized. Clad in blood-red robes, they appeared particularly glaring in the dim night. Their faces were grotesque and terrifying, pale skin marred by dark markings, and their eyes flickered with an eerie red light. Qianhu inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Where did all these fierce spirits come from?" I furrowed my brow, scrutinizing the spirits as I replied, "It is likely that the ghost wall was conjured by them." Mao Shiba scoffed, regardless of their origin. Now that we have encountered them, we cannot allow them to prevail. Before he finished speaking, Mao Shiba took the initiative, producing a Bagua mirror from his robe and directing it towards the spirits. I, unwilling to be outdone, retrieved several talismans and chanted, "Heaven and earth, righteous energy, all laws converge as one, malevolent spirits retreat, command." A beam of golden light shot forth from my hand, striking the fierce spirits. Qianhu brandished his peachwood sword, its runes glowing brightly. Under our combined assault, the spirits emitted anguished wails. Their initially fearsome visages twisted further as they struggled against our formidable onslaught. Before long, several spirits dissipated amidst the light, transforming into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the night sky. Qianhu exhaled in relief. We have finally dealt with these fiends. Brother Chen, why do you, in your state of cultivation, still fear mere fierce spirits? I queried, somewhat puzzled. Qianhu forced a smile, his robust physique appearing somewhat awkward as he replied, "Brother Fu, to be honest, I was terrified as a child, and that fear still lingers. Ghost hunting is not my forte." I chuckled helplessly and said, "Brother Chen, we must be even more cautious moving forward. Do not let yourself be frightened again." Mao Shiba patted Qianhu's shoulder, saying, "Old Chun, cease dwelling on the past. Let us hurry to the back mountain. Perhaps even more formidable beings await us." Qianhu nodded, tightening his grip on the peachwood sword, declaring, "Rest assured, I will not falter." We continued towards the back mountain, and the closer we drew, the more I sensed something amiss, perhaps due to my sensitivity since childhood. Before long, we arrived at the entrance to the mountain path. There was but one winding path leading into the dense forest. I turned to Mao Shiba and asked, "Brother Mao, can your talisman sense Zhang Yi's location?" Mao Shiba nodded, retrieving a talisman from his robe to channel its power. A faint light flickered across the talisman, only to quickly dim. Mao Shiba's brow furrowed as he concentrated on the subtle vibrations emanating from the talisman. "What do you sense?" Qianhu inquired eagerly. Mao Shiba did not respond but instead approached the grass at the path's edge. Crouching down, he carefully sifted through the grass and uncovered a yellow talisman that should have been with Zhang Yi, lying quietly there. How could this be here? My heart tightened. Chapter 65. Blood Corpse. Mao Shiba picked up the yellow talisman and scrutinized it closely, stating, "This talisman still bears Zhang Yi's residual energy. It seems he must have deliberately discarded it here." Qianhu frowned, remarking, "Perhaps Zhang Yi deemed it unnecessary and simply left it behind." Mao Shiba nodded in agreement. "I know Zhang Yi well. It is highly likely he discarded it." "Brother Mao, do you know why Zhang Yi is so reckless?" I asked, perplexed. Mao Shiba did not hesitate to reply. "I have heard that Zhang Yi's parents were harmed by a malevolent spirit, and it was only the timely arrival of the disciples from Longhu Mountain that saved him. From that moment, he became a direct disciple of the second elder at Longhu Mountain." I pondered, realizing Zhang Yi had such a past. I glanced at him. "Brother Mao, given your extensive knowledge, you must hold a significant position at Maoshan." Mao Shiba waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. I am merely an insignificant figure." Seeing he was not speaking the truth, I chose not to pursue the matter further. The three of us, armed with flashlights, prepared to ascend the mountain. After walking along the winding path for a while, Chun-Hu suddenly exclaimed, "Look here, there is something unusual." Following the beam of his flashlight, we observed clear signs of disturbance among the grass and trees. With scattered footprints and deep gashes on the ground, it appeared as though a fierce struggle had taken place. I crouched down to examine the traces closely, stating, "This seems to suggest a confrontation." Mao Shiba joined me, picking up an undamaged yellow talisman nearby, and after a moment of observation, he said, "This talisman is from Longhu Mountain. It appears Zhang Yi engaged in a confrontation here." Chun-Hu, nervously scanning the surroundings, asked, "But where is he? Could he have met with misfortune?" I stood up, reassuring him, "Do not frighten yourself. With his abilities, he should be fine." Mao Shiba continued, "However, judging by these traces, the opposing force is formidable. Zhang Yi likely left these clues to alert us." I surveyed the area, noting the absence of any lingering malevolent energy. I couldn't help but furrow my brow, stating, "Do you think this could be a deliberate setup?" It felt as though every movement had been meticulously monitored since we entered the village. Chun-Hu's expression turned grave as he said, "Are you suggesting we have been ensnared by someone?" Mao Shiba contemplated for a moment, then replied, "It is not without merit. Everything has been too coincidental since we entered the village. First, the eerie knocking, then the ghost wall, and now these inexplicable clues left by Zhang Yi." I clenched my teeth, declaring, "If this is indeed a carefully laid trap, then the culprit must possess an intimate understanding of us and be exceptionally astute." Chun-Hu tightened his fists, asking, "Brother Fu, who do you suspect?" I furrowed my brow in thought, recalling the various figures who entered the village. The elder, the village chief, Guzi, and Guzi's uncle. Among them, Guzi bore the greatest suspicion, for he was the only one who could leave the village and return unscathed. After all, the village head had been closely following Mao Shiba throughout the day, while Guzi's uncle appeared to be a simple and honest man based on his facial features. Chun-Hu furrowed his brow, resting his chin on one hand, and questioned with perplexity, "But didn't Guzi lose his soul? How could he possess the ability to commit a crime?" Mao Shiba gazed thoughtfully ahead and slowly replied, "If it were a master, we cannot rule out the possibility that he has sealed his own soul." I nodded with a smile and said, "Brother Mao truly shares my thoughts." Mao Shiba also nodded in agreement, his eyes resolute as he stated, "Indeed, but for now, we must first locate Zhang Yi and ascertain what exactly has transpired." With that, we continued along the mountain path, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance. After traversing to about halfway up the mountain, we encountered a relatively open area. As we stepped inside, the pungent odor of burning yellow paper assaulted our senses. "What is that smell?" Chun-Hu remarked. His nose twitching in distaste, I too inhaled deeply, following the scent to discover a small pile of still smoldering yellow paper ashes on the ground. Just as I was about to speak, Mao Shiba hastily approached. Crouching down to examine it closely, his expression suddenly turning grave. "This is human blood," Mao Shiba declared with a weighty tone. "What? Human blood?" Chun-Hu exclaimed in shock. "Could it be Zhang Yi's?" I shook my head and replied, "We cannot confirm that yet, but this situation is dire." Mao Shiba stood up, surveying the area, and cautioned, "There must have been a fierce struggle here. Everyone be cautious." Hearing this, our hearts sank further, and we quickened our pace. Eager to find Zhang Yi, the mountain path grew increasingly rugged, yet we paid little heed, nearly jogging forward. Before long, Chun-Hu suddenly yelled, "Look, there's more bloodstains here." We halted, observing a dark red pool of blood on a stone by the roadside. Still fresh and glaring under the moonlight, I crouched down, dipped my finger into the blood and sniffed, saying, "This blood is quite fresh, likely left not long ago." Mao Shiba, looking tense, urged, "Hurry, let's move on." We pressed ahead, discovering multiple bloodstains along the way, some in the grass, others on tree trunks, each more alarming than the last. "What kind of peril have we encountered?" Chun-Hu panted as we ran. Just then, I noticed a piece of yellow robe material hanging from a branch ahead. "Look," I pointed at the branch. Mao Shiba approached, tearing down the robe material for inspection. "This is fabric from the Taoist robes of Longhu Mountain. It likely belongs to Zhang Yi." Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed from ahead. Akin to distant thunder, causing leaves to tremble and fall. What is that sound? Chun Hu's voice quivered with a hint of fear. Forget that for now. Let's go see. I decisively quickened my pace, with Mao Shiba and Chun Hu close behind. Not long after, we spotted several dark figures engaged in a fierce struggle. Upon closer inspection, one of them in a yellow robe was indeed Zhang Yidati that moment. His hair was disheveled, his robe was tattered in multiple places, and a trickle of blood dripped from his lips, rendering him quite disheveled. Surrounding him lay several corpses, their appearances grotesque, some with twisted features, others with mutilated limbs, presenting a ghastly sight. The attire of these corpses bore a striking resemblance to that of the villagers from the village below. Undoubtedly the deceased villagers. Gazing at the bodies on the ground, I felt a wave of shock wash over me as I exclaimed, "These are blood corpses." Chapter 66. Corpse Ghosts. I was all too familiar with these blood corpses, having encountered them previously in Qingshan Village. At this moment, Zhang Yi was besieged by 3 blood corpses. Without hesitation, I was the first to charge in. Mao Shiba and Chun Hu followed closely, with Mao Shiba wielding a peachwood sword, forcing the blood corpses to retreat. Chun Hu brandished the peachwood sword he had acquired at the Shao family auction, fending off the approaching blood corpses one by one. He produced several talismans and shouted, "Subdue!" The talismans transformed into a beam of golden light, striking the nearest blood corpse. Hit by the talisman, the blood corpse momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly closed the distance, kicked one blood corpse aside, and pulled Zhang Yi out. Zhang Yi, weak and breathless, clutched his wound, seemingly wanting to say something. I shot him a disapproving glance and said, "Stop pretending to be tough. Just stay here and purge the corpse poison. Otherwise, if you turn into a zombie, I'll be the first to deal with you." As I spoke, I tossed him a small bag of glutinous rice from my backpack. His eyes flashed with a hint of anger, but it quickly dissipated. The blood corpse let out a roar, and the talisman that had been affixed to him ignited, freeing him from its grasp as he charged forward once more. I dodged the blood corpse's attack and kicked it away. Turning back, I saw that Mao Shiba and Chun Hu were using their peachwood swords to hold off the blood corpses temporarily. However, the strength of the blood corpses was formidable. Each attack bore an oppressive weight, and they seemed to be struggling against the onslaught. The peachwood sword in Mao Shiba's hand clashed repeatedly with the blood corpses, producing a series of piercing sounds. He flung several talismans with his left hand, which transformed into beams of light aimed at the blood corpses. Yet, the blood corpses' bodies were as hard as iron. The talismans merely caused them to falter slightly without inflicting any substantial damage. Chun Hu, wielding the peachwood sword from the Shao family auction, engaged in intense, close combat with the blood corpses. Anxiety surged within me as I surveyed the situation. These blood corpses were far stronger than those I had encountered in Qingshan Village. Their power and speed exceeding my expectations, I reached into my backpack for more talismans, reciting incantations and forming hand seals. Ignite! The talismans ignited instantly, transforming into a powerful flame that surged towards the blood corpses, spreading into a sea of fire that engulfed them. The blood corpses roared in agony as the flames scorched them, yet they did not retreat. Instead, they charged at me with renewed ferocity. At that moment, Mao Shiba shouted, "I have a way to deal with these creatures. Come closer to me." Chun Hu and I quickly moved toward him, where Mao Shiba produced an ancient bell from his robes. Adorned with intricate symbols, I expressed my surprise, asking, "Is that the corpse-controlling bell?" "Indeed," Mao Shiba explained swiftly. "This corpse-controlling bell is a treasured artifact of my Maoshan sect, possessing formidable power over zombies." A thought crossed my mind. Mao Shiba's identity was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. With that, he gently shook the corpse-controlling bell, and a clear ringing sound resonated, causing the blood corpses to momentarily freeze in their tracks. Seeing this, I exclaimed in excitement, "It works! Keep going!" Chun Hu also displayed a look of joy, wielding his peachwood sword to take advantage of the moment and repel the nearest blood corpse. As Mao Shiba continued to ring the bell, the movements of the blood corpses grew increasingly sluggish until, ultimately, they stood rigidly in place, unable to move. We all breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Hu remarked, "I never expected this corpse-controlling bell to be so powerful." Mao Shiba wiped the sweat from his forehead, stating, "It has only temporarily subdued them. I cannot say how long it will last." I gazed at the immobilized blood corpses, feeling a mixture of awe and curiosity. Once ferocious, they now complied entirely with Mao Shiba's commands, appearing exceptionally docile. I couldn't help but jest, "Brother Mao, you truly possess remarkable skills. Even such fearsome blood corpses are easily subdued. I wonder if I could borrow the corpse-controlling bell for a moment?" As I spoke, I reached out to claim the enchanting bell. Mao Shiba hastily tucked the bell away, saying, "Taoist Fu, this is a precious artifact of my Maoshan sect. I cannot lend it out so casually. How about we exchange for something else?" Seeing this, I couldn't help but chuckle and waved my hand, saying, "Haha, I was just joking. Don't be so stingy." Having temporarily dealt with the blood corpses, we made our way toward Zhang Yi. He was seated on the ground, using glutinous rice to purge the corpse poison from his system. His face remained pale, yet a hint of stubbornness flickered in his eyes. As we approached, Chen Hu inquired with concern, "Zhang Yi, how are you feeling?" Zhang Yi slightly lifted his eyelids, snorting disdainfully, "Humph, I won't die." His tone was filled with arrogance, as if he were indifferent to his injuries. I looked at Zhang Yi's demeanor, feeling a sense of helplessness. This guy was always so arrogant, despite his serious injuries. He refused to lower his guard. I sighed, "Stop pretending to be tough. Just get rid of the corpse poison as soon as possible." Zhang Yi shot me a glare, replying, "I don't need you to worry about me. I know my own situation." Mao Shiba furrowed his brow as well, saying, "Zhang Yi, your condition is perilous. If you don't recover quickly, you might be in grave danger." Zhang Yi, however, remained unconcerned, stating, "This little bit of corpse poison can't do anything to me." As he spoke, he continued to tend to his wounds with glutinous rice. Observing Zhang Yi's arrogant demeanor, I felt a sense of helplessness. That was simply his nature, one that could not be changed in an instant. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I inquired, "What exactly transpired? How did you end up like this?" After a brief silence, Zhang Yi slowly replied, "While ascending the mountain, I stumbled upon some clues. Upon reaching the midway point, I was suddenly confronted by blood zombies. It seems these blood zombies were deliberately manipulated." He continued, "Could it be that they are targeting us?" Chen Hu interjected, "It's a possibility." Mao Shiba, deep in thought, remarked, "It appears the adversary has come prepared." I pondered silently, wondering who could be orchestrating these blood zombies from the shadows and what their intentions might be. Just as we were engaged in conversation, a chilling aura began to envelop us from all directions. "This is bad. An ominous energy is approaching." Mao Shiba was the first to sense it, his expression growing grave. We all stood up, alertly scanning our surroundings. The once tranquil forest was now shrouded in a thin mist, from which eerie cries and sinister laughter could be heard. "What is happening?" Chen Hu asked, his face tense as he warily surveyed the area. "It seems likely that malevolent spirits are at work." I clutched the talisman tightly, bracing for any eventuality. As the mist thickened, several indistinct figures gradually emerged, their forms twisted and exuding a bone-chilling presence. Some of these malevolent spirits were missing limbs, while others bore horrific visages. Yet their appearances bore an uncanny resemblance to the blood zombies. We expected them to attack us, but to our astonishment, they veered off in a different direction. At that moment, a realization struck me, and I shouted, "Quick! Their target is the blood zombies." Mao Shiba suddenly grasped the situation as well and exclaimed in shock, "Corpse demons!" Chapter 67. The Hand of the Seven Nether Gates. Upon hearing Mao Shiba utter the term corpse demon, I was not overly surprised, as his conjecture aligned with my own. "What exactly is a corpse demon?" Chen Hu asked eagerly. Mao Shiba explained with a serious expression, "A corpse demon is an exceedingly malevolent entity, formed from the fusion of blood zombies and malevolent spirits, possessing terrifying strength. These spirits must be attempting to merge with the blood zombies to create a corpse demon. We cannot allow them to succeed." I gritted my teeth, taking the lead towards the malevolent spirits. Mao Shiba followed closely, while Chen Hu lagged slightly behind to keep an eye on Zhang Yi. I arrived first, only to find the malevolent spirits already entangled with the blood zombies, a bizarre aura permeating the air. Realizing the urgency, I hurled a talisman forward and charged in, while the other incorporeal spirits rushed to block any harm. "Stop them!" Mao Shiba shouted as he arrived, brandishing his peachwood sword to release a beam of light towards a pair of blood zombies and malevolent spirits on the verge of merging. Subsequently, Mao Shiba produced his corpse-controlling bell and gently shook it. The clear chime resonated, causing the fusion of the blood zombies and spirits to momentarily slow. This granted us precious time to counter their assault. Seizing the opportunity, I accelerated my attacks, unleashing talismans that transformed into radiant beams, obliterating the approaching spirits. Mao Shiba, meanwhile, continued to ring the bell and recite incantations, striving to enhance his control over the blood zombies. However, despite his utmost efforts, a pair of blood zombies and malevolent spirits were still accelerating their fusion process. "This cannot continue," I shouted. "We must find a way to thwart the merging of that pair. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Just then, Qian Hu and Zhang Yi finally arrived. Zhang Yi, still injured, remained vigilant for any new dangers, while Qian Hu did not hesitate to wield his peachwood sword alongside me against the malevolent spirits, whose overwhelming numbers made it impossible for us to assist Mao Shiba. Gritting his teeth, Mao Shiba intensified his energy output, the bells ringing becoming increasingly urgent. Yet, a black barrier formed around the pair of blood zombies and malevolent spirits nearing fusion, diminishing the bell's effectiveness against them. Sweat began to bead on Mao Shiba's forehead, his complexion paling from the exertion. "What can we do now?" Qian Hu exclaimed anxiously, swinging his peachwood sword with even greater fervor to fend off the relentless spirits. Just as we were engulfed in desperation, the fusion of the blood zombies and malevolent spirits finally reached completion. A powerful and malevolent aura erupted, shattering the black barrier, and a terrifying corpse demon materialized before us. Towering in stature, it radiated a potent scent of blood and darkness. Its skin bore an eerie dark red hue, and its eyes flickered with a blood-red glow, brimming with bloodlust and madness, its hands resembling sharp claws that created a piercing wind with the slightest movement. The moment the corpse demon emerged, it let out a roar that echoed like thunder, causing our ears to ring. The surrounding malevolent spirits seemed summoned, gathering around the corpse demon. "Everyone, be careful," I shouted, igniting the talisman in my hand, sending forth a powerful flame toward the corpse demon. However, the demon merely swatted the flames aside with a casual flick of its claws. The clash between its claws and the flames produced a sizzling sound, akin to water meeting fire. The demon moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance between us in an instant, its sharp claws slashing toward me. I hastily sidestepped, the claws grazing my body and the wind they generated stinging my face. Simultaneously, I hurled several more talismans, which transformed into beams of light targeting the demon's vital points. Yet the corpse demon's body was incredibly resilient. The talisman struck it, causing only a slight pause, failing to inflict any substantial damage. I couldn't help but be taken aback. Mao Shiba, seeing this, immediately shook the corpse-controlling bell, attempting to exert control over the demon. The bell emitted a clear chime, but the corpse demon appeared resistant to its influence. The sound having little effect on it, gritting his teeth, Mao Shiba recited an even more powerful incantation, the peachwood sword in his hand glowing brightly. He leaped forward, aiming the sword's arc toward the demon's neck. It roared in anger, raising its claws to meet the peachwood sword. The collision produced a deafening sound, akin to thunder. Mao Shiba was sent reeling backward by the immense force, tumbling through the air before barely regaining his balance. Meanwhile, Qian Hu and Zhang Yi were not idle. Qian Hu swung his peachwood sword, engaging the surrounding malevolent spirits in fierce combat, repelling them one by one, though Zhang Yi was still injured. He fought valiantly against the spirits as if his life depended on it. Mao Shiba and I surged forward once more, positioning ourselves on either side of the demon. Taking a deep breath, I focused my energy, summoning the vital force within me, my hands beginning to shimmer with faint arcs of electricity. The corpse demon seemed to sense something, lunging towards me once more, at that moment. I shouted, delivering a powerful palm strike to collide with its deadly claws. Simultaneously, I cast a Nine Heavens Divine Thunder talisman, proclaiming, "Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, heed my call, vanquish demons and eradicate evil." A surge of formidable lightning descended from above, roaring like a thunderous dragon, racing directly towards the corpse demon. With my other hand, I swiftly retreated, avoiding the range of the lightning strike. The lightning struck the demon with a deafening roar, causing several malevolent spirits nearby to disintegrate into ash. The corpse demon was propelled backward by the tremendous force, its dark red skin scorched in places, emitting billows of black smoke. It howled in agony, its eyes filled with rage and defiance. It didn't die. I thought, my expression growing graver. Fu Xiong, could you inform me beforehand next time you unleash such potent lightning magic? Mao Shiba remarked, brushing off the dust. The expressions of Zhang Yi and Chun who reflected surprise. Anticipating their reactions, I had no desire to reveal my proficiency in lightning magic, especially given the formidable nature of this corpse demon. I couldn't afford to be overly concerned about that before I could respond. The corpse demon rose from the ground, smoke still wafting from its form, yet its gaze remained filled with bloodlust and madness. I let out another roar. Charging towards us once more, I gathered my energy, declaring, "Let us go all out." It's severely injured and won't last much longer. As I exchanged a knowing glance with Mashiba, we instinctively charged once more towards the corpse demon. Mashiba recited an incantation. The control bell emanating a radiant glow, its chimes sharp and fervent, attempting to disrupt the corpse demon. The demon faltered momentarily, and seizing the opportunity, I leapt into the air, gathering a sphere of true energy in my hand and striking fiercely at the demon's head. The demon roared in fury, swiping its claws in defense, but my full-force blow left its arm numb. Mashiba capitalized on this moment, thrusting the peachwood sword directly at the demon's chest. The demon sidestepped, yet still sustained a wound on its shoulder, black blood gushing forth. I refused to grant the demon a moment's respite, casting several yellow talismans that ignited a circle of fire around it, trapping the demon tightly within. With both hands gripping the peachwood sword, Mashiba raised it high and shouted, "Go!" The sword's brilliance surged, and he hurled it straight towards the demon's heart. The demon emitted a desperate howl, its body trembling violently. At that moment, I intensified my output of true energy, the flames swiftly contracting to envelop the demon. With a resounding roar, the demon collapsed, reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, the other malevolent spirits had been dealt with as well. Finally rid of these pests, Qian Hu remarked weakly. Zhang Yi, appearing feeble, groaned, "Two of you took this long to dispatch a single corpse demon. Perhaps you should reconsider your training." I shot him a glance. Exhaling deeply, "Regardless, we have succeeded." Mashiba rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. "This place is no longer safe. We must depart swiftly." After a brief rest, we began our descent down the mountain. As we walked, I reflected on the events that transpired atop the mountain. Malevolent spirits, blood zombies, corpse demons, everything bore a disturbing resemblance to the occurrences in Qingshan village. Could this truly be the handiwork of the Seven Yews Gate? Chapter 68. The Unmarked Graveyard. After a while, we finally glimpsed the outline of the village. A sense of relief washed over everyone, and our pace quickened significantly. Upon entering the village, the familiar tranquility enveloped us. However, we were acutely aware that while the corpse demons and malevolent spirits had been vanquished, our ordeal was far from over. We arrived at the village chief's home, where he greeted our safe return with evident surprise. "You have finally returned. I have been deeply concerned for your safety," the village chief exclaimed excitedly. I smiled reassuringly. "There's no need to worry, Chief." Noticing Zhang Yi's numerous injuries, the village chief quickly inquired, "What has happened to this Taoist priest?" I glanced at Zhang Yi before explaining to the chief, "Chief, we encountered some wild beasts on the back mountain. He sustained minor injuries, but he will be fine." Upon hearing this, the chief's expression shifted to one of concern. "What are we to do? Are there truly man-eating mountain monsters?" The three of them paused momentarily, their faces reflecting confusion, but they soon regained their composure. Mashiba smiled at the chief. "There's no need for excessive worry. They were merely ordinary wild beasts. Taoist Zhang possesses profound skills. With some rest, he will recover fully." Qian Hu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Chief." The chief promptly replied, "Very well. Please take some time to rest." We found places to sit within the room, and the chief poured each of us a cup of water. Lifting my cup, I took a sip and asked, "Chief, have you visited the back mountain of the village?" The chief furrowed his brow in thought. "The back mountain? In the past, people would often go there to gather firewood or hunt. Alas, after the recent events in the village, no one dares to venture out anymore." Mashiba, upon hearing this, remarked, "That doesn't add up. Why were there still people playing chess at the village entrance when we arrived?" We all cast unusual glances at the chief. It was indeed peculiar that amidst such turmoil, some dared to remain outside at night. The chief appeared somewhat flustered under our scrutiny, rubbing his hands together. Well, you see, the villagers regard that willow tree at the entrance as the guardian spirit of the village, which is why the elders often gather there to play chess. I felt a sense of skepticism, sensing that matters were not so simple. Guardian spirit? That willow tree appears rather ominous to me, Qianhu remarked solemnly. The chief's complexion darkened. You mustn't speak of such things lightly. That willow tree has stood in the village for many years. It has been passed down through generations, I interjected. I visited it today. There was nothing unusual. Mashiba coughed lightly. Perhaps there is indeed something amiss. We shall investigate further tomorrow. Everyone nodded in agreement, deciding to examine the matter more thoroughly the following day. With that, we settled down to meditate and rest. I silently sensed the true energy within my Dantian. Each battle seemed to incrementally enhance it, albeit slightly, which brought me joy. This accumulation felt as though it were a testament to the value of every struggle and adventure I undertook. Exhaling slowly, I opened my eyes, only to be startled by Zhang Yi's intense gaze fixed upon me, sending chills down my spine. Had I not sensed the absence of corpse energy from him, I might have suspected he had turned into a zombie. I looked at him and whispered, "What is wrong with you? Staring at me like that? Are you some kind of gay?" Zhang Yi continued to stare without uttering a word. "All right, I know what you want to ask. I have no connection to your Longhu Mountain. Can't you see that?" I replied, somewhat impatiently. Zhang Yi scoffed, "Of course, I can see that. Your thunder technique resembles ours from Longhu Mountain, though there are some differences. I'm merely curious where you learned it." I shot him an exasperated look. "Why do you care where I learned it? It has nothing to do with you. You're just meddling." But Zhang Yi was relentless. "Unless you clarify, I will always have this knot in my heart. Who knows, your dubious techniques might bring us greater trouble." His words irritated me. "I told you it has nothing to do with you. If you're not satisfied, why don't we settle this with a few moves?" At that moment, Mashiba and Chunhu were awakened by our argument. Mashiba rubbed his eyes and said, "What are you two doing? It's the middle of the night. Why are you making noise?" Chunhu echoed, "Exactly. Can't this wait until tomorrow?" I huffed and turned away from Zhang Yi, who fell silent but continued to harbor his doubts and dissatisfaction. The night passed without further incident. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window. I greedily absorbed a wisp of purple energy associated with the early hours, noticing that my true energy now bore a slight purple hue. I was uncertain how this compared to others. Just as I was still immersed in the afterglow of my cultivation, the village chief approached us warmly. "Brothers, you should have some breakfast before heading out." We could hardly decline, so we followed the chief to partake in breakfast. After our meal, we proceeded towards the willow tree at the village entrance. Zhang Yi's complexion appeared significantly better, suggesting he was no longer in serious condition. Before long, we arrived at the village entrance. Standing before the willow tree, Mashiba circled around it slowly, occasionally glancing up to observe the sway of the branches and then stooping down to inspect the roots. After a prolonged examination, he stood upright, his expression grave. The positioning of this willow tree is highly significant. It lies in the southeast sun position of the village, which is a gathering point for energy in feng shui. Moreover, the tree's posture indicates that its branches are strong and inclined slightly toward the village, indeed serving as a guardian. This willow tree may have even developed a spirit of its own. Upon hearing this, Qianhu stepped forward to stroke the trunk. "It does seem rather peculiar. No wonder the mist cannot enter the village. It must be due to this willow tree." Zhang Yi frowned. "Could it be that it has become a spirit?" The village chief hurriedly waved his hands. "No spirits, no spirits. This willow tree is the deity that protects our village. We must not offend it." Zhang Yi disregarded the chief's warning, declaring, "If it has become a spirit, it could harm us. I will cut it down right now." I grabbed his arm. "Are you out of your mind? This willow tree has long protected the village. It has never harmed anyone." Zhang Yi shrugged off my hand, retorting, "Just because it hasn't harmed anyone now doesn't mean it won't in the future. Such a malevolent being is a lingering threat." At that moment, Mashiba interjected, "Let us not rush to action. We have yet to ascertain the true nature of this willow tree. Even if it has developed a spirit, it doesn't necessarily mean it is malevolent." Qianhu concurred, "Indeed, it is wiser to deliberate further." Zhang Yi scoffed, "You are all just timid." As we were at an impasse, The willow tree suddenly began to thrash its branches wildly, striking the nearby pond. In an instant, the once calm surface of the pond erupted in ripples, followed by a thick, malevolent energy rising from the water. This is bad. There is something wrong with the pond. Mashiba's expression changed dramatically. The sinister energy swiftly spread, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. The village chief involuntarily shivered, retreating as he muttered, "Why is it suddenly so cold in the middle of summer? It is quite normal." The malevolent energy is invisible to ordinary people. Qianhu, with a vigilant gaze fixed upon the pond, remarked, "Such a dense aura of malevolence. Could there be a connection between this willow tree and the pond?" I furrowed my brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. Perhaps this willow has stood here for years to suppress the malevolent energy emanating from the pond. The village head collected his thoughts, pondering for a long while before tremblingly stating, "The water from this pond flows down the small stream by the village, eventually reaching the valley behind. According to the elders of old, that place is a chaotic burial ground." Upon hearing the village head's words, we were all struck with astonishment and confusion. Mao Shiba fixed his gaze on the pond, his brow furrowed, and spoke in a grave tone. "It seems highly likely that the source of this malevolent energy lies within that chaotic burial ground. The willow tree has been suppressing the pond's malevolence for years, and its sudden abnormality surely indicates that something has transpired." Zhang Yi maintained his vigilance and asserted, "Regardless, we must first address the malevolent energy before proceeding." With that, he prepared to cast a spell. I hastily intervened, anxiously saying, "Wait. The malevolence is too potent. Acting rashly could lead to graver consequences. We must first ascertain the situation before devising a solution." Qianhu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we should investigate that chaotic burial ground. We may uncover the key to resolving this malevolence." Although Zhang Yi was somewhat reluctant, he understood the validity of our reasoning and thus temporarily ceased his actions. I turned to the village head and inquired, "Do you know the exact location of that chaotic burial ground?" The village head, trembling, extended his hand and pointed in a direction, his voice laden with fear and unease. "It lies beneath the cliff of the mountain to the west of the village. That place is truly ominous. You must exercise extreme caution." Having grasped the general location of the chaotic burial ground, the four of us resolved to take advantage of the daylight to investigate. We first returned to the village head's home to gather our equipment, then instructed Zhang Yi to remain in the village, as his injuries rendered him unable to accompany us. Initially, Zhang Yi vehemently refused, but ultimately he could not withstand our insistence, reluctantly conceding while grumbling, "Fine, but if you can't resolve this, don't expect me to come to your rescue." After departing from the village head's residence, the three of us made our way along the village path toward the western mountain. Although the sun shone brightly, it failed to dispel the apprehension we felt about the unknown dangers that awaited us. As we drew closer to the western mountain, the surrounding environment grew increasingly desolate. The once green meadows gradually vanished, replaced by withered yellow grass and scattered stones. The trees upon the mountain became sparse, their branches twisted and contorted. Before long, we arrived at the mountainside. We paused to gaze down at the chaotic burial ground below the cliff. The cliff towered approximately 10 meters high, shrouded in a faint mist. From our vantage point, we could only discern vague outlines. Rags hung from the branches above, and below, we could faintly see a haphazard assortment of graves. Some had collapsed, revealing decaying coffins and stark white bones. Between the graves, weeds thrived, their growth grotesque, some resembling twisted human hands, others appearing like ghastly faces. Occasionally, a few black wildflowers swayed in the breeze, their petals reminiscent of congealed blood, exuding an eerie dark red hue. Scattered bones lay upon the ground, partially obscured by the mist, some maintaining a posture of struggle. We three gazed at this horrific scene, unable to suppress a gasp of horror. "This place is truly cursed," Qianhu exclaimed, his voice trembling. I turned to Mao Shiba, asking, "What are your thoughts, Brother Shiba?" His expression grave, Mao Shiba replied, "Regardless, since we are here, we must ascend and investigate." We surveyed our surroundings and noticed a winding, somewhat steep path to the side that seemed to lead down to the cliff. This path was strewn with gravel and dry grass, the thorns on either side occasionally extending sharp barbs. "Be careful, the path is treacherous," I cautioned. Qianhu took a deep breath and nodded, "Understood." Mao Shiba led the way down the path, each step taken with care, his peachwood sword gripped tightly in hand for precaution. I followed closely behind, my eyes fixated on the ground, fearful of slipping. Qian Hu brought up the rear, his demeanor tense as he continually scanned the surroundings. After just a few steps, I slipped, my body leaning forward. "Watch out!" Mao Shiba swiftly reached out, grabbing me. "Thank you," I said, still shaken. At long last, we reached the base of the cliff. Upon touching the ground, the stench of decay and chill in the air became even more pronounced. Nearly inducing nausea, summoning our courage, we slowly approached the chaotic burial ground. The soil beneath our feet was soft and damp, each step eliciting a creaking sound, as if we were treading upon the bones of the deceased. Not long after, we encountered several corpses that appeared to have died recently. Upon examining them, we found their conditions to be similar to those of the missing villagers discovered outside. Furrowing my brow, I remarked, "It seems the missing villagers are all here." Mao Shiba's expression darkened as he stated, "Regardless, we must incinerate these bodies. Otherwise, in such a place, they may undergo a transformation." Qian Hu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we must promptly dispose of these corpses to prevent further complications." With that, Mao Shiba tossed several talismans and shouted, "Ignite!" The talismans ignited instantly, flames swiftly enveloping the corpses. As the fire blazed, an acrid odor filled the air. We covered our noses, watching from a distance as the bodies gradually turned to ash. Having completed this, it was nearing 4 in the afternoon, and we decided to venture deeper into the chaotic burial ground. The further we went, the more we felt the chilling aura intensify. Eventually, we arrived at the very spot we had previously observed from the cliff. Here, we indeed discovered the water flowing from the village pond, albeit now transformed into a gentle stream. Following the stream, we reached the cliff's face, where the water had seemingly vanished. "Where has the water gone?" Qian Hu asked, perplexed. I furrowed my brow in contemplation. "Perhaps it has seeped underground." Mao Shiba looked up, his expression grave. "Look at the tree between the cliffs." Following his gaze, we beheld a tree with scattered bones hanging from its branches, gently swaying in the breeze. Mao Shiba scrutinized the tree closely. "That tree seems rather peculiar." Suddenly, Qian Hu exclaimed, "Look, the tree's branches appear to conceal a cave." I squinted, inspecting closely. "Indeed. Let us go check it out." As soon as I spoke, I stepped forward, climbing over the cliff's protrusions and branches to reach the tree. Mao Shiba and Qian Hu soon followed. I pushed aside the branches and discovered a cave indeed lay hidden within. The cave was pitch black, thick with an even more potent stench of decay. Mao Shiba glanced into the cave, then looked down toward the cliff's base, his expression alarmed. He trembled slightly as he produced a compass, its needle spinning erratically. "Swallowing hard," Mao Shiba said gravely. "This is likely a burial ground for nurturing corpses." I was taken aback. Could this be the source of the malevolent energy? Qian Hu, equally astonished by the revelation, displayed an expression of disbelief. Previously, we had focused solely on the cave and the tree. Now, I surveyed the surroundings carefully. The cliff's shape resembled a bent bow, with the stream flowing right through it, forming what could be described as a reverse bow-shaped waterway. The cliff was flat and even, appearing as though it had been sliced with a knife, with a cave abruptly interrupting its smoothness, a veritable dead end. More importantly, this place was situated amidst a chaotic burial ground, steeped in heavy malevolence and resentment, truly a natural site for nurturing corpses. I inhaled deeply, furrowing my brow. Indeed, this is a burial ground for nurturing corpses. Mao Shiba's expression was serious. "Regardless, let's venture inside and see if we can find a way to dispel this." Qian Hu took out a flashlight and shone it into the cave. But the darkness seemed to stretch endlessly. We cautiously entered the cave, the cold, damp air hitting us like a wave. The walls were slick with moisture, droplets occasionally falling onto our shoulders, sending a chill through us. The beam of the flashlight appeared feeble and insignificant in the dark, illuminating only a small area ahead. The ground beneath was uneven, with sharp stones protruding, forcing us to slow our pace as we delved deeper. The cave's appearance grew increasingly bizarre. Strange markings emerged on the walls, resembling ancient symbols or perhaps the claw marks of an unknown creature. "What could this be?" Qian Hu asked, his voice trembling. I leaned in closely to observe, but could not discern their meaning. Let us not dwell on it. Caution is paramount. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the darkness. What could it be? Qianhu, filled with trepidation, swung the flashlight around, revealing a swarm of black bats descending from the cave's ceiling. Rushing towards us, be careful, shouted Mao Shiba, brandishing his peachwood sword to fend off the bats. We scrambled in a flurry, and after much effort, finally succeeded in driving the bats away, as we pressed onward. The path within the cave began to narrow, forcing us to proceed sideways. Scattered across the ground were several ghastly white bones. Some were embedded in the stone, while others lay strewn about. We stepped over these remains and continued forward. The droplets of water trickling down the cave walls producing a crisp sound that resonated hauntingly in the stillness of the environment. Ahead lay a fork in the path, with two passages winding off in divergent directions. Shrouded in darkness, leaving us unable to discern which was the correct route. Qianhu anxiously surveyed the fork. What should we do? Which way do we go? Furrowing my brow, I pondered for a moment before responding. Do not fret, I have a plan. With that, I retrieved several yellow talismans from my pocket, deftly folding them with my fingers. In no time, two delicate paper cranes materialized in my hands. Chanting an incantation, I infused a thread of my vital energy into the cranes, as if suddenly imbued with life. The two paper cranes gently flapped their wings to go. I whispered. They soared into the two passages, our eyes following their flight intently. The crane that entered the left passage flew with relative steadiness, while the one that ventured into the right seemed to encounter some hindrance, its speed noticeably diminishing. I patiently awaited the crane's return. Time ticked by, and the surrounding silence deepened my unease. At last, the crane from the left passage returned, circling above us a few times before landing gracefully on the ground. I picked up the crane. Carefully sensing the lingering aura upon it appeared that this passage posed little danger, though it lacked any remarkable features. This passage seems relatively safe, I remarked. However, as time passed, the crane from the right passage remained unresponsive. It seems the right path harbors peril, yet perhaps it conceals the clues we seek, Mao Shiba surmised. Qianhu hesitated, voicing his uncertainty. So which path should we take?